Parallel worlds exist where the populace thrives in tranquility, yet they are irresistibly captivated by the allure of adventure, leading countless lives to perish within the confines of Forbidden Realms. In an effort to prevent citizens from continuing their perilous excursions into these treacherous territories, the government of Xia has resolved to initiate an official live exploration of the various Forbidden Zones. This expedition comprises the foremost talents from diverse fields. Jiang Bai, upon awakening memories of his past life, participates in this exploration under the guise of the leader of the Thieves Guild. Confronted with the dangers and unknown creatures lurking in the Forbidden Zones, he hears the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host, for activating the exploration system. A novice gift package has been dispatched. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ancient deity Luiza's bloodline. Congratulations, host, for attaining the skills and physical prowess of a master. Congratulations, host. Locations such as Bottle Mountain, the western regions, the depths of the sea, and glacial landscapes reveal their true forms as Jiang Bai discovers the formidable strength of his companions. Chapter 1. Official live broadcast, Forbidden Zone exploration. In order to prevent further residents from embarking on perilous explorations of the Forbidden Zones, the government of Xia, after thorough deliberation, has decided to dispatch a professional team to lead a live broadcast, allowing everyone to vividly experience the dangers of these zones, with the hope that all will cherish life and steer clear of forbidden territories. Now, this team has assembled, and I shall unveil the mysterious veil surrounding this squad. They are the battle-hardened warrior Raymond, the exquisite physician Han Xiaoying, the premier wilderness survival expert Wang Banyue, the heir of ancient martial arts Zhao Yunying, and the leader of the Thieves Sect Jiang Bai. Let us extend a warm welcome to their arrival. Additionally, we have two special guests, the popular actresses Lu Yin and Bai Lu. Let us also welcome their presence. In the makeshift studio, lights and cameras converged on the seven figures. They sat upon 7 stools, some with solemn expressions, others smiling at the camera, while a few remained silent and impassive. Among them, Jiang Bai appeared somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, he had awakened memories from his past life, discovering his identity in this world and the predicament he now faced. This realm was vaster than the one he had known before. In this world, there existed numerous forbidden zones, and the levels of technology and living standards surpassed those of his previous existence. As people enjoyed a life of stability and comfort, they developed an insatiable craving for excitement, eagerly engaging in outdoor adventures. After years of evolution, some expedition experts grew dissatisfied with ordinary explorations and turned their gaze toward the various forbidden areas. Despite the official declarations from the Summer Nation warning of the dangers of these zones and urging citizens to cherish life, such proclamations did little to quell the fervor of those intrepid explorers. They charged fearlessly into the forbidden realms, undeterred by the specter of death, ultimately leaving behind only their lifeless remains. Thus, the officials of the Xia Kingdom concluded that it would be more prudent to facilitate rather than to obstruct. Since no one heeded their counsel, they decided to select a group of elite individuals to form an expeditionary team, broadcasting the perils of the Forbidden Zones live for the CIT. Izens of the nation thought he was among the distinguished individuals chosen by the Xia Kingdom's officials, the leader of the Thieves Guild. The mere thought of his identity brought a bittersweet smile to Jiang Bai's lips. Indeed, he held the title of the Thieves Guild leader, yet the guild had long since declined, now reduced to a mere shell of its former self. When the legacy of the Thieves Guild reached him, it carried with it only the illustrious title of Thieves Guild leader and his solitary command, devoid of any other inheritance. Even the most rudimentary skills of thievery and the conventions of the martial world had failed to be transmitted. This situation resembled the lineage of all surnames in the Xia Kingdom, tracing back several generations, where every family could claim noble descent. But what purpose does that serve? In the present day, are they not all mere cattle and horses? Jiang Bai found it incomprehensible why he had once rashly revealed his identity as the Thieves Guild leader to the officials and volunteered for this undertaking. Moreover, the authorities had consented without a moment's hesitation. The Forbidden Zone, that was indeed a place that devoured lives without a trace. Countless adept adventurers had ventured into the forbidden zone and never returned. How could he, with his frail physique and scant muscle, dare to sign up for such a venture? Was he not simply courting death? Though he might currently be likened to livestock, surely being livestock was preferable to embracing death? Was it that the takeout had lost its flavor, or the colo its sweetness, or perhaps the neighbor's alluring sister had lost her charm? How vexing that it was truly exasperating. Ding! The host has been detected participating in the forbidden land live adventure organized by the Xia country authorities. The adventure system is now being activated. Activation successful. The novice gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient deity, the bloodline of Lois. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the agility and physical prowess of a skilled fighter. Congratulations, host. You have received the Dragonbone Celestial Blade. Lois, one of the ancient primordial deities, formed from the very first bolt of lightning in the universe, possessing a dragon's body and a human head. This bloodline can vanquish demons, obliterate gods, ward off evil, and protect against all poisons. Dragonbone Celestial Blade. Legend has it that this blade is forged from dragon bones, capable of slicing through iron as if it were clay, cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Any malevolent entity or formidable armor is rendered as fragile as tofu before it. This blade is remarkably sinister, said to possess the ability to capture one's soul. System. It is the system. The sudden voice resonating in his mind transformed Jiang Bai's previously bitter expression into one of exhilaration. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of how formidable the system truly was. It could be said that this time, his adventure was assured of success. Do you accept the novice gift pack? Indeed, those who decline are foolish. Jiang Bai silently reflected. Boom! As his words fell, a surge of immense energy flowed through his meridians like a tumultuous wave, swiftly transforming his body at an astonishing pace. Jiang Bai could feel a powerful force enveloping him. His once frail limbs, nourished by this energy, gradually became robust and strong. Despite this transformation, it remains inconspicuous beneath the fabric of his attire, far less ostentatious than that of a fitness instructor. Yet, it still achieves the effect of appearing slender when clothed and robust when disrobed. Before him, streams of warmth meander like nimble brushes, gradually sketching a mysterious and magnificent tattoo of a thunderous pattern across his chest. The process of metamorphosis was fleeting, and once completed, a sense of impatience flickered upon Jiang Bai's countenance, a yearning to venture into the forbidden realm. Simultaneously, the massive blade, swathed in black cloth upon his back, underwent a transformation of its own, evolving into the Dragonbone Heavenly Blade. The novice gift package has been fully dispensed. The host is urged to swiftly explore the forbidden domains of this world. The greater the exploration, the more exploration points will be accrued. Additionally, slaying the supernatural beings within the forbidden lands will yield a certain number of exploration points. These points can be exchanged for goods from the system. A golden list materialized before Jiang Bai's eyes. Holy Beast Azure Dragon Bloodline, valued at 9,999,999 exploration points. Holy Beast Qilin Bloodline, valued at 9,999,999 exploration points. Ancient Golden Crow Bloodline, valued at 9,999,999 exploration points. Digging Finger, valued at 10,000 exploration points. Star-Lord's Kick, valued at 10,000 exploration points. Corpse Whisper, valued at 8,000 exploration points. Gold Touch Talisman. The list was replete with items, yet Jiang Bai found himself disinterested in further scrutinizing the system as a female host approached them, microphone in hand. At that moment, Jiang Bai earnestly began to appraise his 6 companions. Raymond was a robust soldier, his visage resolute, skin darkened by the sun, and his gaze unwavering. He enlisted at the tender age of 18, and now, at 38, he has undertaken countless missions in the Middle East, earning the esteemed title of a true Special Forces leader and captain of this adventurous team. Seated beside him was the exquisite physician, Han Xiaoying, appearing to be in her late 20s, standing just over 5 feet 7 inches tall. Her beauty was striking, with a curvaceous figure that epitomized the image of a sophisticated woman. Next to Han Xiaoying sat Wang Banyue, an expert in wilderness survival. Contrary to expectations, he was not excessively corpulent, merely possessing a figure slightly above the Avenue Rage weight. Following him was Zhao Yunying, a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Clad in a snug black outfit, her ponytail was elegantly secured high at the back of her head, and she carried a long spear slung across her back. Her countenance was as cold and unyielding as ice. It is said that Zhao Yunying is a descendant of the legendary General Zhao Yun, one of the 5 Tiger Generals. Lastly, there are the 2 actresses, Lu Yin and Bai Lu. Their presence was somewhat of an anomaly, as their inclusion in this expedition had not been part of the original plan. To prevent the live broadcast from falling flat, akin to a mundane spring festival gala, and to capture the interest of adventure enthusiasts, the officials deliberated and resolved to add 2 female celebrities to enhance the appeal. He harbored suspicions that Bai Lu and Lu Yin were merely pawns orchestrated by the higher-ups, perhaps even prepared for an untimely dismissal. Chapter 2. The First Destination Bottle Mountain. Zhao Yunying consulted the map. Captain Raymond, may I inquire about your confidence regarding this expedition into the Forbidden Zone? As Jiang Bai surveyed the crowd, the female host approached Raymond, her face adorned with a professional smile, microphone in hand. Raymond rose, his demeanor serious as he nodded. Certainly, the tasks assigned by the organization will be met with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the challenges, I shall find a way to accomplish them. My team and I will not betray the organization's trust, nor will we disappoint the expectations of the public. Bai Lu and Lu Yin, as renowned figures in the entertainment industry, have never participated in such activities. I wonder, do you possess confidence in this endeavor? Absolutely, we are indeed confident. Bai Lu and Lu Yin exchanged sweet smiles. Simultaneously, various platforms were live streaming the situation of Jiang Bai and his team of 7, pinning their broadcast at the top of the feeds. As this was an official operation, the viewership had already soared into the tens of millions and continued to grow rapidly. The barrage of comments flowed like a meteor shower, racing across the screen. Look, it's Swallow my Swallow. Swallow, how could I survive without you? Don't be infatuated. The so-called stars you speak of are merely here as bystanders. Have you not noticed the identities of the 5 individuals in front? An experienced Special Forces commander, a 28-year-old medical doctor, a premier survival expert, a practitioner, are of ancient martial arts, and a leader of a theft syndicate. These 5 constitute a truly divine lineup. Ah, how I adore Han Xiaoying. Her figure, her appearance, her elegance. She is the embodiment of my dream companion. Especially those long, alluring legs. I would gladly endure any ailment if it meant I could be in her presence for an additional 30 years. The soldier, so robust and imposing. Upon witnessing Captain Lei's muscular physique, I suddenly found my own husband less appealing. My dear, if I were to call out Captain Lei's name in the night, I trust you would not mind, would you? Jiang Bai is also quite handsome. Indeed, the epitome of an op in my eyes, practically a father figure. Moreover, he is remarkably young, yet already the leader of the Thieves Guild, a person of considerable stature. Is there truly no one who pays attention to Wang Banyue? As this comment appeared, the screen went blank. To those above, Wang Banyue is yours, returned Jiang Bai to me. I want Raymond. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with excitement. Outside the studio, a helicopter descended gracefully. Raymond glanced at the time and stood up. Team, the moment has arrived. We must depart. Understood. Jiang Bai and the other 6 members rose simultaneously, shouldering their pre-packed gear and weapons as they made their way toward the helicopter. This mission was unlike any other. Given its official nature, they were permitted not only to bring their own equipment, but also to make requests to the authorities who would provide the additional supplies. The officials were remarkably generous. As long as the requests were reasonable and did not involve prohibited items or high-powered weaponry, they were willing to accommodate their needs with no limit on quantity, provided they could carry it. For instance, Raymond bore the specialized weaponry designated for elite soldiers on missions, firearms, and grenades. Within Han Xiaoying's suitcase lay a collection of medical supplies, such as adrenaline, anesthetics, and serum items that are notoriously difficult to procure in the outside world. As for the backpack slung over his shoulder, Jiang Bai cast a glance at it, his heart involuntarily twisting into a bittersweet smile. It was filled entirely with provisions. Of course, in order to allow the viewers in the live broadcast room to truly experience the inherent dangers of the Forbidden Zone, upon their arrival there, the authorities wouldn't extend any aid, barring unforeseen circumstances. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the 7 individuals boarded the aircraft, the helicopter gradually lifting off the ground. It has finally begun that I eagerly anticipate their adventure. Pray that my Bai Mengyan remains unharmed and returns safely. The Forbidden Zone, this is the territory of my Mongo, and he will undoubtedly unleash his full might. Numerous worried comments began to populate the various live streaming channels. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, after Jiang Bai and the other 6 had settled into their seats, a small white orb floated above them, replacing the traditional camera. This was the latest invention of the military of Xia Country, the Sprite Orb. An artificial intelligence, it boasted 3,600 lenses capable of broadcasting in a full 360-degree panorama, seamlessly transitioning between perspectives to capture the most exhilarating moments for the live feed. As the female host observed the 7 take their seats, she strode towards them in her high heels and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first destination of your adventure has been unrevealed. You are to venture into the Forbidden Zone of Ping Mountain in Shaanxi. The land of Shaanxi has been shrouded in mystery since ancient times, renowned not only for its famed corpse drivers and the artigu, but also for a plethora of legends and tales. The terrain is characterized by undulating mountains and winding rivers, presenting a picturesque landscape, yet it is equally a perilous realm. The destination you are to embark upon, Mount Ping, lies nestled among the mountains of Shaanxi, an isolated expanse perpetually enveloped in toxic mists, where even birds dare not venture. Even aircraft flying at great heights struggle to discern the visage of Mount Ping. It is a place teeming with various unknown toxins, and the venomous creatures lurking there possess the capability to deliver a fatal bite. According to the data provided to us by official sources, over the past 3 years, a staggering 786 adventurers have been confirmed dead on Mount Ping, with an additional 321 whose fates remain uncertain. Moreover, the perilous nature of Mount Ping ranks it 8th among the most forbidden places in our country. The female host paused momentarily, casting a glance at the assembled crowd before continuing, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall arrive at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone of Mount Ping at 1 p.m. You now have 2 hours to prepare and change your equipment. After 2 hours, I can only wish you good fortune." Mount Ping. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin and Bai Lu's faces paled instantly. Even Raymond's brow began to furrow. He had never feared the wilderness or the thrill of exploration as a seasoned Special Forces operative. He held unwavering confidence in his ability to survive such environments. What he truly dreaded, however, was poison. Poison is the one adversary that adventurers most wish to avoid, especially the unknown varieties. There is no assurance regarding the potency of the toxins one may encounter. After all, it is not unheard of for a single bite from a venomous creature to claim a life. The only calm presence in the vicinity was Jiang Bai. He possessed the bloodline of the Luais, rendering him impervious to toxins, and thus, he harbored no fear of poisonous substances. However, his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. Was the emergence of Pingshan a coincidence or a mere happenstance? Why did it bear such a striking resemblance to a book he had encountered in his previous life? Oh my heavens, is the official truly playing such a grand game? That is Pingshan, infamous as the land of 1,000 poisons, where even birds dare not soar above. This is madness. The officials are practically leading us to our demise. Even if we are to explore various forbidden territories, there is no need to commence our adventures in a PL. Ace as perilous as Pingshan. Monk, my dear monk. Chapter 3. Preparing to depart. Sister Lu Yin, do you think we will meet our demise? Bai Lu inquired anxiously, drawing closer to Lu Yin. She was frightened, terrified of death. I cannot say for certain, Lu Yin replied with a bitter shake of her head, her gaze drifting toward the front row where Lei Mon sat. Just moments ago, she had genuinely contemplated withdrawing from this endeavor. But could she truly step back? This was a sanctioned operation by the authorities. It was not a whim that allowed one to join or withdraw at will. Long before their departure, they had entered into a life-and-death agreement with the officials. In the words of the officials, fate governs life and death, while fortune resides in the heavens. Seizing the opportunity could lead to immense wealth, failing to do so could spell doom. At her age over 30, having remained a mediocre figure in the entertainment industry, Lu Yin had yet to produce a work worthy of distinction. If she does not strive to ascend soon, it is only a matter of years before she fades into obscurity within the entertainment industry. Thus, upon receiving the announcement that the official channel would be broadcasting from the Forbidden Zone, she promptly decided to sign up. Her desire to prove herself was overwhelming. She was wagering everything. If she failed to emerge, then death would be the worst outcome. Lu Yin gazed at Raymond and the other four, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. At that moment, having swiftly adjusted his mindset after initial concerns, Raymond stood up and surveyed everyone present before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, while I am unaware of the supplies you have brought, the journey to Bottle Mountain is fraught with peril. I implore you to heed my counsel. Firstly, refrain from bringing any items unrelated to this expedition. Prioritize water and food. Secondly, regarding clothing, I urge everyone to request a set of Special Forces combat attire, as it may safeguard your lives in critical moments. Thirdly, avoid bringing strong-smelling items, as they may attract the beasts lurking within the Forbidden Zone. Fourthly, please pack supplies according to your physical endurance. Those with greater stamina may carry more, while those with lesser should take less. Do not succumb to greed, as it may lead to exhaustion or breathlessness after only a few steps. Of course, if you're uncertain about what supplies to bring, I can assist you in selecting them. Moreover, we are a team, and as we embark on this expedition, I hope we can unite harmoniously, avoiding internal strife and the display of individual egos. Raymond's gaze was primarily directed at Lu Yin and her companion. The two young women nodded obediently. Very well, everyone, let us commence the exchange of equipment. Raymond was the first to vacate his position, striding towards the female host ahead. Lu Yin and Bai Lu followed closely behind. The interior of the helicopter was rather confined aside from the seats for the seven of them. It was occupied solely by the female host and a plethora of equipment. Raymond approached the gear and meticulously began to select the items. His primary focus was on Lu Yin and Bai Lu, as the other four required no further attention from him. Han Xiaoying, being a physician, undoubtedly carried medical supplies. The portly Wang Banyue was an expert in wilderness survival and would choose his own provisions. Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning were clearly seasoned practitioners and needed no oversight. It was only Lu Yin and Bai Lu who were novices, necessitating his careful consideration. Are you not going to change your equipment? Han Xiaoying inquired curiously, noticing that Jiang Bai, Zhao Yuning, and the hefty fellow remained motionless. No need. My gear is all prepared, replied the hefty man, patting the two large backpacks on his front and back, along with a stainless steel pot. Zhao Yuning remained silent. I too have no need, Jiang Bai remarked, tapping his backpack. For this mission, he had devised a plan. Raymond and the others would lead the way while he would take charge of the extermination. No one would dare to claim his spoils. If the Bottle Mountain they were venturing to was indeed, as he remembered, it would yield a substantial profit. Small change, merely small change, rather it was merely a trifling amount. All right, I shall provide you with these two backpacks. Raymond worked swiftly, and in no time, he had selected the necessary provisions for Lu Yin and Bai Lu. The two women took the backpack, weighing it in their hands. The backpack was light, roughly around 10 kilograms, perfectly manageable for their strength. Thank you, Captain Lei. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude. You're welcome, he replied. You may select your combat uniforms from here on. The aircraft soared through the sky. Dressed in their combat attire, they exuded a certain charm. I am utterly captivated. They look stunning in their uniforms, especially Lu Yin, whose beauty is simply uncontainable. I still prefer my Lu when she dons her combat uniform. Her flowing long hair makes her my ideal partner. Have you not noticed? Among the seven present, only Lu Yin, Bai Lu, and Captain Lei are in uniform, while the other four remain unadorned. Perhaps it is a matter of confidence. Those four possess formidable identities, leading them to believe that uniforms are unnecessary. The live stream's chat buzzed incessantly, yet the aircraft was enveloped in silence. Raymond remained taciturn. Wang the fat man was equally mute. Zhao Yuning wore a frosty expression, and Jiang Bai sat as composed as a sage. Han Xiaoying looked around and finally comprehended why the officials had suddenly included two female celebrities. Given their silence, It seemed inevitable that the live stream would soon lose its audience. Oh, by the way, Captain Lei, may I pose a question? Han Xiaoying spoke up unexpectedly. Of course, Raymond nodded. You are 38 this year. Have you settled down? Do you have a daughter or a son? Upon hearing Han Xiaoying's inquiry, Raymond suddenly appeared awkward, scratching his head with a sheepish expression. I have yet to establish a family this year. I have been abroad for many years, leaving me no time to settle down. Oh, I see, and why apologies for my presumptuousness. Han Xiaoying replied with a hint of regret, turning her gaze towards the chubby fellow. Chubby, do you have a lady in mind whom you admire? Alas, the chubby fellow's expression turned glum, and with a deep sigh, he lamented, in my heart, there has always been a beloved lady. She loves me dearly, and we share an undeniable attraction. I have proposed marriage to her numerous times, but, is it that her parents disapprove? Han Xiaoying interjected curiously. The others, including Jiang Bai, perked up their ears upon hearing the chubby fellow's words, eagerly awaiting the unfolding gossip. With a sorrowful countenance, the chubby fellow replied, It's not that her parents disapprove. It's simply, her husband does not consent to our marriage. Bai Lu, who was sipping water, instantly spewed it out upon hearing the chubby fellow's revelation. What the hell? Her husband does not consent. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Damn it. You're already fooling around with someone else's wife, and now you wish to marry her? It's a miracle her husband hasn't killed you yet. I anticipated the disapproval from the lady herself, her parents, or even her brother, but never did I foresee that it would be her husband who objected. Chubby, it seems you're quite the character. Truly, you deserve the title of wilderness survival expert. You are remarkably audacious.
Chapter 4. Forbidden Entry. Life and death at one's own risk. Han Xiaoying's lips twitched. She realized that inquiring of the chubby one was a futile endeavor. However, there was still one person. Han Xiaoying turned her gaze toward Jiang Bai. Brother Jiang, do you have a girlfriend or someone you fancy? Here it comes, here it comes. With Han Xiaoying's question, many girls in the live stream leaned in with eager anticipation. It was no wonder. Jiang Bai was exceptionally handsome. His charm radiated a sunny disposition, reminiscent of a bright and cheerful young man, making it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards him. As the spotlight turned to him, Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, then met Han Xiaoying's gaze with a slight smile. Not at the moment. But if Sister Ying would consider being my girlfriend, then I would have one. I shall contemplate that, Han Xiaoying replied politely, her attention shifting to the icy Zhao Yunying. Ultimately, she dismissed the thought of further inquiries and directed her question towards Lu Yen and Bai Lu. If you have boyfriends, what kind would you wish for? Likewise, Lu Yen nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Han Xiaoying smiled and sat upright. The journey continued in silence, save for Lu Yen and Bai Lu occasionally conversing with the little spirit ball. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after 2 hours of travel, the helicopter finally touched down in the land of Xiangxi. The 7 of them disembarked, backpacks in tow. Before my eyes lies a panorama of mountains shrouded in mist, where dense forests obscure the sun's rays. Even on this splendidly sunny day, the towering trees cast shadows that render the entire forest exceedingly dim. This woodland appears as if it belongs to a primordial world, with thick fog swirling among the peaks, making it arduous to discern the path ahead. The trees stand tall and robust, their branches lush and leafy, forming a vast and impenetrable sea of foliage. Good luck to you all. The female host waved to the 7 individuals aboard the aircraft, before the helicopter soared into the distance. Another helicopter arrived, hovering above the heads of Jiang Bai and his companions. This was an official rescue aircraft, ready to spring into action should any unforeseen circumstances arise for the group. In the eyes of the authorities, it was preferable to avoid fatalities altogether, though a few losses would be tolerable. Their primary aim was to minimize the likelihood of such events. Let us organize our gear. We shall commence our journey, Raymond stated with utmost seriousness, brandishing an assault rifle as he led the way into the depths of the forest. Let us go. Han Xiaoying followed closely behind, her small backpack slung over her shoulder and a silver first aid kit secured at her waist. Let us move, let us move. The stout man carried a backpack on his front and back, with a large pot strapped to the latter. Zhao Yunying remained silent, silently trailing behind. Let us proceed. Jiang Bai gestured for Bai Lu and Lu Yen to go ahead while he took up the rear. Above them, the intelligent orb flitted about, capturing every scene and expression on their faces. This is the convenience of technology. It requires no manual operation and can autonomously follow the action. The long-awaited adventure has finally commenced. I hope they return safely. Brother Jiang is remarkably handsome and exudes a gentlemanly charm, allowing the ladies to proceed first while he brings up the rear. At that moment, I became his devoted admirer. Truly, Brother Jiang is quite striking. I cannot help but wonder if he can cook stir-fried noodles. He may seek me out, for I am his most loyal fan. By the way, is Wang Banyue a bit of a clown, carrying a large pot while embarking on a perilous expedition? The sound of crunching leaves fills the air as 7 individuals tread upon the dry foliage. As they walk, Jiang Bai observes Lu Yen and Bai Lu. He notes that, despite their evident fatigue, the 2 women do not complain or throw tantrums, which he finds commendable. In his previous life, he had encountered various adventure tales featuring celebrities, yet those individuals seemed quite frivolous. To venture into the wilderness without essential supplies is one thing, but to bring along basketballs and guitars? With such a significant investment of resources, is the intention merely for them to play pretend? It is utterly impractical to expect any genuine rescue efforts. The group continues along their path. Around 3 in the afternoon, Raymond, who leads the way, suddenly halts. His gaze sweeps over a stone tablet by the roadside before settling on the group. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the forbidden area. If any of you wish to withdraw, now is your opportunity. Once we step into the forbidden zone, it will be too late to turn back. The group's determination is unwavering, including Lu Yen and Bai Lu, who show no inclination to retreat. Very well, since no one wishes to withdraw, let us rest for 15 minutes. We shall depart promptly at 3:15. Raymond glanced at his watch and remarked, at last we can take a breather. Bai Lu, her legs giving way, promptly sank to the ground. Jiang Bai stepped forward to examine the stone tablet. It was a 4-sided monument, each face inscribed with 4 prominent characters. Together, they conveyed the ominous message: forbidden zone ahead, entry prohibited. Trespassers bear their own consequences. The inscriptions appeared to be ancient, as if etched long ago. Jiang Bai, are you intrigued by this stone tablet? Han Xiaoying inquired as she approached. Jiang Bai shook his head, intending to rest in place, when he noticed the plump fellow suddenly crouching on the ground. His ear pressed against the earth as if straining to hear something. Shoo! The chubby man gestured for silence, his expression serious as he listened intently. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, he rose, his face alight with joy. Captain Lei, everyone, I just heard the sound of water. There must be a stream nearby, not far from here. A stream. Bai Lu and Lu Yan's eyes brightened. Although the forest was devoid of sunlight, it felt stifling and humid, compounded by the fact that they had been trekking for 2 hours, drenched in sweat. The prospect of washing their faces in a stream was undoubtedly refreshing. Since you claim there is a stream ahead, you shall lead the way. Let us seek out this stream, Raymond said, his demeanor serious as he remained vigilant of their surroundings. All right, the chubby man took the lead. Let us go. Lu Yen and Bai Lu helped each other to their feet. Jiang Bai once again positioned himself at the rear of the group, realizing that his teammates were remarkably self-sufficient. He needn't guide them or search for water sources. He was solely responsible for trailing at the rear, content to play the role of a formidable assassin. After the group had walked for 5 to 6 minutes, a small stream emerged before the 7 companions. The stream was narrow, reminiscent of the one near their home. As they approached, a refreshing breeze swept over them, evoking a desire for a sip of the cool water. Lei, can we drink this water? Chapter 5. The ancestral hall. Raymond nodded, then shook his head. The stream's water is fresh and potable. However, we are situated in the mid to lower reaches, and we cannot ascertain whether there are any toxic organisms upstream. It would be prudent to ascend further and drink from the source. There's no need for such complications. Han Xiaoying interjected, retrieving a transparent plastic cup from her medical kit. She filled it with water from the stream, then produced a vial of blue liquid, adding a drop into the cup and shaking it vigorously. The reagent did not dissolve but instead settled at the bottom. Observing this, Han Xiaoying smiled and nodded at her companions. The water is free of toxins and safe to drink. The group looked on in confusion. Han Xiaoying explained with a smile. This reagent is a toxin detection agent. It can identify the toxins present in most organisms. If the water were toxic, it would turn red. As you can see, the reagent remains blue, indicating the water poses no danger. How come I wasn't aware of such a thing? The stout man was taken aback. As an outdoor survival expert, he understood all too well the greatest fears in the wild: contaminated water and food. This is my latest research achievement, which has yet to be unveiled, so you are undoubtedly unaware of it. Han Xiaoying smiled confidently and drained her cup of water. All eyes were fixed upon her. A minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed. After a full 3 minutes, seeing that Han Xiaoying was indeed unharmed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fatty, bring your pot to collect water. We shall boil some for drinking, commanded Raymond. The hefty man detached the large pot from his back and began filling it with water. Lu Yen and Bai Lu, displaying their keen perception, swiftly gathered firewood. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Raymond's expression tightened as he directed his gun toward the underbrush, cautiously advancing step by step. Before he could approach the thicket, a figure moved even quicker. Jiang Bai, swift as a leopard, darted into the foliage. Such speed! Raymond's eyes widened, revealing a hint of astonishment. When did he make his move? Fatty was taken aback, and Zhao Yunying gripped her spear tightly, her eyes ablaze with a desire for battle. Everyone focused intently on the thicket. Moments later, Jiang Bai emerged, holding a raccoon, his face a mask of disappointment. He tossed the creature before the group and lamented. This was what was rustling in the grass. I thought it was some wild beast. Who would have imagined it was such a trivial creature? Raymond crouched down to examine the raccoon, and as he did, his astonishment deepened. It had been slain with a single stroke, a fatal wound to its neck. One must understand that a raccoon is still a member of the feline family, agile in form, and particularly astonishingly swift in this dense forest. For an ordinary person, it is no easy feat to catch a raccoon, let alone to slay it with a single stroke. He believed himself to be seasoned and skilled, yet if he were to relinquish his firearm and attempt to dispatch the raccoon with a knife amidst this dense forest, he would undoubtedly fail. A formidable presence, Jiang Bai was undeniably a strong individual. In this moment, Raymond gained a profound understanding of Jiang Bai's prowess. Quietly, he tucked away the carcass of the raccoon. After all, raccoon meat is still meat and may prove vital in times of need. You are remarkably strong. Zhao Yunying uttered those 3 words. This marked the second occasion Jiang Bai had heard her voice. It was melodious yet frigid, evoking memories of another, Zhang Qilin, equally cold and reticent. Captain Lei, I have gathered the wood, Bai Lu called from behind the group. Let us proceed to boil some water. Once it reaches a boil, we shall take a brief respite before continuing our journey, striving to find a suitable place to rest before nightfall. Raymond stepped forward to the gathered wood and produced a lighter to ignite it. Indeed, it was a lighter. They were here for an adventure, not merely to survive. Thus, there were no restrictions on the types of supplies they could utilize. Did anyone observe how Jiang Bai charged out just now? Goodness, the raccoon is a protected species. Jiang Xiaoge just killed one. Is that truly acceptable? Surely the authorities won't pursue this matter? Why did Raymond decide to take the raccoon's body? Could it be that he intends to consume the meat as well? At least Bai Lu is obedient, quietly gathering wood without any airs of a celebrity. My Yanzi is commendable too. The water in the pot bubbled vigorously as it reached a boil. The first task after the water boiled was to allow it to cool. A few minutes later, once the water was drinkable, the 7 individuals filled their respective flasks and indulged in a hearty drink before resuming their journey to Bottle Mountain. At this juncture, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and they had lingered for an additional 15 minutes beyond the time Raymond had set. We must quicken our pace. The humidity in the forest is thickening, and it is evident that rain is imminent. We must find shelter to rest before darkness falls and the rain descends. Otherwise, we risk succumbing to illness from the downpour, Raymond stated with utmost seriousness. He cast a glance upward, where dark clouds were already gathering. Let us proceed. This is Shaanxi, the domain of the corpse transporters. Perhaps we can search the vicinity for a mortuary or similar establishment, suggested Jiang Bai. Should this indeed be the Bottle Mountain of his recollections, there would surely be a mortuary ahead. Without further ado, the 7 companions strode forward with resolute steps. Due to the impending rain, their pace quickened considerably. Even Bai Lu and Lu Yen kept up. The mountain path was rugged and arduous, yet no one uttered a complaint. 2 hours later, darkness had enveloped the landscape, allowing only a faint glimpse of the path ahead. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, punctuated by flashes of lightning. At last, before the rain could commence, the group discovered an abandoned mortuary in the wilderness. The structure was in a state of disrepair, clearly having endured the ravages of time and the elements. The walls bore the marks of decay, while parts of the roof had begun to cave in. The shattered windows revealed an eerie atmosphere within. Raymond pushed the door open and stepped into the mausoleum, where the ground and walls were cloaked in dust and cobwebs, indicating that no one had tread here for an extended period. A miasma of decay pervaded the air, creating a stifling atmosphere. In the hall of the mausoleum lay several abandoned coffins, and a statue loomed in the center, equally enshrouded in cobwebs and dust. Squeak, squeak. A few mice scurried across the beams above. "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we shall have to rest here for the night," Raymond announced, casting a cautious glance around the mausoleum to ensure there was no imminent danger before removing his backpack. "Do we really have to sleep here?" Bai Lu asked, her voice trembling with fear. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the statue's grotesque visage, startling Bai Lu. Instinctively, she stepped back and fell into Jiang Bai's embrace. "Hey, you're stepping on my foot," Jiang Bai remarked, patting her shoulder. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Bai Lu replied, still shaken. As she quickly distanced herself from Jiang Bai, a blush crept onto her cheeks. For some reason, when she had collapsed into his arms moments ago, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, reminiscent of her childhood when she would nestle in her father's embrace. It was as if, with this man by her side, no peril could truly be perilous. Thunder roared violently across the night sky, and a torrential downpour commenced, bringing with it a fleeting chill. "All right, everyone, let's eat something and try to rest," Raymond instructed. "Fatty, come help me start a fire." He glanced at the night sky, extracting an entrenching tool to strike at the abandoned furniture within the mausoleum. Soon, a fervent bonfire was ignited in the ancestral hall. 7 individuals gathered around the flames. Lu Yen and Bai Lu began to unpack their compressed rations from their backpacks, intending to distribute them to everyone, when they noticed Raymond shaking his head. "Ladies and gentlemen, I personally advise against consuming the food from our backpacks at this moment. We are uncertain of the duration of our exploration in this forbidden land. It could be 3 days, 10 days, or perhaps even longer. Therefore, we must prepare for the long haul. If we indulge in the provisions now, we may find ourselves in a dire situation when the time comes that we truly require sustenance." As for this evening, Raymond produced the carcass of a raccoon and cast his gaze toward a sizable rodent, comparable in size to an adult cat, lurking in the corner. He retrieved the military dagger secured to his calf and advanced toward the mouse. In a flash, a spear moved swifter than he could, pinning the massive rodent to the corner. It was Zhao Yuning's spear. "Very well, I shall take care of this." At the makeshift barbecue grill, Raymond diligently turned the 2 animal carcasses. Jiang Bai, observing the remains, was suddenly reminded of the breakfast he had purchased for everyone earlier that morning. He swiftly rummaged through his oversized backpack, exceeding a meter in size, and pulled out several meat sandwiches, presenting them to Raymond. "Raymond, why don't we feast on this tonight? I bought these this morning, and if we don't consume them soon, they'll spoil by tomorrow." The mention of meat sandwiches brightened the portly man's expression. Raymond nodded. "You may distribute them first." "Very well." Jiang Bai distributed the meat sandwiches to everyone one by one. When it came time for him and Raymond, only 1 meat sandwich remained in his hand. He had originally purchased 7, consumed 1, leaving him with 6. "You take it." "I prefer it warm," Jiang Bai said. Raymond smiled at him. "All right." Jiang Bai did not insist further. Instead, he retrieved a seasoning box from his backpack and handed it to Raymond. "Ray, you might find this useful. Barbecue seasoning. A delightful addition." Raymond's eyes lit up as he accepted the seasoning box without hesitation. Though he was indeed a soldier, he was still human. If given a choice, he favored food seasoned with spices. After the meal, the group of 7 felt satiated. Raymond glanced at the time. Everyone, it's currently 6:30 in the evening. I will now assign the night watch for tonight. Jiang Bai, you and Zhao Yuning will take the first shift from now until 10 o'clock. I will take the second shift from 10 until 3 in the morning. Fatty and Han Xiaoying, you will cover the last shift from 3 until 6 tomorrow morning. As for Lu Yen and Bai Lu, Raymond looked at the 2 women. You are excused from the night watch tonight. Rest peacefully. Does anyone have any questions? If not, we shall proceed as planned. Ray, you will stand guard alone for 5 hours. Fatty began to protest, but Raymond shot him a glare that silenced him. Concerns will be noted. We will proceed as planned. With that, Raymond cradled his firearm and lay down before a coffin. As a soldier, he would not part with his weapon even in slumber. Get some rest, Jiang Bai said, patting the hefty man's shoulder. All right. The hefty man opened a coffin, casting aside a corpse before lying down within it. Tears welled up in my eyes. I was genuinely moved. Team leader Lei truly embodied the spirit of a people's soldier, demonstrating his commendable leadership. He selflessly offered all the meat buns to his team, resorting to gnawing on the carcass of a rat instead. His consideration for his comrades was evident, as he vigilantly stood watch for an extra 2 hours alone. No. Most importantly, he did not make our dear Lulu keep watch. Such thoughtfulness is truly heartwarming. A genuine warm-hearted man. Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning could slumber until the break of dawn, while Han Xiaoying and the hefty man could rest until 3 in the morning. Yet team leader Lei needed to awaken once during the night, a significant detriment to his sleep quality. The viewers in the live stream were touched by Raymond's actions. Within mere minutes, he garnered hundreds of thousands of followers. In the mortuary, as the others succumbed to slumber, only Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning remained awake. With some idle time on his hands, Jiang Bai removed the dragonbone sky blade from his back and began to scrutinize it closely. The blade, resplendent in golden hues, appeared as if forged from gold. However, it was composed of a mysterious material. Its shape bore resemblance to a tang sword, albeit slightly shorter, making it more suited for close combat. The blade was exquisitely sharp, glinting ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, the blade emanated a menacing aura, as if it were poised to consume the life of any adversary. The hilt of the dagger was adorned with a Longan gemstone, radiating a gentle luminescence that harmonized beautifully with the cold gleam of the blade, rendering the entire weapon even more enigmatic and imposing. The blade was named Dragon Bone Heavenly Blade. Zhao Yuning's gaze was captivated by the Dragon Bone Heavenly Blade as Jiang Bai swung it gracefully through the air before sheathing it. A fine blade, Zhao Yuning remarked, falling silent. Time swiftly passed, and soon it approached 10 o'clock. The two remained seated by the fire, neither rising. Come now 3.5 hours, and they exchanged no more than 3 sentences. If this were to spark something, I would turn Antarctica into molten lava for you. You know nothing. This is what we call mutual dedication. They must have discerned Captain Lei's intentions, wishing to guard the night a little longer for him. For every extra minute they stand watch, Captain Lei enjoys an additional minute of slumber. Such a loving team. This camaraderie far surpasses that of our small group led by our ineffectual leader, who only knows how to bicker incessantly. Silence, Captain Lei is waking. Chapter 7, The Cat Demon Matriarch. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take it from here. Raymond approached the two, tossing a piece of wood into the fire. I had hoped to let you rest a bit longer, but since you're awake, we shall retire. Jiang Bai stretched lazily, rising to casually find a coffin lid to recline upon, and Zhao Yuning followed suit in silence. Raymond sat before the fire, a smile gracing his lips. Before their departure, he had harbored concerns that the members of the team, due to their varied identities, might prove unruly and opinionated, making leadership a daunting task. It appears that the team is far more manageable than he had anticipated. The crackling of burning wood resonates from the campfire. In the dead of night, Bai Lu awakens from her slumber, clutching her abdomen. She retrieves a few sheets of toilet paper from her backpack and, with a hint of embarrassment, approaches Raymond. Ray, I need to use the restroom urgently. Raymond switches on his flashlight, scanning the surroundings of the makeshift shelter before handing the flashlight to Bai Lu and gesturing toward a room at the forefront. Go in there. Be cautious. All right. Raymond adds more wood to the fire. Moments later, a piercing scream echoes from the room, originating from Bai Lu. Raymond's expression tightens as he rushes toward the source of the sound. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning awaken, leaping from the coffin and racing toward the room. Inside, Bai Lu has vanished, leaving behind only a fallen flashlight, a pile of excrement, and several sheets of toilet paper. Raymond picks up the flashlight, illuminating the room cluttered with debris and thick with dust. One window shattered, presumably by some creature. A trail of animal footprints marks the floor. What transpired here? The trio of heavy-set individuals hastily enters the room. Bai Lu is nowhere to be found. Raymond's demeanor grows grave as he directs the flashlight toward the footprints. These are the tracks of a raccoon. Bai Lu was taken by a raccoon? The expression on the heavy-set man's face mirrors the seriousness of the situation. That can't be. Bai Lu weighs at least 90 pounds. How could a raccoon, being so small, possibly carry her away? Lu Yen exclaims in terror. What do you think, brother? The corpulent man cast a glance at Jiang Bai, who wore a solemn expression. The cat spirit, he proclaimed, is recorded in the annals of the extraordinary. It is said that animals, upon reaching a century, may absorb the essence of the sun and moon, transforming into spirits. It is highly probable that Bai Lu has been abducted by a cat spirit. Are there truly spirits in this world? Lu Yen gasped in astonishment. Aye. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the corners of the gathered crowd's mouths twitched involuntarily. Was this truly the moment to discuss Bai Lu's constipation? Shouldn't the focus be on devising a plan to rescue her? Wait here. I shall venture forth to find her, Raymond declared, brandishing a flashlight and preparing to exit. Jiang Bai seized him, stating, Allow me to go instead. I possess a firearm. Within a 10-step radius, I am swifter than a bullet. Without waiting for a retort from Raymond, Jiang Bai swiftly leaped out of the room's window. Zhao Yuning glanced at Raymond and followed suit, leaping out after Jiang Bai. The little spirit orb soared through the air, also escaping through the window. Oh my heavens! What on earth has transpired? How could Bai Lu have vanished? Spirits? Is it conceivable that such entities exist in this realm? Did they indeed abduct Bai Lu? Oh, my poor Lulu, snatched away while merely attending to nature's call. May heaven protect her. I pray she remains unharmed, for she is my most cherished star. Damn the constipation. Why is Jiang Bai's focus so misaligned? Lulu, my dear Lulu, you shall not come to harm. I would gladly exchange my life for yours. Thank you, I feel quite offended, the corpulent man retorted. Outside the mortuary, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. The silhouette of Jiang Bai darted along the path like a spectral feline, swift and agile. The rain drenched his hair, yet he paid it no heed. If his instincts were correct, the entity that had abducted Bai Lu must surely be that ancient cat demon etched in his memory. A true spirit creature, a glimmering point of exploration. How could he allow Raymond to seize it? This was his quarry, and none would dare to take it from him. Behind him, Zhao Yuning pursued with equal fervor, a shadow at his heels. How had she managed to keep up? Was she intent on claiming his prize? Jiang Bai mused, quickening his pace in an attempt to shake her off. Yet Zhao Yuning seemed relentless, her resolve unwavering as she trailed closely behind. The two weaved rapidly through the streets, like twin bolts of lightning slicing through the night. Above them, a small spirit orb floated, capturing and streaming their frantic chase in real time. Goodness, have you noticed? Their speed is astonishing, almost as if they are flying. Could they truly possess such lightness of foot? Incredible! Their pace surpasses even that of Bolt. If they were to compete in the Olympics, what chance would the other athletes stand? What a pairing! One is dashing, the other strikingly valiant. Alas, I am utterly enchanted by this couple. No, I believe Zhao Yuning is ill-suited for Jiang Bai. He belongs to me. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the night sky. Ahead, 5 raccoon spirits obstructed their path. You two? I'll take 3, Jiang Bai commanded, swiftly unsheathing his dragonbone blade. The tip of his spear and the edge of his sword danced in unison as they continued their relentless advance, leaving behind the lifeless forms of the 5 raccoons. After a frantic dash along the road, Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying arrived at a pile of scattered stones. They beheld a diminutive old woman clad in purple, kneeling before a stone tablet, her back turned to them. Meanwhile, Bai Lu lay motionless on the ground, her face etched with terror. Upon noticing Jiang Bai and Zhao's arrival, a flicker of hope ignited in Bai Lu's eyes. What is that? Is it a person? Who could be so short? Could it possibly be a spirit? Viewers before the screen widened their eyes, fixated on the unfolding scene. As if sensing the audience's anticipation, the sprite orb fluttered to the front of the cat demoness, capturing a close-up of her visage. It was a face that seemed neither human nor feline, grotesquely distorted. Wrinkles and blemishes adorned her skin, her eyes sunken deep into their sockets, shimmering with an eerie green light. Her mouth, slightly agape, revealed sharp, menacing teeth. What on earth is that? Good heavens! I'm so frightened. I'm home alone tonight. I need my readers to comfort me. I'm terrified. May the Buddha bless us. Amen. Damn, I was just in the middle of something and nearly had a heart attack. Chapter 8. The Slaying of the Cat Demoness. Upon noticing the sprite orb, the cat demoness slowly turned her head to face Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying. What kind of eyes were those? They held a hint of mockery and derision. Enigmatic, Zhao Yunying gripped her spear, ready to advance. Jiang Bai quickly restrained her, declaring, "Allow me." With a firm grip on the dragonbone blade, he moved with the swiftness of a gale, charging towards the elderly cat demon. Simultaneously, an overpowering stench assailed his senses. As he drew nearer to the feline crone, the foul odor intensified, becoming nauseating. The tattoo on his chest began to emanate waves of searing heat, seemingly signaling a warning. The cat demon remained still, her expression increasingly sardonic, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. You are truly seeking your demise. Jiang Bai quickened his pace, covering the distance of 5 meters in 2 strides. Panic set in. Upon noticing Jiang Bai's approach, the cat demon suddenly appeared anxious, her fur bristling like a porcupine, fixated on him with a wary gaze, emitting a low, menacing growl. Cease your cries. Your illusions are futile against me. Jiang Bai's lips curled into a slight smile as he moved with agility, lunging forward, the dragonbone blade slicing towards the cat demon's head like a bolt of lightning. In a moment of desperation, the cat demon released a noxious gas from her tail and attempted to flee into the cavern beneath the stone tablet. She was swift, yet Jiang Bai's strike was swifter. In a flash, the blade cleaved through her, and blood splattered as her body fell apart. The stench permeated the air. Jiang Bai quickly held his breath, bent down to retrieve the remnants of the cat demon, shouldered Bai Lu, and without hesitation, turned to race back towards Zhao Yunying. Once clear of the foul odor, he dared to exhale. He glanced back at Bai Lu. At this moment, Bai Lu had already fainted. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 300-year-old cat demon elder, earning 300 exploration points. A smile graced Jiang Bai's face. Zhao Yunying cast a glance at Bai Lu, gripping her spear with one hand, and turned toward the direction of the ancestral hall without uttering a word. Hey, can you at least help me carry something? Jiang Bai called out from behind, burdened with Bai Lu on his back and the corpse of the cat demon elder in one hand. Is that it? Is it over already? There must be something more at play. Did the cat demon elder receive money from Jiang Xiaoga? What? The cat demon elder is dead? Well, that settles it. Lulu, my Lulu is safe now thanks to Jiang Xiaoga. I thought the cat demon elder was formidable. It turns out it merely sacrificed itself to highlight Jiang Xiaoga's prowess. Song Yu was merely a junior staff member. Today, he had just quarreled with his girlfriend of 3 years and was initially planning to drown his sorrows in alcohol at home. By chance, he stumbled upon the official adventure livestream that many were discussing today. He had assumed it was just a typical survival game, featuring professionals guiding a few celebrities as they spent several days on a relatively safe deserted island. Little did he know what he was about to witness: extraordinary beings, the very entities his teacher had been searching for. Since the establishment of the nation, there has been a saying, after the founding, no beings were allowed to gain intelligence. Yet, his teacher remained unconvinced. He believed that the vastness of nature holds countless wonders, And within those forbidden mountainous regions, extraordinary beings surely existed, merely hidden from human knowledge. If these enigmatic creatures could be located and studied, humanity might unlock the secrets to transcending the natural limits of lifespan, thereby opening a new gateway to understanding. Alas, his mentor ultimately spent his life in vain, never encountering these beings, and was deemed a madman by his fellow scholars. Even the authorities did not support his endeavors. Yet now, he bore witness to the reality of these extraordinary entities. He needed to call his teacher immediately. Song Yu, disregarding his drink and the late hour, hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Yang Tianqi. After a few rings, the call connected, and a hoarse voice answered, "Xiao Song, what brings you to call at such an hour? Teacher, you must watch the official live stream of the Forbidden Area expedition. There are living creatures in it." Song Yu stammered in excitement. "What?" Yang Tianqi exclaimed, quickly opening the live stream. Upon witnessing Jiang Bai's decisive strike against the cat demon matriarch, his breath quickened, and he trembled uncontrollably. The creatures were indeed real. I have finally discovered them at long last. Heaven has shown me mercy. Tears of exhilaration streamed down Yang Tianqi's cheeks, tears born from excitement. "Xiao Song, no, I will personally contact the authorities. No matter the cost. I must obtain the corpse of this creature," Yang Tianqi declared fervently, abruptly ending the call to dial a mysterious number. Rain fell relentlessly upon the ground. Although everyone present had signed a life and death agreement, if someone truly perished, their captain would also be held accountable. What happened to her? Lu Yen asked anxiously, stepping forward to take Bai Lu from Jiang Bai and laying her on a coffin lid. Among all those present, only she and Bai Lu were stars, and she felt a closer bond with Bai Lu, genuinely fearing for her well-being. She should be fine. Perhaps she was simply overwhelmed by the stench? Jiang Bai casually tossed aside the corpse of the cat demon elder and wiped the rain from his face. "Let me have a look."
Han Xiayining approached Bai Lu.
Pried open her eyelids for inspection and checked her pulse, stating, "She is all right. She likely experienced a shock that caused her to momentarily lose breath. A bit of artificial respiration should suffice." In an instant, all eyes turned towards Jiang Bai. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Jiang Bai asked, puzzled. "Me?" Jiang Bai pointed to himself, then shook his head. "I cannot. My first kiss is reserved for my future wife. What a pity that is. Very well. I shall take care of it." Lu Yen shook her head helplessly and slowly leaned down, her lips approaching Bai Lu's. Just as their lips were about to meet, Bai Lu suddenly opened her eyes. "You're awake?" Lu Yen straightened up immediately. "Thank you," Bai Lu said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. In truth, she had been awake for some time. The bumpy ride combined with the heavy rain made it surprising that she had not woken sooner. However, when she did regain consciousness, she felt somewhat disoriented, and the comforting presence of Jiang Bai behind her encouraged her to feign unconsciousness a little longer. Chapter 9. Bottle Mountain Awakening was a relief. It was best to rest early. Everyone began to disperse. Bai Lu seemed to want to say something, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The night passed in silence. The following morning, golden rays of sunlight streamed into the ancestral hall, rousing the group from their slumber. Their spirits were considerably brighter than the previous day. After a simple meal, they gathered their belongings, preparing to embark once more. The stout fellow noticed Jiang by holding the corpse of the cat demon elder and approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Brother, why are you carrying this corpse around? By the way, was it truly a raccoon cat that abducted Bai Lu yesterday?" Jiang Bai shook the body of the cat demon elder in his hand. Indeed, it was this very raccoon cat that took Bai Lu. To be precise, it is not an ordinary raccoon cat, but a creature of 300 years of Taoist cultivation. Creatures of such nature truly exist in this world. The stout fellow exclaimed, his curiosity further piqued. Although he was an expert in wilderness survival, he had never encountered such creatures. Raymond also regarded Jiang Bai with intrigue. Jiang Bai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed they do. Had I not witnessed it with mine own eyes last night, I would scarcely believe it myself. When we located Bai Lu, she was under the control of this raccoon cat. Strangely, its visage was not that of a feline but rather a half-human countenance. At that moment, it was kneeling in reverence to something and, upon our arrival, instead of displaying fear, it mockingly awaited us. And how did you manage to slay it? This is a creature of extraordinary power. The stout fellow pressed on with his inquiry. Jiang Bai smirked disdainfully, remarking that although this raccoon spirit was indeed a magical being, its powers were rather superficial. Its most proficient skill was merely an illusion. Unfortunately, its trickery was ineffective against him, and he dispatched it with a single stroke. An illusion? The rotund man furrowed his brow. Zhao Yunying turned to glance at Jiang Bai, confirming the truth of his words. At that moment, Bai Lu interjected, recounting, last night, when I was under the control of this raccoon spirit, I saw not a raccoon, but rather a stunning beauty. The setting was not a mere pile of rubble, but an exquisitely traditional courtyard. I witnessed the enchanting figure the raccoon transformed into, engaged in a wedding ceremony with a man, much like the customs of our ancient times, as they bowed to the heavens. I was to be their offering to the divine. It was only when Jiang Xiaoga arrived that he swiftly dispatched the raccoon, and the scene morphed back into a chaotic heap of stones. Subsequently, I was rendered unconscious. Recalling the events of the previous night sent shivers down Bai Lu's spine. Had it not been for Jiang Bai's timely intervention, her lifeless body would likely be cold by now. She instinctively cast a glance at Jiang Bai, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. How fantastical! The rotund man exclaimed exuberantly, his eyes suddenly sparkling with intrigue. Jiang Xiaoga, why do you carry this corpse? Lu Yen chimed in, it's quite simple. I often read novels that describe how the flesh of magical beings can enhance one's physical prowess. I thought it might be worthwhile to consume this corpse at some point to see if it truly elevates our physical abilities. I see, came the understanding reply. As time grew late, Raymond spoke up, shouldering his backpack and leading the way out of the ancestral hall. The group followed suit, with Jiang Bai trailing at the rear, just as he had the day before. The 7 of them emerged from the hall into a forest that had cooled considerably after the rain, the air imbued with a refreshing crispness, though the path had become treacherous with puddles and mud. Fortunately, the group was equipped with sturdy footwear, allowing them to navigate the terrain without much difficulty. Suddenly, the portly member of their party slipped from the front to join Jiang Bai at the back. He discreetly tugged at Jiang Bai's sleeve and whispered, "Tell me, do you have feelings for Bai Lu? Why do you ask that?" Jiang Bai replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. The rotund fellow grinned mysteriously. "Last night, when Bai Lu was seized by the raccoon, you dashed out faster than any of us. And yet you claim you have no feelings for her? That's why we insisted you perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on her." Jiang Bai felt a flush of embarrassment. He knew that their assumption stemmed from a misunderstanding. His swift exit had been motivated by a desire to prevent anyone from snatching the creature away, but he could not articulate this. "Do you truly believe my haste was born of affection for Bai Lu?" he countered. "Is it not?" the portly man retorted, wearing an expression that suggested he was not easily deceived. Jiang Bai chuckled, giving his companion a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "My actions were motivated solely by her role as a team member. However, your words have indeed sparked a thought within me. If one day you were to be captured by a creature, I would certainly take my time to rescue you, lest others misunderstand my feelings for you." Upon uttering this, Jiang Bai ceased to pay any heed to the rotund fellow. The latter was left momentarily dumbfounded, hastily exclaiming, "Don't be like that, my friend. I was merely jesting." Though their voices were low, they did not escape the notice of Bai Lu, who, upon hearing the words of the portly man, felt a flicker of secret delight within her heart. However, upon listening to Jiang Bai's response, her joy swiftly morphed into disappointment. It turned out he regarded her merely as a companion. "Bai Lu, dear Bai Lu, could it be that you have developed feelings for him? Otherwise, why this sense of loss? After all, he is just a tad handsome, a bit more skilled, somewhat braver, and a touch more cheerful, having saved you once. You cannot possibly have feelings for him. That is absolutely out of the question." Bai Lu consoled herself internally. Yet, the more she reassured herself, the more the events of the previous night lingered in her mind, particularly the scene of Jiang Bai heroically slaying the civet cat to save her. No. The company would never allow you to be with him. Bai Lu, dear Bai Lu, you must remain vigilant and not fall into the throes of love. Shaking her head, Bai Lu dismissed these fanciful thoughts from her mind. Lu Yen cast a glance at Bai Lu, As someone who had traversed this path before, she could discern Bai Lu's unusual state. The group meandered through the forest, and by midday, they finally emerged from the woods, arriving at the summit of another mountain. The blazing sun cascaded down upon the seven of them, and a gentle breeze swept through, offering a hint of coolness. Standing atop the mountain, they gazed into the distance. "Look over there, what is that?" Lu Yen suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a distant mountain. The crowd followed the direction of her finger. It was a mountain that appeared to be sculpted by the hands of a deity, its sloping form resembling a colossal bottle lying on the horizon. The entire peak was shrouded in swirling mists, appearing both elusive and magnificent. At the mountain's waist, lush trees flourished, their verdant foliage vibrant and teeming with life. A clear stream babbled through the mountain, its depths visible and pristine. That was the Bottle Mountain. Raymond's expression immediately turned serious as he retrieved a telescope to gaze at the Bottle Mountain. Chapter 10. The abandoned Miao village is that the Bottle Mountain? Truly resembles a bottle. The expedition team has finally arrived at Bottle Mountain. My sleepless night was not in vain. They say Bottle Mountain is perilous, ranked 8th among the forbidden places in our country, yet I see no signs of danger. How does it differ from an ordinary mountain? I believe I could venture into Bottle Mountain myself. Bottle Mountain is rife with venomous creatures. If I am not mistaken, the mist enveloping the mountain is likely toxic fumes, which is not a favorable situation for the expedition team. Considering the distance to Bottle Mountain, it seems we will need about another day. I think I'll just cuddle with my girlfriend for a nap and watch the live stream tomorrow. Wake up upstairs, you don't have a girlfriend. The comments surged wildly, and at that moment, the live stream audience had exceeded 30 million. The little sprite ball gave a close-up of Bottle Mountain and the expedition team. "Ray, have you discovered anything?" Jiang Bai inquired from behind Raymond. Raymond nodded, laid down his binoculars, and turned to the 6 individuals, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I bear both good news and bad news. The bad news is that the path ahead is fraught with difficulty. It is estimated that we will require another day to reach Bottle Mountain. The good news is that I have discovered a village at the foot of this mountain. Tonight, we can seek refuge there." "A village? How can there be a village in such a forbidden zone?" The stout man furrowed his brow. "I do not know. Let us investigate it shortly. After a long morning of travel, everyone should take the opportunity to rest now," Raymond suggested, taking a sip from his water flask. "Finally, we can rest." The stout man plopped down onto the ground. "Let us sit over there." Bai Lu and Lu Yen found a small earthen rise to settle upon. Jiang Bai gazed quietly at Bottle Mountain, aware that a formidable battle awaited them the following day, against the 6-winged centipede, the sentient white ape, and the reanimated general from the Yuan dynasty. "Ray, brother, come quickly. There is a wooden stele here," Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed. "What stele?" Raymond and Jiang Bai approached, only to find 4 intricate characters inscribed on the wooden stele. "Grave of the junior sister." "You are sitting atop someone else's grave," Raymond remarked, astonishment etched on his face as he looked at the 2 women. "Ah!" Bai Lu and Lu Yen gasped, quickly rising from the earthen mound and bowing toward it. "Grave of the junior sister?" Jiang Bai's expression remained unchanged, his gaze contemplative as he regarded the burial mound. If he was not mistaken, this mound should be the grave of that woman. However, if she perished here, it would imply that the Bottle Mountain had long been plundered by her senior brother, and the mountain itself must have been blasted apart. Yet, observing the current state of Bottle Mountain, it appeared entirely intact, without any signs of destruction. Buzz! Buzz! Just as Jiang Bai was deep in thought, a helicopter descended from the sky, and a soldier parachuted down. After saluting Raymond, he turned to Jiang Bai and said, "Comrade Jiang Bai, someone up top is looking for you." The soldier handed Jiang Bai a phone that was already in conversation. "Hello, I am Jiang Bai." Jiang Bai took the phone. "Hello, Comrade Jiang Bai, this is Professor Yang Tianqi from the Biological Research Institute. I noticed you possess a rather peculiar corpse, and I would like to purchase it. Please name your price." Yang Tianqi's tone was quite animated. "Sell the corpse in my possession?" Jiang Bai glanced down at the body of the feline demon elder. He had originally intended to keep it for himself. However, now that there was a buyer, he was not averse to selling it. After careful consideration, Jiang Bai replied, "I can sell you the corpse. Let us settle on a flat price of 3 million. 3 million. There was a brief silence on the line, followed by a clenched teeth response. All right, 3 million it is. I will arrange for the payment immediately. Just hand over the corpse to the soldier. Okay. Jiang Bai casually ended the call and handed both the phone and the corpse to the soldier. The helicopter departed, leaving the group to rest in place. Did I perhaps undervalue it? Jiang Bai gazed at the departing helicopter, suddenly feeling that his earlier demand was rather modest. He should have asked for more, for the other party had been exceedingly forthcoming. Approximately half an hour later, Raymond glanced at the time, and the group continued their journey, descending the mountain. The descent proved far less cumbersome than the ascent, allowing them to progress with notable swiftness. By the time they reached the village, it was merely around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Raymond resolved to halt their advance and decided they would spend the night in the village. Although the hour was early, there appeared to be no superior place to rest ahead. Continuing would only lead them to a night spent in the wilderness. In this vast mountain range, a night in the wild was hardly an ideal situation. Not to mention the plethora of venomous creatures, the unpredictable weather alone could wreak havoc upon them. This was an ancient and dilapidated Miao village, where the wooden structures had succumbed to decay. The rooftops were overrun with moss and weeds, and some houses had even collapsed, leaving only crumbling walls in their wake. The streets were narrow and uneven, paved with cobblestones that had long lost their form. Piles of garbage and debris lined the roadside, rendering the place eerily desolate. It seemed this was a forsaken village, long devoid of inhabitants. I had hoped for a hearty meal and perhaps to meet a Miao girl, the stout man complained, his face betraying disappointment. Have you heard that Miao girls are adept at casting spells and manipulating hearts? Are you not afraid she might ensnare you with a love spell, binding you to this village for eternity? Han Xiaoying jested. That would indeed be splendid, though given my appearance, I doubt any Miao girl would waste a love spell on me. In my view, even if a Miao girl were to cast a spell, it would undoubtedly be directed at Brother Jiang, ensuring he remains by her side for eternity. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Jiang? The plump man nudged Jiang Bai with a wink. True love requires no such sorcery. The exchange of hearts is the superior strategy. If one is fortunate enough to find a soulmate, what harm is there in cherishing her for a lifetime? Jiang Bai spoke with a calm demeanor, leading the way into the Miao village. Han Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with interest as she scrutinized Jiang Bai's silhouette. Shall we proceed? Raymond followed closely behind Jiang Bai. The village was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life, resembling a desolate realm. As the seven traversed several streets, suddenly, the crowing of a rooster pierced the silence. A rooster? Jiang Bai and Raymond exchanged glances, resolutely heading towards the source of the call. They found themselves in a narrow alley. Upon their arrival, they spotted a white-haired elder, approximately 60 or 70 years of age, feeding a few chickens in a courtyard. Is anyone there? Jiang Bai and Raymond's brows furrowed simultaneously, a sense of caution rising within them. They had just scoured the village without encountering a single soul, and now, a mysterious figure had appeared, raising their suspicions. Who would inhabit such a forbidden place? Gentlemen, are you here for an adventure as well? Of course, the plump man boldly approached, reaching the wooden fence of the elder's courtyard. He knocked loudly on the wooden door and inquired, "Old man, I ask you, in such a vast village, why is it that you are the only one here? Where are the other villagers?" Chapter 11. The Perils of Bottle Mountain. Other villagers? The elder slowly turned his head, revealing a ghastly face marred with dark spots, and spoke in a somber tone. "You must not venture to Bottle Mountain. You will perish there." With a chilling smile, he turned away to continue feeding his chickens. "Old man, do you dare curse us?" The stout man, upon hearing the elder's words, widened his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge into the courtyard to teach this audacious elder a lesson. "Stop it, fatty," Raymond called out, restraining him as he approached the wooden door with a sincere demeanor. "Sir, you mentioned that the villagers all perished. How did they meet their end? Come inside." The elder beckoned, opening the wooden door for the seven to enter the small courtyard, leading them into a wooden cabin. This was a simple abode, devoid of any electronic devices except for a few wooden furnishings. In the center, a pot of water simmered over the hearth. "Dear guests, would you like some water? Allow me to pour you a drink." The elder turned, retrieving several wooden cups from the cabinet and placing them before the seven, filling each cup from the kettle over the fire. "Thank you, sir," Raymond replied as he took a cup and inquired further. Over 100 years ago, this village was home to several hundred households. Although isolated from the outside world, they lived in peace and prosperity. However, one day, a group of soldiers clad in yellow uniforms arrived at the village. These soldiers belonged to a local warlord's faction, and they had heard whispers of a grand tomb hidden within Bottle Mountain. Thus, they sought to plunder it in exchange for military provisions. Initially, all was well. The warlords and the villagers maintained a respectful distance from one another. The villagers collectively believed that once the warlords had plundered the tomb, they would depart. However, to their astonishment, the warlords lingered in the Bottle Mountain for over half a month, suffering substantial losses during their stay. It was then that the villagers discovered the existence of a venomous centipede within the mountain, whose bite could reduce a person to mere putrefaction. Fortunately, the warlords' ranks included skilled individuals who swiftly located the treasures hidden within the tomb, transporting them in baskets filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Yet, this fleeting fortune did not last long. It is unclear who divulged their secrets, but shortly after the first warlord's discovery, another group clad in blue uniforms arrived at Bottle Mountain. Their actions were brutal. After subjugating the first warlord's faction, they massacred the entire village, seemingly incensing the heavens. Unlike the first warlords, they failed to uncover any treasures and suffered devastating losses under the assault of the venomous centipedes. Ultimately, they were annihilated in the face of resistance from the first warlord's forces. It is said that both factions that ventured into Bottle Mountain numbered over 10,000, yet fewer than 10 emerged alive. The atmosphere grew somber among the attendees, save for Jiang Bai, as they absorbed the elder's words. "Sir, you mentioned this occurred over a century ago, yet you appear to be in your 60s. How do you possess knowledge of such events?" A glimmer of intrigue passed through Jiang Bai's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the elder's countenance. "It was my father who imparted this tale to me. When he was merely a teenager, he was taken to the mountain by the first warlord as a guide. It is precisely for this reason that he managed to survive against the odds." The elder spoke languidly, lifting his cup to take a sip of water. "Old man, I have one more question," said Raymond. "You mentioned that there are venomous centipedes on Bottle Mountain that can turn a person into pus. I would like to inquire, are these toxic centipedes numerous?" "Cannot say," the elder replied. "They could be abundant or scarce. Please, take your time drinking water while I attend to my chickens. Once I have fed them, I will return to find you." The elder shook his head and slowly made his way outside the wooden hut. As he reached the wooden door, he paused, turning his gaze back towards Jiang Bai and the others. "Esteemed guests, with the recent heavy rainfall, the mountain paths are treacherous. If you are not in haste, you may consider staying here for the time being." The elder offered a sinister smile before turning away and departing the hut. "What do you all think of the old man's words? Do you consider them to be true or false?" Raymond's serious gaze swept across the group, finally resting on Jiang Bai. "Brother, what is your perspective?" Jiang Bai nodded. "It is indeed true. I have encountered references to Bottle Mountain in ancient texts of the Thieves Sect. This place, long ago, was a site for alchemy across various dynasties, later transformed into a tomb by a general of the Yuan dynasty. Within the tomb resides a celestial centipede, measuring over 20 meters in length, adorned with 6 wings, capable of swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, traversing the skies at will, and possessing lethal venom. It is also known as the 6-winged centipede. A centipede over 20 meters long. Brother, is such a creature truly existent?" The plump man exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Jiang Bai nodded once more. "Indeed, it exists. According to ancient texts, aside from the 6-winged centipede, the tomb harbors an innumerable quantity of venomous centipedes, capable of reducing a person to mere pus with a single bite, their toxicity unparalleled. Atop that mountain lies the burial site of a general from the Yuan dynasty, who, having absorbed the malevolent energy for a century, has long since transformed into a zombie, impervious to blades and bullets. There exists a white ape, having lived for over 1,000 years, possessing human-like intelligence and extraordinary strength, commanding its tribe with a ruthless penchant for slaughter." Jiang Bai, aware of the perils, divulged everything he knew, citing ancient texts on thievery as his rationale, allowing Lei Meng and the others to prepare themselves psychologically in advance. No further inquiries were made, for to question was to acknowledge that he had indeed perused the ancient texts. As for the location of those texts, he had accidentally burned them during his childhood escapades. Upon hearing his account, the crowd collectively gasped, their faces etched with terror. Lu Yen and Bai Lu were enveloped in a suffocating despair, while Lei Meng's visage grew increasingly grave. Is it true, Brother Jiang? A centipede over 20 meters long, capable of spitting clouds and soaring through the skies? Are you certain this isn't a fantastical realm? The zombies, could it be that such creatures truly exist in this world? I wonder if my great-grandfather has turned into one. If so, let it take a bite out of me. I desire invulnerability and unwavering resilience. Damn it! My friend wanted to take me on an adventure to Bottle Mountain last time, claiming the scenery was splendid. Thank goodness I didn't go. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to a mere puddle of pus by now. If Bottle Mountain contains a tomb, does that imply that Brother Jiang and his companions are destined for riches? What are you dreaming about up there? Even if treasures lie within the tomb, they would belong to the state. Who would dare to traffic them? No, it should be from an expert. The expert exchanged 500 yuan for a banner in return for a treasure, then fabricated a counterfeit to place in the museum while keeping the genuine article for sale. As a biologist, I assert that such a large centipede cannot exist in this world. It defies the laws of nature. Do not heed Jiang Bai's nonsensical claims. Chapter 12. Arrival at Bottle Mountain. The atmosphere within the wooden cabin was unusually tense. Bai Lu and Lu Yen had already turned pale, while the others remained silent. Raymond lowered his head, furrowing his brows deeply. After a prolonged silence, Raymond raised his head, directing a serious gaze at Jiang Bai, and said, "Young man, since your ancient texts record the dangers of Bottle Mountain, are there any notes on how to counteract them?" Jiang Bai shook his head. "Unfortunately, there are none. That ancient tome was accidentally burned when I was quite young. However, I do possess a method for overcoming the peril." "What method?" Raymond, along with the others, including the stout man, instantly turned their attention to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai smiled. The six-winged centipede, a general from the Yuan dynasty, and the formidable white ape. One swift strike from my blade is sufficient to vanquish them. As for the venomous centipedes within the tomb, we simply need to request 100,000 roosters, and the problem will be resolved entirely. In nature, everything has its predator. Roosters are perfectly suited to conquer centipedes. Once the 100,000 roosters arrive, even if there are 1,000,000 venomous centipedes, they will merely become a feast. This revelation sparked a glimmer of understanding in Raymond and the stout man's eyes. Indeed, how had they overlooked such a solution? In the grand tapestry of nature, every creature has its adversary, and roosters are precisely the bane of centipedes. 100,000 roosters are insufficient. Then let it be 200,000. They are not merely 7 individuals. Behind them stands an entire nation. If we can indeed eliminate the peril of Bottle Mountain, it would not only benefit the local populace but also serve the interests of the country. Wait for me. I shall contact the higher-ups immediately. Raymond, a true soldier, acted with decisiveness and strode out of the room. Monster, share one with me. Zhao Yuning gazed at Jiang Bai, her eyes glimmering with a thirst for battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai shook his head, declaring, "No. No, all the monsters belong to me. Not a single one shall be shared. We agreed beforehand that you cannot seize them." "Petty," she retorted. "Are you distributing monsters, young man?" The chubby one asked in astonishment, his small eyes wide with curiosity. "No, you misheard," Jiang Bai denied. He had already resolved that upon discovering any elusive creature, he would eliminate it at the first opportunity, ensuring Zhao Yuning had no chance to claim it, including from Raymond. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Bai's confidence, Lu Yen and Bai Lu appeared considerably more at ease, their previous fear dissipating. Outside the wooden cabin, Raymond ended the satellite communication and walked back inside, addressing everyone with a serious demeanor. "Ladies and gentlemen, the higher-ups have agreed to our request and will dispatch 100,000 roosters to assist us. However, we must ascertain the presence of venomous centipedes in Bottle Mountain. Additionally, We are instructed to protect cultural relics and avoid unnecessary destruction. We will. Jiang Bai and the others nodded in unison. Very well, then let us all retire early tonight. Tomorrow morning we shall march towards Bottle Mountain, Raymond declared resolutely. Just as he spoke, an elderly man stepped into the wooden cabin, his voice low and somber. 7 of you, I have prepared dinner. If you do not mind, please join me for a bite. Very well. The 7 rose and followed the old man. As night descended, a solitary oil lamp illuminated the interior of the cabin, where the 7 gathered together on the floor. Although the village boasted numerous rooms, an unsettling aura pervaded the place, prompting them to remain together rather than separate for the night. Raymond, armed, took the outermost position, followed closely by Lu Yen, Bai Lu, Zhao Yunying, Han Xiaoying, Jiang Bai, and the portly fellow. However, as Jiang Bai observed the sleeping figure of the rotund man, he helplessly inched closer to Han Xiaoying. The space on the floor was already limited, and the portly man's encroachment left Jiang Bai with barely half a single bed's width. Would you mind if I shifted a bit closer to you? Jiang Bai inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. His current position was rather awkward, with a mere 10 centimeters separating him from Han Xiaoying, allowing him to feel her breath with each exhale. Not at all. Good night, Zhang Xiaoga. Han Xiaoying replied with a sweet smile, gently closing her eyes. The slight tremor of her eyelashes revealed that her heart was anything but tranquil at that moment. Good night, Jiang Bai murmured, his gaze lingering on Han Xiaoying's exquisite visage before he too closed his eyes. The night passed in silence. On the 3rd day, the crowing of roosters shattered the morning stillness. The group of 7, fully prepared, embarked on their journey towards Bottle Mountain, their belongings in tow. The arduous path up the mountain is fraught with twists and turns. Even though Jiang Bai and his companions had mentally prepared themselves before embarking on their journey, the treacherous and muddy trail proved to be exceptionally challenging to navigate. This was particularly true for Bai Lu and Lu Yen. Not only were they inexperienced climbers, but the burdens they carried on their backs rendered every step a drain on their energy. Despite their struggles, Jiang Bai refrained from extending a hand to alleviate their burdens. Adventure is not a trivial pursuit. If they required assistance merely to ascend a mountain, they would either have to withdraw or risk perishing in the throes of exploration. In such perilous territories, no one is inclined to carry additional encumbrances. As for affection, it is a one-way street. He has always been the recipient, never the giver. Raymond wielded a spade, leading the way as he cleared the overgrown weeds that obstructed their path. Occasionally, venomous snakes slithered out from the underbrush, only to be swiftly vanquished by Raymond's decisive strike. After several arduous hours of climbing, at midday, Jiang Bai and his party of 7 arrived at the base of a sheer cliff. Before them loomed the Bottle Mountain, shrouded in mist. From a distance it appeared unremarkable, yet up close, its grandeur was astonishing, truly a testament to nature's artistry. Such a magnificent sight, it was no wonder that a grand tomb was constructed here, reflected Han Xiaoying. While the scenery was indeed splendid, it was now time for us to face the trials ahead. This would be a formidable challenge. Prepare yourselves for the possibility of peril, Jiang Bai stated solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the precipice below. Chapter 13. Beneath the cliff lurks a poisonous centipede. Brother, do you think there is something beneath this cliff? Raymond inquired, noticing Jiang Bai's unwavering attention towards the abyss below. If there is something down there, we shall soon find out. Fatty, hand me your rope, Jiang Bai requested, taking the rope from Fatty's hands. He secured one end to a large rock at the cliff's edge and the other around his waist, preparing to descend. Although he had an inkling of what lay beneath the cliff, the audience in the live stream remained oblivious. He deemed it essential to enlighten them regarding the dangers of this forbidden place, particularly concerning the small centipedes. I wonder if those with a fear of clusters would be frightened, he mused. Wait, I will descend with you, Raymond interjected, retrieving his own rope from his backpack and fastening it to a stone. Zhao Yunying followed suit. Are you going down too? Jiang Bai asked, astonished at Zhao Yunying's determination. Without a word, she nodded affirmatively. Very well, since you all are descending, please follow me. Jiang Bai untied the ropes around his waist and made his way toward the grass on the edge of the cliff. Zhao Yunying and Raymond exchanged glances, puzzled by Jiang Bai's intentions. Yet they complied and stepped into the foliage. "Why are you following me?" In the underbrush, Jiang Bai produced a small dagger designed for slaying both the young and the old, and he sliced his fingertip. Under the bewildered gazes of Raymond and Zhao Yunying, he smeared his blood upon their forearms. "Brother, what are you doing?" Raymond's confusion deepened. "Do not inquire. This is for your own good." Jiang Bai, licking the blood from his finger, strode out of the thicket, swiftly securing the rope at the cliff's edge before descending. Raymond and Zhao Yunying followed suit with equal haste. The trio descended rapidly, accompanied by ethereal orbs that circled around them. As they traversed through a veil of mist, the scene below the cliff unfolded before Jiang Bai and his companions, simultaneously revealing itself to the audience in the livestream. They beheld the rooftops of ancient structures, their tiles uneven and some roofs shattered, exposing gaping holes. Scattered atop the roofs lay a pile of tattered garments. Upon landing on the rooftop, Raymond prodded a yellow military uniform with the barrel of his gun, scrutinizing it before furrowing his brow. "This is a military uniform from the Republic era. It seems that gentlemen did not deceive us. There indeed were warlords here during that time. Follow me," Jiang Bai instructed, gesturing toward a nearby large hole before leaping into it without a second thought. Raymond and Zhao Yunying followed closely behind. Beneath the cave lies a dim, damp, and disorderly chamber, its floor strewn with tattered military uniforms from the Republic era, long since reduced to shambles. The arrival of the intruders seems to have disturbed the room's occupant, unleashing a multitude of centipedes that emerge from the uniforms and the crevices of the walls, crawling towards them in a dense mass. These centipedes, dark as night with a striking red stripe along their backs, are unmistakably venomous. Their sheer numbers quickly cover the entire floor, creating a nightmarish vista that sends chills down the spine. Are these the poisonous centipedes? Raymond's expression is focused, his grip on his firearm unwavering, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Zhao Yunying remains equally vigilant, scanning their surroundings. "Everyone stay still." Jiang Bai whispers, "Goodness, so many centipedes." Spirit Ball, quickly shift the camera away from them. "My fear of clusters is about to kick in. My girlfriend asked me why I threw up in her mouth. It's simply too revolting. This world is still so unkind to women. Why must these centipedes be so grotesque? Could they not be a tad more charming? Damn. Even watching the live stream makes my hair stand on end. I can't fathom how Brother Jiang and the others endure this." In the room, the centipedes multiply, drawing closer to Jiang Bai and his companions. A cold sweat beads on Raymond's forehead. Even this battle-hardened warrior feels a twinge of dread at the sight of such a multitude of centipedes. Inwardly, he prepares himself for the possibility of sacrifice, ready to be reduced to mere viscous fluid. The scene that Raymond had envisioned did not materialize. All the centipedes, upon approaching within 2 meters of them, suddenly halted as if they had encountered some frightful entity, becoming disordered and turning upon one another in a frenzy. "Let us ascend," Jiang Bai remarked with a smile. "You go first." Without hesitation, Raymond and Zhao Yunying swiftly climbed to the rooftop. After they had ascended, Jiang Bai leapt up after them. Once back on the roof, Raymond finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiang Bai surveyed the surroundings and spotted a half-meter-long lizard clinging to the cliff wall. He approached, seized it, and brought it to the cave entrance, tossing the lizard into the room. The lizard, in a state of panic, prepared to flee the moment it touched the ground, only to be besieged by the centipedes. In an instant, the lizard was reduced to a pool of ichor. Raymond was rendered speechless. The entire live broadcast room fell into silence. Just moments ago, those centipedes. Zhao Yunying opened her mouth, contemplating the blood on the back of her hand, before closing it again. The trio climbed the rope to the cliff's edge. The others, including the portly man, had grown impatient. Upon seeing the 3 ascend, they hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Captain Ray, what is the situation below?" Raymond took a deep breath, his expression grave as he scanned the crowd. "Everyone, that gentleman did not deceive us. Below, there are indeed centipedes capable of turning a person into ichor. Their numbers are even greater than we had anticipated. For now, we can only await the arrival of the Rooster Brigade above, hoping they will eradicate these centipedes. Otherwise, should these centipedes emerge from the Bottle Mountain, It would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster for the people of Shaanxi. What shall we do now? Shall we merely wait? Han Xiaoying interjected. Raymond turned to Jiang Bai. Brother, what is your perspective? They have sent thousands to plunder the tombs. There must be remnants at their encampment. Furthermore, we require a resting place ourselves. Raymond nodded. Very well. We shall heed your advice. Their encampment should be in the vicinity. The 7 of them, laden with backpacks, resumed their journey. A century has elapsed, and the traces left by the 2 warlords have long since vanished. Jiang Bai trailed at the rear, occasionally furrowing his brow. Throughout their trek, he had not encountered a single soldier's corpse. A century should not suffice for complete decomposition. The only explanation for this anomaly, he surmised, is that someone has removed these bodies. Yet who would undertake the arduous task of transporting thousands of corpses to such a desolate location? Chapter 14. The renowned host Raymond. Look, tents. So many tents. The 7 had not ventured far when a dilapidated encampment came into view. Bai Lu pointed excitedly at the tents. The presence of tents signified that they would not have to sleep rough tonight. This should be their resting place. Raymond entered the tent camp, observing meticulously. Some tents were tattered, while others remained relatively intact and usable. The rotund one discovered numerous pots, pans, and bedding within several tents. Raymond, come quickly. It seems there is someone over there. Lu Yen pointed towards the thicket ahead, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Person, Raymond, wielding a firearm, cautiously approached the underbrush. There lay a stout man, clad in sneakers, jeans, and a red and white top, unconscious amidst the foliage. It's him. How could he be here? Lu Yen exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Lu Yen, do you know him? Raymond inquired, his expression grave. Lu Yen nodded affirmatively. He is Haitao from Mango TV, the one who publicly knelt before the Koreans. Is it really him? Upon hearing the mention of kneeling to the Koreans, the impression of Haitao diminished among those present. But how did he end up here? Lu Yen furrowed her brow, suddenly slapping her forehead. I remember now, before we departed, I saw a news report about a plane crash over Shaanxi, and even the rescue teams were unable to locate it. I recall that the report mentioned the famous host Haitao was aboard that flight. I never expected he would fall here at Bottle Mountain. Regardless, we must awaken him first. Raymond crouched down, ensuring Haitao still breathed, before gently slapping his face. Almost simultaneously, the viewers outside the live broadcast went into a frenzy. Everyone, I just checked the news. Indeed, a plane has recently gone down, and all passengers are missing. Haitao, it's Haitao, my favorite star. I never thought he was still alive. I assumed he perished with the plane. This is wonderful. What a coincidence indeed. The search party astonishingly discovered survivors of the plane crash, suggesting that the black box might also be located near Bottle Mountain. With survivors, we could ascertain the reasons behind the aircraft's unfortunate demise. In any case, this is a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Damn, how did this fellow not perish? Kneeling before the Koreans in public, it is utterly shameful for us, the people of Xia. Wake up, wake up. Under Raymond's gentle prodding, Haitao gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? He blinked, still dazed, and saw several faces before him. Haitao, you're awake, Lu Yen exclaimed with joy. Lu Yen, it's you. Recognizing her, Haitao sat up from the ground, looking around in confusion. Are we participating in the official? Before Lu Yen could explain, Jiang Bai stepped forward, interrupting her with a smile. Little brother, you're awake. It was at this moment that Haitao noticed Raymond. Upon seeing Raymond's military attire, he became exhilarated. A soldier. You are a soldier. Raymond nodded. Perfect. In my capacity as the host of Mango TV, I command you to take me to a safe location. Immediately. I'm afraid I cannot comply, Raymond replied without hesitation. Cannot comply? Haitao, invigorated, rose to his feet, pointing a finger at Raymond's nose, demanding assertively, on what grounds can you not comply? You are a soldier, and it is your duty to safeguard the safety of the populace, particularly those of us in the upper echelons of society. Protecting me is not only your obligation but also an intrinsic part of your military service. How can you, as a soldier, fail to fulfill this responsibility? I now command you one final time. Promptly escort me to a secure location. Otherwise, I shall file a complaint against you with your unit and expose your conduct. Do as you wish. Raymond's face revealed a hint of displeasure. Do as you wish. Hao Tao was infuriated by Raymond's demeanor. Glancing at the backpack behind him, he reached out and began to seize it. Surely there must be provisions within. Bring them to me at once. You! Raymond's expression turned icy. He contemplated reprimanding Hao Tao but, mindful of his own status, could only allow Hao Tao to take his backpack. Indeed, there were provisions and water. Hao Tao extracted a pack of compressed biscuits and some water, devouring them voraciously. By the heavens! I cannot endure this any longer. The hefty man rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Hao Tao, but was halted by Jiang Bai's restraining hand. Jiang Bai cast a glance at the small camera and slowly uttered 3 words for him to refrain. He had often heard of certain celebrities who maintained one facade in public while exhibiting another in private. Now that he had the opportunity, he intended to observe closely. Hao Tao's audacity stemmed from the absence of cameras around and the fact that Raymond was a soldier. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was equally incensed by Hao Tao's behavior. What manner of person is this? Not only does he lack gratitude for being rescued, but he also dares to issue commands. The host is truly remarkable, isn't it? Can one really elevate themselves merely by being a host? I have long heard whispers of his questionable character, yet I had never witnessed it firsthand. To my astonishment, his character is indeed lacking. How can someone of such integrity assume the role of a host? My dear friend Tao Tao was not mistaken. Is it not the duty of those in the military to serve us? When we are in need, why should we hesitate to seek their assistance? It is both their obligation and a privilege. Otherwise, what purpose do we serve in employing these soldiers? Indeed, our Tao Tao is a premier host. Should anything happen to him, it would be a significant loss for the hosting community. In contrast, what is Raymond but a mere figurehead? What does it matter if he contributes a little? After all, our nation is not short of soldiers. Losing one will not be detrimental. It is true what they say. The nature of the star reflects the character of their fans. The number of mindless admirers today is astonishing, utterly shattering one's worldview. As comments flooded the screen, Hao Tao finished the last morsel of his compressed biscuit, letting out a satisfied belch. The soldier's water bottle was empty. Fetch me some water later, and remember, I want purified water. Hao Tao tossed the water bottle into Raymond's hands and casually found a place to sit. Chapter 15. Hao Tao's shamelessness. Raymond's eyes burned with fury. Were it not for his position and the live broadcast, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Hao Tao a lesson. Never mind, team leader Raymond. Let us expedite the arrangement of our campsite. The plump fellow discerned Jiang Bai's intentions and hurried to pacify Raymond. Suppressing his anger, Raymond turned to clear the underbrush at the campsite, while Lu Yen and Bai Lu also began to assist. They brought out some usable items to bask in the sunlight and organized the pots and bowls together. Hao Tao sat on the ground, his gaze sweeping over Han Xiaoying's figure, a flicker of lust igniting in his eyes. However, sensing that Han Xiaoying was not to be trifled with, he shifted his focus to Lien, calling out, "Lien, come over here and massage my legs and shoulders. Otherwise, watch out, I might blacklist you." Lien, already irked by Hao Tao, felt her anger surge at his words. Grabbing a stone, she hurled it at him, exclaiming, "How dare you? If you have the guts, go ahead and blacklist me right now." Hao Tao, taken aback by Liu Yan's rejection, felt a wave of fury wash over him, but just as he was about to retaliate, he noticed Luan pulling a knife from her backpack. Instantly, the fire of his anger was doused, as fear gripped him. He dared not utter a word, fearing she might strike him. The scene fell into silence. Approximately an hour later, a clear space was made, revealing a tent large enough to accommodate 7 people for sleeping. Upon seeing that there were only 7 sleeping arrangements within the tent, Hao Tao's dissatisfaction was palpable. His expression darkening as he addressed Raymond haughtily. "Hey, soldier, what's the meaning of this? Why are there only 7 bedding sets? I command you to find me a clean and hygienic bedding set immediately. I want to sleep among you." Raymond ignored Hao Tao, glancing at the others and stating, "Let us go. We will likely be staying here for the next few days, so we should first search for a water source." All right, the group agreed without dissent. Though they carried water, it was insufficient. They required a new source. The group of 7 paid no heed to Haitao as they shouldered their backpacks and ventured beyond the camp. "Hey, where are you all headed?" the soldier called out, addressing them. Upon noticing the 7 preparing to leave, Haitao grew anxious and hastily approached them. Yet, the 7 continued to disregard him. "If you abandon me and something happens, it will be entirely your responsibility. I have family above who will ensure you face dire consequences," Haitao declared with arrogance. Taking a deep breath, Raymond turned to speak. "We are in search of a water source. If you wish to accompany us, then do so." Now that S more reasonable, Haitao promptly fell in line behind the 7. The mountain path proved treacherous. The 7, accustomed to such hardships, fared well, but Haitao struggled. Burdened by his excess weight, he began to gasp for breath after a mere few hundred meters, demanding a break. Reluctantly, Raymond acquiesced. After a series of stops and starts, they finally arrived at a small stream a few miles away after an hour's trek. Raymond surveyed the surroundings to ensure their safety before assigning tasks. Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning were to stand guard, while Haitao, Bai Lu, and Lu Yen were tasked with gathering firewood. He and the stout Han Xiaoying would manage the dishes, fetch water, and kindle the fire. "You are responsible for gathering firewood. That is your duty, and I refuse to partake," Haitao declared, plopping down on the ground in defiance upon hearing that he had his own tasks. "We are all working. Are you somehow exempt?" Bai Lu retorted, fuming with indignation. "Your labor is a choice you made. It has nothing to do with me," Haitao replied dismissively. "Did I instruct you to work? It is your own desire to engage in labor. Who can you blame for that? Furthermore, I am a host, and if I were to injure my hands while performing such menial tasks, could you compensate me for the damage? Although you, Bai Lu, are a prominent star, my connections are beyond your imagination," Haitao retorted boldly. You! Bai Lu pointed at Haitao, rendered speechless by her anger. "Enough, Bai Lu. Let him be." Lu Yen stepped forward to comfort Bai Lu. "Humph." Bai Lu turned away, angrily picking up firewood. Haitao glanced at Bai Lu, reclining on the ground with his legs crossed. "Are you all simple-minded? Is what my Tao Tao said incorrect? It is not he who asked Bai Lu to work. It is she who foolishly volunteered. Why should we blame my Tao Tao?" "Exactly. My Tao Tao is a renowned host. If he were to sustain an injury while working, who would take responsibility? Such labor should be performed by those suited for it. Isn't that Layman a soldier? Let him handle the work." Is there truly a fan base for someone like Haitao? Truly, like attracts like, only refuse congregates with refuse. By the creek, everyone had distinct roles, and soon a pot of water was boiling. Jiang Bai took out a packet of dried vegetable leaves, preparing to add them to the pot when he noticed Bai Lu retrieving several eggs and 2 packs of noodles from her backpack. "Brother, shall we have this today? Where did you get those?" Layman asked from the side, unable to recall providing Bai Lu with noodles and eggs. Bai Lu chuckled softly. "I exchanged my necklace for these noodles and eggs with the elder of the village." "Goodness, Bai Lu! Are you saying you traded your necklace for such a meager amount of noodles and eggs? If I recall correctly, that necklace is worth several tens of thousands." Lu Yen exclaimed in astonishment. "If it helps the team, a necklace is but a trifle," Bai Lu replied dismissively. "You've gone to great lengths," Jiang Bai remarked, accepting Bai Lu's noodles and tossing them into the pot, followed by cracking the eggs in and sprinkling a pinch of salt. Before long, a modest afternoon meal was prepared. The 7 of them each took a pair of chopsticks and sat before the pot. Haitao lay nearby, and upon noticing that none of them called him to join the meal, his expression darkened. He immediately stood up, walked over to Lu Yen, snatched her bowl and chopsticks, and began scooping the eggs from the pot into his own bowl. "What are you doing? There are only 7 eggs in the pot, and you've taken them all. What will we eat?" Bai Lu glared at Haitao in anger. Haitao shrugged nonchalantly. "But there are noodles left. You can eat noodles, can't you? They are not inedible." "You!" Bai Lu fumed. With a loud crash, the hefty one threw his bowl onto the ground, declaring, "I won't eat anymore. You all can have it. I'm going to relieve myself." Chapter 16. Do not let him return alive. As the hefty one rose and made his way towards the bushes, Haitao remained unfazed, savoring the eggs in his bowl. What manner of person is this? Who contributes nothing during work but only selects the finest morsels during meals, showing no regard for others? How can one be so shameless? The live stream was rife with criticism. Bai Lu and her companions glared furiously at Haitao. Let us eat, Lei Meng urged, suppressing his anger. Reluctantly, everyone began to consume the noodles. Moments later, the pot of noodles was entirely devoured. Haitao, rubbing his stomach, reclined leisurely on the ground. Lu Yen, glancing toward the bushes, asked with concern, "Is everything all right?" "Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about," Jiang Bai replied with a smile. Just then, a jovial figure emerged from the foliage, fatty, his face beaming with delight. He approached Haitao and cheerfully inquired, "Have you had enough to eat? Would you care for more?" Haitao patted his belly and waved his hand. "I'm full. You all take your time with the noodles." "Very well, since you are satisfied, we shall commence our meal. Brother, Lei, boil some water. We shall feast on wild chicken and savor chicken soup." Upon hearing wild chicken, Bai Lu's irritation diminished significantly. They set to work, boiling water and plucking feathers. With everyone's cooperation, 2 wild chickens were swiftly prepared, one for roasting and the other for soup. "If only we had some seasoning," Fatty lamented, gazing longingly at the pot of chicken soup. "Seasoning? We have that." Jiang Bai retrieved a bag filled with goji berries, red dates, and other seasonings from his backpack and tossed it into the pot. "Brother, you brought all this?" the plump man exclaimed, his face a picture of surprise. Jiang Bai merely smiled, remaining silent. Approximately half an hour later, both roasted chicken and chicken soup emerged from the pot, and the group of 7 indulged in their feast. "Ah, how fragrant! This wild chicken is far more aromatic than regular chicken," the plump man remarked, his mouth full. Haitao longed to partake but soon realized he was too stuffed to consume another bite, understanding that he had been outwitted by the plump man. Watching Jiang Bai and the others savor the roasted chicken and sip the chicken soup, Haitao's fans in the live stream grew increasingly displeased. "These people are truly despicable. They have wild chicken yet hide it away, quibbling over those few eggs with Tao Tao. What kind of individuals are they?" Indeed, especially Raymond, a soldier no less, who seems solely concerned with his own enjoyment rather than assisting Tao Tao. "We ought to report this and demand a public apology from them." "Exactly, they must apologize to Tao Tao. I can only say that the plump man has done splendidly. Bravo to the plump man. Kudos to the plump man." After finishing 2 wild chickens, the group felt entirely satisfied. Raymond glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He stood up, adjusted his backpack, and addressed the group. "All right." Just as the plump man was about to rise and shoulder his backpack, he noticed a slip of paper wedged beneath it. Contemplating for a moment, he discreetly picked up the note and slipped it into his pocket. "You all go ahead. I won't be leaving just yet. I haven't rested enough." Haitao wore a sullen expression. "Aren't you leaving?" Jiang Bai approached Haitao and smiled gently. "Are you certain you won't depart? Are you aware of the identities of the 7 of us?" Haitao glanced at Jiang Bai, his face full of disdain. "Aren't you merely an expedition team? What? Do you dare to abandon me?" Jiang Bai chuckled and pointed to the sprite orb hovering above. "It is true that we are an expedition team, but we are also part of an officially organized live-streamed exploration of forbidden zones. Do you see that orb in the sky? It is called the Sprite Orb, and it has been broadcasting live 24 hours a day. Everything you have done thus far has been transmitted." "What?" Upon hearing that the entire event was being live-streamed, Haitao immediately straightened in disbelief, staring at the Sprite Orb. He had heard of the official live-streamed exploration of forbidden zones, but he had been too eager to meet his beloved Appa in South Korea to pay much attention. Furthermore, the officials had not disclosed the list of guests for the live exploration, so he hadn't given it much thought. If what Jiang Bai said was true, then his previous actions were. No, he had to make amends. A sheen of sweat broke out on Haitao's forehead. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he swiftly stood up and smiled at the Sprite Orb. "Here, Tao Tao, would like to say that everyone must take care of themselves. Tao Tao will always be here for the family. Thank you all. Indeed, some of these little celestial boys are bound to be affected, realizing they cannot compare to Tao Tao." I shall merely smile and remain silent. The mind is a remarkable asset. Regrettably, it seems you have focused solely on evolution, neglecting to wield it. It is no wonder that some fans are referred to as brainless. It appears they truly are devoid of intellect. The live broadcast room buzzed incessantly as Jiang Bai and his companions set forth. Aware that they were being streamed, Haitao refrained from voicing complaints during the descent, gritting his teeth and striving to keep pace with the expedition team. However, his overindulgence, coupled with the hurried journey, left him feeling nauseous. The portly man deliberately lagged at the rear of the group, trailing behind everyone else. Ensuring that the spirit orb was oblivious to his actions, he discreetly retrieved a note. His eyes glinted with speculation as he swiftly swallowed the paper, maintaining an air of nonchalance while following at the back. Chapter 17, Wang City. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where hundreds of helicopters buzzed low towards the cliffs before Bottle Mountain. "Lay team, stay at the camp while I take a look," Jiang Bai declared, shouldering the dragonbone blade and seizing a rope before sprinting towards the precipice, the spirit orb trailing closely above him. With his burden lightened, Jiang Bai moved swiftly, reaching the cliff's edge in mere minutes. He secured one end of the rope to a rock and leapt off the cliff. At that moment, helicopters descended towards the cliff's base. The cabin doors swung open, releasing an uncountable number of roosters that soared from the helicopters, flapping their wings as they descended towards the rooftop. These roosters were not mere farm-raised broilers. They were free-range, genuine combat-ready cocks. They soared through the air, eagerly vying to dive into the openings on the rooftop. Their excited caws suggested a palpable thrill among them. Even amidst the cacophony of roosters, Jiang Bai discerned a few aberrant breeds, the Anger chickens, which possessed eyelids akin to those of humans. Before long, the entire expanse beneath the cliff was engulfed by the Kunji's formidable army, their exuberance resonating through their jubilant crows. Sensing an imminent threat, a multitude of venomous centipedes surged forth from the crevices of the rooftop, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Kunjis. The battle between the chickens and centipedes was on the verge of eruption. The roosters, armed with sharp claws and beaks, could effortlessly crush a centipede with a single swipe or deliver a decisive peck. Strangely, the venom of the toxic centipedes seemed to have little effect on the roosters, often requiring the demise of dozens before one rooster succumbed to their bite. Suspended in midair over the precipice, Jiang Bai chose not to descend. He was waiting for the emergence of the six-winged centipedes. At last, the long-anticipated battle between chickens and centipedes has arrived. Our Kunjis are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Look, there's my prized rooster, devouring centipedes with abandon. Who would have thought my chicken would one day serve the nation? Unlike me, a mere layabout. For reasons unknown, I suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the centipedes. Perhaps they never imagined that one day, an army of Kunjis would descend upon them. What's Zhang Xiaogu up to? Is he, like us, captivated by this clash of chickens and centipedes? As the ethereal orb broadcasted the scene below the cliff, the viewers of the livestream grew increasingly agitated. Jiang Bai remained serene, suspended over the abyss. An hour passed, yet the six-winged centipedes did not appear. 2 hours elapsed, and still no sign of the six-winged centipedes. Glancing at the darkening night sky, Jiang Bai began his ascent back up the cliff. He speculated that the six-winged centipede was likely frightened by the 100,000 Kuan chickens and dared not emerge. Raymond and the others hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Brother, do you think our Kuan chicken army can vanquish those venomous centipedes?" Jiang Bai nodded. "As long as they can be exterminated, that is what matters." Raymond let out a sigh of relief. "Fatty, what are you thinking? Those are official chickens. We cannot seize them casually," Bai Lu interjected. "Indeed, that is a valid point," the fatty acknowledged. "All right, everyone should rest early." A night passed without incident. The next morning, before the sun had risen, the tranquility of the Bottle Mountain was shattered by a cacophony of crowing. The 100,000 Kuan chickens crowed in unison, their calls deafening and echoing for miles around. The new round of the chicken versus centipede battle was about to commence. Jiang Bai prepared his backpack and led Raymond and the others towards the cliff. After a fresh rain in the empty mountains, they encountered numerous roosters along the way, nestled in the grass and perched on branches. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A formation of roosters stood in neat rows at the cliff's edge, commanded by an irate rooster, preparing to leap down. Good heavens, have these chickens evolved? They can line up in formation? The fatty exclaimed, astonished. These chickens have dealt with humans for years. They have acquired a touch of human spirit. Do you see the rooster at the forefront? Jiang Bai pointed to the prominent angry clear chicken and explained. That chicken is a mythical breed known as the phoenix species, specifically the angry clear chicken. It serves as the nemesis of the 5 poisons, exclusively appearing in Angry Clear County. It appears that there are indeed individuals of great capability behind the scenes of the official narrative, capable of locating the Angry Clear Chicken. Angry Clear Chicken, Phoenix species? The plump one shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity. Let us proceed. We cannot descend the cliff. We shall seek another entrance to the tomb. With that, Jiang Bai took the lead, making his way towards the mountainside. An hour later, the group found themselves meandering at the mountainside. Whether by design or happenstance, Jiang Bai continued to guide them in circles. The others fared reasonably well, but it was a different story for Hai Tao. Already lacking in physical fitness and overweight, coupled with the fact that he had skipped breakfast, he now felt both ravenous and utterly exhausted. Observing Jiang Bai's relentless wandering, he could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, we have been wandering aimlessly. What exactly are we searching for? We have spent the entire morning in this endeavor. Can we not take a break? If you are tired, you may rest here while we look for a stone door." Hai Tao glanced around, noting the overgrown weeds and the occasional venomous snakes slithering through the underbrush, which sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to refrain from further comment. After another half-hour of wandering, Jiang Bai finally halted before a stone door. "Brother Jiang, what is this place? Is it the entrance to the tomb of a general from the Yuan dynasty?" Han Xiaoying inquired, perplexed. Jiang Bai shook his head, pointing towards the stone door with a grave expression. "This is the Wang City. Are you not curious about the fate of the corpses of those 2 warlords from the Republic of China era? The walled city?" Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow slightly. Jiang Bai turned to Raymond. "Captain Lei, you must have explosives on you. Could you assist me in blasting open this stone door?" Raymond hesitated for a moment, recognizing that the stone door appeared quite old, possibly an antique. However, seeing the resolute expression on Jiang Bai's face, he contemplated briefly before nodding. "All right." Raymond retrieved the explosives from his backpack, approached the stone door, and after a flurry of activity, he distanced himself from the door and gently pressed a remote. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, enveloping the surroundings in an instant cloud of smoke and debris. As the dust settled, everyone gazed towards the now breached stone door, which had been blasted open just enough to allow passage through a small opening. A foul stench wafted from the gap. Chapter 18. The Selfishness of Online Shopping. Ugh! The women recoiled at the smell, retching in disgust. The putrid odor was both swift in arrival and departure. Jiang Bai scanned Raymond and the others. "Ladies and gentlemen, beyond this point lies the walled city, a trap set by the tomb's master for grave robbers. It's evident that there are numerous mechanisms inside. I ask that you wait here while I venture forth to investigate." "Wait, I will accompany you." Raymond stepped forward, his tone serious. "I am a soldier and your captain. I have no justification to allow you to enter alone while I remain outside. That contradicts my principles as a soldier. I will follow you as well," the stout man declared resolutely. "And we will too." Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yen spoke in unison, while Zhao Yunying merely nodded, her resolve unmistakable. "Are you all planning to enter? It's fraught with peril inside, and it could be fatal," Jiang Bai remarked in astonishment. Han Xiaoying chuckled softly. "We are a team, a collective here for the adventure. If we were to shy away from danger, what purpose would our existence serve? We might as well withdraw entirely. Rest assured, we shall not be a burden to you." Before embarking on this expedition, we signed a life and death agreement with the authorities. Within the forbidden grounds, fate governs life and death. No one can be held accountable. Very well. Jiang Bai refrained from further persuasion. As Han Xiaoying aptly stated, life and death are dictated by fate, and fortune lies in the hands of the heavens. "You wait outside." Raymond shot a glance at Hai Tao. "No, I wish to enter as well."
My legs order my oven.
You cannot dictate my movements, Haitao declared with a sense of righteous indignation. Upon realizing that Jiang Bai and his companions were part of the live exploration team for the Forbidden Zone, he had pondered this all night. He understood just how popular this expedition was. It was the first time in many years that the Summer Nations authorities had independently organized and heavily promoted such an event, which would be broadcast across major streaming platforms and even featured on CCTV and local stations. This was a sensational event, symbolizing popularity. Countless celebrities aspired to join, only to be turned away by the authorities. And here he was, fortuitously encountering this small team in the wilderness. Was this not a divine opportunity for him to attain fame? If he could ride the wave of popularity from this small team, not only could he rewrite his past misdeeds, but he could also ascend to the pinnacle of stardom domestically and perhaps even venture abroad, achieving global recognition. Therefore, entering this walled city was imperative for him. Only by accompanying the exploration team could he seize the opportunity to transform his fortunes and become the leading figure of Mango TV. As for the dangers involved, he had contemplated them, yet he did not truly believe that the authorities would send them to their demise. Moreover, despite his arrogance, he was not foolish. Through a day of careful observation, he discerned that Raymond and the others were skilled individuals, each possessing a unique talent. He could not fathom that, in front of a national audience, they would stand idly by in the face of peril. Entering the walled city, one must take responsibility for their own life and tread carefully. Jiang Bai cast a glance at Haitao and was the first to step into the walled city, followed closely by the others. The passage was long and dimly lit, with oil lamps hanging on either side of the walls. As the group approached, the lamps ignited automatically. Jiang Bai and Raymond led the way, followed by Han Xiaoying, Zhao Yuning, Bai Lu, Lu Yan, and finally the plump man and Haitao. The corridor was eerily quiet. After a considerable time of walking, a large door appeared ahead. They were finally nearing the end. Having walked for so long, I thought we might have encountered a ghost wall. The plump man chuckled as he stretched lazily, only to turn and see Haitao groping something on the adjacent wall. His expression darkened instantly, and he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Haven't I told you not to touch anything? What if you trigger a mechanism? Furthermore, we have been walking for quite a while without encountering any traps. Haven't we? Even if there were mechanisms, after so many years they must have rusted, rendering them incapable of functioning properly." As he spoke, Haitao forcefully struck the wall with his right hand. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds echoed, and hundreds of pitch-black small holes appeared above the walls on either side, from which arrows began to protrude. Haitao was momentarily stunned, his complexion paling. "Quick, get down," Jiang Bai shouted, turning and throwing himself and Han Xiaoying to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows shot forth like a torrential rain. In this critical moment, Haitao pulled Bai Lu in front of him, using her as a shield while he took the opportunity to lie flat on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows struck Bai Lu, causing her to weaken and collapse to the ground. Bai Lu, Bai Lu, the chubby man shouted, wanting to rush forward but being restrained by the arrows. Is Bai Lu going offline? Haitao, you shameless wretch. How could you use Bai Lu as your shield? You have doomed her. Murderer. Haitao is nothing but a killer. Uncle enforcers, you must arrest him and take him out for execution. What does this have to do with my Haitao? He merely chose to save himself in a moment of desperation. It was not intentional. Who's to blame for Bai Lu being slow to react? Exactly. Before entering the trap city, we all agreed to take responsibility for our own lives. If something happened to Bai Lu, it is merely her ill fate. You filthy scoundrel, it was clearly Haitao who ignored warnings and triggered the mechanism, leading to Bai Lu's demise. Yet there are still deluded fans defending him. I've made up my mind. If I encounter any of Haitao's fans outside, I shall confront them without hesitation. United, we shall rise against the fans of cross-border shopping, dubbing ourselves deities avenging force. Arrows rained down like a tempest. After several volleys, the onslaught ceased, and no more arrows were loosed. Lu Yan advanced, enveloping Bai Lu in her embrace, weeping profusely. Bai Lu, do not leave me. Wake up, you shall be fine. Do not frighten me. Bai Lu slowly opened her eyes, her voice faint. Sister Lu Yan, I feel I am fading away. I can no longer accompany you on this journey. I will not allow that. I will do everything in my power for you, Bai Lu. If you have any final wishes, speak them, and I shall strive to fulfill them. Lu Yen wept, tears flowing freely from her eyes. Bai Lu turned her gaze toward the approaching Jiang Bai. Brother Jiang Bai, may I request one final favor before I depart? Speak your wish, Jiang Bai replied, his expression earnest. Bai Lu looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chapter 19. The Demise of Cross-Border Shopping. Very well. Jiang Bai stepped forward, taking Bai Lu from Lu Yan's arms. Being cradled in your embrace feels wonderful. Bai Lu smiled faintly, her eyelids gently lowering. Ah, you truly cannot leave us. Wake up, do not succumb to slumber. Jiang Bai shook her gently. Is there a difference between true death and feigned death? Bai Lu's eyes fluttered open, revealing a glimmer of confusion. The combat suit you wear is specially crafted by the military. It possesses bulletproof capabilities. Not even a barrage of arrows, nor a standard firearm, can breach its defenses. Therefore, you must awaken soon. Bai Lu lowered her gaze to her chest, noticing the absence of blood and feeling no pain. Instinctively, her hands roamed over her body, and she exclaimed with uncontainable joy, So, I am unscathed? I don't have to die? Jiang Bai nodded and helped her to her feet. I don't have to die. I truly don't have to die. Bai Lu rejoiced exuberantly, leaping into Jiang Bai's embrace. Thank goodness she is alive, muttered Hai Tao softly. His words reached the ears of the portly man, who could no longer suppress the fury brewing within him. He advanced and kicked Hai Tao to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks while cursing, Damn it, you wretched fool. How dare you speak? Do you realize you nearly caused Bai Lu's demise, jeopardizing our team? I could very well kill you. Hai Tao was no match for the portly man, covering his head and pleading, Brother Fat, please don't hit me. I didn't mean to. Besides, Bai Lu is alive, isn't she? You still dare to argue? Just wait. I'll make sure you regret it. The portly man's fists rained down on Hai Tao, venting his pent-up anger. For putting Bai Lu in danger, I'll make you pay. Lu Yan also stepped forward, delivering a series of fierce kicks to Hai Tao. Could you kindly get off me? Jiang Bai gazed at Bai Lu, who was clinging to him like a kangaroo, and found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Oh right. It was only then that Bai Lu realized her predicament and hurriedly released Jiang Bai. Her face flushed as she stepped aside. I warned you not to meddle with the mechanisms. The portly man continued to pummel Hai Tao mercilessly. All right, Brother Fat, stop. If you keep going, you'll kill him. Jiang Bai stepped forward to block the rotund man and addressed Hai Tao. Wait. Stay behind me. Oh, all right. Hai Tao slowly rose from the ground, casting a fearful glance at the hefty figure, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. Let us proceed. The group continued on their journey. After taking a few steps, a sudden click echoed. A mechanism had been triggered. Jiang Bai turned to look at Hai Tao, who offered an apologetic smile. I seem to have accidentally stepped on a trap. Everyone, duck, the rotund man shouted. Whoosh! Just as the group crouched down, a hail of arrows descended upon them. The onslaught was swift, arriving and departing in an instant. Once the barrage subsided, the rotund man stood up angrily and confronted Hai Tao, grabbing him by the collar and scolding, You fool, are you intentionally trying to get us killed? Just watch. I'll make you pay. With that, he raised his fist. Fatty, let him go, Raymond interjected sternly. Humph! The rotund man's eyes darted, and he lunged at Jiang Bai, knocking him to the ground while yelling, Brother, be careful. Everyone, get down. Whoosh! Arrows flew overhead, narrowly missing Jiang Bai and the rotund man. Just as Hai Tao exhaled in relief and prepared to crouch, a piercing sound echoed as an arrow struck true, embedding itself in his throat. Aye! Hai Tao's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at the arrow lodged in his neck, casting a resentful glance at the rotund man before his body crumpled helplessly to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! More arrows rained down, and everyone lay still on the ground. Yes, dead. My Hai Tao is truly dead? Murder, this is murder. It was the fat man and Jiang Bai who caused the demise of my beloved Tao Tao. I shall sue them for murder. What a joke! What connection could there possibly be between Tao Tao's death and the fat man or Zhang Xiaogu? He has finally met his end. How can there be no connection? If it weren't for the fat man and Jiang Bai lying in wait on the ground, would that arrow have struck Cao Cao? They are the ones responsible for his death. Are you implying that Cao Cao's life holds value while Zhang Shaoji's does not? Should he have stood in front of Cao Cao to shield him from the arrow? Jiang Shaogu was merely saved by the fat man. He is not at fault. To borrow your words, who made Cao Cao lie down so slowly? Indeed, before entering the Wang city, it was agreed that each would bear the consequences of their own lives. Cao Cao encountered misfortune. It is simply a matter of ill fate. We must report this. We must notify the authorities to apprehend Jiang Bai and the fat man. As a lawyer, I have drawn the following conclusions from the recent live stream. Cao Cao's death bears no relation to the fat man or Jiang Bai. First, the trap was triggered by Cao Cao himself. He was killed by the mechanism he activated. Second, Cao Cao voluntarily entered Wang City, and prior to his entry, others in the group had informed him of the dangers therein. Third, the actions of the fat man and Jiang Bai fall under the category of rescue and being rescued. Their circumstances constitute an emergency avoidance, which does not constitute any unlawful behavior. It is akin to walking down the street with your partner when suddenly a large truck comes barreling towards you. In a moment of panic, you pull your partner out of the way, but the truck collides with someone else. Should you and your partner be held accountable? The answer is no. This situation is classified as an emergency avoidance. Lawyers have come to offer their insights, leaving some fans of overseas shopping feeling vulnerable. Your fondness for international purchases begs the question. Why not accompany him on this journey? The arrow vanishes, and the crowd rises. The rotund man gazes at the lifeless body of the overseas shopper, lost in thought. Is there any hope for him? Raymond turns his gaze towards Han Xiaoying, who shakes her head solemnly. A single arrow through the throat leaves the body cold. Even a deity could not intervene. Alas, he has ultimately succumbed to death. Raymond exhales a heavy sigh, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. Han Xiaoying steps forward to offer comfort. Captain Raymond, do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. The forbidden ground is fraught with peril. None of us can guarantee our survival. Perhaps the next to fall will be one of us. I understand, Raymond replies, lifting his gaze towards the rotund man and Jiang Bai. Could I trouble you both to carry his body outside and hand it over to the soldiers, so they may return it to his parents? Certainly, they respond in unison, nodding. The two lift the overseas shopper's body and make their way out. This time, the little sprite does not follow. Outside, after handing the body over to the soldiers and watching them depart, Jiang Bai turns to the rotund man. You deliberately tackled me just now, didn't you? The rotund man nonchalantly shrugs. I did not. I merely wished to prevent my teammate from being harmed. Ha! In that case, I shall demand something extravagant. Prepare yourself for a feast. The rotund man then playfully drapes an arm around Jiang Bai's shoulder. The two individuals walked arm in arm, engaged in lively conversation and laughter as they entered the passageway. Upon approaching the vicinity of Raymond and his companions, they simultaneously released each other, adopting a facade of melancholy. Chapter 20. Slaying the zombies. Raymond, the corpse from the sea has already been taken away. Let us proceed, one said. Very well. The seven of them arrived at the stone door. Jiang Bai stepped forward to examine it closely and nodded at Raymond. Raymond retrieved a bundle of explosives and placed it beneath the stone door, then swiftly distanced himself before gently pressing the button. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the stone door was blown apart. As a seasoned Special Forces operative, such precise demolition was second nature. As the door shattered, a foul odor wafted out. Once the stench dissipated, Jiang Bai and his group ventured into the tomb city. Indeed, they were here. Upon encountering the corpses, a faint smile graced Jiang Bai's face. The hefty companion expressed his confusion. Brother, I fail to comprehend why you are so intent on locating these bodies. Do any of them belong to your kin? Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. None of these corpses are related to me. My motivation for seeking them lies in the words of the village elder from the foothills, who spoke of nearly 10,000 deaths occurring here. Yet, as we traversed this path, we encountered not a single body. Thus, I began to ponder whether these corpses had been exploited by someone with ulterior motives, perhaps to cultivate the dead. The Bottle Mountain is indeed a treasure trove, an optimal place for such practices. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. Fatty, prepare to open the coffin, Jiang Bai commanded, pointing towards the black iron coffin. He had a thought unspoken. If indeed someone were to be rearing corpses, he could acquire a trove of exploration points, which was the true reason for his venture into the city to seek out these bodies. Very well. The stout man first retrieved a candle, ignited it, and placed it in the southeastern corner of the city, thoughtfully covering it with a transparent plastic dome. "What are you doing?" asked Lu Yen, bewildered. Even Jiang Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had instructed the stout man to prepare tools for opening the coffin, not to light a candle. It appeared that the stout man's identity transcended that of a mere survival expert in the wild. "What I am doing is a practice known as lighting a candle for the spirits, a tradition passed down through generations. It is a pact between the founder and the master of the tomb." He gestured towards the flickering flame of the candle. "If the candle continues to burn, it signifies the tomb master's consent for us to open the coffin and retrieve its treasures. Should we breach this agreement, the founder will cease to bless us, and the tomb master will ensure we remain trapped within," the stout man proclaimed with a hint of pride. "Is that so?" Lu Yen and the other women nodded in understanding. "But what does covering the candle mean?" Jiang Bai pondered, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The stout man produced his tools and approached the black iron coffin, turning to Jiang Bai. "Brother, I am truly going to open the coffin now. Proceed." Jiang Bai nodded. "All right then," the stout man said, using his tools to pry off the nails securing the coffin lid, heaving the lid towards the ground. Once, it did not budge. Twice, still it did not move. "Let me assist you," Bai Lu volunteered, stepping forward. Together, the two exerted their strength, and with a resounding thud, the coffin lid was pushed open just a crack. A chilling gust of wind swept through at that moment. Lu Yen shivered uncontrollably, instinctively glancing at the candle, only to witness the flame flickering green. Turning back, her face etched with terror, she exclaimed, "Pang, Brother Pang, perhaps we should reconsider opening the coffin?" The candle. Its flame has turned green. Regardless of whether it has turned green or red, as long as the candle remains lit, it suffices. According to our ancestors' customs, a lit candle signifies the tomb's master consents to our actions. Should the master attempt to rise from the dead, it indicates a breach of decorum, warranting a swift end from my hand. Pang replied nonchalantly. He then turned to Jiang Bai and asked, "By the way, little brother, if a corpse were to rise from the coffin, you would be able to handle it, wouldn't you?" Jiang Bai nodded with a smile, his gaze oddly fixated on Bai Lu. Just moments prior, when Pang approached the coffin, his Lei Zhe tattoo remained utterly unresponsive. However, as Bai Lu drew near, the tattoo emitted waves of warmth, evoking thoughts of a particular constitution, the saintly body of the corpse riser, associated with the evil emperor. If Bai Lu possessed such a constitution, he might have stumbled upon a rare treasure. 1, 2, 3, Bai Lu pushed with all her might. Pang and Bai Lu strained to lift the coffin lid. With a thunderous crash, the entire lid toppled to the ground. Pang peered into the coffin and quickly waved to Jiang Bai and the others. "Little brother Lei, come quickly. You must see this. The occupant of the coffin is none other than a warlord from the Republic era, albeit one with a single blind eye." As Jiang Bai felt the surge of warmth in his chest, he urgently shouted towards the corpulent figure, "Hurry!" Without hesitation, the stout man grasped Bai Lu's hand and sprinted towards Jiang Bai. Raymond raised his gun, aiming at the coffin. Bang! Just as the duo had barely distanced themselves, a desiccated hand emerged from the coffin. "Oh my, it truly is a zombie." Bang! Another withered hand reached out, and a zombie clad in a yellow military uniform from the Republic of China, with only one eye, sprang forth from the coffin, standing rigidly upright. Roar! The zombie emitted a fierce roar, shattering the coffin into splinters. A zombie, it is indeed a zombie. Goodness! There truly are zombies in this world. Quick! Summon the Buddha. Where is Uncle Jiao? Hurry, summon Uncle Jiao. Quickly, fetch the fated ones and Guangxi. Elder Jinsi will suffice. Father, if I were to dig up our ancestors' graves and discover they had transformed into zombies, they surely wouldn't bite me, would they? At the moment the zombie emerged, the viewers in the live stream became utterly agitated, their comments shooting across the screen like shooting stars. Bro, it's all yours. In the city of Wenqing, the stout man called out to Jiang Bai as he took a few steps back with Bai Lu. Raymond and the others also retreated simultaneously, granting Jiang Bai the space to showcase his abilities. Even Zhao Yunying was no exception. Not an issue. Jiang Bai signaled an okay gesture to the group, drawing out the dragonbone sky blade from his back. Roar! The zombie howled, a foul stench wafting from its mouth. Jiang Bai lifted his gaze to the enchanted orb, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Dear friends in the live stream, I implore you to pay close attention to the next strike, for it shall be swift. In an instant, Jiang Bai's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before the zombie. Without allowing the creature to retaliate, he swiftly drew his blade, a glimmer of cold light slicing through the air. As he sheathed his knife, Jiang Bai turned his back on the fallen zombie, striding purposefully towards his companions. With a resounding thud, the sound of an item dropping echoed, as the zombie's body was cleaved in two, its head tumbling heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 100-year-old zombie, earning 100 exploration points. Chapter 21. The Corpse Monster. What on earth did I just witness? A flash of cold light and the zombie fell? Zhang Xiaoga's strike was indeed rapid, so much so that my eyes could hardly keep up. I would gladly dub him the Blade Master. Wow! Zhang Gu is so handsome. He presently resides in my heart like a deity. I wish to call him Jiang Shen, my personal love god. Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen. Goodness, just how formidable is Zhang Xiaoga? The zombie seems utterly insignificant before him, rendering any assessment of his prowess futile. I find myself hoping that the upcoming general from the Yuan dynasty will provide him with some challenge. Agreed, I shall send a few rockets to Zhang Xiaoga. Gratitude to Jiang Bai's girlfriend for the grand certification. Appreciation for Jiang Bai's wife for the carnival gift. Thanks. Gifts poured into the live stream like mushrooms after a rain. In the city of Wang, Jiang Bai approached Fatty and the others with a relaxed demeanor, lightly shrugging as he said, "It's done." Fatty remained silent, pointing behind Jiang Bai with a face full of terror, exclaiming, "Little brother, look behind you. They have turned into corpses." Huh? Jiang Bai turned to see that some of the bodies had already begun to decay. Is this a zombie? Bai Lu's eyes also reflected a look of fear. Let me take a look. In a swift motion, Jiang Bai dashed forward, arriving at one of the corpses, and with a single stroke severed its head. Suddenly, a bright notification appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a common corpse monster, earning 10 exploration points. Exploration points. Jiang Bai's vision became increasingly illuminated as he brandished his blade, commencing a slaughter of these corpse monsters. Little brother, we are here to assist you, said Lei Meng, wielding a shovel to dispatch a corpse monster. Zhao Yunying, moving even faster, swung her spear to take down another. No. You all hurry and ensure their safety. Jiang Bai shouted frantically, his heart aching. Those were his exploration points. He needed to kill faster and increase his speed. Transforming his sorrow into strength, Jiang Bai's pace of extermination quickened further. The dragon bone heavenly blade danced effortlessly in his grasp, dispatching one small corpse monster after another. No small corpse monster was afforded the chance to survive his second strike. Why do I feel that watching Jiang Xiaoji's livestream makes Ping Mountain seem less perilous? I believe even I could take down a small corpse with one strike if I went. The wind has ceased, the rain has stopped, and now you feel capable. To the brother upstairs, you can hardly chop through a chicken bone on a regular day. Where does your confidence to slay these corpses come from? You would merely become one of them. We have already reported to the authorities. It is imperative that Jiang Bai and the Fat One face legal repercussions, and that Tao Tao receives a proper explanation. The corpse is already cold. Yet Ji Mei remains deeply troubled by Hai Tao's demise. How profound is this affection for Hai Tao? Brothers, your wives have arrived. Why is the language so foul upstairs? Within the city of Wang, Jiang Bai and his companions continued their relentless slaughter of the corpse monsters. Indeed, it was a massacre with the corpse monsters utterly incapable of resistance. At this moment, Jiang Bai suddenly felt a pang of regret. He lamented the strength of his teammates, wishing instead for the burdensome allies often found in other tales, as that would mean no one would be competing for his kills. Approximately 3 minutes later, the final corpse monster fell at Jiang Bai's hands. He gazed mournfully at the creature slain by Zhao Yunying and Raymond, his heart aching as if bleeding. During the encounter, he had single-handedly vanquished half of the monsters, earning himself 1,200 exploration points. The remaining half had been dispatched by Zhao Yunying and Raymond, signifying a loss of an equivalent 1,200 exploration points. The mere thought of this figure left Jiang Bai feeling despondent. "Brother, what troubles you? You appear rather disheartened," Bai Lu inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing," Jiang Bai replied, forcing a smile as he walked alone to the black iron coffin, crouching down to observe it intently. The black iron coffin was shattered, revealing a clear view of its interior. The inside was adorned with intricate talismans, meticulously drawn in red paint, densely scattered throughout. He gently brushed his fingers against the talismans, then brought them to his nose to inhale, his expression instantly transforming into one of solemn gravity. Over a century had elapsed, and by all rational accounts, no scent should remain on the talismans. Yet, from his fingertips he detected a faint trace of blood. This sanguine aroma was exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible unless one paid close attention. "What have you discovered, brother?" Han Xiaoying inquired, stepping forward. "The scent of blood." The talismans within the black iron coffin bear a trace of blood, indicating that not long ago, someone had opened this coffin and inscribed these talismans with fresh blood. Jiang Bai replied, retrieving a nail that the portly man had carelessly discarded on the ground. Though the nail appeared weathered, its tip was remarkably sharp, clearly having been intentionally sharpened. Someone specifically inscribed these talismans? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow at this revelation. "Step aside. Let me take a look," the portly man urged, squeezing in front of the coffin and directing his flashlight toward the symbols above. These talismans seemed reminiscent of the Miao Mountain's corpse-rearing incantations, albeit with subtle differences. If what brother said was true, and these symbols were indeed inscribed recently, who could possibly be audacious enough to venture into this perilous forbidden land of Ping Mountain to rear corpses? Moreover, observe this zombie that brother has vanquished. It is evidently a relic from a century ago. What sort of individual could survive for 100 years and remain resolute in tending to this corpse? The portly man pondered, his gaze scanning the interior of the coffin. A century. Jiang Bai's pupils constricted, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. A resounding roar echoed through the city of Wang as an ear-splitting sound suddenly reverberated within its walls. The crowd, drawn by the noise, turned their heads to behold the astonishing scene of over a dozen colossal dragon heads emerging abruptly from the surrounding walls. From their gaping maws, torrents of liquid gushed forth, cascading down to the ground. As the liquid flowed, a pungent odor began to permeate the air of Wang. "What is that smell?" Lu Yen inquired, covering her nose. "It's tongue oil. Someone has triggered the mechanisms of Wang. They intend to burn us alive here. We must flee." The stout man, filled with terror, sprang to his feet and dashed towards the passage leading outside the stone door. Just as Jiang Bai was about to turn and leave, a fist-sized creature suddenly erupted from the corpse of the zombie he had slain. The creature, adorned with wings and resembling a beetle, was vastly larger than a typical beetle. It flapped its wings and soared straight toward Jiang Bai. "Watch out, little brother!" Bai Lu, standing by the stone door, exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Bai had already sensed the movement behind him, and as he prepared to swing his blade at the creature, a resounding gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the creature accurately. Jiang Bai turned to see Raymond, holding a pistol, offering him a slight nod. With the demise of one insect, a swarm of others erupted from the corpses on the ground, taking flight and heading directly toward Jiang Bai and the others. Chapter 22. The Kirin's Exhaustion. "Let us go. Quickly. These are corpse beetles. They are extremely toxic." The rotund man shouted loudly before the stone gate, anxiously waving his arms towards the crowd. "Go." Without hesitation, Jiang Bai and the others swiftly rushed towards the stone gate. Upon their arrival, they found the corpse beetles in Wang City had coalesced into a surging tide of insects. These creatures swarmed through the air, densely packed as if to obscure the very sun, relentlessly pursuing Jiang Bai and his companions. "You go ahead. I will hold them off," he declared, A low buzzing filled the air as the beetles seemed to recoil at the scent of Jiang Bai's blood, halting their advance less than a meter from the stone gate, fluttering restlessly in place. Go! Jiang Bai urged as he caught up with the others. Goodness! Goodness! Why must I keep witnessing this? My fear of clusters is acting up again. It's utterly terrifying. Corpse beetles. Can someone enlighten me on what they are? Corpse beetles, a type of parasitic creature that feeds on corpses. They are large, prefer darkness, and are averse to fire and light. Highly venomous, a single bite could potentially transform one into a zombie. During their breeding season, they may burrow into the bodies of the living and can survive for a century without sustenance. Wow, are corpse beetles really that formidable? Yet, why do I sense they fear Jiang Bai's blood? The moment his blood spills, they cease their pursuit. My mother asked why I discarded my exploration gear, and I told her that staying alive is far more important. The Forbidden Zone is simply too perilous. I concur with the previous sentiment. Isn't living preferable? Why venture into the Forbidden Zone and court death? Even Jiang Bai and his companions flee from the corpse beetles. What chance do we ordinary folks have? Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Bai shouted. The burial grounds are often ominous. Should these corpse insects escape the confines of the city, it would spell disaster for the people of Shaanxi. It is better to seize this moment and incinerate them all, thus bringing an end to the threat. The stout man shouted, hastily approaching the stone gate, retrieving a fuel canister from his backpack, and hurling it into the city. Boom! The mixture of tung oil and corpses ignited upon contact with the flames, erupting into an even more formidable blaze, transforming the entire city into a fiery inferno. Beneath the immense heat, the swarm of corpse insects grew increasingly agitated, attempting several times to break through Jiang Bai's blood. Let's go, Jiang Bai urged, restraining the stout man. After leaving a few drops of blood at the stone gate, they swiftly made their way towards the passage. The tunnel stretched long and dark, yet none of the seven dared to relax, each hastening their pace towards the exit. Even Bai Lu and Lu Yen were no exception. Though they were gasping for breath, they did not dare to pause for even a moment's respite. The oppressive heat surged from the city, occasionally accompanied by the anguished cries of the corpse insects. After approximately 20 minutes, the group finally emerged from the tunnel, reaching a hillside several hundred meters from the city, where they bent over, breathless. We made it. I am utterly exhausted. The stout man plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I can't run anymore. I have never run such a distance in my life. Bai Lu mimicked him, collapsing onto the ground as well. Her complexion was flushed, her long, dark hair soaked with perspiration. Let us all take a moment to rest. Raymond, wielding his assault rifle, remained vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. For him, a seasoned Special Forces operative, 20 minutes of relentless running was hardly a challenge. The black smoke wafted upwards, carrying with it a stench reminiscent of decay, dispersing even the toxic mists that perpetually lingered over Bottle Mountain. What are you pondering? Han Xiaoying inquired, approaching Jiang Bai while bearing a medical kit on her back. Nothing of consequence, merely contemplating the motives behind his actions. What purpose does he serve in nurturing the dead? So you possess knowledge of who is responsible for this? Han Xiaoying asked with a playful smile. Jiang Bai shook his head. It is precisely because I lack such knowledge that I find myself perplexed. Han Xiaoying, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, shifted her gaze to Jiang Bai's left hand and remarked, Your left hand is injured. Would you like me to tend to it? Yes, I would appreciate your assistance. Jiang Bai extended his left hand, revealing a series of deep gashes. With meticulous care, Han Xiaoying disinfected the wounds and sprinkled a restorative powder before wrapping them in gauze. I am curious, how is it that your blood can repel those corpse insects, causing them to shy away? Without hesitation, Jiang Bai replied, It is due to the Kirin essence. In my youth, I ingested a piece of this ancient substance, which has altered my blood. It allows me to withstand most toxins in this world and endows my blood with an insect-repelling quality. However, he continued, this gift comes with peril. Because of the alteration in my blood, no blood type in existence can match mine. I must avoid excessive blood loss at all costs. Otherwise, I would be doomed. Jiang Bai fabricated this explanation when he had not yet attained a certain level of strength, he would not readily unveil the secrets he harbored within. Han Xiaoying nodded in sudden realization. Is there a medical doctor among us who could enlighten us on the veracity of what Brother Jiang has said? I hold a master's degree in medicine, and indeed, Qilanju is a type of traditional Chinese medicine known for invigorating blood circulation, alleviating pain, stopping bleeding, and promoting tissue regeneration. However, I have never heard that Qilanju can render one immune to all toxins and insect bites. I am Sanpai's third uncle. Brother Jiang's assertions are entirely truthful. The Qilanju he refers to is not the same as the one we are familiar with. Anyone who has plundered tombs would understand. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. It is indeed true. In its initial stages, Qilanju possesses only common medicinal properties and is often used for fumigating corpses. However, as time passes, its hue shifts from dark red to black, becoming increasingly dense with age. At that juncture, its properties transform, allowing it to repel malevolent blood and pests. Goodness, the two above appear to possess genuine knowledge. I can see the credibility in their words. Chapter 23. Into the Underground Palace. Raymond glanced down at his watch. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had already advanced to 4 in the afternoon. He lifted his gaze to the others. Their eyes were fixed upon Jiang Bai. Among the group, Jiang Bai had exerted the most effort in the venture to Wengqing, and unconsciously, the others had come to regard him as their cornerstone. Let us rest for the night, Jiang Bai suggested after a moment's contemplation. Raymond, with unwavering certainty, slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way toward the campsite, the group trailing behind. At this moment, the campsite was not as orderly as when they had departed. The tent leaned precariously on the verge of collapse, while the bedding lay carelessly discarded to one side, as if it had been rummaged through by someone. It was evident that visitors had come. Raymond furrowed his brow, brandishing his firearm as he surveyed the surroundings. Jiang Bai entered the tent, casting a glance around before picking up a tuft of gray fur from the ground. He held the fur to his nose for a sniff, then exited the tent, calling out, "Ray team, everyone, no need to search further. It is likely not human. Our immediate priority is to tidy up the tent. Given the sky, it seems we might face rain again tonight." Raymond nodded, directing his gaze toward Fatty, Lu Yen, and Zhao Yuning. "Fatty, the three of you will accompany me to fetch some barrels and gather provisions. Xiaogu, you and Bai Lu, Han Xiaoying, stay behind to secure the camp and restore the tent. We aim to have dinner before the rain begins." Understood. The six nodded in unison. Raymond and Fatty, along with the other two, removed their backpacks and handed them to Jiang Bai, before taking several wooden barrels and heading toward a nearby stream. Bai Lu and Han Xiaoying commenced repairing the tent, while Jiang Bai meticulously inspected the perimeter of the campsite. "Ray team, where's Fatty?" Bai Lu inquired, noticing Fatty's absence. "Oh, he went to forage for mushrooms," Raymond replied, setting down 2 large barrels and beginning to boil water for the chicken. "Tonight, I shall treat you all to chicken stew with mushrooms." Fatty proudly displayed the mushrooms he had gathered. "Fatty, are you certain these mushrooms are not toxic?" Lu Yen asked instinctively. Fatty thumped his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, they are guaranteed to be safe." Well, Lu Yen ceased to speak further. Amidst the bustling activities of the crowd, a delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms soon materialized. Observing the chicken and mushrooms simmering in the pot, the rotund fellow suddenly lamented, "If only there were staple food." "Staple food? I have it," Jiang Bai proclaimed, retrieving a 5-kilogram bag of rice from his backpack. "Really?" The rotund man was taken aback. "Indeed, and there's more." Jiang Bai produced another 5 kilograms of flour, a vacuum-sealed pack of pork, a bag of cold dishes, alongside an array of seasonings. "Aye!" The rotund man's lips quivered in astonishment, as Raymond and the others gazed at Jiang Bai with newfound incredulity. "Let's all partake in this feast," Jiang Bai declared with generosity. Previously, he had refrained from revealing his provisions, uncertain of future supplies. However, with 100,000 roosters at their disposal, the concern for food was now obsolete. "Then let us indulge in a hearty meal today," the rotund man replied, also extracting food from his own backpack. Before long, a sumptuous banquet was laid out before the 7 of them. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, meat stir-fried with mushrooms, cold dishes, and grilled pork skewers. Observing Jiang Bai and his companions enjoying their repast, the viewers in the livestream grew increasingly displeased. What the heck? I'm here in the livestream eating instant noodles while they are feasting on gourmet meals in the mountains. Are they adventuring or vacationing? Is there any justice in this? I desperately wish for a giant Zongzi to appear and soothe my wounded soul. I dare wager that Jiang Bai's backpack is filled with food. If I lose the bet, I'll marry him. If I win, I'll have him marry me. The clattering of an abacus from above reached even my ears on Mars. Wake up, my friend upstairs. You are a man. Your wife is the one who matters more. A sudden thunderous roar broke out. As the online community engaged in lively discussions, torrential rain unexpectedly descended upon the Bottle Mountain. Jiang Bai and his companions gazed at the rain-soaked scenery, relishing a sumptuous feast, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The night passed without incident. The rain had long ceased, and the sky had returned to its clear blue. Jiang Bai and his party of 7 awoke to the crowing of the 10,000 Kuan chickens, swiftly freshening up and preparing their gear. Everyone, today we shall embark on our expedition to Bottle Mountain. I implore you to remain vigilant. Do not touch what you should not touch, and refrain from meddling in matters best left alone. I do not wish to witness a repetition of yesterday's harrowing events nor the loss of another life. Is that understood? Raymond's piercing gaze swept across the group. We understand, Captain Raymond. The 6 responded in unison, nodding their heads. Very well, let us depart. With a grand gesture, Raymond signaled the start of their journey, but was momentarily halted by Jiang Bai's hand. Moments later, Raymond re-emerged from the tent, nodding at Jiang Bai. The group set forth, soon arriving at the precipice, where faint echoes of clucking chickens could be heard from the cliff's base. Jiang Bai paused, surveying his companions, and with a dagger, made a small incision on his left hand, smearing his blood onto each of their faces. Listen closely, my friends. The underground palace of Bottle Mountain is rife with venomous centipedes. Although we have an army of 100,000 Kuan chickens below, it is inevitable that some centipedes will remain hidden. The blood within me will deter them from approaching you. Remember, once we descend into the palace, do not wipe away the blood. We understand, brother, replied Han Xiaoying and the other 2 women. Zhao Yunying nodded gently. Let us descend into the tomb. Jiang Bai took the rope from the portly man's hands and, alongside Raymond, forged ahead, making their way down towards the base of the cliff. Following them were Bai Lu, Lu Yen, Zhao Yunying, Han Xiaoying, and the portly man. The 7 of them gradually descended the rope until they reached the bottom of the cliff. Upon landing, their eyes were immediately met with a ground strewn with chicken feathers and numerous lifeless roosters, all succumbing to poison. The roosters lay sprawled on the ground, their combs a dark purple, indicative of their toxic demise. Exchanging glances devoid of hesitation, the group swiftly approached the gaping hole in the rooftop, leaping down one after another. In truth, Jiang Bai knew that the swiftest route to the underground palace would be to bore a hole at the mountain's base. However, lacking a pangolin, he could hardly request the state to dispatch an excavator, could he? Upon entering the chamber, in stark contrast to their previous visit, there were no small centipedes to be found. Instead, the room was littered with feathers and droppings, with clusters of roosters scouring the crevices in search of poisonous centipedes. This was undoubtedly a site of alchemical practices throughout the ages, and judging by its appearance, this chamber must have been a side hall. The portly man wielded a flashlight, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, this was a side hall, yet it was also the closest location to the tomb of the Grand General from the Yuan dynasty. Pray tell, can you guess the location of the urn city we ventured to yesterday? Jiang Bai inquired with a smile. Chapter 24. The Tomb of the Grand General of the Yuan dynasty. The urn city? The portly man pondered for a moment. We entered the urn city from the mountain's core yesterday. Therefore, it should be beneath our feet. Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. No, you are mistaken. The urn city is actually above our heads. Above us? How is this possible? We clearly descended the mountain yesterday. Bai Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Lamon furrowed his brow in contemplation. The terrain, it is due to the topography of the Bottle Mountain. Yesterday, we appeared to be descending, but in truth, we had reached the 2nd tier of the Bottle Mountain. Today, while it seems we are atop the mountain, we have actually arrived at the 3rd tier, which is the tomb of the general from the Yuan dynasty, as mentioned by Brother Jiang, a subterranean chamber for alchemy throughout the ages. Indeed, it is as such. Jiang Bai nodded, wielding a flashlight, and led the way out of the side hall. Outside the room lay a straight corridor, adorned with oil lamps hanging from the walls, which, over time, had long ceased to emit their light. The hefty man emerged with a flashlight, illuminating the entire corridor. On either side of the corridor's walls, exquisite murals were etched, vibrant in hue, depicting figures that appeared almost lifelike. These murals presumably illustrated the life of this esteemed general. Brother Jiang, do you know who this general is? The hefty man inquired as he approached the murals with his flashlight. Jiang Bai shook his head. I do not know. However, according to ancient texts of the Tomb Robbers Guild, this general was known for his ruthlessness in life, leading to an overwhelming malevolence that caused him to become a zombie after his death, suspended in a state of unrest. Even in his undead form, he did not find peace. Instead, he would occasionally emerge from the Bottle Mountain to siphon the essence of humanity, seeking to strengthen himself with the desire to ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Consequently, the locals have dubbed him the Corpse King of Shaanxi. It is said that during the Qing dynasty, a master sought to subdue this Corpse King, only to meet his demise, ultimately becoming a desiccated husk himself. If this Corpse King truly exists, then its cultivation must have surpassed 7 centuries. 700 years. Bai Lu and Lu Yen gasped in astonishment. The zombie from the Republic era had already sent chills down their spines. What terror could a zombie of 700 years evoke? Jiang Xiaogu, Lei Dui, come quickly. There are inscriptions on this mural. The portly man suddenly called out to the group. Jiang Bai and the others hurriedly gathered around. This mural was larger than the others, depicting a formidable general clad in armor, astride a majestic steed, brandishing an unusual black blade, charging valiantly onto the battlefield. Beside the mural, there was a string of small characters. This must be Mongolian script. Does anyone here recognize it? Jiang Bai inquired, glancing at the portly man and his companions. They all shook their heads in unison. Allow me. Han Xiaoying stepped forward, illuminating the nearby text with her flashlight. This is the Fagspa script used during the Yuan dynasty, detailing the life of this great general. The general's name was not inscribed. It merely stated that in his youth, he followed monk in campaigns across Europe. During these conquests, he personally led his troops to besiege cities, once slaughtering over 800,000 people from various European nations, earning him the title of Mongolia's greatest warrior. He wielded a fearsome blade, capable of severing hair with a mere breath and slicing through iron as if it were mud. When his blade was drawn, the heavens and earth would shift in hue, as if dark phantoms traversed the land, leaving no blade of grass untouched. He possessed another skill, one that could conjure sandstorms. Anyone struck by the flying sand would be reduced to a putrid mass. After the death of Monk, this general dedicated himself to Kublai Khan, aiding in the establishment of the great Yuan dynasty. During this period, the general became addicted to killing, requiring the slaughter of dozens of individuals each day to satiate his insatiable desires. Due to his overwhelming malevolence, he was interred within the Bottle Mountain, hoping to harness its mystical energies for his transformation into an immortal being. How many did he kill in a single instance? The stout man asked, his face awash with astonishment. 800,000. Goodness, 800,000. The infamous General Bai Qi never killed more than 400,000 at once. To have slain 800,000, he surpasses even Bai Qi in prowess. Are there any archaeologists among us who can verify the authenticity of this inscription? To the citizens of Europe, do you find yourselves trembling at the sight of this mural? As a historian, I can affirm that the inscription is indeed authentic. However, one must exercise caution in believing it entirely. It is well known that certain tomb occupants tend to exaggerate their lifetime achievements within their burial sites. Historical investigations reveal no such records in Europe. Consider the statement about his desire to utilize the mystical aura of Bottle Mountain for his transformation. Alongside the previous accounts of the zombies in the Urn City, this general must possess formidable strength. I wonder how he compares to Brother Jiang. 800,000. What a staggering capacity for slaughter. Even if it were but 800,000 pigs, it would take several days to butcher them, Bai Lu remarked, her hand covering her mouth in horror. Jiang Bai replied with a calm smile. Is it truly so difficult to massacre 800,000? What if we include women, the elderly and children? Do not forget, during that era, a saying circulated. Those who traverse the wheel shall be slain. Yet, it seems there were not so many. Bai Lu interjected. Jiang Bai chuckled, a smile laced with a hint of coldness. What if I told you that I have leveled the wheel? Would that not be an easy feat? Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback, her lips parting several times, yet no words emerged. From Jiang Bai, she sensed an aura of chilling intensity, starkly contrasting the sunny disposition of the boy she had encountered earlier. The barrage of comments in the livestream also experienced a brief pause. Is this the understanding of those who traverse the wheel shall be slain? I thought I was ruthless enough for personally ending my son's life. Little did I know, Brother Jiang surpasses my cruelty. Even Jia Su would bow in deference to him. Stand up. I command you to raise the wheel. All right, he was merely jesting. Let us proceed, Han Xiaoying reassured, patting Bai Lu on the shoulder. They moved on. Jiang Bai led the way, flashlight in hand. As they advanced, the ground revealed the corpses of large roosters, some poisoned, others felled by arrows. The murals adorning the walls became increasingly vibrant. However, Jiang Bai and his companions were not members of an archaeological team and paid little heed to the artwork. After their departure, a dedicated team of archaeologists would arrive for exploration. Upon traversing the corridor, they arrived before a colossal stone tablet, whereupon it read in crimson ink, Place of the corpse, the living must not approach. Those who trespass will eternally descend into hell. The group, led by Bai Lu, turned their gaze towards Jiang Bai. If a cat could become a spirit and the dead could rise as zombies, what if the warnings inscribed on the stone tablet were indeed true? The stout man dismissed the notion with a scoff, brandishing a shovel as he ventured behind the stone tablet, prompting the others to hastily follow. Upon passing the tablet, they were all rendered speechless, with Bai Lu and Lu Yan's faces paling in an instant. Chapter 25. The dream of 700 years ago. Behind the stone tablet lay a mural, its age rendering it somewhat faded, yet the outlines remained discernible. The mural depicted two figures, one clad in armor, wielding a menacing blade, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine, unmistakably a general. The other figure donned a black tactical jacket and held a knife that shimmered with golden light. His features were striking, with disheveled bangs partially obscuring his forehead, and his deep-set eyes glimmered with indifference and resolve. Strikingly, his appearance mirrored that of Jiang Bai. The juxtaposition of these two figures created a stark contrast, representing entirely different epochs. They appeared to be engaged in a confrontation. How could this be? The second figure in the mural bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Bai. Bai Lu's face was awash with terror as her gaze instinctively darted towards him. It was identical. The figure depicted not only looked exactly like Jiang Bai, but even the garments and weapons were the same. Could it be that over 700 years ago, this general of the Yuan dynasty foresaw Jiang Bai's arrival? Had he truly transcended to immortality? Lu Yan trembled as she spoke. Even the plump individuals cast curious glances at Jiang Bai. They could discern that the stone tablet before them had aged, not a recent creation. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. The magical orb projected the mural upon the stone tablet. Goodness, the figure depicted on the tablet bears an uncanny resemblance to Brother Jiang. Could it be that this general from the Yuan dynasty truly foresaw his arrival? Impossible, this is utterly implausible. The Tue Beitu is not that formidable. How could a general from the Yuan dynasty possibly predict the future? I am a historian, yet I find myself utterly perplexed. Is it conceivable that Brother Jiang visited this underground palace over 700 years ago, hence being immortalized in this mural? The astonishment in the plump man's eyes was palpable. In truth, I have lived for 700 years. A somber voice echoed, and the atmosphere within the underground palace turned chillingly cold. The crowd turned their gaze to Jiang Bai's countenance, only to find his smile had vanished, replaced by an ominous expression. Be brother. Please do not frighten me. I am afraid, Bai Lu stammered. Enough, brother. Cease your intimidation, she continued. In truth, this mural is not a prophecy, nor is there any individual who has lived for 700 years. It is merely a dream. Han Xiaoying interjected at this moment. A dream? The crowd was taken aback, bewildered. Han Xiaoying nodded. Indeed, it is a dream, but one originating from a person 700 years ago. It is widely acknowledged that individuals often experience dreams during slumber. Dreams can be categorized into two types. One in which, upon waking, one tends to forget the entirety of the dream, and another in which certain scenes remain vividly etched in memory. Much like Zhuang Zhou's butterfly dream, wherein it remains uncertain whether Zhuang Zhou transformed into a butterfly or if a butterfly became Zhuang Zhou within the dream. Western scientists have posited that the imagery we encounter in dreams may indeed represent alternate versions of ourselves from parallel realms, merely reflected through our subconscious. Freud also asserted that dreams serve as a bridge between manifest content and latent content, thereby unveiling suppressed desires and inner conflicts. Hence, one might deduce that the murals upon the stone tablet are not prophetic in nature, but rather the manifestation of a nightmare experienced by an individual from 7 centuries past. He beheld us within his dream and inscribed the scenes upon the reverse of this stone tablet. Are you certain? Raymond inquired, furrowing his brow. Han Xiaoying nodded once more, pointing to a row of small characters at the bottom of the tablet, stating, "It is all written here." Raymond and the stout man quickly leaned in closer to decipher the small text. Although the characters, rendered in Chinese, had become somewhat obscured, they were still largely legible. The general content conveyed: I was but an ordinary sculptor, forcibly compelled to carve murals within this tomb. I am acutely aware that the day the murals are completed shall mark my demise. However, I have an elderly mother at home who lacks care. Should I perish, how will she survive? I long to flee, yet I am surrounded by Yuan soldiers, brandishing curved sabers as a warning to all. Should they catch even a glimpse of someone attempting to escape, they would swiftly sever the fugitive's head, serving as a grim lesson to others. I am at my limit. Today marks the 2nd day since the tomb's entrance was sealed, and I am destined to perish within this crypt. In my final moments, I found myself dreaming. I dreamt of a peculiar scene, where everyone had enough to eat and sufficient clothing to wear. I envisioned a young gentleman, clad in outlandish attire, entering this tomb, where he vanquished a general of the Yuan dynasty. I cannot discern whether this dream is a divine blessing or merely a figment of my imagination. Nevertheless, I must document it for posterity. Thus concludes my written account. Could it be that the ancients from 700 years ago truly dreamed such dreams? Did he genuinely dream of a young man? Upon reading the small script, the rotund fellow exclaimed in astonishment. Does this imply that our dreams might reflect future visions? Bai Lu and her companions exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock. Last night, I dreamt of sharing a bed with numerous starlets. Could that possibly be true? What you experienced upstairs was not a dream, but mere fantasy. If dreams indeed represent authentic glimpses of the future, then my dream of seeing my readers prosper would surely come to fruition. Wouldn't it? Could someone enlighten us on this? Magnetic fields, could it be an issue related to them? Perhaps the ancients from 700 years ago weren't dreaming at all, but instead glimpsing the future due to magnetic phenomena? This world is replete with unsolved enigmas, and we remain blissfully ignorant of many forbidden places. The viewers in the live broadcast seemed to have become frenzied at that moment. What do you think, brother? Raymond inquired, directing his gaze towards Jiang Bai, the person involved. Jiang Bai responded with a contemptuous smile. Be it a dream, a prophecy, or the possibility that the corpse king of Shaanxi has indeed transcended to immortality and foreseen our arrival, the truth shall only be revealed as we proceed further. Rather than indulging in baseless conjectures, I prefer to journey to the end and witness the so-called truth. I have never placed my faith in the future. I only believe that my path ahead constitutes my future. Very well, then let us continue onward. Raymond nodded slightly. They leapt over the stone tablet and advanced further. After a brief span of 10 minutes, they arrived at an underground palace. This magnificent palace was nestled within the belly of the mountain, surrounded by sturdy rock, presenting a breathtaking sight. Upon entering, one could observe that the entire mountain had been hollowed out, creating an immense expanse. Within this vast space stood several palatial structures, their architectural style resembling that of the outer palaces but exhibiting even greater intricacy and opulence. Furthermore, a subterranean river flowed around the periphery of the palace, its crystal-clear waters producing a soothing sound as it coursed along. Chapter 26. The Six-Winged Centipede. Is this truly an underground palace? White Lu and Lu Yen were utterly astonished, gazing in disbelief at the entirety of the palace. The area of the underground palace was comparable to several football fields, with lamps illuminating the surrounding spaces every few meters, and the ground was strewn with hundreds of corpses. Behold the yellow military uniforms adorning them, the first band of warlords from the Republic of China to invade this place for tomb raiding. Particularly captivating is the subterranean river. From a distance, it resembles a colossal silver dragon, meandering sinuously through the crypt. The water is so clear that the riverbed is visible, glimmering faintly as if imbued with an enigmatic force coursing through it. An arch bridge spans the surface of the river. Directly opposite lies a grand palace, flanked by the side halls of the tomb. What a magnificent sight! It is indeed my first encounter with such an expansive crypt. Raymond's face mirrors the astonishment of the moment. Treasures abound. Surely, this tomb must conceal riches. The stout man's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the palace ahead, and he boldly advanced. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a sudden click echoed, and a stone tile beneath his feet sank unexpectedly. Everyone be cautious. There are traps, Jiang Bai warned, alert to the surroundings. Zhao Yunying and Raymond simultaneously drew their weapons. The stout man froze, his foot poised above the tile. A minute elapsed, yet the crypt remained unchanged, with no sign of the purported traps. 2 minutes passed and still no mechanism emerged. Jiang Bai nodded at the stout man, who slowly lifted the foot resting on the tile. Click, click. As he raised his foot, the tile he had pressed down began to rise gently. No traps appeared in the crypt. Phew, what a relief! The stout man sighed, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Raymond and the others also relaxed their vigilance somewhat. Jiang Bai approached the tile trodden upon by the stout fellow, rapped on it, and with a dagger pried it open. He scrutinized the interior and turned to the others, declaring, empty. The mechanism beneath this tile has been damaged. Was it their doing? Raymond gestured towards the hundreds of corpses not far away. Jiang Bai hurried to the bodies, illuminating them with his flashlight. Some were riddled with arrows, while others appeared to have been slain by some creature's bite. Suddenly, a venomous centipede erupted from one of the corpses, lunging straight for Jiang Bai's face. Instinctively, he drew his knife and cleaved it in 2. A faint rustling sound then echoed throughout the subterranean chamber, causing the group to quickly turn their attention towards it. To their dismay, the stone walls had become infested with venomous centipedes, crawling towards Jiang Bai and the others in a dense mass, swiftly enveloping the entire chamber. Gulping nervously, the stout fellow unsheathed a spade, eyeing the centipedes with trepidation. What should we do? He inquired, his voice laced with anxiety. Bai Lu, cowering at the back of the group, was on the verge of tears at the sight of the overwhelming horde of centipedes. She recalled Jiang Bai's earlier warnings about the multitude of these creatures in the chamber, but she had never anticipated such a staggering number. Merely witnessing their sheer volume was enough to instill fear into anyone's heart. Do not panic. My blood will deter these venomous centipedes from approaching you. Jiang Bai reassured them. We shall slowly retreat from the chamber and lure a contingent of Kuan chicken soldiers inside. The 7 of them began to cautiously back away towards the passage. With a thunderous crash, the stout fellow exclaimed, "Is this Yuan dynasty general intent on trapping us?" The centipedes on the ground crept ever closer to them. Ray, is it possible to blow open this stone door? Han Xiaoying inquired of Raymond. After surveying the underground palace and the stone door, Raymond shook his head. No, pinpoint detonation is not feasible. The thickness of this stone door far exceeds that of the previous 2. Moreover, given our location in the underground palace, any attempt at detonation could lead to a catastrophic collapse, burying us alive. What shall we do then? Are we to fight our way out? Han Xiaoying extracted a dagger from her calf, warily observing the venomous centipedes on the ground. Damn it, since this general from the Yuan dynasty seeks to entrap us, we might as well charge through directly. After all, we possess the blood of our brother, and these centipedes would not dare approach us lightly. The stout man gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity in his eyes as he raised his entrenching tool to strike at the small centipedes beneath him. Just as he had dispatched a few of the small centipedes, a resounding crowing of a rooster echoed throughout the underground palace. The group turned their attention towards the source of the sound. Emerging from a passage directly opposite them were hundreds of roosters strutting proudly from the darkness. Leading the flock was the majestic angry rooster, the finest among them. The loud crowing of the rooster instilled a sense of threat among the small centipedes, causing them to abandon Jiang Bai and his companions and redirect their attention towards the roosters. A battle between chickens and centipedes was imminent. I knew there was no such thing as a dead end. Behold how timely our rooster army has arrived, the stout man chuckled. Let us proceed, Jiang Bai declared, stepping confidently towards the main hall. Before them stood a magnificent palace, its plaque inscribed with the words Dan Lu Bao Lu. Approaching the grand edifice, a faint yet distinct aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, emanating from the palace itself. Was this the legendary place of alchemical refinement through the ages? Raymond, holding his firearm, surveyed the palace and took a few steps forward, intending to push open the grand doors. Just as the portly individual was about to follow, he suddenly felt a sticky substance fall upon his face. Had it begun to rain? Glancing upwards, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror, his pupils dilating in fear. A six-winged centipede. Run! It's a six-winged centipede. Everyone into the Dan Tower. After his moment of panic, the stout man shouted, disregarding the identity of those beside him as he grabbed them and dashed toward the tower. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Raymond aimed his weapon at the six-winged centipede. Pulling the trigger, the bullets struck the creature, inflicting only minor damage. The six-winged centipede emitted a series of shrill cries, its massive body leaping down from the ceiling of the underground palace, directly targeting Raymond, clearly enraged by his earlier actions. In an instant, it closed the distance, its enormous antennae lunging toward Raymond. Jiang Bai swiftly pushed Raymond aside and called out, Ray, you and the others take cover. Leave this creature to me. Chapter 27, Showdown with the Six-Winged Centipede. Understood. Without hesitation, Raymond, along with the portly individual and the others, retreated into the Dan Tower for safety. Whether it be the corpulent fellow or the women, including Bai Lu, they all harbored a profound understanding that, confronted with such a formidable six-winged centipede, they could offer no assistance whatsoever. Instead of exacerbating the situation and causing Jiang Bai to become distracted, it would be far more prudent to simply retreat and avoid becoming a burden to him. While solidarity in times of adversity is commendable, it is contingent upon the circumstances. To remain in place knowing one is a liability is either foolishness or malice. Who would one wish to endanger? In the presence of the six-winged centipede, what aid could they possibly render Jiang Bai? Beyond serving as a hindrance and potentially providing sustenance for the creature, they were of no use. Could you perhaps release me? Zhao Yunying cast a frigid glance at the corpulent man before directing her gaze towards the six-winged centipede outside the pillar pavilion. Outside the pavilion, Jiang Bai drew the dragonbone heavenly blade from his back, facing off against the centipede. Sensing that Jiang Bai was not to be trifled with, the six-winged centipede remained poised upon the ceiling of the underground palace, biding its time and refraining from launching an attack. Having existed for over a millennium, it had developed a semblance of intelligence, capable of perceiving a terrifying force emanating from within Jiang Bai. The two, man and creature, appraised each other, each seeking a flaw in the other's defenses. The ethereal sphere hovered in the air, broadcasting the centipede's visage to the live audience. In an instant, a majority of netizens fell into silence. What the hell? I thought the young man was merely jesting when he mentioned a centipede over 20 meters long in the Miao village. I never imagined it to be true. I can feel the dread emanating from it through the screen. I have no idea where Zhang Shaoji finds the courage to confront it directly. This is utterly unscientific. It defies all reason. After 2 decades of studying atheism, how can such a colossal centipede suddenly appear before me? I would prefer to believe that the esteemed individuals have ceased their brawls, rather than accept the veracity of this situation. What sustenance does such a colossal centipede consume on a daily basis? Setting aside the facts, could it be that the mere presence of this centipede among us is not without consequence? Why is it referred to as a centipede and not a centipede matriarch? I am Yang Tianqi from the School of Biology. Zhang Xiaoyu, the raccoon spirit you sold to our department has proven to be immensely beneficial for our research. I would like to inquire whether you are willing to sell the remains of this centipede. Please name your price. Let us refrain from sending further comments. The six-winged centipede has begun to move. A flurry of comments filled the screen. In the depths of the underground palace, after observing Jiang Bai for a brief moment, the six-winged centipede grew increasingly agitated. It plunged downwards at an astonishing speed, heading directly towards Jiang Bai. As it advanced, its numerous legs knocked over stone pillars adorned with eternal lamps. The oil from the lamps splattered onto the corpses below, igniting instantaneously and illuminating the entire underground chamber. What an opportune moment! Faced with the onslaught of the six-winged centipede, Jiang Bai exhibited no signs of retreat. On the contrary, a glimmer of exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. In the very instant the six-winged centipede lunged, he leapt into the air, executing a perfect backflip to land firmly upon the centipede's back. A sharp glint of his blade flashed through the air. The dragon bone heavenly blade, gleaming with a cold light, struck forcefully against one of the centipede's pair of wings. Despite the fact that even an assault rifle could not inflict severe damage upon its robust body, under the blade's brilliance, the six-winged centipede's wings were severed with ease, akin to slicing through parchment. The six-winged centipede emitted a piercing roar, its colossal form careening wildly within the subterranean chamber, occasionally crashing against the surrounding walls, making it exceedingly difficult for Jiang Bai to maintain his footing. Clinging desperately to the centipede's exoskeleton to prevent himself from plummeting, he relentlessly wielded the dragon bone blade, striking repeatedly at the creature's wings. Within mere minutes, Jiang Bai had severed the remaining 4 pairs of wings. Now wingless, the six-winged centipede flailed about like a headless fly, violently colliding with the walls of the underground lair in a frenzied attempt to dislodge Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai held on tenaciously. With a final slash, the last pair of wings fell away, rendering the centipede utterly incapable of flight, as it crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai leapt off the writhing beast. The six-winged centipede thrashed in agony on the ground, spewing forth streams of black liquid that exuded a noxious odor, inducing nausea. Jiang Bai covered his mouth and nose, gazing at the now flightless creature, relief washing over him. It was not the monster's strength that instilled fear, but its ability to soar through the air. Had it not been for the confines of the subterranean realm, severely wounding the six-winged centipede would have proven far more challenging. Goodness, has he truly injured the six-winged centipede? The group of onlookers, including the stout fellow hidden within the alchemy tower, were struck with astonishment at Jiang Bai's ease in severing the centipede's 6 pairs of wings. They had just witnessed the creature's terrifying prowess firsthand. When it had merely perched atop the chamber's ceiling, it had nearly robbed them of breath. However, at this moment, the fearsome six-winged centipede was effortlessly severed of its 6 pairs of wings by Jiang Bai, who did so without encountering any resistance. No one could fathom the extent of Jiang Bai's power. In this instant, everyone regarded Jiang Bai's strength as an enigma, an unsolved mystery. Ray, if it were you, could you so easily sever the wings of the six-winged centipede? The chubby one suddenly inquired with curiosity. Isn't he hiding in the pill tower? If he could defeat the six-winged centipede, would he still need to take refuge there? He may be the king of special forces, but even the king has never encountered a centipede of such colossal proportions. Has he? Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from speaking when one has little knowledge of the subject. He is not human. He is not human, Raymond consoled himself inwardly. Yuning, can you handle this? I cannot. However, I can easily break your limbs, Zhao Yuning replied coldly, her gaze towards Jiang Bai ablaze with fervor, a fervor ignited by her yearning for battle. What the hell, Brother Jiang is truly extraordinary. I anticipated a fierce clash, yet it turned out to be a mere walkover. The six-winged centipede is but trash. Trash, you say? Go ahead if you dare. That thing stands 6 stories tall. I felt fear just watching it from behind the screen, and yet you have the audacity to call it trash. It is not the six-winged centipede that is trash, but rather Brother Jiang's strength is simply too formidable. The centipede could not compel him to reveal his true prowess. I suggest we have the great general of the Yuan dynasty and the White Ape join forces. Enough of this nonsense. Just shower me with gifts. I want to see Brother Jiang perform a striptease. In the depths of the dungeon, Jiang Bai and the six-winged centipede scrutinized one another. Suddenly, An angry chicken soared towards the centipede. Jiang Bai exclaimed in astonishment, "You dare to snatch my prey, you wretched fowl?" Without hesitation, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the furious chicken flying. The monsters belonged to him alone. None would dare to take them. In that fleeting moment, the six-winged centipede, realizing its inferiority, swiftly retreated, instinctively aware that fleeing was its best option. Chapter 28. The Seizure of the Pill. "Ah, you think you can escape?" Jiang Bai roared, his eyes flashing with fierce determination. Ignoring the chicken, he sprang forward like a leopard, swiftly closing the distance to the centipede. With a swift thrust, the dragon-bone blade pierced the centipede's tough exoskeleton with remarkable ease, embedding itself deeply. The centipede emitted a painful shriek, thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to shake off Jiang Bai's relentless assault. Yet, Jiang Bai maintained a vice-like grip on the blade, refusing to relent. The centipede lashed its tail with great force, toppling lampposts adorned with eternal flames, hurling them towards Jiang Bai. With agility, he evaded the onslaught, continuously adjusting his position. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. He feigned unconsciousness, his demeanor instantly deflating as though he had lost all awareness, tightly closing his eyes and allowing the six-winged centipede to carry him away in a wild dash. The centipede, sensing a shift in Jiang Bai's aura, mistakenly believed it had succeeded in knocking him out, letting out a series of delighted cries. It accelerated, its massive form charging directly towards a pill well. Bang! In the astonished gaze of the stout man, Raymond, Bai Lu, and numerous viewers in the livestream, the enormous body of the six-winged centipede crashed into the pill well and leaped down. Little brother, Zhang Xiaogu, the stout man and the others were immediately alarmed, rushing out of the pill building and sprinting to the side of the well, calling out loudly to the depths below. "Little brother, Zhang Xiaogu, hurry, everyone, quickly search for a mechanism to open this pill well," the stout man said anxiously, his gaze scanning the surroundings of the well.
Han Xia Yining, Bai Lu.
And the others frantically searched for a mechanism. They could not comprehend why Jiang Bai, who had clearly held the upper hand moments ago, had suddenly collapsed and been taken into the pill well by the six-winged centipede. "There's no mechanism. I don't see any mechanism here either." The women despaired after their search. Raymond, with determination in his heart, pulled out a bundle of explosives from his backpack, his sharp gaze sweeping over the faces of those present. "Ladies and gentlemen, since there's no mechanism, we shall blast open this pill well. I do not know what lies beneath the well, nor do I know Jiang Bai's condition at this moment. But I am aware that if we choose to detonate it, it may very well lead to the collapse of this subterranean palace, burying us all. Now, I present to you a choice, to explode or not to explode." Raymond looked at everyone. "Explode. If I live, I want to see the living. If I die, I want to see the dead," Han Xiaoying declared resolutely. Bai Lu nodded earnestly, saying, "Brother Jiang has saved me. I choose to explode." "Explode." Zhao Yuning uttered a single word. "I too choose to explode," Lu Yan said, slowly raising her hand. Only the stout man remained in the arena. His gaze was resolute. "I also choose to explode. In my lifetime, I have seldom recognized anyone, but Brother Jiang is one of them. I refuse to believe he has perished so easily. Very well, let us explode." Upon seeing the consensus among the group, Raymond placed the explosive device atop the manhole cover, set the timer, and led the five away from the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, Jiang Bai suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness before crashing heavily onto the ground. He turned his head to glance at the six-winged centipede, slowly releasing the dragon-bone heaven blade, pretending to lie lifeless on the ground. It seemed that sensing the disappearance of Jiang Bai's formidable aura, the six-winged centipede scuttled excitedly within the cauldron, reveling in its elation. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai cautiously opened his eyes a crack to survey his surroundings. The space was several times smaller than the underground palace, littered with corpses and discarded alchemical furnaces. The garments worn by the bodies varied in age, featuring both ancient attire and outfits from the warlord period of the Republic. After a while of scuttling about, the six-winged centipede noted that Jiang Bai remained motionless. The body entwined around a colossal alchemical furnace exhaled a white inner elixir, initiating the healing process for its wounds. At that very moment, upon witnessing the six-winged centipede finally expel its inner elixir, Jiang Bai shed all pretense and leapt from the ground, dashing towards the inner elixir. The six-winged centipede, engaged in its own recovery, suddenly sensed the absence of its inner elixir. Its massive head twisted in confusion as it emitted a series of startled exclamations. The inner elixir that served as its lifeline for healing was now firmly grasped in the hands of a man, the very same man who had severed its 6 pairs of wings and had just rendered it unconscious. "Thank you," Jiang Bai remarked as he seized the inner elixir without the slightest hesitation, swallowing it whole. The six-winged centipede, incensed by the theft of its inner elixir, erupted in a furious roar. Its immense form, reminiscent of a dragon, surged forth with formidable intensity towards Jiang Bai. Regrettably, it had forgotten that even in possession of its inner elixir, it was no match for Jiang Bai. How much less so now that it had lost it. Confronted with the centipede's assault, Jiang Bai remained unflinching. With a swift motion, he evaded its attack with agility, then leapt gracefully as if he were a lithe cheetah, landing atop the back of the six-winged centipede. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth the dragonbone blade embedded in the centipede's back. With a sharp sound, the dragonbone blade was extracted, releasing a spurt of green, foul-smelling blood that splattered into the air. Jiang Bai did not pause for breath, continuing to ascend along the centipede's back towards its nape, each step taken with remarkable steadiness. The six-winged centipede writhed frantically upon the ground, its body twisting and contorting in an effort to escape Jiang Bai's grasp, yet it could not shake him off. With a swift motion, Jiang Bai traversed the distance in mere strides, his figure darting like lightning to the nape of the six-winged centipede. With a powerful push of his legs, he half-squatted, the dragon-bone celestial blade glimmering with a chilling light as it plunged directly into the creature's head. A pained whimper escaped the six-winged centipede, its body thrashing violently in agony. "D!" Jiang Bai exclaimed as he withdrew the dragon-bone celestial blade, delivering a flurry of stabs, each penetrating the centipede's form. The creature's movements grew feebler until, at last, it succumbed to silence. Chapter 29. The Thief's Command. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the millennium-old beast, the six-winged centipede, and earning 1,000 exploration points. The system's voice resonated, and a smile spread across Jiang Bai's face. This battle had yielded remarkable rewards. Not only had he acquired 1,000 exploration points, but he had also obtained the centipede's millennium inner elixir. His ruse of feigning death had successfully lured the centipede into the elixir well, allowing him to evade the spirit orb and seize this precious inner elixir. With his goal accomplished, Jiang Bai began to sense the alterations brought about by the inner elixir. His physical attributes and strength had not significantly increased, yet his recovery speed had markedly improved. The wound on his left hand, inflicted before entering the underground palace, was already beginning to scab, likely to heal completely within a day. The Lei Zhe bloodline endowed him with an extraordinary recovery ability, and now, with the addition of the six-winged centipede's inner elixir, he felt as though he had gained wings. As he reveled in his enhanced recuperative power and withdrew the dragon-bone celestial blade, he prepared to rise and investigate the elixir well. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A thunderous explosion erupted from above the well, sending a cascade of dust and debris tumbling downwards. "Brother Jiang, are you down there? How are you? Are you all right?" The voice of the portly man echoed from above. "I'm fine. It's just a small space down here. Good, wait for us. We will descend shortly." A thick black rope was tossed down, and the group swiftly made their way to the bottom of the well. "Brother Jiang, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. You nearly scared us to death just now." Overjoyed to see Jiang Bai safe, the portly man rushed forward and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. "It's a relief indeed." Raymond patted Jiang Bai's shoulder, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "You aren't injured, are you?" Han Xiaoying inquired after a moment of hesitation. "No," Jiang Bai shook his head. "That's good to hear." Like Raymond, Han Xiaoying began to survey the entire area beneath the well. "Brother, are you truly unscathed? I distinctly saw you faint earlier," Bai Lu said, her face etched with concern. Jiang Bai chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. "Of course I'm fine. I was merely pretending. It was a ruse to deceive the six-winged centipede. allowing me to catch it off guard and eliminate it. You killed the six-winged centipede? The portly man exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the group noticed the lifeless body of the six-winged centipede not far away. It lay motionless on the ground, a pool of green blood oozing from its body. Good heavens, it's truly dead, the portly man declared, giving Jiang Bai an enthusiastic thumbs up. Han Xiaoying cast a glance at the corpse of the six-winged centipede, her gaze suddenly landing upon a peculiar figure clad in unusual attire beside a Dan furnace. She quietly approached the body, adorned herself with a pair of white gloves, and began to explore the corpse. After a moment, she extracted a dark golden token from it. Jiang, come quickly and see what this is, she called out to the others. The crowd hurriedly gathered around. Let me have a look at the token, Jiang Bai said, reaching out for it. Be cautious. It may be poisonous, Han Xiaoying cautioned as she handed the token to Jiang Bai. He received it and examined it closely, noticing that the front bore the character for thief, while the back displayed the character for order. A thief's order? Jiang, could this possibly belong to your Thieves Sect? The chubby man inquired, turning to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai nodded, affirming, indeed, this is the Thieves Sect's token. I never expected to find it here. What is a Thieves Sect token? Bai Lu asked, perplexed. Jiang Bai's expression grew exceedingly solemn as he explained. The Thieves Sect token is our ancestral emblem. Its significance to our sect is akin to that of the imperial seal to our nation. Only those who possess the Thieves Sect token are deemed worthy to become the true leaders of the sect, selected personally by our founder. Goodness, the chubby man gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at the body on the ground. Jiang, since the Thieves Sect token was found in the grasp of this corpse, does this imply that the corpse belongs to one of your predecessors, one of the former leaders of your sect? Jiang Bai remained silent, and under the scrutiny of the crowd, he delivered a kick that sent the head of the corpse flying. Even after this act, Jiang Bai appeared to harbor lingering frustration, mercilessly striking the lifeless body. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? The rotund fellow questioned, bewildered, as did the others present. Even the viewers in the live stream were perplexed. They could not fathom why Jiang Bai would desecrate a body that was supposedly that of his predecessor. Damn it! This wretched thing stole the sect's emblem centuries ago, leading our sect down a path of decline, causing divisions among branches, each vying for supremacy. Now that I have finally located this abomination, I shall ensure it suffers even in death, Jiang Bai declared vehemently, delivering another fierce kick to the corpse. The rotund man exchanged glances with his companions, their expressions laden with concern. Stay calm, Brother Jiang. You must remain composed, he urged, hastening to restrain Jiang Bai. None of them had anticipated that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. I believed the corpse was Brother Jiang's predecessor. Never could I have imagined it would end like this. Judging by Brother Jiang's demeanor, he truly seems enraged. Your ancestral imperial seal has been stolen for centuries. Would you not feel anger? By the way, what exactly is this organization known as the Thieves Sect? Is there anyone who can elucidate? I ask, what would you do if you were to recover the imperial seal? Do not inquire. Simply submit to the state, allowing the authorities to restore the nation to me. Why is it that the imperial jade seal, which should be sought by all, has fortuitously come into my possession? This signifies that I am destined by heaven. Should I ascend to the throne, I shall ensure that all citizens receive foot therapy covered by health insurance. Each province shall be granted a carrier battle group, and every county shall host a heavily armored combined brigade. Calm down, remain composed. In the Danwell, the rotund figure reassured Jiang Bai. Taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Bai chose to disregard the lifeless body on the ground, stowing the theft guild token in his pocket and surveying his surroundings. A few blows to vent frustration would suffice. He needed to proceed down the steps. His earlier statements were indeed true. The theft guild token rightfully belonged to their guild and symbolized the leadership of the theft guild, having been stolen away. However, the decline of the guild was not significantly linked to the loss of the token. According to his grandfather, it appeared that the theft guild had been suppressed, leading to its downfall. Chapter 30. Unable to contain himself, he severed it. The area beneath the Danwell was rather confined. Everyone donned gloves and began to rummage through the array of corpses. Hey brother, Team Lei, come quickly. I have also found a token, shouted Bai Lu, standing beside a body, prompting Jiang Bai and the others to gather around. This token bore no resemblance to the Theft Guild token. The Theft Guild token was triangular, with a straight base, crafted from dark gold. In contrast, this token was square and made of copper. Whose token could this possibly be? Curious, the rotund figure took the token in hand and examined it closely. This is the waist badge of the Guanshan Taibao, Jiang Bai interjected. Guanshan Taibao? The group turned their attention towards Jiang Bai. Brother Jiang, who exactly is the Guanshan Taibao? Bai Lu inquired with a hint of confusion. Jiang Bai, with eloquence, explained, the Guanshan Taibao is one of the 4 illustrious families in the realm of tomb raiding. Since ancient times, a saying has circulated within this domain, the southern 9 gates and the northern 4 factions. In truth, beyond these 13 organizations, there lie 4 esteemed families. They comprise the Guanshan Taibao of the Feng clan, the general of the 9 underworlds, the lord of Yin and Yang, and the king of corpse binding. Collectively, they are referred to as the 4 great families. Notably, the Guanshan Taibao is renowned for its mastery of paper effigies and sorcery. Are there truly so many organizations of tomb raiders? Raymond furrowed his brow. Tomb raiders? Jiang Bai turned to glance at Raymond. Captain Lei, you deem them tomb raiders? Are you aware that many of these organizations held positions in antiquity comparable to that of modern archaeological teams? Some were even more specialized and esteemed. Each faction possesses its own unique techniques. For instance, the Mo-Jin Xiao Wei from the northern 4 factions traces its origins back to Cao Cao, established to procure military provisions, classified as official thieves. They are said to operate under the principle that no tomb is disturbed during the crow's call and the extinguishing of lamps. Before opening a coffin, one must light a candle in the southeast corner. Should the candle extinguish, they must immediately vacate the tomb chamber. Furthermore, the title of Guanshan Taibao was personally bestowed by the Hangul Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. Do you still insist they are mere tomb raiders? If we truly assess their expertise in tomb exploration, it is not that I look down upon archaeological teams. Indeed, 10 such teams could scarcely rival them. After all, how could a nascent organization, barely a century old, compare to techniques that have been honed over millennia? Wouldn't you agree, my portly friend? Well, let us proceed. There is little of value left in this Dan well. Let us ascend and investigate further. Jiang Bai approached the rope and swiftly climbed down into the subterranean chamber. Within the chamber, a flock of roosters was engaged in battle with a small centipede. Jiang Bai surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on the Dan Tower and one of the side chambers. It was evident that the Dan Tower was designated for alchemical practices, while the plaque on the side chamber read Shu Bao Lu, indicating it was a repository for books. Rustling sounds emerged from behind as 6 portly figures ascended into the chamber. Let us proceed to the Dan Tower, Jiang Bai declared, leading the way. As the group entered the Dan Tower, they found the interior eerily vacant, save for a solitary alchemical furnace standing in the center. Shelves around them were laden with various jars and vials, some shattered while others remained intact, yet all were enshrouded in a thick layer of dust. Jiang Bai approached the alchemical furnace and peered inside, only to be met with an abyss of darkness, the bottom littered with a mass of black residue, exuding a foul odor. Do you think any remnants of elixirs remain in these jars? The curious, portly man inquired, moving to one of the shelves and vigorously shaking a jar he had retrieved. The faint sound of clinking echoed from within. Quickly, come here. There are indeed elixirs inside. His face lit up with excitement as he unscrewed the lid, pouring out 3 black elixirs before the group. Are these elixirs still consumable? Bai Lu scrutinized the potions with wide eyes. Han Xiaoying picked up a pill from the chubby man's hand, scrutinizing it closely before shaking her head. Subsequently, she retrieved a transparent small bag from her medicine box at her waist and carefully placed the pill inside. There's no need for such trouble, Jiang Bai remarked as he stepped forward, seizing the remaining 2 pills from the chubby man's grip and, without a moment's hesitation, tossing them directly into his mouth. Are you really consuming it just like that? Bai Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yen and Raymond also turned their gaze toward Jiang Bai, equally shocked. They had witnessed bravery before, but never to this extent. What if the pills were poisonous? There's no cause for concern. My body possesses Qilin essence, which can counteract 100 toxins, Jiang Bai replied nonchalantly. So, how does it taste? Is it expired? The chubby man asked eagerly. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment. The pills have a hint of sweetness, mingled with an herbal flavor, somewhat akin to consuming herbal-flavored jelly beans. As for their efficacy, just as he spoke, he suddenly felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, a sign that Yun Chong was stirring. He turned to the chubby man. Quickly check what kind of pill this is. All right, it's the Longhu pill. The chubby man shouted back at Jiang Bai. Indeed, it was this particular item. Jiang Bai suppressed the fiery sensation in his abdomen as he spoke. The Longhu pill. The others present, not being novices, instantly grasped the significance of the pill, their expressions transforming into ones of intrigue. Perhaps you should head to the pill well. Bai Lu began, only to regret her words immediately. What a reckless suggestion to make, especially in front of the viewers of the live stream. No, merely 2 Dragon Tiger pills are insufficient to tempt me. Jiang Bai's expression was grave. Could someone enlighten me about the Dragon Tiger pill? I initially thought it was some form of elixir, but it turns out to be the Dragon Tiger pill. I would like 100 of those to bestow upon my readers. I represent an international medical corporation, Brother Jiang. Are you willing to sell the Dragon Tiger pill in your possession? I would gladly offer 1 million for research purposes. Tell me, if Brother Jiang truly cannot contain himself, which of the 4 women present would he choose? Might he desire them all? Are you truly all right? In the pill chamber, Han Xiaoying inquired with a hint of concern. As a physician, she possessed a profound understanding of medicinal and toxic substances. While all medicine harbors a degree of toxicity, a remedy is classified as such when its beneficial properties outweigh its harmful effects. Conversely, if the toxicity surpasses the efficacy, it is deemed poison. However, there exists a type of medicine that does not qualify as poison, which is the very one Jiang Bai has consumed. With a swift motion, Zhao Yunying drew a dagger from her waist and presented it to Jiang Bai, her demeanor as frigid as ever. If you cannot endure it, then sever it. You! Jiang Bai's lips twitched. Even in the face of death, he could not resort to such actions. Absolutely not. Chapter 31. The Art of Longevity Pills. Thank you, I can manage. Jiang Bai declined Zhao Yunying's kind offer and turned to inspect the various vials and jars within the pill chamber. Some contained remedies, while others stood empty. After a thorough search, Jiang Bai indeed discovered a commendable elixir among the containers. The Crimson Fire Divine Pearl. Brother Jiang, what exactly is the Crimson Fire Divine Pearl? A group of 7 individuals gathered closely together, meticulously examining the several hundred crimson elixirs before them. Bai Lu could not restrain her curiosity and inquired. The Scarlet Fire Divine Pearl is an antidote pill, frequently utilized by tomb raiders of ancient times. It served to alleviate the majority of toxins encountered within tombs, thus safeguarding them from the peril of poisoning. Unfortunately, as the tides of time have shifted and evolved, the formula for the Scarlet Fire Divine Pearl has long been lost to history. To our astonishment, we have stumbled upon its finished form here. Jiang Bai, with an expression of calmness, elucidated as he casually stowed the Scarlet Fire Divine Pearl into the backpack behind him. The emergence of this pearl was undoubtedly fortuitous for their future explorations, as it could effectively mitigate various toxins, sparing him the need to resort to bloodletting each time. Given that the Scarlet Fire Divine Pearl has manifested in this alchemical pavilion, might it not be possible that its formula resides here as well? I believe I should search diligently. This discovery would not only benefit us but also serve the interests of the nation, Lei Meng remarked, his gaze sweeping across the alchemical pavilion. If the formula indeed exists, it is most likely to be found in the adjacent library, Jiang Bai suggested, gesturing towards the library outside the pavilion. Let us proceed and investigate, he urged. The 7 of them departed from the alchemical pavilion and approached the library, pushing the door open to enter. Inside the library, darkness enveloped them, accompanied by a palpable sense of antiquity. The portly member of their group stepped forward to ignite the oil lamps within. As the flames flickered to life, the surroundings gradually came into focus, revealing the scene before them. Time's relentless passage had rendered most of the books fragile and brittle, their pages worn and weathered. Occasionally, a few venomous centipedes would emerge from the books, sending shivers down one's spine. Deep within the building stood a wooden desk, upon which rested a chest that appeared utterly incongruous with its surroundings. This chest seemed to be fashioned from an unknown metal, showing no signs of weathering. Everyone, be cautious and avoid touching the books on the floor lest a centipede scuttle out, Jiang Bai cautioned as he surveyed the library. You all search around. I shall attempt to open that large chest, Fatty declared, striding directly towards it, drawing forth a dagger from his waist to pry it open. Fatty, be careful. There may be traps, Raymond shouted. Rest assured, Fatty replied, cautiously inserting the dagger into the chest's crevice and slowly prying it open. Fortunately, Raymond had been overly concerned. The chest bore no traps. As the chest creaked open, a faint aroma of herbs wafted out, revealing an intact bamboo scroll within. Is it truly a bamboo scroll? Fatty frowned, having anticipated it might contain some precious treasure or elixir, only to find a bundle of scrolls. He reached in to retrieve the scroll, which was not heavy, being roughly the same thickness as a single bamboo stick, fitting perfectly in his palm. Holding the scroll aloft, he glanced at the characters inscribed upon it, and his breath quickened in excitement as he called out to the others, Hurry over. I believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. What is it? What about the recipe for the Crimson Fire Divine Pearl? Lei Meng hurriedly rushed to the portly figure, gazing at the bamboo slip in his hand, which bore the inscription Longevity Elixir Technique in bold characters. In an instant, the pupils of everyone present constricted, their faces reflecting terror. The Longevity Elixir Technique. Could it truly be the secret to eternal life? Lu Yen gasped in shock, covering her mouth. The portly man glanced at the crowd and instinctively reached to unfurl the bamboo slip. Do not touch it. Suddenly, a voice resonated like thunder. The portly man's movement halted as he lifted his gaze, only to see a shadow, akin to a phantom, snatch the slip from his grasp. It was Jiang Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai hurled the slip, inscribed with the Longevity Elixir Technique, into the flames outside the library. Boom! The slip ignited upon contact with the fire, flames swiftly consuming it. Brother, that was the secret to eternal life. How could you burn it? Upon witnessing Jiang Bai's act, the portly man panicked, ready to dash outside. I dare anyone to retrieve it. Jiang Bai unsheathed the dragon-bone celestial blade from his back, placing it against the portly man's throat, his gaze icy as it swept over the 6 individuals present. Faced with the blade, the portly man immediately ceased his attempt to flee, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Could it be that the secret to eternal life truly exists in this world? Why did Zhang Xiaogu burn it? Quickly, someone retrieve it. Could genuinely grant us eternal life. If you do not want it, you can give it to me. We must hurry. The slip is nearly consumed by the flames. Why did Jiang Xiaoga decide to incinerate it? This was an ancient method for attaining longevity. Even if true immortality is unattainable, extending one's lifespan by a measure should be feasible. Should it not? Historically, figures like Peng Zhu were said to have lived for 800 years, and Mount Ping has long been a site for alchemical pursuits throughout the ages. This method of longevity may not be a mere myth after all. A group of fools. Is there truly any method for eternal life in this world? The viewers in the live stream were agitated, their comments flooding the screen in a frenzy. The secret to longevity must not fall into their hands. Otherwise, they would invite immense trouble, one from which even the higher-ups could not shield them, and they might even become targets themselves. Never underestimate the lengths to which some individuals will go in their quest for immortality. They would resort to anything in pursuit of eternal life. The most prudent course of action is to incinerate it at the earliest opportunity, doing so in full view of the entire live stream audience, thereby extinguishing the aspirations of certain individuals once and for all. Only in this way can they ensure their own safety. Of course, there exists another option, to unveil the method of the longevity elixir before the entire live stream audience, making it public. However, such an action would likely plunge society into chaos. Who can truly ascertain what this so-called method of longevity entails? What if it necessitates the hearts of 999 infants to achieve this so-called immortality? How many innocent children would go missing, how many lives would be lost, and how much public outrage would it provoke? He did not wish to become another Yang Yuhuan, a sacrificial pawn in the quest to quell public discontent. Chapter 32. Can Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu attain longevity? Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Bai's thoughts shifted, and his gaze swept over the crowd as he slowly spoke. Longevity is a desire shared by all, but I must ask you, does true longevity really exist in this world? In ancient times, there were illustrious figures such as Emperor Qin, Emperor Wu of Han, the Tang dynasty's founding emperor, and Genghis Khan, each a paragon of exceptional talent, each reigning supreme over multitudes. Would they have attained immortality? If they had, would we have had the opportunity to witness the rise and fall of dynasties? Would we have had a chance to make our mark? If they had achieved eternal life, would our present nation be known as Great Qin, Great Han, or perhaps Great Tang? If they had lived on, how could Liu Bang have risen against the White Serpent? How could Li Shimin have orchestrated the coup at Xuanwu Gate? How could Zhao Kuangyin have donned the imperial robe? And how could Zhu Yuanzhang have founded the Ming dynasty? What of our current great Xia? The so-called elixir of life is merely a ruse concocted by ancient charlatans, a form of sorcery. Despite our advanced technology today, capable of heart transplants and even head transplants, who among us truly achieves immortality? If our contemporary science cannot accomplish this, why would one presume that ancient people could attain eternal life? Simply because of a few vials and jars? Throughout history, countless lives have been lost in pursuit of this elusive immortality. We must not allow more innocent lives to be sacrificed. What do you think? Raymond pondered for a moment and concurred, stating, "Indeed, I believe Brother Jiang is absolutely correct. I, Raymond, have never believed in the existence of a method for eternal life. If such a method truly existed, why would the alchemists practicing here not employ it but instead choose to leave? In my view, the so-called elixir of life is nothing but a deception, a trick to ensnare those ancient dignitaries and aristocrats. We too perceive it as a deception." Bai Lu and Lu Yen nodded in unison. Han Xiaoying merely smiled, while Zhao Yunying wore a cold expression, uttering not a single word. Their gazes converged upon the portly figure among them, who had seemed the most anxious just moments ago. With a resounding slap, the portly man struck his own face, his expression one of deep remorse. What was I thinking just now? Why was I so eager upon encountering the secret to immortality? I felt an overwhelming urge to possess it. He turned to Jiang Xiaoga, apologizing. "I'm truly sorry for my impulsiveness. I failed to restrain myself. Thankfully, you intervened." Jiang Bai chuckled lightly and shook his head. "In truth, your instinct to reach for the secret of immortality was a natural response, for you had fallen under its influence." "Under its influence? What do you mean?" The portly man was momentarily perplexed. "Did you not catch a whiff of a certain fragrance when you opened the box?" Jiang Bai inquired. "If I am not mistaken, that alluring scent was an aphrodisiac, designed to amplify your inner desires. The very purpose of that bamboo scroll on immortality is to awaken your longing for eternal life. Imagine a band of tomb raiders entering this place, suddenly confronted by the secret to immortality, only to have their desires inflamed by that fragrance. What do you think would transpire? They would turn against one another." Lu Yen responded without hesitation. Jiang Bai nodded in affirmation. "Precisely. They would become ferociously antagonistic, forsaking familial bonds in their quest for the secret. This was, in fact, the true intent of the individual who left behind this scroll. But although I yearned for the secret, I never contemplated resorting to violence," the portly man replied, his confusion deepening. He spoke with sincerity, especially at the moment when Jiang Bai pressed the knife against his neck. Any thought of acquiring the method of immortality vanished from his mind. To take action? Raymond cast a surprised glance at the chubby man and exclaimed, "Chubby, do you still wish to confront Brother Jiang? Have you grown so bold, believing you can overpower him, or do you think he lacks the strength to wield that knife? Is your skin tougher than that of a six-winged centipede? Fortunately, you refrained from acting, or you might have ended up like another six-winged centipede, left here to propagate little centipedes." Ha ha ha. A hearty smile spread across Raymond's face. "Aye." The chubby man opened his mouth, instinctively wiping the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Bai paid no heed to the two of them. Instead, he scrutinized the large box before him. "Brother, could there be an issue with this box?" Han Xiaoying inquired, stepping forward. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, glancing at the distant fairy orb, and murmured, "Do you not find it peculiar? Why would this box be placed so conspicuously, immediately visible upon entry? Moreover, it just so happens to contain the method of immortality. When I seized the bamboo slip from the chubby man's grasp earlier, I discerned something unusual. The slip, though ancient, is coated in a layer of wood oil, indicating that someone has been maintaining it over the years. You mean to say that someone deliberately placed that bamboo slip into this box before our arrival, merely waiting for us to unlock it? Han Xiaoying whispered, deep in thought. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. That is my conjecture. However, the dust on the box cannot be fabricated. Who could place the bamboo slip inside without disturbing the dust on the box? More importantly, we have never offended anyone. Why does this individual persistently seek to harm us? Could it possibly be your brother? Han Xiaoying glanced at Jiang Bai, her meaning implied. Are you suggesting him? Jiang Bai's gaze intensified. Han Xiaoying gently nodded. Jiang Xiaoga, Sister Xiaoying, what are you two whispering about? At that moment, Bai Lu approached with her enchanted sphere. It's nothing. We are merely searching for mechanisms here, Jiang Bai explained, fabricating an excuse. It was not that he wished to conceal the truth from Bai Lu, but rather that they were in the light while their adversary lurked in the shadows. The more individuals who were aware, the easier it would be for their opponent to detect the anomaly and retreat even further, to their detriment. Moreover, informing Bai Lu would be futile. She possessed no offensive capability and could do nothing against the foe. It was better to keep her in the dark. This would confuse the adversary and spare her the daily burden of vigilance and fear. Mechanisms? What mechanisms? Are there traps here? I'll help you look for them, Bai Lu remarked, diligently searching around the desk. Have you discovered anything? Raymond approached with the hefty companion. Jiang Bai shook his head. Nothing significant. There is something I wish to discuss privately with you, Team Leader Raymond. Very well. Let us step outside. Raymond gestured towards the door of the study. The two exited the building, and Jiang Bai leaned in to whisper into Raymond's ear. What? Is this truly the case? Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Raymond's demeanor turned grave. I currently possess no evidence, Jiang Bai replied with a slight shrug. All right, I shall remain exceptionally vigilant. We must not alert the snake by beating the grass, Raymond stated gravely. Chapter 33, The Poisonous Lingji. Team Lei, Brother Jiang, hurry inside. We've discovered a mechanism, came the voice of Bai Lu from within the study. Beneath the desk, a large hole had appeared in the floor. Bai Lu and her companions were struggling to move the desk, obstructing the hole. Indeed, there was a mechanism here. Jiang Bai approached the hole, scrutinizing it, and began to explore beneath the desk with his hands. He felt something akin to a button and pressed it firmly. With a click, a wooden box atop the desk sprang open. How could there be a hole here? Han Xiaoying feigned confusion, retrieving a green glow stick from her backpack and tossing it into the hole. Clink, clink. Sounds echoed as the glow stick hit the bottom. The hole was not deep. You all wait up here. I shall descend first to investigate, Jiang Bai declared, taking a flashlight and leaping directly into the opening. With a thud, his feet landed on the ground. Jiang Bai illuminated the space beneath him. The hole led to a pitch-black passage, narrow enough for only one person to traverse. A line of muddy footprints adorned the ground, the earth appearing quite fresh, suggesting someone had recently traversed this mountain path. Brother, how is it down there? The plump one called from above. It's a passage. The rest you must see for yourselves, Jiang Bai replied. The earth carried a foul odor, reminiscent of the stench he had encountered in Wangxing, emanating from a corpse. It was indeed him. Jiang Bai stood upright, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A black rope was thrown down from above, and 6 hefty individuals descended into the cave. As a seasoned Special Forces commander, Raymond immediately noticed the muddy footprints on the ground upon his arrival. Like Jiang Bai, he picked up a clump of earth and inhaled its scent, his brow furrowing in concern. How could there be footprints here? Could it be that others have ventured here besides us? Lu Yen expressed her bewilderment. It certainly appears so. I shall follow this passage and investigate further. Jiang Bai discreetly glanced at Han Xiaoying and Raymond before leading the way with his flashlight. The passage was narrow, and the 7 of them proceeded in single file. The hefty man, bringing up the rear, tapped Bai Lu on the shoulder and whispered, Bai Lu, Have you noticed how Jiang Xiaoga and Captain Raymond have suddenly become rather secretive? You haven't sensed anything at all? The hefty man was skeptical. Not at all. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the group emerged from the passage and arrived at the cave entrance. At this moment, they found themselves on the hillside of Bottle Mountain, with an endless precipice below. Directly across, several meters away, loomed a sheer cliff face. Jiang Bai surveyed his surroundings and noticed a peculiar structure above them resembling a centipede hanging from the cliff. What kind of ladder is this? It looks remarkably like a centipede, Lu Yen remarked, her eyes filled with curiosity. This is the centipede hanging ladder used by the unloading ridge warriors. Jiang Bai's words prompted an inquiry from the hefty man. Could it be that the footprints we saw in the passage were left by members of the unloading ridge? Did they not disappear during the Republican era? He raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward Jiang Bai. The reishi mushroom was immense, akin to a wash basin. Judging by its size, it was evident that it had thrived for no less than a millennium. Fatty, hand me the grappling gun. All right, Fatty. Having spotted the reishi and understanding Jiang Bai's intentions, hastily retrieved a grappling gun from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Bai. Upon receiving the grappling gun, Jiang Bai adeptly adjusted the direction of the barrel, aiming at the cliffside adjacent to the reishi. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a whoosh echoed as the gun's head, tethered to a rope, shot forth like a bullet, instantly embedding itself into the opposite cliff. Be careful, wear these gloves. Han Xiaoying offered a pair of white gloves to Jiang Bai. Okay. Jiang Bai accepted without hesitation, donned the gloves, and firmly grasped the rope emitted from the grappling gun. With agility reminiscent of a nimble goose, he ascended the rope and swiftly reached the side of the reishi. As he approached the reishi, Jiang Bai discovered that its roots had already delved deep into the cliff's interior. He gripped the base of the reishi and exerted great force to pull it outward. Crack, crack. As the reishi was extracted, fragments of the cliff began to tumble downwards, the stones cascading in increasing numbers. Boom! Thunderous sounds echoed as he exclaimed, "What a colossal reishi!" Fatty's eyes sparkled at the sight of the reishi, and he instinctively reached out to touch it. Do not touch it. It is highly toxic. Jiang Bai intervened, switching the reishi to his other hand to reveal the one gripping it. The white glove he wore had turned black, showing evident signs of corrosion. This. Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the reishi in astonishment. The toxin is remarkably potent, capable of corroding even gloves. Han Xiaoying scrutinized the Ganoderma, her interest visibly piqued. Does that mean it holds little value? Jiang Bai gazed intently at Han Xiaoying. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, stating, "No, it is not worthless. In fact, it is incredibly valuable. Ganoderma is already a high-grade medicinal herb, and this particular millennia-old specimen is even more precious. Although this Ganoderma is laced with deadly poison, it is precisely that toxicity which enhances its worth. A toxic Ganoderma is unprecedented globally. It can be considered a world first, and its research potential is immense. If you are willing, I would offer 800 million renminbi to acquire this specimen." As Han Xiaoying spoke, she extended 2 fingers towards Jiang Bai, her gaze inadvertently flickering to the ethereal orb above. "How much? 800 million? The portly man exclaimed in astonishment.
Han Xiaoying nodded.
800 million is my upper limit, but it does not reflect the true value of this Ganoderma. The man was left speechless, overwhelmed with disbelief. Bai Lu and Lu Yen gazed at Jiang Bai with envy. How much? This Ganoderma is worth 800 million? Does that mean Jiang Xiaoga is on the verge of becoming a billionaire overnight? 800 million? For those who are not short on funds. Exchanging that amount for a millennia-old Ganoderma is an exceedingly wise investment, especially since it could prove life-saving in critical moments. What is my sister Ing's status? It feels as though 800 million is mere pocket change to her. Han Xiaoying, a 28-year-old female doctor of medicine, is an esteemed expert at the International Medical Research Institute and a successor of ancient Chinese medicine. She specializes in the study of pharmacology and toxicology, having developed numerous innovative pharmaceuticals and secured over a dozen patents, with a personal fortune exceeding 30 billion. She operates a pharmaceutical research laboratory and a medical company. As the sounds of an explosion echoed through the camp, Jiang Bai, under the envious gazes of his companions, extracted a roll of cling film from his backpack, carefully wrapping the prized Lingji mushroom before placing it back inside. "Why are you putting it away? Are you not planning to sell it?" a chubby companion inquired, bewildered. "And what s with the cling film on an adventure? Are you worried about it losing freshness?" Jiang Bai chuckled lightly. "Didn't T-Sister Ing just mention that 8 million is her upper limit? It's not the limit for this Lingji. What if someone offers more?" "Such a money-minded fellow." Han Xiaoying shot a glance at Jiang Bai. At that moment, Raymond interjected. "Since the Lingji was discovered and harvested by Jiang Bai, its fate lies solely in his hands. We have no right to interfere." At last, a sigh of relief escaped the chubby man as he plopped down onto the ground. Bai Lu and Lu Yen, too, leaned on each other and settled down. By now, over 2 hours had elapsed since their descent into the underground palace. The 2-hour expedition, coupled with the fright induced by the 6-winged centipedes and the small venomous ones, had thoroughly exhausted both their bodies and minds, rendering them reluctant to rise from their seats. Raymond extracted water and provisions from his backpack to share among the group and inquired of Jiang Bai. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai responded. The chubby one hesitated momentarily, glancing at the two. "Ray, little brother, should we not ascend this centipede-hung mountain ladder to take a look? What if there truly are people from the unloading ridge?" Jiang Bai shook his head. "No, let us conclude here for today. We shall return tomorrow, well rested, to further explore the mysteries of this bottle mountain." "Very well." Seeing Jiang Bai's decision was final, the chubby one refrained from arguing. "Little brother, chubby one, who exactly are these people from the unloading ridge? Could you enlighten me?" Bai Lu inquired curiously. "Chubby one, you should explain," Jiang Bai gestured, taking a seat. "Well." The chubby one scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. "Little brother, perhaps you should be the one to explain. I don't know much about the unloading ridge sect either." "All right then." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai began. "Bai Lu, I previously mentioned the tomb raiding factions, the southern 9 gates and the northern 4 sects, among which the unloading ridge is one of the northern 4, and it is also the largest in terms of numbers. They revere the Western Chu overlord as their ancestral master, and their disciples predominantly hail from the green forest folk. They are scattered across the land, roaring through the valleys. With a mere wave of a hand, they can quickly assemble a force of hundreds of thousands. Their methods of tomb raiding are as numerous as their ranks. When tens of thousands descend upon a tomb, naught is left behind in their wake. They are a group of extreme nationalists, resorting to any means necessary against nations that might threaten the Han Central Plains regime. It is said that El Bu was once a member of the Shelling faction. So, does this imply that the Shelling sect is quite formidable?" Lu Yen inquired aloud. Jiang Bai nodded earnestly. "They are indeed powerful. There is a saying that describes them well. Among the 36 trades, tomb raiding reigns supreme. Digging graves and unearthing battles, Shelling stands at the apex. I once heard my grandfather say that during the Republic of China era, the Shelling faction dominated the northern and southern regions, controlling the green forests and underworld across 13 provinces. Even many warlords of that time had to bow in submission before Shelling. Unfortunately, an unforeseen change ultimately led to the complete disappearance of the sect during the Republic of China. So formidable. Bai Lu, upon hearing of Shelling's might, covered her mouth in shock. She began to doubt whether Shelling was truly a tomb raiding sect. What tomb raiding sect has hundreds of thousands of members? Is it possible that Shelling is indeed so powerful? Uniting the 13 provinces of the Green Forests, does this not surpass even the Zhang family of northeast China in their prime? Back then, Xiao Liuzai only had the 3 provinces of the northeast as his territory. If Shelling is this strong, what of the other 3 major sects? Are they not equally impressive? Is this still a tomb raiding sect? Or has it transformed into a formidable warlord faction? I confess, I am actually the leader of Shelling, currently trapped within a tomb. A mere 100 coins would grant my freedom. At that time, I shall appoint everyone as the chief of a province. How does Jiang know so much? A thief is a thief, whether it be in tomb raiding or otherwise. I harbor a bold conjecture. Jiang Xiaoga cannot possibly be the supreme leader of all tomb raiding factions. Can he? I am the fiancé of Haitao, and I have already reported the matter concerning Wang Banyue and Jiang Bai's involvement in my husband's demise to the relevant authorities. I shall ensure they face the consequences. Haitao's death was entirely a result of his own actions. What connection does it have with Fatty Xiaoga? Here comes that self-righteous saintly figure again. Indeed, who does not know that Haitao's wife is nothing but a self-proclaimed saint? The barrage of comments continues. Meanwhile, various pharmaceutical companies are mobilizing their connections, eager to procure the Ganoderma lucidum in Jiang Bai's possession. Boom! In front of the cave, Jiang Bai and his companions were resting on the ground when suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. The direction of the sound was precisely where their camp was situated. Let us depart. It appears we have caught something. Jiang Bai rose, dusting off his trousers, a smile gracing his lips. What fish? What hook? Fatty looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Bai exchanged a glance with Raymond, offering no explanation. The 7 of them packed their belongings, and Jiang Bai shot the tip of the grappling gun to the opposing cliff, sliding down the rope directly to the precipice. Following him were Han Xiaoying, Zhao Yunya, Bai Lu, Lu Yen, Fatty, and Raymond. Once they all reached the shore, they did not pause for a moment but hastened towards the camp. By the time they arrived, an hour had elapsed. The camp was in utter disarray. Their tents lay in tatters, reduced to countless fragments and rendered unusable, the ground marred by a gaping crater. Who on earth did this? Who destroyed my tent? Upon witnessing the devastation of the camp, the stout man was instantly engulfed by fury, drawing forth his engineer's shovel and remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Let us proceed. Perhaps there are surprises within the pit. Jiang Bai patted the stout man's shoulder and boldly approached the edge of the pit, peering inside. There, he beheld several lifeless bodies of white apes, their forms grotesquely shattered, some missing limbs. How could there be white apes here? The stout man pondered aloud. Could it be that those who rummaged through our camp yesterday were indeed them? Were they attempting to pilfer our belongings? Are they relatives of the monkeys from Amei Mountain? Bai Lu speculated with an imaginative flair. Jiang Bai shook his head. They did not come to steal. Rather, they aimed to assess our strength and prepare to eliminate us. Chapter 35. The confrontation with Zhao Yunjing. Eliminate us? The 6 members turned their gazes towards Jiang Bai in unison. He nodded lightly. Indeed, they are here to kill us. Do you recall my earlier mention of a white ape atop the Bottle Mountain? One that has lived for a millennium, skilled in understanding human nature, possessing immense strength, and harboring a penchant for cruelty? The small white apes within the pit are the descendants of that ancient white ape, dispatched to probe our capabilities and ultimately to extinguish us. If you doubt this, I propose a wager. Let us bet on whether that millennial-old white ape will attack us this evening. Of course, it is also possible that it may spare the women present, taking them to its lair to serve as captives and bear offspring of white apes. As Jiang Bai spoke, a mischievous grin swept across his face, casting a glance at the 4 women present. Ah! Brother Jiang, please refrain from jesting. I have no desire to bear offspring for animals. If such a day were to come, I would rather meet my demise. Bai Lu hastily waved her hand in refusal. This evening, let us slay it, declared Zhao Yunying with formidable authority. Slaying it is permissible, however. Jiang Bai's tone shifted. Tonight, you may contend only with the little white ape. Do not lay claim to my great white ape. It belongs to me, and the reason. Zhao Yunying turned her head in inquiry. Because I am stronger than you. As a man, I am inclined to protect women, particularly those of exquisite beauty. Jiang Bai provided a pretext. He could not divulge to Zhao Yunying that slaying these creatures would yield exploration points. Otherwise, the authorities would compel him to relinquish his system. Thus, let us engage in combat. Zhao Yunying, holding a gun with one hand, displayed a fervent eagerness for battle in her eyes. Very well. Jiang Bai nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. The 2 took their positions in an open space, neither striking first. Raymond and the others retreated to the sidelines. Ray, who do you think will emerge victorious? The chubby one whispered. It should be Brother Jiang, I suppose, Raymond replied with uncertainty. Sister Lu Yen, who do you believe will prevail? Bai Lu inquired with curiosity. Lu Yen shook her head. I am uncertain. I possess a peculiar intuition that Brother Jiang ought to triumph. In this epic clash of titans, who do you believe will win? I wager my goddess will prevail. The long spear she wields surpasses Jiang Bai's weapon in length, ensuring her victory. North of the galaxy, my Ying is the fairest. I wager that Zhang Xiaoga will emerge victorious, with a stake of 10 rockets. Should I lose, I shall bestow upon you 10 rockets. I place my bet on Jiang Xiaoga. I place my bet on Zhao Yunying. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room flows incessantly, with some hosts even using the outcome of the two as a wager for their bets. The enchanted sphere flits between the two, adept at capturing attention. You may make your move first. On the open ground, Jiang Bai graciously concedes. Very well. Zhao Yunying does not hold back, brandishing her spear as she charges directly at Jiang Bai. She has long desired to engage in combat with him, but the opportunity had eluded her, until now, which aligns perfectly with her intentions. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, she has dedicated herself to rigorous training from a young age, deeply enamored with the discipline. She has often aspired to enhance her abilities by challenging martial artists from around the globe. Regrettably, the renowned masters of martial arts on the internet are mere pretenders, all show and no substance, rendering her efforts fruitless. The genuine masters have long since faded into obscurity, leaving her aspirations unfulfilled. At last, she has found a formidable opponent, one who surpasses her in strength. Zhao Yunying moves with the swiftness of lightning, leaping forward to stand before Jiang Bai in mere moments. Her form is agile, and her spear dances like a nimble serpent, glinting with a chilling brilliance as it thrusts directly toward Jiang Bai's face. In the face of Zhao Yunying's fierce assault, Jiang Bai remains unruffled, standing firmly in place. Just as the spear is about to pierce him, he leans slightly forward, deftly evading Zhao Yunying's strike. Immediately thereafter, he straightens his waist, channels his strength, and delivers a powerful kick toward Zhao Yunying. Zhao Yunying reacted swiftly, gripping her weapon firmly across her chest in an attempt to thwart Jiang Bai's strike. A resounding crash echoed as both combatants were propelled backward by the force of their clash. Jiang Bai staggered back 3 steps, while Zhao Yunying retreated 5. I have retreated 2 steps fewer than you. Will you continue? Jiang Bai inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Yunying. This time, her speed was even greater, her strength more formidable. She thrust her spear with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, the force of her attack slicing through the air. In the face of Zhao Yunying's onslaught, Jiang Bai remained utterly vigilant. Like a wraith, he deftly maneuvered through her strikes, evading each of her attempts with ease. The two engaged in an intense battle, their movements a blur. Onlookers, including a rotund companion, found themselves unable to track the rapid exchange, staring in astonishment as if witnessing the spectacle at an accelerated pace. After a moment, Jiang Bai seized an opportunity, suddenly brandishing his blade against Zhao Yunying's throat. I concede. The formidable beasts henceforth shall be yours. With the dragonbone blade poised before her neck, Zhao Yunying admitted defeat without hesitation. In the saddle and on the battlefield, I am no match for you. Yet in this wilderness, within these tombs, I surpass you. Teach me. Zhao Yunying's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Bai. Very well. I shall impart my knowledge when time permits, Jiang Bai replied, not refusing her request. Are we finished? We are. Let us tidy up briefly, rest well, and prepare for the impending encounter with the great white ape tonight. Jiang Bai shrugged and settled down in a clean spot, retrieving various food items from his backpack. Who won? The chubby man glanced at Zhao Yunying and Jiang Bai, still astonished from the earlier events, as he had indeed missed the final outcome. Ahem, chubby, hurry and fetch some water to prepare the meal. Did you not hear Zhang Xiaogu mention that there is another tough battle to be fought tonight? Raymond coughed lightly, guiding the chubby man to take several water buckets toward the stream. Through their days together, he had realized that the chubby man's emotional intelligence was rather lacking. Then let us assist in kindling the fire, Bai Lu and Lu Yen volunteered. The two gathered a pile of wood from the ground and soon ignited a lively flame. Raymond and the others worked quickly as well. Approximately an hour later, several roasted and stewed chickens were prepared. After everyone had their fill, they tidied up their sleeping area and lay down. The sun gradually sank in the west. Zhao Yunying lay on the ground, gazing at Jiang Bai, who was adding fuel to the fire, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she sprang up and sat opposite Jiang Bai, opening her mouth to utter 3 words. You are strong. You are too. Chapter 36. The giant white ape. Indeed, I am astounded. A frigid goddess and a steadfast man. Their pairing resembles a mute observing a wooden figure, struggling to articulate a single word. It is confirmed. Aside from his fighting prowess, Zhang Xiaoji's emotional intelligence is indeed quite low. With a beautiful woman seated directly across from him, he fails to utter a word. Is this not the ideal moment to win over Zhao Yuning? Is it possible that Zhang Xiaoga does not harbor feelings for Zhao Yuning, but rather has affections for someone else? No, I sense that he desires all for women. I understand, men. Let us all log off and take a break. We shall return when night falls. Observing Zhang Xiaoga and Yuning, it seems they are once again silent, much like that day at the ancestral hall, not uttering a word for an extended period. As night gradually enveloped the earth, darkness spread like a tide. Time silently slipped by, and before long, it was deep into the night. Just as the viewers in the livestream remarked, aside from the initial brief exchange, Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning maintained a profound silence throughout, not speaking a single word. A gentle breeze caressed the air, carrying a hint of chill. Jiang Bai's ears twitched slightly as he directed his gaze towards the distant woods, calmly stating, "They are coming. Prepare yourselves." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yuning rose swiftly, her form seamlessly merging with the darkness, disappearing from sight. Jiang Bai extinguished the flickering flames of the fire pit with his foot, and like a specter, he too melted into the night. The entire camp was shrouded in silence, with only a few tattered tents standing forlornly. Swish! Swish! In the depths of the night, agile figures darted through the forest, effortlessly gliding from branch to branch with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the camp. Bang! Bang! Stones hurtled from the woods, pelting the tents like a torrential rain. One by one, the tents, unable to bear the onslaught, collapsed. Bang! Bang! The stones fell in increasing numbers. Soon, every tent in the camp lay flattened upon the ground. The ground was strewn with stones of varying sizes, yet there was an eerie silence within the camp. Suddenly, a series of urgent howls echoed from the depths of the forest. Dozens of white apes dashed through the trees, illuminated by the moonlight, swiftly making their way into the camp. They rummaged through the tents with the same fervor as humans, seemingly in search of something. Empty. All the tents were devoid of any contents. The cries of the apes continued, echoing in the night. One white ape, upon discovering the emptiness within the tents, called out towards the forest. Once again, dozens of white apes emerged from the thicket, rushing into the camp. They, like their predecessors, began to overturn tents in their frantic search. Meanwhile, not far from the camp, in the underbrush, Jiang Bai and his companions lay quietly on the ground, observing the unfolding scene. "Oh my heavens," whispered the plump one, "you were absolutely right. These white apes really are coming to attack us at night. Just look at the stones they are throwing. Had we not hidden ourselves away, those very stones could have crushed us to death." He patted his chest, still shaken. After dinner that day, they had rested for a while before relocating to the grass to await the arrival of the white apes. Now, it seemed their decision to hide had indeed been fortuitous. Had they remained in the camp tonight, they would have surely been reduced to mere flesh beneath the apes' onslaught. It was unimaginable that these mountain-dwelling white apes could be so ruthlessly bloodthirsty. They had never contemplated harming the creatures, yet the apes sought to annihilate them. "Jiang, when shall we make our move?" Raymond, clutching his assault rifle, cast a glance at Jiang Bai. "Jiang, have you prepared the explosives I instructed you to ready? Once the opportune moment arises, detonate the charges immediately to obliterate these white apes. Remember, do not show mercy. These creatures have long transcended the realm of ordinary animals. Their behavior resembles that of fiends, and their existence is merely a blight upon the land. You need not worry. I assure you there will be no issues," Raymond solemnly affirmed. "Very well." Jiang Bai fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the camp. He was waiting for the emergence of the ancient white ape. Only by vanquishing this creature could the troubles wrought by its kind be resolved, allowing for the acquisition of further exploration points. Earlier that evening, he had instructed Raymond to bury all the explosives around the perimeter of the camp specifically to eradicate this horde of white apes. As the second wave of white apes arrived, they stumbled upon the remains of their kin, slain earlier in the day. Witnessing the brutal demise of their comrades ignited a frenzy among the apes. They began to screech and wreak havoc upon everything within the confines of the camp. A thunderous roar shattered the stillness of the night, reverberating through the ground as if trampled by some colossal being. It approaches. Everyone, remain vigilant, Jiang Bai cautioned, his attention unwavering as he stared into the camp. The rumbling grew ever closer. Before Raymond and the others, a white ape, towering over 4 meters in height, emerged slowly from the dense foliage. Its physique was extraordinarily robust, every muscle prominently defined. Its fur was tinged with gray, and it held 2 large roosters in its hands, emanating an astonishing aura of ferocity. With the appearance of the white ape, the little white apes in the camp immediately quieted down, standing respectfully to the side. With a thunderous roar, the white ape raised its head and began to chew on one of the roosters, the bright red blood flowing from the corners of its mouth. This Raymond and the others gasped in awe. It was their first encounter with such a colossal white ape, its size rivaling that of the King Kong from the movies. Today, I have truly witnessed something extraordinary. I never imagined such a gigantic creature existed in this world, exclaimed the stout man, dumbfounded. What is this? With our adventures ahead, we may very well encounter even larger beings than this white ape. Prepare yourselves. I am going to take it down, Jiang Bai asserted, patting the stout man's shoulder as he slowly rose from the thicket. At that moment, the white ape seemed to sense Jiang Bai's presence, casting a sharp gaze in his direction. Come on. Jiang Bai unsheathed the dragon bone blade from his back, gripping it with one hand as he charged toward the white ape. With a furious roar, the white ape lunged at Jiang Bai. The two met in midair. Before Jiang Bai could strike, a massive fist hurtled toward his head. Chapter 37. Summit of Bottle Mountain. The fist swept through the air like a tempest, carrying an unparalleled force. Just as it was about to crash into Jiang Bai, he leaned back slightly, his feet nimbly shifting positions, as light and swift as willow catkins in the wind, evading to the back of the white ape. He fixated on the conspicuous gash on the white ape's rear, unwaveringly raising the dragonbone blade and plunging it deep within. A thunderous roar reverberated through the surroundings as the white ape raised its head. A tumult of sorrow and rage etched across its visage. It felt an unprecedented affront and injury. With swift dexterity, Jiang Bai extracted the dragonbone blade from the ape's body and, seizing the moment while the creature wallowed in despair, hastily approached it, leveraging his height advantage. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and aimed for the ape's most vulnerable area, delivering a forceful kick. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of an egg being shattered. The white ape let out another furious roar, its pupils dilating in an instant, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, as it clasped its hands tightly over its critical region, resembling a large shrimp, curled up and collapsing onto the ground. Its countenance contorted with agony. The creature convulsed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a plump figure concealed in the grass watched this scene unfold, feeling a chill creep down his spine, instinctively shielding both his front and rear. The barrage of comments in the live stream was inundated with ellipses. I thought this would be a fierce battle, yet I witnessed something entirely different. Brother Jiang is truly cunning, targeting the most sensitive spot. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. One might assume Brother Jiang is a sunny, cheerful young man, but in reality he is exceedingly devious. Why do I feel a draft beneath me? My heart aches for the white ape for 3 seconds. The white ape, having lived for so many years, never anticipated that its innocence would one day be shattered by a man. With a furious roar, the white ape lay on the ground, its eyes ablaze as it fixed a deadly glare upon Jiang Bai. If mere looks could kill, Jiang Bai would have perished over 100 times. It was time to end this. Jiang Bai raised the dragonbone blade and, without hesitation, plunged it into the heart of the white ape. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, splattering onto Jiang Bai's body and face. The white ape let out a reluctant roar towards the distant young white apes, its gaze gradually losing its luster. The young white apes, in a torrent of fury, picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at Jiang Bai. Withdrawing the dragonbone blade, Jiang Bai leaped away towards the horizon, shouting to Raymond, "Team Ray, detonate." Boom! Instantly, the camp erupted in a cacophony of explosions, a grand pyrotechnic display unfurling. Fireworks enveloped the entire encampment, sending the young white apes soaring into the sky, their severed limbs strewn across the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the millennia-old white ape, earning 1,000 exploration points. Observing the dragonbone blade in Jiang Bai's hand, the chubby companion felt an inexplicable discomfort. Raymond instinctively took a step back from Jiang Bai. Are you all right? Han Xiaoying offered Jiang Bai a packet of tissue. I'm fine, Jiang Bai replied, taking the paper to wipe away the blood from himself and the dragonbone blade. As the smoke dissipated, the group of 7 approached the now devastated camp. The ground was pockmarked with craters, littered with the lifeless bodies of white apes, the earth stained crimson with blood. The campsite was destroyed, and it seemed that we would have to find a makeshift place to rest for the night, sighed Raymond. If possible, he would prefer not to use explosives to damage the pristine environment of the Bottle Mountain. Let us find a clean spot, Jiang Bai suggested, leading the way down the mountain. The 7 of them walked for about 10 minutes until they arrived at an open area. After lighting a simple fire, they settled down to sleep on the ground. Buzzing. Not long after Jiang Bai lay down, a helicopter descended from the sky. A soldier jumped out, saluted Raymond, and then approached Jiang Bai. Comrade Jiang Bai, greetings. Professor Yang Tianqi just contacted us. He is willing to offer 20 million for the corpses of the 6-winged centipede and the white ape. Would you consider selling? Without hesitation, Jiang Bai replied. Additionally, a pharmaceutical company has reached out to us, offering 12 billion for the Ganoderma you possess. What do you think? Very well then, the soldier responded as the helicopter took off. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as the golden rooster heralded dawn, the sun slowly rose in the east. Jiang Bai and his 6 companions awoke from their slumber, freshened up briefly, and proceeded towards Bottle Mountain. Along the way, seeing the ladies struggle with drowsiness, the plump man jokingly remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, I just thought of a riddle. Care to take a guess?" "What riddle?" The group instantly became intrigued. The plump man cleared his throat, a smug expression on his face. The others furrowed their brows in anticipation. The plump man's sly eyes scanned the group, and he declared triumphantly, "I bet you cannot guess it." Lu Yen, puzzled, voiced her confusion. Jiang Bai was left speechless. Such a niche path, such a cold riddle. Han Xiaoying ignored the chubby man. Bored, Zhao Yunying similarly paid no attention to him. The 6 individuals leapt over the chubby man, none acknowledging his presence. "Hey, don't leave. Is my riddle not entertaining?" The chubby man hurried to catch up with them. The road to Bottle Mountain was arduous. It wasn't until noon that the 7 arrived at the summit of Bottle Mountain, the so-called Bottle Mouth. This was a realm of bizarre rock formations, the terrain rugged and uneven, surrounded by dense reeds, with a lush forest in the distance, where tall trees stood majestically. "Is the tomb of the corpse king of Shangxi truly here?" Raymond inquired, gazing at a stone peak ahead. Jiang Bai nodded. "It must be here." Bottle Mountain is divided into 4 sections: Wang City, the Earth Palace, and the Dan Well. We have explored them all, yet the tomb of the corpse king remains elusive. This fellow is indeed a genius. While others' tombs are constructed underground, he has chosen to build his atop a mountain. The chubby man interjected. Chapter 38. Tomb of the Corpse King of Shangxi. It should belong to someone from the Yuan dynasty, distinctly different from that of ordinary folks. Let us hurry and locate the tomb. Raymond, gun in hand, moved forward, followed quickly by Lu and the others. The chubby man deliberately lagged a few steps behind, sidling up to Jiang Bai and lowering his voice to inquire, "Brother, there should be some burial goods inside the tomb. Do you think we could take them?" Jiang Bai shot a glance at the chubby man, then pointed at the hovering spirit orb, his meaning unmistakable. "What do you think?" he retorted. Upon finishing his words, he strode swiftly to catch up with the group ahead. The plump man paused, deep in thought, when suddenly a spark of realization lit up his face. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is Brother Jiang who sees things so clearly. This implies that rather than making a loud entrance, we must sneak into the village. This time I ought to be the one to unearth treasures. No, I am also the wilderness expert Wang Banyue, destined for fortune." As he contemplated the burial treasures within the tomb, excitement coursed through him, and he hastily pursued Jiang Bai and the others. Raymond led the way, when suddenly, a black backpack by the roadside caught his attention. He approached and picked it up. It was a modern hiking backpack, stained with blood, yet devoid of any contents. This must belong to some unfortunate adventurer. Given the bloodstains, it was likely that this individual had met with misfortune, possibly having been devoured by the white ape. Jiang Bai stepped forward and remarked, "Devoured by the white ape?" The women, including Bai Lu, gasped in shock. A frown creased Raymond's brow. Jiang Bai nodded and retrieved a long white hair from the ground where the backpack had fallen. Holding the hair aloft, he ventured into the depths of the nearby woods. The others hastily followed him. After a brief walk of several minutes, Jiang Bai led the group to a patch of grass where a corpse lay. The body was in a state of advanced decay, with its internal organs entirely consumed, replaced instead by swarms of maggots crawling over it. As they approached, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Beside the corpse lay an identification card, which Jiang Bai picked up, revealing the deceased's identity. Male, Wang Changde, 32 years old, a native of Changsha. Jiang Bai casually tossed his identification card to Raymond. Raymond accepted the card and placed it in his pocket, donning a pair of white gloves before crouching before the corpse of Wang Changde, meticulously examining the cause of death. He showed no aversion to the filthy maggots, his hands traversing from the back of Wang Changde's head down to his abdomen. The back of Wang's skull had caved in, bearing the marks of a heavy blow, yet it was not fatal. The true cause of death lay in the wounds to his abdomen. The group of white apes had first rendered Wang unconscious with stones, then brutally ripped open his belly, violently extracting his entrails. With a serious expression, Raymond rose to his feet. Upon hearing his words, Bai Lu and Lu Yen instinctively shivered at the horrifying imagery. "Let the authorities find his family. Let him return to his roots," Raymond said, removing his gloves and covering Wang Changde with 2 large leaves he had plucked from the underbrush. "Let us depart." Within the forbidden grounds, danger lurked at every corner. For Wang Changde to return to his origins was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Jiang Bai remarked with a sense of melancholy as he turned to leave the forest. Individuals like Wang Changde were not uncommon in this realm. The majority had perished within the forbidden zone. Those who managed to escape were exceedingly rare. Yet, despite the heavy toll of death and injury, the residents of this world continued to flock to the forbidden lands as if entranced. This phenomenon elucidated why the authorities fervently promoted their expeditions. Even in the face of fatalities, such as the recent death during a live broadcast, the officials did not halt the stream. For them, it was preferable to avoid casualties altogether. However, the death of a few individuals is of little consequence. It is only through death that fear can be instilled. Raymond cast a glance at the suspended sun and said, "Friends, after a morning of travel, let us take a moment to rest. Once the sun sets, we shall seek the tomb of the corpse king of Shaanxi." The group settled onto the ground. As time passed, the sun gradually descended. By 3 in the afternoon, the 7 companions finally arrived before the stone peak. Gazing at this marvel of nature, Bai Lu and the others could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Nature is indeed the most skilled sculptor. Do you see that stone protruding from the peak? Combined with the surrounding rocks, does it not resemble someone extending their middle finger at us? Bai Lu exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, is this nature's disdain for us?" Lu Yen added, "Enough of that. Let us hasten to locate the tomb of the corpse king of Shaanxi," Fatty said, wielding his spade and inspecting his surroundings. "Fatty, the task of finding the tomb falls to you," Jiang Bai encouraged, patting Fatty on the shoulder. "Brother, are you not searching?" Fatty asked, momentarily bewildered. "But I wouldn't know how." Fatty's realization struck him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Jiang Bai's lips twitched slightly. From the moment Fatty produced a candle and placed it on the ground, he had discerned Fatty's identity as a tomb raider. Yet, how could a tomb raider be incapable of reading the feng shui?
What ist?
"Never mind, I shall take charge," Han Xiaoying declared, retrieving a compass from her backpack and beginning to circle the stone peak, murmuring to herself, "Brother, is she reliable? Shall we request some explosives to blow this peak apart?" The plump man suggested in a hushed tone. Jiang Bai chose to ignore him, having realized that the chubby fellow was not to be relied upon in this venture. I have located the entrance to the tomb. At that moment, Han Xiaoying called out to the group, waving her hand from a short distance away. Everyone turned to see her pressing down on a stone. Suddenly, the entire stone peak began to tremble violently. With a resounding roar, a series of mechanical sounds erupted as debris fell from the peak and the ground slowly sank, revealing a massive opening. "We found it!" the plump man exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards the entrance with Jiang Bai and the others hastily following. The entrance was a shallow cave, approximately 3 meters deep, leading to a staircase that descended directly into the tomb chamber. "At last, we have discovered the tomb of the corpse king of Shangxi." The plump man rubbed his hands in anticipation, eager to delve into the cave. Jiang Bai swiftly restrained him, insisting, "Let us ventilate the tomb chamber first." Chapter 39. The candlelight is also candlelight. 20 minutes later, after ensuring that the air in the tomb chamber was safe and untroubled, the group descended the staircase into the chamber. The tomb chamber measured around 180 square meters, which paled in comparison to the vast underground palace below, making it seem particularly cramped. At the center of the chamber lay a stone sarcophagus, surrounded by 4 sturdy columns standing at each cardinal direction, each intricately carved with patterns of varying colors. Is this general from the Yuan dynasty lacking in sense? Why reside in such a cramped space when there exists a grand mausoleum? The portly man could not help but voice his disdain. Each column is adorned with intricate carvings, depicting lifelike figures, each striking a unique pose. Beneath each of them, a line of small text is inscribed in the Fagspa script. If I am not mistaken, the 4 columns portray the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism: the Eastern Guardian King, the Southern Growth King, the Western Broad-Eyed King, and the Northern Hearing King. During the Yuan dynasty, the populace held a profound reverence for Buddhism, especially Tibetan Buddhism, which was particularly esteemed. This general of the Yuan, who had taken countless lives in his lifetime, chose to depict the 4 heavenly kings within his tomb, perhaps hoping they would guide him to enlightenment in the afterlife. Han Xiaoying stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Is it possible that this man, having slaughtered innumerable souls in life, still wishes for the 4 heavenly kings to assist him in attaining Buddhahood after death? How audacious! The portly man squeezed next to Jiang Bai and directed the flashlight towards the 4 columns. The Buddhist axiom states, "Lay down the butcher's knife and one will become a Buddha." It is not inconceivable that this Yuan general harbored such aspirations. Jiang Bai dismissed the columns with a wave of his hand, shifting his gaze to the coffin at the center. "Shall we open the coffin?" Bai Lu inquired, holding a length of rope. There was an unmistakable glint of excitement in her eyes at the prospect of this endeavor. "Absolutely," Jiang Bai replied decisively. After all, it would be an injustice not to open the coffin, having finally located the tomb of a Yuan general. Who else would explore it if not they? Bai Lu rushed towards the coffin with a rope in hand. "Wait! Wait!" Hearing the sound of the coffin being opened, the stout man quickly stopped Bai Lu, retrieving a candle from his bag and lighting it in the southeast corner. "All right, you may proceed." He nodded at Bai Lu. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Bai Lu tied one end of the rope to the coffin lid and the other end around a large pillar, pulling with all her might. "Bai Lu, when I asked you to open the coffin, what are you doing?" The stout man looked bewildered. It is well known that many tomb owners, to prevent grave robbers from plundering their graves after death, install traps within the coffins. The moment someone attempts to open the coffin, these mechanisms can strike unexpectedly, leading to the intruder's demise. Thus, after pondering for several days, I devised this plan. Instead of directly opening the coffin, we will use the rope from a distance to pull the lid away. This way, even if there are traps inside, they cannot harm us. What a brilliant idea! The stout man's eyes brightened at Bai Lu's words. He stepped closer to her and grasped the rope. "Come, let me help you pull. 1, 2, 3. With a sharp sound, the coffin opened slightly. A chilling gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the candle in the southeast corner. The stout man turned around, noticing the candle had gone out. He released the rope and approached the candle, reigniting it and covering it with a transparent dome. Smiling at the gathered crowd, he said, "Apologies, I forgot to cover the candle earlier. Bai Lu, let us continue pulling." With another sharp sound, the gap in the coffin widened further. With a sigh, the candle that had been encased was extinguished once more. Brother Fat, it has gone out again, Lu Yen exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Out again? Brother Fat was incredulous. He turned to glance at the snuffed candle, his expression swiftly transforming into one of anger. By all that is holy, is this a challenge to me? It seems I must summon some extraordinary skill, or else this coffin shall remain sealed today. Grumbling, Brother Fat retrieved another candle from his backpack, made his way to the southeast corner, and gently pressed the base of the candle, which illuminated like an electric light. He placed the candle in the southeast corner and returned for the third time to Bai Lu's side. Han Xiaoying curiously picked up the candle Brother Fat had set down and scrutinized it, bewildered. Fatty, are you certain this is a candle and not merely a lamp that resembles one? Besides, times are evolving. We live in an era of technological advancement. Who still carries candles when they step outside? The traditions passed down from our ancestors ought to be reconsidered. If anyone disagrees, let them go seek our forebears. Han Xiaoying was momentarily at a loss for words. Even Jiang Bai and Raymond were unsure how to respond to Brother Fat's remarks. Yet upon reflection, perhaps Brother Fat had a point. A candle lamp is indeed a candle, albeit one ignited by fire and the other powered by batteries. Brother Fat, you might as well plead for your ancestors to continue watching over you. I fear even the lid of their coffin can barely contain them now. Brother Fat waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. It's fine. If my ancestors do not bless me, then so be it. As long as Brother Jiang is here to protect me, that is all that matters. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, could only express his bewilderment. Come on, Bai Lu, 1, 2, 3, pull. The stout man exclaimed loudly. He grasped the coffin lid tightly, exerting all his strength. Together, they gradually pried the lid open, and a chilling draft surged forth from within. The temperature in the tomb seemed to plummet several degrees in an instant, sending shivers down their spines. Almost simultaneously, gusts of eerie wind began to howl through the tomb, whistling past the passageways and walls. The intensity of the wind grew, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting. Raymond gripped his assault rifle firmly, his eyes vigilantly fixed on the coffin. Bai Lu, the candle remains lit, which signifies the tomb's master consents to our opening of the coffin. Let us muster more strength to pry it open. All right, Bai Lu nodded. 1, 2. Pull. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid fell to the ground, fully unveiling the coffin itself. Chapter 40. The Battle Power of Zhao Yunying. As the chilling wind raged, the candle was knocked to the ground by a sudden gust. The group of 7 paid no heed to the fallen candle. At the moment the coffin was opened, they eagerly gathered around, peering inside. There, resting upon a layer of golden silk, shimmering brilliantly, lay a robust male corpse clad in black armor, wielding a black dagger. His features were distinctly visible, as if he had just recently passed away, every wrinkle and subtle expression laid bare. Surrounding the corpse were an array of gold, silver, and jewels, each treasure radiating an alluring glow that stirred a sense of greed within them. We are about to strike it rich. The stout man's eyes gleamed with fervor. Han Xiaoying appeared to be searching for something, her gaze swiftly scanning the array of jewels within the coffin, disappointment flickering in her eyes. My goodness! Look at all this gold and silver treasure. Is the expedition team destined for wealth this time? Just one piece of this could be worth a fortune. Some experts are bound to profit again. Exchanging 500 yuan along with a banner for such a plethora of treasures. No wonder so many aspire to be experts. It's a foolproof investment. Forget the jewels. Look at that candle. It's about to extinguish. Can the corpse king of Shangxi still blow out the light? Heavenly spirits, grant us your protection. Tomb raiding is for the stout-hearted. I am merely a spectator. Should there be any spirits, let them not seek me out. The light has gone out. In the tomb, 7 individuals encircled the coffin. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, the intensity escalating rapidly. Ornate decorations from the ceiling began to plummet in droves, and an uncountable number of stones and dust cascaded to the floor. Jiang Bai glanced around, urgently calling out to the others, "Hurry! This tomb seems on the verge of collapse. We must leave at once." Raymond gestured for the four women to lead the way out. Jiang Bai lifted his gaze towards the enchanted orb, noticing several falling stones poised to strike it. With a swift leap, he grasped the orb in one hand and, with the other, pulled Raymond along as they made their escape. My apologies. It is not my intention to claim your burial goods, but rather a command from our ancestors. Should you have any grievances, seek out my forebears below. The corpulent man observed Jiang Bai carrying away the enchanted orb, murmuring a few words to the general of the Yuan dynasty. He hastily seized a handful of treasures from the coffin and stuffed them into his backpack, then trailed behind Jiang Bai and his companions. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the tomb quaked violently. The four imposing pillars at the cardinal points collapsed under the weight of falling debris. Another thunderous noise emanated from the sarcophagus, as the corpse of the Yuan dynasty general sat upright within. Brother, help! The general had risen from the dead. Quickly, flee! Jiang Bai released Raymond and grabbed the corpulent man. A furious roar from the Yuan general reverberated behind them. The group of 7 did not hesitate, quickly fleeing from the cave into the open air. As the corpulent man and Jiang Bai emerged, a deafening crash occurred, as the fallen stones from the peak sealed the entrance. Goodness, I am fortunate to have escaped swiftly, the corpulent man exclaimed, patting his chest with a lingering sense of dread. At that moment, Jiang Bai finally released the enchanted orb. Buzz! The orb floated into the air, resuming its live broadcast. What just happened? Why did the live stream go dark? It seems the tomb collapsed. How could the tomb, in such good condition, possibly collapse? I think I heard the corpulent man shout that the Yuan general was resurrected. The viewers in the live stream were perplexed. Atop the mountain, the corpulent man and his companions were gasping for breath. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the sealed entrance, as several large stones flew away as if propelled by an explosion. A towering figure slowly emerged from the cave. It had indeed come out. A sudden jolt coursed through the robust figure as he, along with Han Xiaoying and Bai Lu, swiftly retreated, leaving only Zhao Yunying and Jiang Bai on the field. Do you wish to engage with it? Jiang Bai inquired, casting a glance at the battle-hungry Zhao Yunying. She remained silent, her grip on the long spear tightening as she nodded resolutely. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Remember, do not withstand the blow head-on. Jiang Bai stepped back to join the others. Zhao Yunying awaited the Mongolian general's advance in silence. With a thunderous roar, the Mongolian general, sensing the threat Zhao Yunying posed, emitted a foul stench from its mouth before brandishing its dark, ancient blade and launching a fierce assault. It raised the knife high, aiming a vicious cleave at her head. Zhao Yunying reacted swiftly, positioning her spear horizontally before her, successfully parrying the strike. The clash of metal reverberated through the air, accompanied by a shower of sparks. She felt a tremendous force reverberate through her arms, causing them to tingle. In that moment, she swiftly extended her right leg, delivering a powerful kick to the general's chest. Utilizing the recoil, she propelled herself backward, executing a flawless backflip that landed her several meters away on solid ground. The Mongolian general, undeterred, continued its furious roar and pursued her relentlessly. Zhao Yunying's gaze sharpened, her body leaning slightly forward as she lightly propelled herself from the ground, akin to an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the Mongolian general. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to within 3 meters of her formidable opponent. She propelled herself into the air with a powerful kick, executing a flawless 180-degree rotation mid-flight. The spear in her grasp shimmered with a cold light, resembling a meteor striking fiercely at the general of the Yuan dynasty. In response to Zhao Yunying's assault, the Yuan general instinctively raised his black ancient blade, positioning it defensively across his chest to shield his vital areas. A resounding impact echoed as Zhao Yunying's spear collided violently with the general's black blade. The tremendous force generated by the clash caused the ground beneath the Yuan general to cave in. Simultaneously, her spear darted forward like a venomous serpent, swiftly aiming at the general once more. Her technique was astoundingly rapid, unleashing a flurry of thrusts in the blink of an eye. Although the general retained the combat instincts from his previous life, his body had long since stiffened, rendering him sluggish and incapable of matching Zhao Yunying's speed. Gradually, he became a mere target, passively absorbing her blows as she toyed with him at will. Zhao Yunying, too, was not unscathed. Each strike of her spear against the Yuan general produced a crisp sound of impact, akin to striking against a copper wall, sending a slight tingle through her arms. Chapter 41. The Death of the Yuan General. Goodness, this seemingly unassuming figure possesses such formidable combat prowess? The stout man exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment, his mouth agape as if to accommodate a whole egg. Not only he, but even Raymond, Han Xiaoying, and others gazed at Zhao Yunying in utter disbelief, particularly Raymond, who had thought himself the epitome of strength among special forces, found himself astonished by the emergence of both Jiang Bai and now Zhao Yunying within the team. The captain appears somewhat lacking in strength. Throughout the match, the calmest individual is Jiang Bai. Observing the scene of one person and one corpse, Jiang Bai speaks with composure. Zhao Yunying is a descendant of the legendary Zhao Zilong from Changshan, having trained in martial arts since childhood. Her combat prowess is undoubtedly formidable. Given her current martial skills, she could easily secure a position among the top warriors throughout our nation's history. This is still hindered by her lack of lethal intent and experience. If she were given more time, she could very well reach the level of her ancestors. It is a pity, however, that she is a woman, born in an era that does not favor her. Alas! Jiang Bai sighs wistfully. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream are left astonished. Wow, although I never underestimated Zhao Yunying and thought she was quite capable, I imagined her abilities akin to those of Yi Wen, able to take on 10 foes. I never anticipated she could engage in such a fierce exchange with the Zongzi, even overpowering them. Damn, this duel flows with such grace. It's something even television dramas fail to depict. You tell me it's a real fight. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. Is this ancient martial arts? Is this what they call ancient combat? Forget Taekwondo. From this day forth, I shall learn ancient martial arts and aim to take on 10 foes myself. North of the galaxy, my Yunying is both dashing and beautiful. Isn't Zhang Xiaoge and Zhao Yunying an invincible duo? I am firmly shipping this couple. I truly wish for them to be together. The comments flood in one after another. Jiang Bai gazed intently at the general of the Yuan dynasty, and suddenly a thought struck him. He turned to the portly figure beside him. Tell me, does this general not embody the essence of immortality? Originally a figure from 7 centuries ago, having endured the passage of time, he can still walk, fight, and articulate sound. Can this be considered longevity? Longevity? The portly man looked at the Yuan general and, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head. If this is what immortality entails, then I would rather forego it. Is that so? Jiang Bai chuckled softly. In truth, this is precisely what we refer to as longevity. Humanity yearns for eternal life, yet who among us can genuinely attain it? In my view, with our current advancements in technology, we have already taken the initial step towards immortality. Just observe the affluent and the stars on our screens. They may well be 560 years old, yet they appear as youthful as the young, if not more so. Are they not the embodiment of longevity? Indeed. In a certain light, one could argue that some individuals, through meticulous care, maintain their bodies in an optimal state, which could also be classified as a form of immortality. At the age of 60, some are adorned with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, while others radiate the vitality of youth, blooming like young maidens. As the portly man pondered this, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. It was Zhao Yunying. The crowd turned their attention towards her. A thunderous sound erupted as Zhao Yunying's spear swept across, propelling the Yuan general several meters away. She advanced towards the group, her spear in hand, and paused momentarily beside Jiang Bai. Cannot be defeated. Very well. Jiang Bai gently shrugged, leaping down from the stone, drawing the dragon bone heavenly blade from his back as he approached the general of the Yuan dynasty. Roaring. Upon seeing Zhao Yunying depart and Jiang Bai take her place, the Yuan general was engulfed in rage. With an intellect so lacking, it perceived Zhao Yunying's departure as an affront, believing she had replaced her with a feeble opponent. Roaring, the Yuan general opened its mouth, unleashing a surge of dark, corpse-like energy, its eyes glinting with malevolence, gripping a black ancient blade as it charged toward Jiang Bai. In the blink of an eye, it was before Jiang Bai, raising its ancient blade high and swinging down fiercely at his head. Jiang Bai deftly sidestepped, evading the strike with agile finesse. Simultaneously, he swept the dragon bone heavenly blade in a horizontal arc toward the Yuan general's neck. A sharp clang resounded as the blades met, sending a dazzling spray of sparks into the air. With a powerful thrust of his arm, Jiang Bai pushed the Yuan general back several paces. Seizing the moment, he swiftly followed up, slashing again at the Yuan general. The Yuan general hastily lifted its black blade, attempting to block Jiang Bai's assault, but Jiang Bai executed a flying kick, striking its abdomen with tremendous force. The impact sent the Yuan general reeling backward several steps. Jiang Bai pressed his advantage. The dragon bone heavenly blade carving fierce arcs through the air, infused with a chilling intent as it surged toward the Yuan general. The Yuan general, intent on employing the same tactic, raised its black ancient blade once more to counter the dragon bone heavenly blade. Yet, at the instant it lifted its weapon, Jiang Bai flickered like a specter, executing a swift slide beneath it, positioning himself behind the formidable foe. The blade of the dragonbone celestial blade in his hand spun with astonishing speed, slicing through the waist of the Yuan dynasty general. With a sharp sound, a glimmer of cold light flashed. The general's heavy armor and formidable exterior crumbled before the blade, as fragile as tofu, effortlessly severed. A stream of putrid black blood flowed forth. Following the strike, Jiang Bai did not pause. He stood upright, twirling the dragonbone celestial blade in his hand, tracing a path around the general's neck. With a thunderous crash, the Yuan general's body collapsed into 3 segments, emitting a foul odor. Was he so easily slain? The plump man gaped in disbelief. His blade was formidable. Zhao Yuning uttered 4 words. Finally, he is dead. Bai Lu and Lu Yen exhaled simultaneously, aware of Jiang Bai's immense strength. Yet the opponent was a formidable foe who had existed for centuries. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying an 800-year-old adversary, earning 800 exploration points. As the exploration points were credited, a smile graced Jiang Bai's face. He picked up the black ancient blade from the ground and waved to Raymond and the others nearby. Plump man, hand me the gasoline from your backpack, Jiang Bai instructed. Sure, he replied, retrieving the gasoline and handing it over. Without a glance, Jiang Bai poured the entire contents onto the general's corpse. He then produced a lighter, igniting both the gasoline and the body. Brother, can't this corpse be sold for profit? Lu Yen contemplated the remains of the white ape and other mystical creatures, observing Jiang Bai incinerating the corpse of the great general from the Yuan dynasty, and lamented, "What a pity." Jiang Bai smiled and shook his head. "Truly is a shame," Lu Yen remarked. The flames consumed the body, releasing an unbearable stench that permeated the air. "Let us depart," Jiang Bai said, shouldering his backpack and descending the mountain. Raymond and the others followed closely behind. As the group of 7 advanced a few paces, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. The sound of collapsing stone peaks grew increasingly pronounced, causing the very ground beneath their feet to tremble. "Hurry! This bottle mountain is about to collapse." They sprinted down the slope, each person wary of falling behind. Approximately an hour later, they reached the base of the bottle mountain and paused on a small hillside, gazing back at the mountain's direction. The summit of the bottle mountain had completely caved in, leaving only half of its structure intact. "Good heavens, we were fortunate to escape swiftly. Otherwise, we would have been reduced to mere pulp," the stout man gasped, hands resting on his knees. "Why on earth did the bottle mountain collapse?" Bai Lu queried, perplexed. "It was a mechanism devised within the tomb of the Yuan dynasty general," came the reply. "The mountain's collapse was evidently the final mechanism designed to protect his tomb. Should anyone discover his resting place and open his coffin, the mechanism would be triggered, leading to the mountain's collapse, burying both the tomb and the grave robbers beneath its weight. Thus, the treasures within would remain safeguarded, and the location of the tomb would be forgotten." Jiang Bai spoke eloquently, expressing his astonishment at the cunning nature of ancient individuals. "Is it not absurd that this would lead tomb raiders to their doom?" he remarked. "What a pity that such a magnificent bottle mountain has vanished. It is truly a natural wonder and a treasure of our nation. I rather believe that the collapse of Bottle Mountain is for the best, as it prevents those with ulterior motives from seeking treasures within," he continued. The archaeological team must be disheartened. They had anticipated a fortunate discovery, only to witness the mountain's sudden fall. If they wish to locate the tomb of the great general of the Yuan dynasty, they might as well search underground. In contrast to the mountain's collapse, my greater concern lies in whether the expedition to Bottle Mountain has come to an end. Will the authorities host a second phase? I share your sentiment. I am suddenly quite vexed, said another. Count me in, came the response. Let us depart, Jiang Bai declared. Where are we headed? Han Xiaoying inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze as she observed Jiang Bai's retreating figure. Ah, indeed. Han Xiaoying's eyes sparkled as she hastily followed Jiang Bai. Let us go. Raymond waved his hand, leading the group of 4, including the plump fellow, down the mountain. Each person's face radiated joy, particularly the plump man's smile, which was the most radiant of all. During this expedition to Bottle Mountain, he had discreetly acquired a wealth of gold, silver, and jewels. Selling them would undoubtedly bring him great fortune. The 7 individuals descended the mountain, with the setting sun casting its warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows in the fading light. 7 days later, during the night, 7 figures approached the entrance of an abandoned Miao village at the foot of the mountain, halting at its threshold. Oh dear, these past few days have truly exhausted me. Finally, tonight I can indulge in a refreshing bath and enjoy a restful sleep. The rotund fellow stretched languidly, his demeanor tinged with excitement. Upon hearing about the bath, Han Xiaoying and Bai Lu, along with the other women, couldn't help but smile. They had gone without bathing for over 10 days, and the thought of their own uncleanliness was unsettling. The sweat accumulated over these days left them feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Let us hasten to the old man's abode, Jiang Bai suggested. 7 days had elapsed since the collapse of the Bottle Mountain. During this time, they had traversed every nook and cranny of the mountain and scoured the surrounding ranges. Regrettably, they had yet to encounter any other mystical beings, resulting in no progress in their exploration. Onward, Raymond led the way. They arrived once more at the familiar courtyard, where the same elderly man awaited them. Please wait. I shall prepare your dinner and heat some water, the old man said in a somber tone, lighting the oil lamp in the room for the 7 guests. Thank you, but we are capable of managing ourselves, came the polite response. Nonsense, as guests. It is only fitting that I serve you. Just wait a moment. The water and food will be ready shortly. Oh, at last. I can enjoy a good night's sleep, the portly man exclaimed, shedding his backpack and casually selecting a bed to recline upon. Could it be him? Han Xiaoying asked solemnly. Jiang Bai nodded silently in response. Time passed in anticipation. Approximately an hour later, the old man rapped on the door of Jiang Bai and his companions, entering with a tray laden with several dishes, which he placed upon the dining table. 7 individuals, these dishes have been cultivated by me, the old man, free from toxins and preservatives, so you may partake with peace of mind. Additionally, the bathing water will soon be ready. After your meal, you shall have the opportunity to bathe. Thank you. Raymond nodded towards the elder. Please enjoy your meal. The elder smiled and exited the room. Finally, the meal has commenced. The stout fellow leapt from his bed and approached the dining table. Upon seeing the spread before him, his expression soured. Roasted chicken and chicken soup. Yet again, chicken. After 7 days on the mountain, I am utterly fatigued by it. Jiang Bai picked up his chopsticks and took the initiative to taste a bite, nodding to the others. Let us eat. The 7 gathered around the table, each taking turns to savor the meal. Today marks their final day on the mountain. Tomorrow morning, a helicopter will arrive to escort them. After the meal, Bai Lu and Han Xiaoying took turns bathing while Jiang Bai and the stout fellow stood guard outside the door. Hearing the sounds of bathing, Jiang Bai's gaze wandered over the elder's small courtyard, particularly to the chicken coop. He distinctly remembered that during his last visit, there had been a dozen chickens in the coop, yet now not a single one could be seen. Young man, come here for a moment. Raymond beckoned Jiang Bai into the room. Chapter 43, The Shadow Strikes. Stout fellow, keep watch at the door. As Raymond noticed Jiang Bai entering, he promptly closed the door and retrieved a bamboo scroll from beneath the bed, presenting it to Jiang Bai. Young man, take a look at this. Jiang Bai took the bamboo slip and, upon seeing the inscriptions, felt a jolt of disbelief as he exclaimed, This is the formula for the Crimson Fire Divine Pearl we have been searching for. Raymond nodded in affirmation, gesturing towards a cabinet across from the bed. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "I discovered this bamboo slip in a hidden compartment within that cabinet. I can now say with absolute certainty that the one who attempted to end our lives twice in the tomb is this old man. All we need now is a piece of evidence, a definitive identification of him. The clandestine tunnels, the conspicuous box, the elixir of longevity, the formula for the Crimson Fire Divine Pearl, and the old man, all these elements coalesced in his mind, forming a complete chain of events. Raymond, I have a plan to elicit a confession from him. We can proceed tonight," Jiang Bai whispered into Raymond's ear. Raymond nodded silently in agreement. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Han Xiaoying and her companions had all finished their baths. Dressed in their usual attire, they emerged from their rooms and spotted Raymond and the portly man conversing amiably with the old man in the courtyard. Laughter and chatter filled the air among the three of them. Bai Lu, clad in a blue casual outfit, surveyed the surroundings but noticed Jiang Bai's absence. Curiously, she inquired, "Raymond, where is Jiang Xiaoga? Why is he not here?" "Jiang Xiaoga had to leave for something," Raymond replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see." Bai Lu's gaze fell upon her own attire, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. "Well, since Jiang Xiaoga has left, we should take the opportunity to rest." Han Xiaoying, brushing aside her damp hair, turned and headed back towards her room. "Let us retire for the night," suggested Raymond, as he patted the portly man's shoulder. The moon hung high in the sky, and a gentle breeze rustled through the willow leaves. The temperature in the village was perpetually cool, with the cicadas chirping in the grass. The lights in the room had been extinguished, and the sound of rhythmic snoring filled the air. Soft footsteps echoed in the courtyard. A shadow, illuminated by the moonlight, approached the window of the room where Raymond and his companions resided. Quietly, it inserted a bamboo tube into the room, releasing a plume of thick white smoke. After dispersing the smoke, the shadow brandished a sharp, curved dagger and reached through the crack in the door to unlock it, pushing the door open to enter. Inside, the snoring continued unabated, with beams of moonlight streaming through the window, barely revealing the room's furnishings. The shadow scanned the room, clutching the dagger, and stealthily approached Raymond, raising the blade high, aiming for his neck. "Are you so eager? What benefit do you gain from killing them?" A light-hearted voice echoed in the room just as the dagger was mere feet from Raymond's neck. A lamp flared to life, illuminating the space. You did not leave?" the elder questioned, a hint of surprise in his tone. Jiang Bai leaped down from the beam, landing gracefully on the floor, brushing the dust from his hands. "Are you conspiring to deceive me?" the elder spat through gritted teeth. "Is it truly deception?" Jiang Bai replied with a slight shrug. "You." The elder lowered his gaze to Raymond, raising the dagger to slash at his throat. With a swift motion, Raymond opened his eyes and seized the elder's wrist. With one hand, he drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at the old man's temple. "Don't move. If you do, I shall shoot you dead." A click sounded as Raymond seized the old man's wrist and twisted it forcefully, causing the curved dagger to clatter to the ground. A few oil lamps flickered to life, rousing the portly man and his companions from slumber. "Speak. Why do you wish us harm?" Jiang Bai approached a chair and seated himself. "Ha!" the old man snickered coldly, his voice heavy with malice. "Why would I wish to harm you? Because you intend to journey to Bottle Mountain. All who venture there must perish. I know that once you have me in your grasp, my time is limited. But if you seek the reason behind my intentions to harm you, you may await your next life. I shall never divulge it." "Ah, you are rather stubborn, aren't you? Do you believe I, Fat Master, will refrain from striking you?" The portly man stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves, ready to act. "Humph." The old man turned his head away, disregarding the portly man. "You old fool, just watch me strike you." The portly man raised his hand. "Wait, fatty." Jiang Bai halted him, fixing his gaze upon the old man. "You just stated that all who venture to Bottle Mountain must die. Are you implying that you have encountered others who sought to explore Bottle Mountain, and among them, some have fallen victim to your machinations?" "Indeed, over the past 3 years, exactly 41 adventurers have met their demise at my hands." The old man raised his head proudly, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "Are you a descendant of that general from the Yuan dynasty?" Jiang Bai inquired. "Not at all." "Are you the last descendant of this village?" wishing to hoard the treasures of Bottle Mountain for yourself? Neither is that the case. Are you not a descendant of those two warlords? Certainly not. Then, if you are neither, what compels you to harm others here? Jiang Bai feigned confusion. I shall not disclose anything, the elder replied, turning his head defiantly, embodying a resolute silence. Jiang Bai chuckled softly, gradually rising to his feet and approaching the elder. You belong to the faction of corpse herders, do you not? Your presence at Bottle Mountain is not motivated by the pursuit of gold and jewels, but rather by the desire to exploit the thousands of corpses here, along with the favorable geomantic conditions, to forge a powerful corpse king under your control. Your decision to eliminate the adventurers who ventured here stems from your fear that they might uncover your scheme, exposing you and inviting unnecessary complications. Thus, you resorted to murder. The same applies to us. You harbored intentions to kill us from the outset. However, upon realizing our strength exceeded your expectations, and upon discovering the location of your corpse-rearing ground, Wangqing, your meticulously crafted plan spanning over a century faced ruin. Consequently, you devised a scheme by placing that book on longevity in the library, laced with a seductive fragrance, aiming to ignite our inner greed and incite us to turn against one another. If I am not mistaken, the quantity of that fragrance in the bamboo tube would be even greater, correct? Yet, you failed to anticipate that we did not even open the tube. Instead, we incinerated it, thwarting your plans. Am I not correct? Jiang Bai regarded the elder with a knowing smile. Chapter 44. The Death of the Elder. Upon hearing Jiang Bai lay bare the truth, the elder ceased his pretense and let out a cold snort. Indeed, I have been nurturing corpses in the land of Bingshan. That bamboo slip was intentionally placed in the box for you to discover. However, you have erred in one regard. My motive for slaying those individuals was not rooted in fear of them thwarting my plans. Rather, ancient texts record that in order to cultivate a formidable corpse king, fresh blood must be offered every 49 days. I captured those people to serve as sustenance, sacrificing one every 49 days to nourish my corpse king. Alas, after a century of dedication, my creation was ultimately dispatched by you, a mere youth. What a lamentable end to a century's worth of toil. Wait. The rotund man interjected suddenly. You just claim to have nurtured the corpse king for a century, yet you are only in your 60s. How could that be possible? The elder scoffed dismissively. Ignorant child, I am already 121 years old. The claim of being in my 60s was a ruse to deceive you. You are 121? Bai Lu and Lu Yen simultaneously expressed astonishment. At this moment, Jiang Bai remarked, he is indeed over a century old. The father he mentioned previously is, in fact, himself. He was the guide who led the first warlord up the mountain. I now harbor grave doubts that the villagers in the hamlet were slain by the second warlord. Rather, it is plausible that they fell victim to him alone, with the sole purpose of nurturing corpses. He must be deranged, to nurture a corpse king and slaughter over 1,000 villagers. The stout man exclaimed, incredulously gazing at the elder. The elder did not refute this claim. But what could be the purpose of cultivating a corpse? After a century of stagnation, was it merely to acquire a powerful corpse king? No matter how formidable his corpse king might be, could it possibly rival a general from the Yuan dynasty? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brows and inquired aloud. Jiang Bai pondered deeply, and suddenly a flash of insight illuminated his mind. His pupils constricted as he discerned a startling realization. Possession. He was nurturing the corpse king for the purpose of possession. I once encountered a passage in a book that spoke of this notion. It stated that zombies are forsaken by the heavens, existing outside the realms of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, and are not accommodated by the 5 elements. Their physical forms are robust and indestructible, yet their overwhelming strength leads to the absence of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, rendering them devoid of intellect. If someone were to seek a corpse king and, through a secret method, merge their soul with the corpse king's body, they could be reborn through the vessel of the corpse king, thus achieving the so-called immortality and invulnerability. Does this not imply that this old fool's purpose in nurturing corpses is to attain immortality? The stout man exclaimed in astonishment. Immortality? Jiang Bai scoffed disdainfully. This is merely a recounting from certain texts. Who can genuinely claim to achieve true immortality? Consider the soul alone. Who can accurately define what it truly is? As for the ancient texts, can any of you guarantee that all the records therein are infallible? Historical accounts can be altered, let alone those of ancient writings. The portly figure remarked, "Tomorrow, you shall compose a tome in which you boast of your prowess, claiming to engage in daily solitary endeavors 300 times, achieving divine status within a decade. You could set this narrative 2,000 years hence, and your work would be revered as an ancient manuscript, sought after and studied by countless individuals. Some texts are merely for casual perusal, not to be taken to heart. Even the ancients indulged in grandiose claims. Those who fall for such fabrications truly become the greatest fools." He gestured dismissively at the elder. The elder, ensnared in Raymond's grasp, writhed violently, exclaiming, "Ignorant youth, what do you comprehend?" The ancestral master chronicled that the unity of man and corpse renders one invincible. Should one seek a corpse king and merge it with their own soul, they could attain invulnerability and eternal life. The records of the ancestral master are not for a mere greenhorn like you to critique. With a scornful expression, Jiang Bai retorted, "Is that so? If your revered ancestor is so formidable, I wonder if he succeeded, and whether he still lives. Bring him forth. I shall challenge him to a duel." The elder fell silent, contemplating Jiang Bai's formidable strength. He had witnessed the live broadcasts and knew how powerful Jiang Bai was, dispatching an 800-year-old corpse king with just a few strikes. Setting aside the fact that his ancestor had long since passed, even if he were alive, he likely would not match Jiang Bai's might. "Well, your demeanor suggests that your ancestor has indeed perished," he conceded. "Portly one, bind him tightly and deliver him to the appropriate authorities at dawn," Jiang Bai commanded, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Understood." The portly figure produced a length of hemp rope, preparing to secure the elder thoroughly. "He he he." The old man suddenly emitted a chilling laugh, his sinister gaze sweeping across everyone present before finally resting upon Jiang Bai, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "You young fool, I admit I have fallen into your cunning trap. However, to think you can hand me over for public judgment is nothing short of a delusion. I have lived for over a century. What kind of tumultuous situations have I not witnessed? Life and death mean little to me. They are but fleeting moments. Today, you shall not take me away." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden spurt of blood erupted from him. Vivid red blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth, staining his teeth a ghastly crimson, rendering him a figure of both ferocity and horror. To speak frankly, I had already ingested poison before making my move. Your desire to judge me is utterly futile. He he he. Suddenly, the old man's laughter faltered, his expression freezing before his head drooped lifelessly. Han Xiaoying stepped forward to check his breath, turning back to announce, "He is dead. Good heavens. This old fellow is truly ruthless. He chose to end his life at the slightest provocation. Since he has taken his own life, we must not allow his body to lie exposed in the wilderness. Let us cremate him and find a proper resting place," Jiang Bai suggested, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Agreed," Raymond replied without hesitation. A group of individuals carried the elderly man's lifeless body outside, where they constructed a pyre of firewood and set it ablaze, placing the body atop the flames. The crackling sound of burning would echoed in the air as the old man's remains were consumed by the roaring fire, gradually reduced to ashes. The suggestion to incinerate the elderly man stemmed from a fear of him feigning death. Now, with his body transformed into mere cinders, even the most powerful celestial being would find it impossible to intervene. Chapter 45. Return to the city. System settlement. The fierce fire raged throughout the night, finally extinguishing only after the last log had been reduced to embers. As dawn broke, heralding a new day, the sun rose slowly from the eastern horizon. In the dilapidated courtyard, a helicopter descended, bearing a professionally smiling female host, who awaited Jiang Bai and his companions with a microphone in hand. "Let us depart." Inside, Raymond finished packing the equipment and led the way out of the room. The female host stepped forward, greeting each of the 7 individuals with a handshake, her smile warm and inviting. The 7 participants responded with smiles of their own as they boarded the helicopter, taking their respective seats. The helicopter ascended into the sky. On board, the female host held a tablet in one hand and a microphone in the other, facing the camera with a cheerful demeanor. This expedition was filled with challenges and surprises, and our exploration team has demonstrated their indomitable spirit and the strength of teamwork throughout this journey. Over the course of many days and nights, we have experienced the mysteries and dangers of Bottle Mountain together. Thank you all. The female host bowed gracefully towards the ethereal orb, as the screen of the live broadcast gradually succumbed to darkness. Is it finally over? How bittersweet. Anticipation builds, eagerly awaiting the next episode. Just 3 days, right? During these 3 days, I shall indulge in restful slumber, and when the next broadcast commences, I shall vigilantly await in front of the streaming room. The expedition to Bottle Mountain has concluded. Who would have imagined that the ultimate adversary was not the general of the Yuan dynasty, but rather the elder who appeared from the very beginning? Does anyone know which hotel they will be checking into? I must go to the hotel to greet them, to request autographs. The 5 great joys of life. I with Han Xiaoying, I with Zhao Yuning, I with Bai Lu, I with Lu Yen. All of you with the cat demon elder, the 6-winged centipede, the white ape, and the general of the Yuan dynasty. My friends, we shall meet again in 3 days. In 3 days we shall reunite. In 3 days we shall meet again. The barrage of comments flooded the entire live stream, and as the broadcast came to a close, the number of online viewers continued to rise. On the airplane, during their adventure, they were prohibited from bringing mobile phones. Jiang Bai opened the news, searching for trending topics. The top 10 trending topics were all related to them. Jiang Bai versus 6-winged centipede, Jiang Bai versus Yuan Dynasty General Zhao Yuning versus Yuan Dynasty General Zhao Yuning, and Jiang Bai duel highlights of Bottle Mountain expedition, the true identity of Han Xiaoying. Jiang Bai paid little attention to the trending news. His gaze was drawn instead to an article regarding overseas shopping, a statement released by a family member that had caught the attention of netizens. The family of Haitao has reportedly submitted documentation to the court, preparing to sue the entire exploration team for a staggering compensation of 1.8 billion. However, beneath the statement, an official comment reads, "Cherish life, stay away from forbidden places." Jiang Bai observed the statement released by Haitao's family, chuckling softly as he closed the screen and shut his eyes to gather his strength. My goodness, in just a few short days, I have gained over 10 million followers. It is simply astonishing. I too have amassed 20 million. Behind them, Bai Lu and Lu Yen gazed in disbelief at their rising follower counts. To gain over 10 million followers in merely a fortnight surpasses all their previous years in the industry. It is worth noting that the majority of these are genuine fans, not purchased facades. It is truly remarkable. Lu Yen felt exhilaration swell within her. She knew her gamble had paid off. Although the journey to Bingshan was fraught with peril, most of it turned out to be harmless excitement. Yet, this surge in followers is undeniably real. I wonder how many followers the young man has gained? Amidst her joy, Bai Lu turned her gaze to Jiang Bai, noticing him resting with his eyes closed. She restrained her curiosity and refrained from asking. The airplane soared through the sky, and after approximately an hour, it descended onto the rooftop of a hotel. The 7 of them disembarked from the aircraft sequentially. On the rooftop stood a line of fully armed soldiers, with a striking young female officer at the forefront. Upon seeing Raymond, the officer immediately saluted and exclaimed, "Major!" Jiang Bai and the others were momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Raymond. They had considered the possibility of Raymond holding a high military rank. Yet they were astonished to discover that he was, in fact, a major. The authorities had dispatched a major to accompany them on their expedition. Major Long Yun, please do not feel obliged. Everything is for the betterment of serving the people. Another major. The rotund man was utterly flabbergasted. Major Lei, along with the esteemed members of the exploration team, we have prepared accommodations and a welcoming banquet for you at the hotel. Please, follow me. Long Yun nodded to Jiang Bai and the others, leading the way ahead. The group descended from the rooftop and arrived at the hotel rooms. It seemed the authorities acknowledged the fatigue endured during their expedition, as the hotel rooms were lavishly prepared, each featuring an individual suite. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Bai removed his garments and stepped into the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he donned a casual outfit and made his way to the banquet hall. Beep! Congratulations, host, on successfully exploring Bottle Mountain with an exploration rate of 120. The exploration points acquired will be multiplied by 1. 2 totaling 5,280 points. Points acquired from defeating monsters: Cat Demon Granny 300, Zombie 100, Corpse Monster 1200, Six-Winged Centipede 1000, Millennium White Ape 1000, Yuan Dynasty General 800, totaling 4,400 points. Beep! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 9,680 exploration points. As the system notification chimed, Jiang Bai paid it little heed and stepped into the banquet hall. It was a moderately sized private room, and by the time Jiang Bai arrived, the others had already taken their seats. Long Yun raised a cup of tea, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your efforts during the Bottle Mountain expedition. On behalf of the authorities, I propose a toast to you all with tea in place of wine." The sound of clinking echoed in the room. Long Yun drained her cup of tea in one swift motion. She retrieved 7 bank cards from her pocket and placed them before the 7 individuals at the table. Esteemed guests, these bank cards contain the generous contributions from your viewers over the past few days. I am now returning the amounts as per the instructions provided. Among them, Zhang Xiaoga received 500 million renminbi, while Major Lei, Zhao Yuning, Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yan each received 100 million renminbi. Comrade Wang Banu was allocated 8 million. Chapter 46. The next adventure. Why do I only receive 8 million? Upon hearing the amount of his earnings, the rotund man's expression soured. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Perhaps the audience in the live stream has yet to recognize your inner beauty. With a thud, the man slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly under the gazes of his peers. He swiftly tucked the bank card into his pocket. 8 million it is. Next live stream, I shall surely captivate every viewer with my charm. The others exchanged glances, speechless. Bai Lu teased, "Fatty, I thought you were about to refuse the money, believing it too little. Who would ever disdain money? It's all about sustenance." He plopped back down onto his chair and began to devour his food. "Let us eat." "Everyone," Raymond signaled. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively with laughter and chatter. With the exception of Raymond, the others even indulged in a few drinks. Has anyone ever encountered a morning drinking session? The meal continued for over 2 hours. He stood up, bare-chested, and opened the door. Outside stood Han Xiaoying. She donned a pristine white nurse's uniform, cradling a bowl of hangover soup in her hands, and offered a gentle smile to Jiang Bai. "I noticed you indulged quite a bit in drink earlier, so I specially prepared this bowl of hangover soup for you. Additionally, I wish to discuss the matter of that Ganoderma with you. May I come in?" "Please do." Han Xiaoying stepped into the room, deftly closing the door behind her. After placing the soup on the table, she slowly began to unfasten the buttons of her nurse's uniform, revealing delicate lace beneath. "Sister Ing, what are you doing?" Jiang Bai exclaimed, taken aback by Han Xiaoying's actions. "Can you not discern my intentions?" Han Xiaoying replied with a smile, inching closer to Jiang Bai, a waft of floral fragrance enveloping him. Well, how could an old cadre withstand such a test? In an instant, Jiang Bai lost his composure, turning to press Han Xiaoying down. What followed was a respite for the old cadre. As the city lights began to twinkle, another round of the luminous moon hung in the sky. Jiang Bai and Han Xiaoying awoke from their slumber. Han Xiaoying rose, retrieving 2 pills from her pocket and popping them into her mouth. "What kind of medication are you taking?" Jiang Bai inquired with curiosity. "Contraceptive pills. Surely, you wouldn't want me to be pregnant while we explore together." Han Xiaoying tossed her long hair back, taking a glass of water and effortlessly swallowing the pills. "By the way, regarding your Ganoderma, I have 2 proposals for you. First, I will acquire your Ganoderma for 1.2 billion. Secondly, we shall enter into a contract wherein you shall provide the Ganoderma lucidum, and our company shall contribute its efforts. Together, we shall embark on the research of this remarkable mushroom. The profits arising from our successful endeavor shall be equally divided between us." Jiang Bai found himself deep in contemplation. Each of the 2 proposals had its merits. The first was straightforward, offering immediate financial gain, while the second promised greater rewards. Through online information, he had learned of Han Xiaoying's affluent status. She was not merely wealthy, but extraordinarily so. If the Ganoderma were to be studied under her pharmaceutical company, and they were to discover an unprecedented medicinal property, The potential for profit could indeed secure his future. However, the drawback lay in the slow accumulation of wealth. The duration of the research remained uncertain. After careful consideration, Jiang Bai made his choice. I choose the second option. I knew you would opt for the second, Han Xiaoying replied, rising to her feet. Jiang Bai quickly grasped her arm. There's no rush for the contract. We can retrieve it tomorrow. After all, you just consumed the medicine, and we mustn't squander its efficacy. Shall we? The following morning, upon awakening from his slumber, Jiang Bai discovered that Han Xiaoying had already vanished. He dressed hastily and stepped outside his room, only to learn from a staff member that Lei Meng, the portly fellow, and Zhao Yunying had departed the previous night, and even Bai Lu and Lu Yen had ventured out early for shopping. The first video that caught his attention was an official announcement regarding the Bingshan region. Official statement. The scenery of Ping Mountain is delightful, and we welcome everyone to come for a barbecue. The local residents are very hospitable, but beware, toxic centipedes roam the hills. One bite can be quite troublesome, and the wives and children follow the neighbors closely. Upon reading this statement, Jiang Bai felt a wave of speechlessness. The officials certainly knew how to play with words. Aren't adventurers always seeking thrills? Come on, how about facing those venomous centipedes? Below, many netizens commented, don't trust the official words. If they want me dead, they should say so directly instead of deceiving me into going to Ping Mountain. Who knows how many toxic centipedes lurk there? Alas, my wife suddenly supports my expedition. She has consistently opposed it before. I suspect she has ulterior motives. Sister-in-law, I am Xiao Wang from next door. Has my brother gone on his adventure? Question. How can I persuade my husband to explore forbidden lands? As time passed imperceptibly over the next 2 days, Jiang Bai did not catch a glimpse of Lei Meng and the others. Meanwhile, Bai Lu and Lu Yen hovered around him daily, showering him with clothing and gifts, making him feel as though he were being pampered. Finally, on the evening of the third day, with only one night remaining before their second expedition, the group, including Long Yun, made their appearance. The 8 of them gathered around a large round table. Standing, Long Yun raised a teacup. Esteemed guests, tomorrow morning, you shall embark on your second adventure. Here, I wish you a safe and triumphant return in advance. With that, Long Yun downed the tea in one gulp. Setting down her teacup, she spoke with a touch of seriousness. However, the destination you are about to venture to is far more perilous than Bottle Mountain. You must prepare adequately in advance. The place you are to visit is the Sea of Death, located in the Lop Nur, a desolate no-man's land. What? Are you saying we are to go to the Sea of Death? Upon hearing Long Yun's words, the stout man sprang to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. Long Yun nodded. Brother Fat, what exactly is the Sea of Death? Are we to set sail? Bai Lu inquired, her confusion evident. The stout man took a deep breath and elucidated. The Sea of Death, also known as the Sand Sea, is an expanse of endless desert composed entirely of sand. It is a barren wasteland, nearly devoid of life. When you stand there, all you can see, stretching infinitely before you, is nothing but sand. Due to the frequent and fierce sandstorms that arise, the sky is often obscured, plunging the area into darkness, which has led locals to refer to it as the Black Desert, signifying a place forsaken by the heavens. Historically, few have emerged alive from that desert. Even many seasoned wilderness survival experts and adventurers have perished there, leaving no trace behind. If Bottle Mountain represents a novice level of difficulty, then the Sea of Death is akin to an extreme challenge. So dangerous? Bai Lu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Chapter 47. Archaeological Team, Special Advisor? Dangerous? The stout man scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. It is beyond mere danger. It can only be described as extremely perilous. We shall not only contend with the drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night, but also face the dire scarcity of food and water. One must confront the vast expanse of yellow sand, as well as the unseen quicksand, and even the various toxins concealed within the grains. Most importantly, the magnetic field in that region is unstable, causing most electronic devices to malfunction upon entry, leading to a loss of direction. Should we lose our way, it signifies that there is little hope of ever emerging from that place. Decades ago, a 1,000-strong expedition team from the Eagle Nation ventured into the Sea of Death, well-equipped for their journey. Yet, ultimately, that entire team perished within the Sea of Death with no survivors. At this, Bai Lu and the others fell into a profound silence. Even Jiang Bai furrowed his brow in concern. If the Bottle Mountain symbolizes a confrontation with non-natural entities, then the Sea of Death represents a struggle against the forces of nature itself. The power of nature is immeasurable, rendering humanity insignificantly small in its presence. The atmosphere at the dining table grew suddenly heavy. Long Yun, perceiving the apprehension among the group, continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, although the Sea of Death is fraught with peril, the military will provide you with the most advanced electronic equipment to assist you on this expedition. Furthermore, at certain critical moments, we can even grant you access to the Heavenly Eye." "The Heavenly Eye," Raymond exclaimed in disbelief, while the stout man gasped in astonishment. The Heavenly Eye, the latest innovation from the Summer Kingdom, is a national treasure. There are 3 primary satellite positioning systems globally: the Eagle Nation's GPS, the Great Bear's GLONASS, and the Summer Kingdom's Beidou. Above these 3 major satellites exists a unique entity known as the Heavenly Eye. The Heavenly Eye, as its name suggests, serves as the eye of the heavens, capable of disregarding any signal interference from the world while monitoring the globe. Wherever the Heavenly Eye gazes, malevolent entities reveal themselves. It is indeed a vital instrument of the nation. Will those above truly activate the Heavenly Eye for us? Raymond expressed his disbelief. Long Yun gently nodded, affirming, "With the Heavenly Eye in place, our expedition to the Sand Sea is assured." The expression on the rotund man's face shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of excitement. However, Long Yun changed the subject. "Although those above can activate the Heavenly Eye for you, the opportunities are limited, and ultimately, you must rely on your own capabilities. Furthermore, last night, Professor Chun, who has been delving into the culture of the Western regions, reached out to us. Their archaeological team is currently collaborating with a foreign company, seeking to unravel the mysteries of the Western regions. They wish to hire you as special consultants to escort them there. In return, they are willing to offer a staggering sum of 100 million. You may wish to consider it." This, all present, including Raymond, simultaneously turned their gaze towards Jiang Bai. They all understood that while Professor Chun appeared to be hiring them, he was, in fact, extending the offer to Jiang Bai. "I refuse." What a ridiculous notion. The title of special consultant sounds appealing, but in reality it merely designates them as bodyguards. The term used by Professor Chun clearly indicates an elderly man, coupled with a few pampered, arrogant archaeologists who have never faced hardship. Wouldn't that be an absolute burden? It is utterly unacceptable for him to protect such encumbrances. Does he lack money? He once did, but now he is certainly well off. Can you not see the wealthy lady sitting beside him? Would you not reconsider? Professor Chun and his team have made extensive preparations for their journey to the Western regions. They are not only equipped with a substantial amount of supplies, but also accompanied by 15 archaeologists and over 30 fully armed security personnel. If you were to join them, you would not only stand to gain a fortune but also benefit from ample resources, Long Yun suggested. "I must decline." Jiang Bai's resolve grew stronger. The 15 archaeologists represented a burden, exceeding his expectations. Agreeing would be akin to offering free childcare next door, where at least he could earn a good reputation. "Very well. Since you are resolutely refusing, I shall convey your decision to Professor Chun." Long Yun ceased further persuasion. The 8 individuals began their meal. As Bai Lu took a bite of her dish, she turned to see Lu Yen with her head lowered, silent and withdrawn. She inquired, "Sister Lu Yen, do you have something on your mind? You seem rather unenthusiastic." Lu Yen lifted her gaze to glance at the group before lowering her head again, a hint of remorse in her tone as she replied, "I cannot join you on this adventure." "What? Why? Sister Lu Yen, are you withdrawing?" Bai Lu's voice rose in confusion. Lu Yen buried her head lower, feeling guilty as she explained, "It is not that I wish to withdraw. Rather, our company has decided to replace me, intending for Bao Dagwan to take my position." Lu Yen shook her head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Bang! The hefty man slammed his fist on the table, rising in indignation as he exclaimed, "How dare you? Your company has truly gone too far. You are encroaching upon us. If you wish to replace team members, have you even consulted us? Right now, pick up the phone and call your boss. I, fat master, wish to inquire about his intentions. Calm down, Jiang Bai admonished, casting a stern glance at the hefty man before turning to Lu Yen. Lu Yen, I ask you, do you wish to continue this adventure with us? Lu Yen nodded affirmatively. Then heed Fat Master's advice and call your boss. Inform him that we are open to adding new members and accommodating guest appearances. However, it is imperative that everyone signs a life and death agreement. Once we enter the Forbidden Zone, the responsibility for survival lies solely with them. Whether they emerge alive depends on their own capabilities, Jiang Bai stated calmly. Lu Yen hesitated for a moment but ultimately retrieved her phone, her heart racing as she nervously dialed a number. Beep, beep. The call connected. Just as Lu Yen was about to speak, the hefty man snatched the phone from her grasp and held it to his ear. Hello? Are you the owner of Lu Yan's company? Let me make one thing clear. Do not even think about changing personnel. Don't presume that a bit of money gives you authority. When I was out in the world, you were still in diapers. Allow me to tell you, do not even consider inserting your hands into our adventure team. If you doubt this, feel free to test it and see whether your wealth surpasses the number of brothers I have. Moreover, I relay a message from Fatty. Should you wish to augment the expedition team or introduce flying guests, you may do so. However, be prepared for the inevitability of death. Once one enters the forbidden grounds, the responsibility for life and death lies solely with oneself. Fatty, resolute, ended the call abruptly, denying the other party any chance to respond. Such assertiveness from Fatty earned him a thumbs up from Jiang Bai. Let us enjoy our meal. I shall take care of this matter, Raymond interjected. Chapter 48. The Second Stop, Sea of Death. After dinner, he rose and opened the door, only to find Fatty standing there. Fatty, with an air of mystery, glanced around furtively before swiftly entering Jiang Bai's room and shutting the door behind him. What brings you to my room at such an hour instead of resting in yours? Jiang Bai inquired with evident disdain. Shoo, Fatty whispered, performing a gesture for silence. He produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Bai, speaking softly. Brother, take this card. I recently ventured to the ghost market and sold all the jewels I pilfered from the tomb of a general from the Yuan dynasty. It fetched a total of 800 million. We shall split it evenly, so this card contains 400 million for you. Rest assured, the card is completely secure. It is an anonymous account I arranged overseas. When did you manage to steal these jewels? How was I not aware of this? Jiang Bai asked, astonished. Fatty immediately shot him a disdainful look and wrapped an arm around Jiang Bai's shoulder. Brother, do keep up your act. I find it quite entertaining. In the tomb of the great general from the Yuan dynasty, when you grasped the enchanted orb in your hand, were you not subtly urging me to hasten towards the treasures? Rest assured, my brother, I comprehend your intentions. The rotund fellow patted his chest. Jiang Bai found himself somewhat speechless. He had seized the enchanted orb out of concern that falling stones within the tomb might shatter it. However, since the portly man had already presented the money, there was no need for him to maintain an air of moral superiority. He could not resemble certain protagonists from novels, who descend into a tomb, facing peril only to emerge empty-handed, serving as free bodyguards for the archaeological team. To enter the tomb with empty pockets and exit still devoid of wealth would render the venture utterly futile. As for the state matters, can you surmise why many antiques find their way overseas? Did they encounter any misfortune? Not at all. Provided the connections are in place, one could easily justify selling a few pieces of jewelry or even cutting in line, framing it as a mere detour. The portly man and Jiang Bai exhibited remarkable synergy. Jiang Bai casually draped an arm around the rotund fellow's shoulders. Suddenly, a knock reverberated through the room. Who is it? The rotund man inquired, glancing at Jiang Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai shoved him towards the door. The rotund man opened the door to reveal Han Xiaoying standing outside, clad in an elegant black dress. What brings you here, Han Xiaoying? He asked. Oh, I see now. I understand. You too, the rotund man exclaimed, pointing at them with a mischievous grin. Quickly, leave, Jiang Bai retorted, giving the rotund man a playful kick, before pulling Han Xiaoying into the room and shutting the door behind them. What a lack of propriety, devoid of any sense of duty. The rotund figure nonchalantly patted his backside, seemingly unfazed, as he merrily ambled towards his room. What brings him here? Within the confines of the chamber, Han Xiaoying enveloped Jiang Bai's neck, gazing at him with profound affection. He is here to deliver money. Pay him no mind. Jiang Bai gradually inclined his body. After vanquishing so many monsters, is it not time to indulge a little? The following morning at 8 o'clock, a group of 7 boarded a helicopter, setting off once more. The female host, microphone in one hand and tablet in the other, adeptly initiated the live broadcast. As the stream commenced, the viewer count surged to 1 million. Finally here. I've awaited this moment for 3 long days. Do you have any idea how I've endured these past 3 days? I can't wait to see my most dashing Jiang Xiaoga again, though I wonder where their next adventure will take them. Host, quickly turn the camera to my beloved Yunying. I must see her. She is truly the epitome of the aloof goddess in my eyes. Why is the viewership only at 1 million? Come on, brothers, let us boost those numbers. Everyone, rally. The female host observed the barrage of comments in the chat, a professional smile gracing her lips. Greetings to all the viewers in the live stream. I know many of you are eager to discover the location of our expedition, so let us not dilly-dally. Our exploration team is destined for the forbidden realm known as the Sea of Death, situated in the Lopner region. This name may sound unfamiliar to many, but according to official data provided to us, the number of known fatalities in the Sea of Death over the past decade has reached an astounding 3,000, with the number of missing persons beyond calculation. Simultaneously, the Dead Sea ranks 6th among the numerous forbidden zones within our nation, a testament to its perilous nature. Next, let us engage in an interview with Captain Lei. The female host, microphone in hand, approaches Raymond. Captain Lei, do you have any words for the audience regarding this expedition? Raymond ponders for a moment and responds. Greetings to all viewers in the live stream. I am Raymond. I would like to earnestly remind everyone to cherish life and steer clear of forbidden areas. The dangers lurking in these zones surpass our wildest imaginations. Do not seek fleeting thrills at the expense of your safety. Remember, your actions affect not only yourselves but also your families. Consider your parents, your spouses, and your children. Do not allow the elderly to mourn the young, nor a wife to lose her husband, or a child to be deprived of his father. Rest assured, our exploration team will continue to broadcast the hazards of these forbidden zones. Thank you all. We express our gratitude for Captain Lei's remarks. The female host retracts the microphone. The aircraft soars through the sky, and the group of 7 remains silent, with only the host chattering away. The portly individual leans closer to Jiang Bai and whispers, Bro, when did you and she start your secret affair? No, what stage are you at? You've hidden it quite well. Jiang Bai casts a sidelong glance at him, choosing to ignore his query. For hours later, the helicopter descends in a village known as a Ganbu. Jiang Bai and the others disembark. This is a rather underdeveloped village, where most of the dwellings are constructed from adobe. Despite its backwardness, the village is populated with a considerable number of residents. Let us proceed. I shall guide you to collect the supplies. The female host led the way ahead. Traversing several streets, she brought them to a courtyard guarded by a dozen soldiers. Inside the yard, 4 modified pickup trucks stood, each brimming with provisions. Unlike their previous excursion to Bottle Mountain, this time they were to traverse the entirety of the western regions, entering the Lopner via the Yumenguan Pass. The journey would take them through vast, uninhabited deserts, necessitating ample supplies. In addition to essential water and food, they would require tents, gasoline, and more. What splendid provisions! Exclaimed the stout man, lifting the tarp off one of the trucks to reveal a complete array of advanced weaponry, his excitement palpable. At that moment, Long Yun emerged from a nearby building and approached Raymond, handing him a list. This is your supply list. Please review it for any additional needs. Raymond glanced at the list before passing it to Jiang Bai. When did you arrive? The stout man asked, astonished at Long Yun's presence. Last night, she replied. Chapter 49. Deity or Demon? Guide, we require a guide, Jiang Bai remarked after perusing the list. Village Chief Gigi. Could you come here for a moment? Long Yun called out toward a room. Coming. Coming. A middle-aged man, clad in traditional ethnic attire, hurried over. Village Chief Gigi. Do you have a guide who has traversed the Sea of Death? Long Yun inquired. The village chief, with a troubled expression, remarked, "There is indeed someone, but this individual has some issues." "What kind of issues?" Jiang Bai inquired. The chief glanced at Jiang Bai and replied, "He is a madman." "A madman?" Both Jiang Bai and Long Yun furrowed their brows in unison. The chief nodded. "He is indeed mad, but he was not always this way. His madness struck suddenly." "Please elaborate," Long Yun urged. The chief sighed deeply. "This man is named Ali. He was once the finest guide in our village, destined for a brilliant future. However, 5 years ago, he inexplicably fell ill and insisted on leading a group into the sea of death, and no amount of persuasion could deter him. What is worse, he regularly cuts his wrist each week to nourish a black snake with his own blood, bowing to it 3 times and 9 times. As you know, there are no deities in this world. We have implored him countless times, yet he refuses to listen, instead accusing us of offending the gods and hurling insults at us." "I see." Jiang Bai pondered for a moment and then asked, "Chief, could you take me to meet this Ali?" "Follow me," the chief sighed, shaking his head as he led the way. Jiang Bai and Long Yun trailed closely behind. The trio navigated through several narrow alleys until they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. The chief stood at the entrance and called out, "Ali, Ali, are you home? There are esteemed guests seeking you." "Ali, Ali." The courtyard was cluttered with bottles, both liquor and beer. The main door was firmly shut, and the windows were obscured by heavy curtains. "Ali, are you feeding the snakes again?" The village chief strode forward and pushed open the door to the room. A beam of bright light flooded in, seemingly startling something, as a dark shadow swiftly darted into the ceramic jar atop the cabinet. Jiang Bai followed him into the room and beheld a disheveled man, pale and gaunt, kneeling on the floor with a dagger in his right hand, poised to cut into his left wrist. "Ali, what on earth are you doing? How many times must I tell you that there are no deities in this world? We must have faith in the great thoughts of the chairman." The village chief rushed forward, intent on seizing the dagger from Ali's grasp. "Deities! You have disturbed the deities. They will bring calamity upon you." Ali appeared oblivious to the chief's words, muttering to himself as he frantically dashed to the doorway and forcefully shut the door, blocking the sunlight from entering. Once the light dissipated, he sighed with relief and cast a furious glare at the chief. "Ali, why are you so stubbornly deluded? There are no deities in this world." The chief stamped his foot in exasperation. Ali paid him no heed, returning to the spot where he had been kneeling and bowing his head repeatedly against the floor. "Are the deities what resides within this jar?" Jiang Bai inquired, picking up the ceramic vessel from the cabinet. "Do not touch it. You are provoking the deities. You will bring disaster upon our entire village." Seeing Jiang Bai grasp the jar, Ali rushed forward, attempting to wrest it from his hands, but he was no match for Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai merely flickered with agility, swiftly tripping Ali to the ground and placing his foot upon his chest. "Divine being, return the deity to me. Your actions will incite the wrath of the divine. When that time comes, the overwhelming sands will engulf this land, and all shall perish by your hand." Ali shouted, struggling multiple times to rise, yet his efforts proved futile in the end. "Is that so?" Jiang Bai scoffed, extending his hand towards the earthen jar.
No.
"Please, I beg of you, do not." The terror etched upon Ali's face deepened. Ignoring him, Jiang Bai reached into the jar and extracted a black snake. With a resounding crash, he carelessly hurled the jar to the ground, shattering it. "It is over. It is over. You have offended the divine, and your demise is imminent. We shall all perish alongside you. The wrath of the deity will soon engulf the entire village of Agonbu, and unending sands will bury this place. We are all doomed." Ali appeared to lose all vitality, his spirit deflated. "Ali, is this not merely a snake? I have told you, there are no deities in this world, no divine beings." The village chief, frustrated by Ali's despair, exclaimed. Releasing Ali, Jiang Bai toyed with the black snake and remarked, "Ali, you just proclaimed that I am to die imminently. Why not make a wager? Let us bet on whether the deity you speak of can harm me. If I lose, I shall forfeit my life. If you lose, you shall serve as our guide." With that, Jiang Bai allowed the black snake to bite him. Ali shook his head despondently, declaring, "There is no need to gamble. Your fate is sealed. No one survives after being bitten by a deity. If they could not endure, neither will you. In less than 10 breaths, you will become a mere corpse. Is that so? Jiang Bai replied with an undeniable smile. 1 breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 5 breaths passed. In the blink of an eye, 30 breaths had elapsed. Yet Jiang Bai remained standing unscathed. It seems the deity you speak of cannot harm me, he remarked lightly, applying gentle pressure with his fingers to crush the black serpent's head, discarding its lifeless body before Ali. Impossible. How can this be? How could you still be alive? Ali exclaimed in disbelief, resembling a person who had seen a ghost. He glanced at the serpent's corpse, then looked up at Jiang Bai, terror flooding his eyes. Pointing a trembling finger at him, he stammered, You are not human. You are the Demon King. You hail from the abyss. The deities have spoken of it. Only a demon king from the abyss can disregard their venom. You are the Demon King, come to bring about the world's destruction. Ali shouted, scrambling to his feet and attempting to flee the room. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Bai swiftly interposed himself in front of Ali. The Demon King. You are the Demon King. You will annihilate the world. You are the Demon King from the abyss. Ali mumbled, crouching on the ground with his hands clutched to his head, trembling uncontrollably. The village chief stood momentarily at a loss, recognizing that Ali had truly lost his mind. Chapter 50, The Guide. Ali. It appears he has indeed gone mad. Long Yun shook his head, having already relinquished hope for Ali. He discerned the reason behind Ali's madness. Ali's insanity was distinct from ordinary madness. It stemmed from a mental breakdown, as though he had witnessed some horrifying spectacle that drove him to lunacy, yet his intellect remained intact. In truth, he possessed a means to cure Ali, by redeeming a calming pill from the system marketplace. In a vast nation like Xia, with a population exceeding 2 billion, there must exist someone capable of restoring Ali to health. If all else fails, electroconvulsive therapy could be employed. This is our guide. Jiang Bai casually dropped Ali to the ground. Ali did not rise, instead curling his body like a large shrimp, trembling all over. A guide? The stout man kicked Ali. Can this lunatic serve as our guide? Jiang Bai nodded. His name is Ali, the sole individual from the entire village who has traversed the sea of death and returned alive. How do we treat him? The stout man shook his head, indicating his helplessness. Leave him to me. Han Xiaoying approached. Very well. Jiang Bai lifted Ali and followed Han Xiaoying into a room. Inside, Jiang Bai secured Ali to a bed and nodded toward Han Xiaoying. Han Xiaoying produced a pack of golden needles, her expression intensely focused as she began to insert them into Ali's head. With each needle that pierced his skin, Ali's expression grew increasingly serene. Once the final needle was placed, Han Xiaoying wiped the sweat from her brow. I have initially stabilized his condition, but for him to fully recover, he must confront the fears within himself and emerge from that trepidation. It will be arduous. Jiang Bai handed Han Xiaoying a glass of water and helped to untie Ali. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. After approximately an hour, Ali gradually awoke from his slumber, his gaze clear yet bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon seeing Jiang Bai and Han Xiaoying, he inquired in confusion, Who are you? I am Jiang Bai and she is Han Xiaoying. She has successfully treated your madness. Jiang Bai replied, You cured my madness? Is it truly gone? Ali exclaimed, casting a glance at his hands before hastily turning to kneel before them. Jiang Bai swiftly intervened, placing a foot to halt him. Do not be so quick to express your gratitude. Our intention in treating you serves a greater purpose. We require your assistance to journey to the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death? Ali gasped in shock. Then, as if recalling something, he shook his head in panic. No, we cannot go there. I refuse to visit that place. Ali.
Han Xia interjected.
While we have managed to stabilize your condition, to eradicate it entirely, you must confront the deepest fears within your heart. Otherwise, your affliction will inevitably resurface, and you will once again descend into madness. This is your final opportunity to face your fears. Of course, you may choose not to venture to the Sea of Death. We shall not coerce you. Yet, the choice lies before you, to lead a normal life or to continue in your state of madness. Ali found himself engulfed in a dilemma. Though he had previously succumbed to madness, he retained memories of his actions. Reflecting on the daily endeavors he has undertaken over the past 5 years and contemplating his future, he feels a lingering discontent, fearing that it may continue in a similarly chaotic manner. Yet, the thought of venturing once more into the sea of death fills him with trepidation. "Take some time to ponder this," Han Xiaoying remarked, rising to leave the room, followed by Jiang Bai. The decision of whether to go or not rests solely with Ali. This journey to the sea of death bears the possibility of fatal consequences for all involved, including him and Ali. Outside the room, the portly figure tossed a backpack to Jiang Bai, for vehicles awaited them. Raymond drove one alone, while he and Han Xiaoying shared another, with the portly man and Lu Yen in a third, and Bai Lu with Zhao Yunying in the last. Time ticked away, and soon the half-hour mark was reached. With a resounding roar, all 4 vehicles roared to life and sped toward the courtyard exit. "Wait, I'm coming with you," Ali shouted as he dashed out of the room, calling out to the 7 companions. "Get in the car," Jiang Bai instructed, gesturing toward Raymond's vehicle. With a thunderous roar, as Ali climbed aboard, the 4 pickups departed in succession. The little flying sphere darted through the air, matching the pickup's speed effortlessly. Exiting the small courtyard, the 4 vehicles ventured down the road. 2 hours later, they had distanced themselves from the urban sprawl, having traveled over 100 kilometers. The scenery along the roadside grew desolate, with nothing but yellow sand visible, devoid of any signs of life. "Hey bro, are you satisfied with the distribution of vehicles for this expedition?" The portly man called through the intercom, his tone laced with jest. "Do you wish for the whole world to know about this?" Regardless of the circumstances, were it I in that position, I would relish the opportunity to let the entire world know. The rotund man chuckled. "Indeed, you are quite audacious. You have wed another spouse, and the discontent of the estranged husband regarding this matter has spread far and wide. Do you know what the netizens are calling you?" "What are they calling me?" "A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." The rotund man chuckled again. "Enough of this chatter," Alalai interjected. "We must accelerate our pace. After traversing another 400 kilometers, we shall reach the entrance of the Taklamakan Desert. At the threshold of the desert lies an eatery, our sole source of sustenance before we embark into the arid expanse. Let us hasten our speed to arrive at the establishment before dusk. Moreover, there are vehicles trailing us." Raymond's voice crackled through the intercom. Jiang Bai glanced backward. A few hundred meters behind them, a convoy of several pickup trucks was pursuing them. "We need not concern ourselves with them. Those vehicles likely belong to an archaeological team." Major Long had mentioned that the excavation crew was also scheduled to depart in the past few days, and the route we are traversing is the only passage leading to the western regions. It is not surprising to encounter them along the way. The rotund man's voice resonated through the intercom. Jiang Bai seized the intercom. "No, they are approaching us with intent." Chapter 51. An encounter with the archaeological team. As Jiang Bai had anticipated, the convoy of pickup trucks, after overtaking them, came to a halt across the highway. Subsequently, the doors flung open, and dozens of fully armed foreign mercenaries disembarked. At the forefront stood a tall, young woman with golden hair and striking blue eyes, clad in a sleek black leather jacket. "As you waited in the vehicle, I decided to step out and investigate." Raymond brought the car to a halt, opened the door, and approached the woman. Jiang Bai and the stout man also exited the vehicle simultaneously, making their way toward her. "Are you members of the archaeological team? Why are you obstructing our path?" Raymond boldly confronted the group of fierce mercenaries. The woman paid no heed to him, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Bai. "Mr. Jiang, I am Aliyah, the head of security for this archaeological expedition. I wish to speak with you. What is there to discuss?" Jiang Bai replied, his expression impassive. "Our company is collaborating with Professor Chun to jointly explore the mysteries of the western regions. We have observed your skills through your live streams, Mr. Jiang. Therefore, we would like to extend an invitation for you and your team to serve as special consultants for our archaeological endeavor. Naturally, if you find our previous offer insufficient, we are open to negotiation. Finances are not an obstacle," Aliyah articulated fluently in Chinese. "Special consultants?" Jiang Bai chuckled, shaking his head. "I must decline." "Why, Mr. Jiang?" she inquired. "Exploring the western regions alongside us and journeying to the Sea of Death are not mutually exclusive. This is merely a matter of convenience for you, and it will not interfere with your live stream. On the contrary, should you accept our invitation, you would receive a substantial remuneration. Why, Mr. Jiang, would you refuse? Is it possible that you have a grudge against money? Aliyah inquired, perplexed. Do you truly wish to know? Jiang Bai replied, meeting her gaze directly. Aliyah nodded. Please, Mr. Jiang, speak plainly. I genuinely cannot comprehend your reasons for refusal. The reason is that you are all too inexperienced. I have no desire to carry the weight of dozens of burdens. Jiang Bai stated candidly. Inexperienced? Aliyah paused momentarily, then hurriedly clarified, Mr. Jiang, I believe you harbor some misconceptions about us. Our team has undergone specialized training. That is still a burden, Jiang Bai interrupted. It is well established in various adventure literature that mercenaries are often mere cannon fodder. Adding to that, a group of 15 archaeologists is an overwhelming liability. Even divine beings would struggle against such an assembly. You pretty boy, who do you deem a burden? A towering man behind Aliyah voiced his discontent. I am referring to you. What of it? The stout man stepped forward, confronting the giant. It seems you are courting death, the giant remarked, preparing to step out of the group. Aliyah persisted, Mr. Jiang. I wonder in what ways we appear inexperienced. How might we demonstrate our capabilities? If we prove our worth, will you consider accepting our invitation? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, then extended 5 fingers. Let us make a deal. If you can withstand 5 of my strikes, I shall agree to be your special advisor. Should you fail, you must refrain from troubling us in the future. What do you think? Agreed, Aliyah nodded, removing her backpack and tossing it to Wayne. Everyone retreated, clearing a space for Jiang Bai and his companion. I apologize, Mr. Jiang. Arya was the first to strike, her long and powerful legs propelling forward like a whip aimed viciously at Jiang Bai's head. Her agility and speed were impressive. However, to Jiang Bai, they seemed somewhat inadequate. He remained motionless, poised in place. Just as Arya's leg was about to make contact, he effortlessly raised a hand and grasped her ankle with ease. In an instant, Arya found herself frozen in an unusual pose, yet she refused to yield. With a sharp sound, she swiftly drew a gleaming dagger from her waist, and without hesitation, aimed a fierce slash at Jiang Bai's neck. Observing this, Jiang Bai took a slight step back, deftly evading her ferocious attack. Then, loosening his grip, Arya lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground in a split position. Still unwilling to concede, she struggled to rise. Before she could regain her footing, a finger pressed against her forehead. Woman, do not move. If this were a gun, you would already be dead. Jiang Bai's index finger rested on Arya's brow, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. She realized she had lost, utterly defeated. Let us go. Witnessing Jiang Bai subdue Arya, Wayne immediately aimed his gun at Jiang Bai. What are you doing? Do you wish to fight? I, Fat Master, am quite eager to see who dares to make a move today. The glint of menace shone vividly in the eyes of the stout man as he retrieved 2 high-explosive grenades from the backpack at his feet, gripping them firmly in his hands. The atmosphere between both parties instantly grew tense. It's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Let us all remain calm. We are all on the same side. At that moment, an elderly gentleman wearing glasses rushed out from one of the vehicles, swiftly positioning himself in the middle of the standoff as a mediator. His hair was sparse, with a bald crown at the back of his head, and he donned a pair of black spectacles, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. A badge hung from his chest, inscribed with Archaeological Institute, Professor Chun Wenbin. Wei-En. Lower your weapon, Aliyah commanded sharply. Wei-En gradually lowered his gun. Remember this, woman. Next time, do not attempt to halt another's vehicle, especially in such desolate terrain. Not everyone appreciates your method of discourse. Such actions can easily lead to misunderstandings, as if you are an ambusher. With that, Jiang Bai stood and made his way toward the pickup truck behind him, disregarding Professor Chun entirely. Aliyah rose, her gaze fixed on Jiang Bai's retreating figure. Mr. Jiang, I concede. I am prepared to accept my loss. Everyone clear the way. As Aliyah's words echoed, the pickup truck blocking the road yielded passage. Jiang Bai and his entourage of 7 continued their journey forward. Are we really just going to let them go? Wei and expressed his dissatisfaction while watching Jiang Bai's group depart. What else can we do? His skills are indeed formidable, Aliyah replied, her expression impassive. What use is strength? Our team is not to be trifled with either. In this era, the dominance of firearms remains undeniable. With our substantial numbers and superior weaponry, I refuse to believe that we cannot surpass one bearing the surname Jiang, Wayne asserted defiantly. Chapter 52. Ghost Eyes. Brother, wasn't I just loyal? The chubby man remarked. Let me tell you, had it not been for the harmonious society we live in, I would have certainly lobbed a grenade their way to let them have a taste of it. As they traveled, the chubby man's voice crackled through the intercom. All right, chubby, hurry up and drive. We aim to reach the restaurant mentioned by Ali before nightfall, Jiang Bai said with a smile, comfortably seated in the passenger seat, observing Han Xiaoying, who was intently focused on driving. The journey was uneventful. As dusk approached, the group of 8 finally arrived at the restaurant's entrance. It was a 2-story wooden structure, complete with a parking lot and a small courtyard. The courtyard featured tables and lights. By the time Jiang Bai and his companions arrived, several tables were already occupied by diners. Dear guests from afar, may I inquire whether you are here to stay or to dine? Or perhaps you require some supplies. We have everything you might need. A girl, clad in ethnic attire and appearing to be around 17 or 18, rushed over to greet them as they stepped into the courtyard. We will be both dining and staying. Bring forth all the delicious food and drinks you have for me, the chubby man declared with grandiosity, leading the group to an unoccupied table. Certainly, please wait a moment, the girl responded, turning to retrieve a menu from another table and presenting it to the chubby man. The portly man, visibly irked, seized the menu. Upon glimpsing the prices inscribed upon it, his pupils widened in disbelief, and he cast an incredulous gaze at the young lady. Is this some sort of extortion? Gasoline outside is merely 8 yuan a liter, yet you charge us 80. Bottled water that costs 1 yuan is priced at 100 here, a whole roasted lamb for 8,000, and a plate of smashed cucumbers for 1,200. With these rates, why not resort to robbery? The young lady, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, offered a slight smile. Dear patron, you jest. Robbery is indeed illegal. Moreover, there exists no swifter means of profit than our establishment. Pray tell, what may I procure for you? Or shall I serve you one of everything on the menu? Your attire suggests you are not short of funds. The portly man was momentarily rendered speechless. Just give me the menu. Jiang Bai took the menu, perusing it briefly before stating, 200 liters of gasoline. Please fill it into our vehicle. 1 whole roasted lamb, 3 portions of cold dishes, 1 serving of belly-wrapped meat, and a barrel of your homemade fruit wine. Additionally, we would require 4 guest rooms. Very well, sir. The total comes to 97,000. Will you be paying by card or scanning a code? The young lady responded cheerfully, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Card, please. Jiang Bai produced a gold card and handed it to her. Once the payment was processed, the items Jiang Bai ordered were promptly arranged on the table. Just as the portly man was about to dig in, a resounding roar echoed from the distance. They turned to see dozens of pickup trucks with their headlights blazing, driving into the parking lot adjacent to the courtyard. The doors swung open, and Aliyah, along with Professor Chan and others, disembarked and made their way toward the courtyard. Alas, these individuals truly seemed to linger like restless spirits. The hefty man immediately displayed his displeasure. Let us dine first, he suggested. Encountering them here was, after all, an anticipated occurrence. Jiang Bai casually severed a piece of lamb chop and handed it to Ali. Aliyah and her companions entered the courtyard, choosing not to disturb Jiang Bai's group, instead settling at a series of vacant tables. Their arrival rendered the small courtyard suddenly crowded. Professor Chen approached Jiang Bai, holding a notebook, and adjusted his glasses. Comrade Xiao Jiang, may I have a word with you? What could Professor Chen wish to discuss? If it pertains to inviting me to serve as a special consultant, I would kindly ask him to refrain from broaching the subject. Comrade Xiao Jiang, do you recognize the eye depicted here? Jiang Bai lowered his gaze. It was an eye, devoid of pupils, a striking blue. This is... Han Xiaoying's pupils dilated sharply upon seeing the eye, her breathing quickening. This belonged to the ghost eye of the Queen of the Ghost Caverns. reputed to make a person vanish into thin air with a mere glance, plunging them into the abyss of the ghostly chasms. Was Professor Chen's expedition to the western regions in search of the Queen of the Ghost Caverns? A spark of intrigue flickered in Jiang Bai's eyes. Indeed, Comrade Xiao Zhang recognized this eye. Yet, one wonders how much understanding he possesses regarding the Ghost Clan. Professor Chen inquired eagerly, is it for the study of virtual spaces, to break a curse, or perhaps to seek the treasures of the Ghost Queen? To be candid, my journey into the Ghost Caverns is to search for my father. Searching for your father? Jiang Bai felt a twinge of surprise. Professor Chen nodded, affirming, indeed, it is the quest to find my father. His name was Chen Tianhua, a distinguished archaeology professor who dedicated his life to the study of Western region cultures. This matter should have been laid to rest decades ago, yet only a month ago, I began to experience haunting nightmares. In these dreams, my father was ensnared in darkness, his body writhing with black serpents, pleading for my help. He revealed to me that a profound secret lies hidden within the Ghost Cave, a secret that could explain the mysterious disappearance of the Western region, a secret capable of revolutionizing the field of archaeology. He implored me to rescue him. Thus, after several days of deep contemplation, I submitted a proposal to re-explore the Western region and collaborated with an overseas company, hoping to uncover my father's remains and unravel the enigma behind the sudden vanishing of various nations in that region. Comrade Xiao Zhang, if you truly possess any knowledge, I implore you to share it with me. Exploring the Western region has been the lifelong aspiration of my father and me. Professor Chen, in his excitement, moved to grasp Jiang Bai's hand. Professor Chen, allow me to pose one final question. Was it a man with the surname Hu who initially led your father to the Ghost Cave? Surname Hu? Professor Chen shook his head. My father ventured to the Ghost Cave independently. There was no one named Hu to guide him, not even among his students. Chapter 53. The Peculiar Seven. Han Xiaoying reference image IC. Jiang Bai pondered thoughtfully. This forbidden realm is peculiar. Both the ghostly cave spoken of by Professor Chen and the Bottle Mountain they have visited bear a striking resemblance to a certain tome from his previous life. Yet, they lack a crucial character. Comrade Xiao Zhang? Comrade Xiao Zhang? Professor Chen gently called out, noticing Jiang Bai's dazed expression. According to the ancient texts of the Thieves Sect, the Ghost Cave clan originated from the Demon Kingdom. The Ghost Queen you mentioned is merely a generation of the Demon Matriarch. The Demon Kingdom? Which nation does this Demon Kingdom pertain to, I wonder? Professor Chen's curiosity was piqued. Jiang Bai shook his head and replied, I am uncertain. All I know is that the Ghost Cave is exceedingly perilous, its dangers rivaling those of the Sea of Death. Perilous? How dangerous could it possibly be? We are equipped with an arsenal of weaponry. What threat could we not overcome? Even if there are Zongzi, we could reduce them to mere shreds. Wayne at another table scoffed disdainfully. Jiang Bai, undeterred by his remark, continued. The ancient texts indicate that the journey through the Ghost Cave is fraught with man-eating ants known as army ants, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, capable of reducing a person to mere bones in an instant. There exists a black serpent called Ahan Pure Fragrance, lurking in darkness, whose venom is so potent that even an elephant would struggle to survive 10 breaths. There is also a creature known as the fire and water pillbug, which, upon contact, turns to ash or freezes into a mere sculpture of ice. A flower called corpse fragrance taro can induce hallucinations, transporting one into a dreamlike realm. Most crucially, the ancient texts record that the Ghost Queen may very well still be alive. Her eyes possess the ability to ensnare one in a realm of virtual numbers. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Professor Chen gasped in shock. He was aware of the Ghost Cave's treachery, yet he had not anticipated it to be so perilous. Jiang Xiaoga, given the immense dangers of the Ghost Cave, is there a means to unravel its mysteries? Jiang Bai shook his head, then nodded. There is indeed a way to break through, which involves finding a man with the surname Hu to lead you. Perhaps, with his guidance, there remains a glimmer of hope for your survival in the Ghost Cave. Otherwise, your expedition is destined for certain death. It is a place that even my ancestral predecessors in the thieving clan dared not revisit after their first encounter. But where shall I find a man named Hu? Professor Chen pondered, feeling utterly lost. In this vast desert, aside from their group, There was not a soul in sight. Where could he possibly locate someone with that surname? Jiang Bai chose to ignore Professor Chen further, quietly consuming his meal. His willingness to share such information was merely out of respect for the audience and those above. Otherwise, he would have deemed it unnecessary to inform Professor Chen. After all, the professor was not his father. Why should he concern himself so deeply? As stated in their life and death agreement, once entering the Forbidden Land, one must bear the consequences of their own fate. They were all adults responsible for their own actions. After their meal, Raymond and Ali shared a room, while Bai Lu and Lu Yan occupied another, and Han Xiaoying and Zhao Yuning shared yet another. Jiang Bai, however, had no choice but to share a room with the plump man. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, as Jiang Bai and the others exited their rooms to pack their belongings, Aliyah and Professor Chen's group were also preparing to depart. They exchanged nods as a form of greeting before each group boarded their respective vehicles and departed from the courtyard. The weather was clear, and gentle breezes swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Notably, the plump man and Wayne were vying for dominance, racing fiercely along the road. Han Xiaoying drove, glancing several times at Jiang Bai in the passenger seat, as if poised to speak but hesitating to find the right words. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the windswept sands on either side of the road began to swell, obscuring the path ahead. With a sudden jolt, Han Xiaoying slammed on the brakes, gesturing towards the right side of the road. There are people in distress ahead. Jiang Bai peered forward and discerned a woman and 6 men waving frantically at Professor Chen's vehicle. Upon noticing the halt of their car, the woman, shouldering a camera, rushed to the window of Professor Chen's vehicle, speaking urgently before she and the 6 men hastily boarded the pickup truck of Professor Chen and his companions. Jiang Bai's gaze sharpened as he seized the walkie-talkie, calling out, "Team Lei, Fatty, proceed with caution. Those individuals may not be what they seem. Let Professor Chen's group move ahead. We will follow closely behind." "Understood," came the simultaneous response from Lei and Fatty. In the lead vehicle, the pace of Raymond and Fatty gradually slowed, swiftly aligning with Jiang Bai's vehicle. What did Brother Jiang mean by those words? Are those 7 individuals not human? Could they possibly be ghosts? Surely not. It is broad daylight. Even if they were spirits, they would not dare to appear in the light of day. For aren't they afraid of the sun? Is it possible that Brother Jiang misinterpreted what he saw, mistaking humans for phantoms? Or is it that the oddity he referred to pertains to the peculiar nature of those 7 individuals, rather than their spectral essence? Let us proceed and see what unfolds. The comments in the live broadcast flitted by. Jiang Bai and his team continued their journey along the road. Around noon, they halted before a vast expanse of sand dunes. As they surveyed the surrounding landscape, all that met their eyes was a seemingly endless desert, a boundless sea of sand stretching far and wide. Professor Chen and his group commenced boiling water for cooking. At that moment, Jiang Bai meticulously scrutinized the 7 individuals in the vehicle beside the road. Among them were 6 men and 1 woman, each equipped with a camera, devoid of any other belongings. Jiang Bai's attention gravitated towards the woman. She possessed a slender figure, her hair cascading casually behind her, adorned with a pure smile. They were members of a film crew, reportedly scouting locations for a television drama. Their presence by the roadside was due to their vehicle being ensnared in sand, rendering them in need of assistance. By chance, we encountered them. They expressed a desire for us to accompany them to their set to help extricate their vehicle. I had assessed them. Their hands bore no calluses, indicating a lack of physical strength, suggesting they were merely ordinary individuals, not affiliated with any other factions. Aliyah approached Jiang Bai and spoke. "Is that so?" Jiang Bai could not help but smile in acknowledgement as he stepped towards Professor Chen's group. "Comrade Xiao Zhang has arrived. Come sit down." Professor Chen, seated on the ground while boiling water, quickly rose to greet Jiang Bai upon his arrival. Jiang Bai nodded towards Professor Chen, then approached the woman, extending his right hand with a slight smile. "Hello, my name is Jiang Bai." "Hello, I am Xia Wei He," she replied, gently shaking hands with Jiang Bai and offering a sweet smile. "Hello, Brother Jiang, I am Yi Xian," introduced a female student beside Professor Chen, rising to greet Jiang Bai. "Hello," he replied. Chapter 54. The deceased from 3 years ago. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Have you sensed anything unusual? The chubby man leaned closer to Jiang Bai and whispered, Not at the moment, but you shall see soon enough. Jiang Bai found an empty spot to sit and subsequently closed his eyes. Time ticked away, and before long, an hour had passed. During this interval, Jiang Bai occasionally opened his eyes to observe the group surrounding Professor Chen. He noticed a young male team member named Chu Ran, who was persistently attending to Xia Wei He with excessive attentiveness, inquiring about her well-being. At last, after an hour's respite, Professor Chen and his entourage prepared to continue their journey. They packed their belongings and boarded the vehicle. Hey brother, Professor Chen and the others are leaving. Why aren't those 7 getting in the car? Don't they want Professor Chen to help them get their vehicle out? The chubby man, seated on the ground, was perplexed and bewildered as he saw that Xia Wei He and her companions had not joined Professor Chen's group. Arrived at the destination? What destination? His confusion deepened as he glanced around, noting the absence of any film crew. Where have they arrived? Just keep watching, Jiang Bai urged, his gaze fixed intently on Professor Chen's group. Observing that Xia Wei He and her companions had not boarded the car, it was Chu Ran, the young male team member, who could no longer contain himself. He swiftly opened the door and approached Xia Wei He, asking, Wei He, we are about to depart. Why aren't you getting in the car? Hurry up. Xia Wei He shook her head with a smile, saying, No, we shall not leave. We will remain here. You may go. No, you stay here. Just as Chu Ran was speaking, he noticed Xia Wei He cast a smile in his direction before turning to walk up the sand dune with the other 6 individuals. Wei He, where are you going? Chu Ran hurriedly pursued the 7, but after only a few steps, he seemed to trip over something, tumbling onto the sand, helplessly watching as the 7 figures ascended the dune. Thank you. A sudden gust of wind swept across, enveloping the entire dune in a cloud of yellow sand. When the dust settled, the silhouettes of the 7 had completely vanished from the summit. They have disappeared. The stout individual widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. They have vanished. Professor Chen and his companions, who had just boarded the vehicle, were also incredulous as they gazed at the dune. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily disembarked from the car. Wei He. Chu Ran struggled to his feet and sprinted up the dune, peering downwards. All he could see was an expanse of sand, endless sand, without a single figure in sight.
Non. Impossible.
How could this be? Terror flashed in Chu Ran's eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he scrambled down the dune, racing towards Professor Chen. Professor, it's ghosts. They have all vanished. Chu Ran spoke in a voice laced with horror, as if gripped by some unspeakable fright, his expression bordering on madness. Could it be that ghosts truly existed in this world? A mercenary trembled as he spoke. Professor Chen shook his head, offering a few words of comfort to Chu Ran before approaching Jiang Bai. At that moment, Fatty inquired. All eyes simultaneously turned towards Jiang Bai. Quick! Go summon Uncle Joe. Oh dear! I am spending the night alone, and I feel so frightened. Is there a kind reader who could protect me? I live at... Silence, everyone, the young man has moved. Perhaps within this lies the answers you seek. This camera is precisely identical to the one that hung around Xia Wei's neck moments ago. Hurry. Fetch a battery, Professor Chen urged. Xia Wei aimed the lens at herself, wearing a sorrowful smile. Yet, the timestamp displayed above the video indicated it was recorded 3 years prior. Could it be that they perished 3 years ago? Professor Chen, please play the video and see what she said, Fatty urged, a hint of excitement in his voice. Professor Chen activated the video, and Xia Wei's voice resonated from the camera. Hello everyone, I am Xia Wei. Our film crew is currently shooting in the Taklamakan Desert. Unfortunately, during our shoot, our vehicle became ensnared in quicksand. I am now walking towards the road with 6 crew members, hoping to seek assistance from passing vehicles. We have been walking for 3 days and still have not escaped this desert, and our water supply has been exhausted. I fear we may not escape this desert. The scene shifted, revealing a sky filled with swirling yellow sand. The video concluded here. 3 years ago, the film crew, Lu Yen murmured to herself, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her mind. She exclaimed, I've remembered. Xia Weihe was a member of that film crew. Xiao Gu, Lei Dui, and Professor Chen. If my memory serves me right, Xia Weihe should have been part of the crew for the young Lotus Buds. 3 years ago, that crew, comprising over 100 employees, came to the desert for filming, only to meet their tragic end there. At that time, the incident caused quite a stir and created a significant uproar in the entertainment industry. Consequently, for the past few years, many film crews have opted to use green screens whenever possible, avoiding outdoor shoots altogether. So, are they truly dead for 3 years? But why can we still see them? Aaliyah's brows furrowed in concern. Ghosts. It must be their spirits, restless and seeking us as scapegoats. Chu Ran began to babble incoherently, frantically running into the vehicle. Well, we haven't even reached the ghost cave, and someone is already terrified, the fat man remarked. Han Xiaoying inquired. Jiang Bai glanced at her, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, can you all confirm that you just saw them? What if I told you that I haven't seen anyone at all? That's impossible. I just saw you shake hands with Xia Weihe. The fat man was the first to refute. Indeed, Jiang Gu, I also witnessed you shaking hands with Xia Weihe, Yi Yisan added. Han Xiaoying, Aaliyah, and others nodded in agreement. They also witnessed Jiang Bai and Xia Weihe shaking hands. The crowd expressed their disbelief, but Jiang Bai wore a bemused smile as he looked at them. It's not that we do not believe you, but rather that we witnessed the scene of you shaking hands with Xia Weihe with our own eyes. Professor Chen adjusted his glasses and remarked. The others nodded in agreement. I just searched online, and indeed 3 years ago there was an incident involving a film crew in the Taklamakan Desert, and there was someone named Xia Weihe among them. One of them noted. How terrifying. I just saw her. She wouldn't come looking for me through the internet, would she? Another voice echoed. I am Nanpai's third uncle. I can responsibly inform everyone that the world is vast, and it is quite normal for some extraordinary beings to exist. Back in my tomb raiding days. Forgive me, I've had a bit too much to drink, he added. Viewers in the live stream were puzzled, and both Raymond and Professor Chen wore expressions of bewilderment. They had witnessed Jiang Bai and Xia Weihe shake hands. Sensing the confusion among the crowd, Jiang Bai turned to Raymond and the others, saying, Raymond, Fatty, you all claim to have seen me shake hands with Xia Weihe. But what if I told you that I was merely shaking hands with thin air? I have not seen any of them at all. Shaking hands with thin air? Raymond's brow furrowed. Jiang Bai, please do not frighten us. Yi Yisan shivered, feeling a wave of chill wash over her. Even under the blazing sun, the pervasive chill remains unyielding. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. I indeed just shook hands with the air. In truth, from the moment Sister Xiaoying pressed the brake on the road, I have not seen anyone seeking help by the roadside. Do you recall what I reminded you of in the car? I advised you to pay attention to those individuals, not to pinpoint an exact number. If I had truly seen them, I would not have resorted to such vague hints. As for how I came to know her name is Xia Weihe, it is entirely thanks to Chern. Over the past hour, he has repeatedly expressed fervent affection towards the heir, calling out Wei He, Xia Wei He. If I were any less aware, I would indeed be a fool. Now, Professor Chen appeared even more perplexed. Jiang, if you truly did not see them, why is it that so many of us did? Could it be that they are indeed ghosts? Have we all fallen victim? Ghosts? Jiang Bai shook his head. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard of the term displaced time and space? It refers to two parallel realms intertwining. Perhaps, you might comprehend their presence through the lens of displaced time and space. In truth, what you perceive as them is not truly them, but rather their counterparts from another dimension. Or perhaps it is the residual shadows left behind when two dimensions intersect. There have been scientists who proposed that the world we inhabit is not merely one world, but rather a series of different worlds we traverse daily, akin to a mirrored space with each world appearing identical. It is akin to a person slumbering. Upon awakening after a night's rest, one finds oneself in a new day. Yet, how can one be so certain that they have merely transitioned from yesterday to today, rather than traversing through the realm of dreams into the present? If our thoughts do not journey through our slumber, then from whence do our dreams arise? At this moment, the crowd was left bewildered by Jiang Bai's inquiry, their minds unable to grasp the profundity of it. It was rather intricate. With a resounding clap to his forehead, the rotund man timidly interjected, My dear fellow, among us, The most educated are merely an archaeology professor and a medical doctor. The rest are but simple folk. Could you perhaps articulate this more succinctly, so that we may comprehend? A chorus of agreement echoed among the others. Thus, Jiang Bai endeavored to rephrase his thoughts. To put it simply, we have encountered a ghostly presence in broad daylight. We must hasten to gather our belongings and flee. Even Professor Chun, along with everyone else, was at a loss for words. Ultimately, have we not indeed encountered a specter? Let us pack our things and continue our journey. Raymond was the first to speak. We should prepare as well, Alia instructed the mercenaries behind her. 10 minutes later, Jiang Bai and his entourage set forth, a convoy of vehicles resembling a colossal dragon undulating majestically along the highway. Ali sat quietly in the passenger seat beside Raymond, her head bowed. By chance, she lifted her gaze and beheld a crimson glow illuminating the distant sky. Crimson glow. Ali whispered, suddenly struck by a thought. Hastily grasping the nearby walkie-talkie, he exclaimed, "Brothers, hasten your pace and stay close to our vehicles. If I am not mistaken, a sandstorm is imminent. I know of a refuge from the storm, and we must reach it before its arrival. Otherwise, we shall be engulfed." "Understood, understood," resonated the voices of the hefty man and Jiang Bai through the walkie-talkie. The 4 pickup trucks simultaneously veered away from Professor Chen's group, charging into the desert, racing towards the horizon. "Why have they suddenly deviated from the convoy?" Wayne queried, perplexed as he drove. "Notify everyone to follow them immediately," Alia asserted decisively after a moment's contemplation. In an instant, the vehicles of Professor Chen's party spun around, closely pursuing Jiang Bai and the others. An hour later, the group had no inkling of how far they had traveled, as the sky gradually darkened, seemingly obscured by some unseen force. The hefty man glanced back, only to witness the yellow sands rising like a dark shroud, enveloping the sky behind him. Tornadoes unleashed their fury, sweeping across the desolate sea of sand, as the winds howled mercilessly. The air was thick with swirling sands, casting a sickly yellow pall over the world, as if the apocalypse had descended. Relentless gusts of sand battered against the car windows, producing a dull thud that instilled fear and unease. The visibility ahead plummeted sharply, dwindling to less than 10 meters. In this harsh environment, even the little spirit ball paused its live broadcast, seeking refuge within Raymond's vehicle. I inquired of Ali, "How much longer until we reach the place you mentioned?" "This sandstorm feels even more ferocious than a level 8 gale," the stout man shouted into the intercom, gripping the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "We're almost there. Just about 10 more minutes." Ali's voice crackled through the intercom. Another 10 minutes passed, and under Ali's guidance, the group finally arrived at their destination. It was a dilapidated village constructed of loess. The village appeared desolate, with most houses having long since collapsed, leaving only a handful that barely retained their structural integrity. They halted in front of a relatively intact dwelling, hastily binding all the vehicles together with iron chains to prevent them from being swept away by the fierce winds. "Ali, are you sure this little earthen house can withstand a level 8 gale?" the stout man asked with concern. Ali smiled confidently. "Don't worry, brother. We have always sought shelter from sandstorms here." Chapter 56. The bronze coffin, approached with caution. A series of howling winds arrived as expected, like ferocious beasts ruthlessly tearing at the land. The tempest brought with it a torrent of yellow sand, as if intent on consuming the entire world. Visibility plummeted to less than 2 meters. Fortunately, the house stood firm against the onslaught of the sandstorm, remaining upright amidst the chaos. Inside the room, Jiang Bai and his companions sat on opposite sides from Professor Chan and his team, the atmosphere thick with tension, silence enveloping them. Raymond retrieved a pockball from his backpack and resumed the live broadcast. "Professor, are we truly in no danger?" Yi-Sin inquired, her face etched with concern as she gazed out at the raging sandstorm, fear glimmering in her eyes. "Surely, there should be no cause for alarm?" Professor Chun instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai and the others, finding their expressions composed, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. As time trickled by, nightfall gradually descended. The sandstorm continued its ferocious assault outside, while those inside hastily concluded their dinner and sprawled on the ground to rest. The night watch was organized into 4 groups. the hefty fellow paired with Lu Yen, Zhao Yuning with Bai Lu, Raymond accompanied by Ali, and lastly, he himself teamed with Han Xiaoying. Similarly, Professor Chen's group was also divided into 4 teams. The temperature in the desert fluctuated dramatically between day and night. Even wrapped in a thick cotton coat, one could hardly fend off the biting cold. Suddenly, as Jiang Bai drifted into slumber, a woman's piercing scream jolted him awake. He sprang upright, scanning the surroundings and spotting Zhao Yuning, Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yen, which eased his mind momentarily. However, upon turning to look at Professor Chen's group, he noticed the space where Yi Yisin had been was now empty. She had vanished. Xiao Yi, where have you gone? Professor Chen inquired anxiously. Xiao Yi, where are you? He called out within the confines of the room. Professor, I'm fine. You all come quickly. I seem to have discovered a tomb. The voice of Yi Yisin echoed from the back hall. A tomb? The chubby man and Jiang Bai exchanged glances. Let us go. Quickly. Upon hearing about the grand tomb, Professor Chen, as if enchanted by the allure of beauty, hurriedly led the group towards the back hall. Come, let us follow and take a look. Jiang Bai hoisted his luggage and trailed behind Professor Chen and his entourage. Upon arriving at the back hall, they were greeted by the sight of a large hole in the ground. Xiao Yi, how are you? Professor Chen rushed to the edge of the pit and inquired. I'm fine, Professor Chen. You all come down quickly. There is a grand tomb here. Yi Yisin's voice responded. Just as Professor Chen was about to descend, Aaliyah stepped forward to restrain him, simultaneously signaling to the 2 mercenaries. Understanding her intent, the mercenaries lowered a rope and descended into the abyss. Head down, it's safe. Within minutes, shouts from the mercenaries echoed from below. Only then did Aaliyah lead Professor Chen and the others down into the pit. However, before they could act, one individual moved faster than the rest. With a leap, Jiang Bai jumped directly into the hole. Below lay a river, seemingly transformed into stagnant water due to geological changes. Opposite the river stood a tomb door, enveloped in cowhide. The door was imposing, approximately 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Yi Yisin and the 2 mercenaries who had descended earlier were now meticulously examining the tomb door. Plop! Plop! The sound of splashing water resonated as Professor Chen, the chubby man, and the others continued to descend into the pit. Upon witnessing the entrance to the tomb, Professor Chen was instantly electrified with excitement. He hastily retrieved a flashlight and a magnifying glass from his backpack and approached the tomb entrance for a meticulous examination. This appears to be ancient Lulan script. A monumental discovery indeed. His exhilaration intensified, and he could scarcely divert his gaze from the tomb's entrance. Professor Chen, might we momentarily set aside our study of the tomb door? Since we are here, shouldn't we venture inside to take a look? Fatty interjected, stepping forward and brandishing a spade, intent on tearing the hide from the tomb door. Comrade Xiao Wang, cease this at once. That hide is also an artifact. Let our archaeological team handle it, Professor Chen admonished, halting Fatty's actions. With great care, he and 2 members of the team delicately peeled away the hide and secured it. With a creak, the tomb door swung open, releasing a foul odor. Once the stench dissipated, the group proceeded into the burial chamber. As they cautiously entered, oil lamps seemed to ignite spontaneously, as if stirred by some mysterious force, their faint glow gradually illuminating the grand hall. At last, the group beheld the interior scene clearly. Towering columns, each bound with a lifeless body. The ravages of time had rendered these corpses mere desiccated skeletons. It appeared they had endured unspeakable torment before their demise, their remains marred by grotesque scars and severed limbs. The arrangement of these bodies suggested a representation of the various social strata of ancient society. The identity of the tomb's master remains an enigma, as does the rationale behind the creation of such an extraordinary burial chamber. Professor Chen scrutinized the corpse atop the pillar, furrowing his brow in contemplation. To ascertain the identity of the tomb's owner, shall we not descend and uncover the truth? Jiang Bai suggested, gesturing towards a dark passageway on the right. Indeed, Professor Chen acquiesced with a slight nod, showing no dissent. The group followed the passage to the second level of the tomb. In stark contrast to the first level, The space of the second chamber was significantly smaller, containing only a bronze coffin amidst its emptiness. The surrounding walls were adorned with various murals. "A bronze coffin," exclaimed the hefty man, his pupils dilating in astonishment. "What exactly is a bronze coffin?" Bai Lu inquired, puzzled. "The marks of grave robbers, the talismans of treasure seekers, protective charms that safeguard against the spirits. The coffin of a crypt, a bronze sarcophagus. One must tread carefully if one's destiny is not favorable. Vertical burial pits, grave boxes, circumnavigate the mountains and valleys. Crimson-clad specters, grinning corpses, it is better to heed the cries of the dead than to entertain the laughter of the undead. The bronze coffin signifies great misfortune, indicating the presence of dire relics within. If what Professor Chen asserts is true, and this tomb dates back to the Lulan period, then this coffin likely holds a mummified remains from over 1,600 years past." Jiang Bai continued, "So, shall we open this coffin?" Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement at the prospect. The hefty man turned to Jiang Bai as well. "Yes, you and the hefty man shall open the coffin. I may lack other skills, but I possess a robust faith." Jiang Bai spoke with unwavering conviction. The colossal Zhongzi from 1600 years ago represented the 1600 exploration points. As for whether the contents of the coffin would rise, he felt no trepidation. With Bai Lu present, the coffin would undoubtedly reveal its secrets. Please leave a favorable review. Eagerly awaiting the next chapter, Chapter 57. The Powerful Male Corpse. Very well. Lu Yen, please proceed to the southeast corner and light a candle. Bai Lu, follow me to open the coffin. The stout man tossed a candle to Lu Yen, gesturing towards the southeast corner, then retrieved a rope and joined Bai Lu at the bronze coffin. All eyes were fixed upon the two of them. Even Professor Chen did not intervene. He too was curious about the identity of the tomb's owner. With a sudden clap, Lu Yen ignited the candle and nodded at the stout man. Taking a deep breath, he and Bai Lu secured the rope around the coffin, fully concentrating on the task at hand. A harsh grinding sound pierced the air as the coffin was opened just a crack. A chilling gust swept through, extinguishing the candle in the southeast corner. "Stout man, the candle has gone out," Lu Yen cautioned. "Light it once more." "Understood." Lu Yen reignited the candle and deftly placed a transparent cover over it, a technique she had learned from the stout man, just as she believed they were safe. The flame flickered violently once again before being snuffed out. Out again? Lu Yen was about to retrieve a lantern to replace the candle when she saw the stout man suddenly tap the coffin lid and say, "I must remind you, my friend within the coffin, that there is an ancient saying in our country. Once is an occurrence, twice is a pattern, but thrice is intolerable. You have extinguished the candles for the rotund gentleman twice. Should you dare to blow them out a third time, it would signify a lack of respect towards him. Disrespecting the rotund gentleman equates to disrespecting Brother Jiang, and failing to honor Brother Jiang amounts to disregarding the Thieves Guild. Do you comprehend the gravity of this?" the rotund gentleman exclaimed in English. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Bai could only feel a sense of exasperation. The customs of candle lighting and extinguishing, and the rituals surrounding them, seemed to have been altered in the presence of the rotund gentleman. One could only wonder if the ancestors of treasure seekers below would be furious at witnessing such behavior. Perhaps due to the weight of the rotund gentleman's words, after placing the candle in the southeast corner, it remained unextinguished. "Come, Bai Lu, on the count of 3, pull." With a creak, the coffin lid was drawn halfway open. 1, 2, 3, pull. Pull. What lay within was the corpse of a young man, remarkably preserved, his features vividly intact, as if he were merely asleep. The rotund gentleman and Bai Lu exchanged glances, both understanding the unspoken urgency in each other's eyes, and simultaneously declared, "Run." No sooner had the words left their mouths than the two dashed towards Jiang Bai's rear. Concurrently, Raymond and Lu Yen, along with the other two, retreated as well. They only halted after distancing themselves several meters from Jiang Bai. "Let's take a closer look." Wayne gestured, leading the 4 mercenaries toward the coffin. "I advise against approaching. It is on the verge of reanimation and will transform into a monstrous entity," Jiang Bai cautioned. "A monstrous entity? Even if it were to become one, with the weaponry we possess, we could easily reduce it to tatters. Suit yourselves." Jiang Bai ceased his persuasion, merely shrugging his shoulders before turning to rejoin Raymond and his companions. It was futile to reason with a damned soul. He had offered his warning. His duty was fulfilled. Whether Wayne and his group chose to heed the advice was of no consequence. It often took a few casualties for them to grasp the true terror of the situation. The 5 of them continued their advance toward the coffin. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the chamber, causing the oil lamps to flicker erratically, casting shadows in disarray. As they surveyed their surroundings, reassured by the absence of any anomalies, they turned back only to be struck by sheer horror. Before them stood the very corpse from within the coffin. Gulp. It was unclear who had swallowed hard. With a guttural growl, the corpse emitted a foul stench. Lunging forward to seize a mercenary, sinking its teeth into the latter's neck and voraciously draining his lifeblood. "Help me? Please, someone help me," the mercenary cried in desperation, his strength waning under the creature's relentless assault. "Shoot! For God's sake, shoot!" Wayne shouted, his instincts kicking in as he aimed at the undead fiend, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down upon the wretched being but inflicted no tangible harm. Roaring in fury, the corpse disregarded the fallen mercenary's lifeless body, braving the hail of bullets. In a swift motion, it lunged at a second mercenary, seizing him by the throat and biting down fiercely. "Wayne, this is hopeless. Our bullets are utterly ineffective against its defenses," the remaining 2 mercenaries exclaimed in terror. "What a monstrous creature this is. You must cover for us. Everyone retreat quickly." Wayne, too, has succumbed to fear, turning to flee. "Professor, we must hasten our escape." Alia shields Professor Chun as he anxiously implores, "Brother, please act swiftly." He turns to glance at the location where Jiang Bai and the others stood moments ago, only to find it utterly deserted. "Professor, it seems Jiang and the others have already left," Yisin exclaims, trembling with trepidation. "Left?" Professor Chun is momentarily taken aback before he dashes towards the first floor, urging, "Hurry. We must leave. The strength of this Zongzi is overwhelming. Only brother can confront it." A group of over 30 hastily makes their way to the first floor, leaving 2 mercenaries to cover their retreat. Bang! Bang! Ah! The sounds of gunfire and screams echo incessantly. Just a few steps outside, Wayne suddenly feels a sharp pain in his neck, followed by the chilling embrace of an icy grip. "Help! Help me!" He cries out, extending his right hand towards Professor Chan and the others, tears of regret streaming down his face as he witnesses them ascend to the first floor. Upon reaching the first floor, Professor Chun finds Raymond and the others surveying the grand hall. He scans the surroundings but finds no trace of Jiang Bai. "Captain Lei, do you have any idea where Jiang has gone? We need him to deal with that Zongzi." Professor Chun gasps out of breath. "He mentioned needing to relieve himself and went to the restroom," Captain Lei responds, as Professor Chun gazes apprehensively towards the corridor. The rotund man rolled his eyes, wielding a flashlight as he swept it across the grand hall. Professor Chun was in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. A furious roar echoed from the entrance of the passageway, and before the gathered onlookers, a male corpse emerged. Indeed, it walked. Blood still lingered at the corners of its mouth. It had ascended. "Quick! Protect the professor." Alia rallied her team to shield Professor Chin. "Good gracious! Didn't he manage to destroy it?" The stout man gazed at the male corpse in disbelief. Professor Chun was at a loss, tears of despair welling in his eyes. They were not equipped to handle this. 5 mercenaries had already perished. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly stepped into the hall from outside. "Oh, why are you all here? Did you deal with the Zongzi below?" Chapter 58. Slaying the male corpse. Upon seeing Jiang Bai, Professor Chan and the others collectively exhaled in relief. "Brother Jiang, we implore you to act swiftly. This Zongzi is far beyond our capabilities." Professor Chen's demeanor was humble, tinged with a hint of desperation. "Certainly." Jiang Bai tossed his backpack towards the stout man. As he caught it, the weight of the bag felt peculiar, a flicker of contemplation crossing his mind. Could it possibly contain? The stout man mused silently, discreetly positioning the backpack in front of him. "Stand back." Jiang Bai leaped over the crowd, drawing forth the dragon bone celestial blade. his gaze fixed intently upon the male corpse. It seemed that due to its absorption of blood, the aura emanating from it was even more formidable than before. A lone figure and a corpse stood facing each other, the atmosphere around them heavy and oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. Professor Chun and the others dared not even breathe. Jiang Bai was the first to strike. Gripping the dragon bone blade tightly, he vanished in a flash, surging towards the male corpse like a tempest, the blade slicing through the air with a glint of cold light aimed horizontally at his opponent. The male corpse exhibited astonishing agility, slightly tilting its body to easily evade the attack. In the next moment, it extended its withered hand, grasping Jiang Bai's arm tightly in a bid to pull him to the ground. Quick to react, Jiang Bai lifted a leg and delivered a powerful kick to the corpse's abdomen, but the male corpse adeptly sidestepped, rendering his assault futile. The two combatants exchanged blows, and for a time neither could claim victory. Professor Chan and the others watched with anxious expressions, fearing that if Jiang Bai were to lose, their fates would likely be sealed. Have you not noticed how strikingly handsome this male corpse is? It is hard to believe that after 600 years, his flesh remains uncorrupted. I believe it is not the corpse that is impressive, but rather the ineptitude of those mercenaries, who come forth to offer themselves as easy prey. You hand me 5 lives, and even I, as a healer, could strike with force. Will my husband be able to triumph over this male corpse? My heart aches for him. Goodness, is this millennium-old Zongzi truly so formidable? Can match brother Jiang blow for blow? The hefty man expressed his astonishment, noting that Jiang Bai had yet to unleash his full power. Zhao Yunying coldly remarked. Amidst their gazes, the battle on the field shifted. The male corpse suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a plume of black smoke that spread like ink, a foul stench permeating the air. Jiang Bai swiftly leaped backward, simultaneously covering his mouth and nose with his left hand to guard against the foul stench. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of the male corpse vanished from sight. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow momentarily. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled overhead, prompting him to glance upward, where he beheld the male corpse hanging upside down from the beam, resembling a specter, claws outstretched as it lunged toward him. Jiang Bai swiftly jumped back, evading the corpse's assault, which resulted in it crashing onto the ground. Before the corpse could react, Jiang Bai's figure flickered, and he appeared before it, the dragonbone celestial blade slicing toward the corpse's neck without hesitation. The corpse rose swiftly, its arms raised in a futile attempt to block Jiang Bai's strike. However, it had gravely underestimated Jiang Bai's prowess, as well as the blade's sharpness. In an instant, the blade gleamed, severing both arms, followed by a swift arc of cold light that sent the corpse's head soaring skyward, landing with a thud. The headless body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thump. Task accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 1,600-year-old Zongzi, earning 1,600 exploration points. The system's voice echoed. Jiang Bai strode toward the plump figures before him. Is that it? Professor Chan and the others swallowed hard, gazing in disbelief at the male corpse on the ground. The ferocity of the corpse had been an undeniable sight mere moments ago, impervious even to bullets, yet it had been dispatched by Jiang Bai in just 2 strikes. The group of mercenaries stood frozen, having always believed that as long as they possessed firearms, even a Zongzi could be reduced to mere pulp. However, today this Zongzi and Jiang Bai had delivered a profound lesson. Are you all right? Han Xiaoying inquired with concern. I'm fine. This Zongzi poses no threat to me. Let us proceed. Aside from this Zongzi, there is nothing particularly remarkable about this tomb, Jiang Bai remarked nonchalantly. Let us go. Han Xiaoying and the others did not hesitate and turned to exit the grand hall. Wait! Brother, please hold on. Professor Chun hurriedly called out to them, swiftly approaching Jiang Bai. Brother, may I inquire if you are aware of the identity of the tomb's owner? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before responding. The owner of this tomb is likely a prince of Lulan. Ancient texts recount that the queen of the Ghost Cave ruled over the 36 nations of the western regions with an iron fist, employing her ghostly eye to enforce her tyrannical reign. Her actions caused immense suffering among the populace. Although the nations sought to overthrow her, they were compelled to submit to her oppressive might due to the power of the ghostly eye. However, the Prince of Lulan was different. He harbored a steadfast resolve to topple the queen's tyranny. Consequently, a sorcerer advised him to poison the queen's wine. As you can see, the queen of the ghost cave was not killed by the prince of Lulan. Instead, the entire city of Lulan was engulfed by the yellow sands overnight. It is said that after the prince's demise, the remaining citizens of Lulan vanished with his body. Judging by the state of this place, it seems that those citizens constructed this tomb for the prince. They interred him in that bronze coffin, perhaps hoping to resurrect him. Regrettably, the bronze coffin can only foster malevolent entities and cannot bring back any individual. With that, Jiang Bai paid no further attention to Professor Chun and led the way out of the grand hall. Outside, the yellow sands continued to rage. Jiang Bai reclined against Han Xiaoying's legs, accessing a system store visible only to him. In an instant, a plethora of skills and items unfolded before his eyes. He disregarded the bloodlines, his gaze fixating on the myriad of skills available. Techniques such as the FHO finger, Kueishing kick, the 16-character Feng Shui secret art, dragon-seeking technique, heavenly star art, Chimenduinjia, and clavicle technique, among others, captivated his interest. To be frank, he yearned for all of these abilities. However, he refrained from exchanging for any at this moment. It was not that the skills were lacking, but rather that he did not require them just yet. He could redeem them when the moment was critical. For instance, the underwater breathing technique was of no use to him at present, as he had no intention of diving. It was more prudent to conserve exploration points for when the need arose. What truly caught Jiang Bai's attention was the revelation that the system store also offered enhancements to physical attributes. With merely 10,000 exploration points, he could double his physical prowess. It was worth noting that he had already replicated the skills and physical capabilities of the adept. Should he enhance them further, he would possess abilities twice that of the adept. Jiang Bai closed the system store and gradually succumbed to slumber, using Han Xiaoying's thigh as a pillow. Meanwhile, the plump companion quietly opened the backpack that Jiang Bai had handed him. Inside lay an array of jewels, an abundance of treasures. Chapter 59. Westward beyond the Jade Gate. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the dust storm outside had dissipated, and the weather returned to its sunny disposition. It was another invigorating day. Jiang Bai and his party of 8 meticulously packed their belongings, preparing to embark once more on their journey toward the Sea of Death. Due to the discovery of the Lulan Prince's tomb, Professor Chan and his team had not slept a wink the entire night, immersed in research regarding the cause of the prince's demise and gathering various materials. As a result, each of them bore dark circles beneath their eyes during the farewell this morning. Outside, 8 members of the Jiang Bai team boarded a pickup truck, waving goodbye to Professor Chun and his companions. Though reluctant to see them depart, Professor Chun understood that he could not persuade them to stay. Each individual had their own mission to fulfill. Before their departure, Yi Xin stood outside Jiang Bai's car window, holding out a bracelet while her face reflected her unwillingness to part. "Brother Jiang," she said, "this bracelet was given to me by my mother, and now I wish to gift it to you. As we part today, I cannot foresee when we might meet again. Perhaps, as you mentioned, we may all meet our end in the tomb of the Ghost Queen." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Bai accepted the bracelet with a smile, gently ruffling Yi Xin's hair before producing a vial of crimson serum and offering it to her. "Since you have given me a gift, I shall return the favor. Keep this serum close. It may save your life in a critical moment. Remember, it must not be shared with anyone." "All right," Yi Xin replied, embracing the serum with tears of gratitude sparkling in her eyes. "Let's go." Jiang Bai waved to her as the 4 pickup trucks kicked up a cloud of yellow dust, departing into the vast desert under the watchful eyes of Professor Chun and the others. "Goodbye, Brother Jiang." Yi Xin clutched the serum tightly, bidding farewell to Jiang Bai and the rest. Their figures gradually faded from view, ultimately merging into the boundless expanse of the desert. On the road, Jiang Bai quietly toyed with the bracelet that Yi Xin had gifted him, his mood seemingly rather somber. The present he had given to Yi Xin was not a serum, but rather his own blood. The tomb of the Queen of Ghosts was filled with black snakes, whose bite could lead to death within 10 breaths. The only antidote was his blood. Jiang Bai let out a long sigh, lifting Han Xiaoying's right hand to fasten the bracelet around her wrist. "What are you doing wearing the gift that the little girl gave you?" Han Xiaoying remarked flatly, glancing at the bracelet. "Consider it an offering of borrowed flowers." Jiang Bai replied with a light shrug. "Bah, scoundrel!" Han Xiaoying retorted, though the smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her true feelings. The atmosphere turned silent as the vehicle sped along. Jiang Bai appeared to be asleep, not uttering a word. Han Xiaoying stole glances at him, hesitating to speak. "Are you curious about the Phoenix Gull?" Jiang Bai discerned astonishingly. Han Xiaoying was taken aback, abruptly slamming on the brakes and turning to him, her face a mask of shock. "How did you know?" "Ha!" Jiang Bai replied with a mischievous smile. "I'm not blind. When I was giving you a back rub, I already noticed the red eye on your right shoulder. Rest assured, I do indeed know the whereabouts of the Phoenix Gull, but the location is perilous, and I currently lack the confidence to retrieve it. Furthermore, the Phoenix Gull is entangled in too many matters. It not only involves numerous secrets but also a serpent deity and the concept of immortality. Extracting it now would not be beneficial for us. Do you really know?" Tears shimmered in Han Xiaoying's eyes as her hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. "Rest assured, I shall not deceive you," Jiang Bai reassured her, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Very well, I believe you." Han Xiaoying suppressed her inner turmoil, inhaling deeply before pursuing the others, including the stout man. 2 days later, they arrived at the pivotal point of their journey, the human pass. The night air was cool, with a bright moon hanging high among the branches. The group of 8 set up 2 tents and gathered around a campfire for warmth. After 2 days of companionship, Ali had emerged from his previous erratic state. He poured a cup of strong liquor for each of the 7, sitting beside the fire as he spoke. "Though this liquor is potent, it is the finest remedy against the chill. A single sip will keep you warm for an extended period. Those of us who work as guides always bring along a couple of flasks of this fiery spirit to ward off the night's cold. Brother Ali, could you share with us some peculiar encounters from your guiding days?" Bai Lu inquired with clear, earnest eyes. Ali seemed to ponder for a moment, lowering his head, his expression shifting to one of profound sorrow, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Ali, to overcome your madness, you must confront the fears that reside within you. Remember, you are a man, not a coward. I believe there are no cowards in the village of Alagandu," Han Xiaoying encouraged from the side. Ali opened his mouth, gazing up at the star-studded sky, gritting his teeth. "Very well, then I shall recount a strange incident that occurred 5 years ago. That was 5 years ago, a time when I, much like now, ventured toward the sea of death accompanied by a retinue. However, the number of companions then far exceeded our current company, totaling over 100 individuals. Among them was a young lady named Xiaozhu, who immediately captured my attention. She possessed both beauty and vivacity. As we followed the main group, we arrived at the Jade Gate amidst laughter and conversation. Little did we anticipate that, on the very day of our arrival at the Jade Gate, an extraordinary event would unfold. "What kind of extraordinary event?" Bai Lu inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Along the roadside, we encountered numerous semi-trucks. It is worth noting that this is a desert, a most improbable location for such vehicles. Moreover, aside from these trucks, not a single person was in sight. Not one soul. In contrast, we discovered an abundance of paper figures within the vehicles. They sat as if they were human, occupying both the driver's and passenger seats of the semi-trucks. At the time, our curiosity was piqued, yet we paid it little heed. However, you may find it intriguing that on that very night, as we set up camp, those paper figures suddenly came to life. They operated the semi-trucks as if imbued with life, driving them forward. Ali remarked, taking a swig of strong liquor, "Paper figures driving semi-trucks. That seems rather implausible, doesn't it?" The fat man expressed his disbelief. "What happened next?" Jiang Bai inquired. "Then we witnessed those paper figures collide with a hill, vanishing from sight." Chapter 60. The Eerie Paper Figures. This. Raymond and the others furrowed their brows. Had this been in the past, they would have certainly regarded Ali's words as mere tales. However, after enduring so much, they had come to accept the existence of some fantastical elements. Yet, the notion of a paper figure driving a semi-trailer truck seemed rather far-fetched, perhaps even more so than the idea of ghosts. At least some female spirits could be considered rather attractive. What are your thoughts, my friend? Raymond cast his gaze towards Jiang Bai. The world is vast and teeming with the extraordinary. This realm conceals innumerable secrets. The notion of a paper figure driving a truck is not so implausible. Let us retire early. Jiang Bai remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, let us rest early. Noticing Jiang Bai's reluctance to elaborate, Raymond refrained from further inquiries and encouraged everyone to rest. They had erected 2 tents, one for the 4 women and another for the 4 gentlemen. The desert night proved to be far colder than anticipated. Even clad in thick coats, they struggled against the penetrating chill. Within the tent, Raymond and the others gradually succumbed to slumber, while the portly fellow snored as usual. As time passed and the night wore on, the moon hung high in the sky, and the campfire outside the tent had long since extinguished. A gust of wind carried grains of sand that whispered against one another. Just as Jiang Bai drifted into sleep amidst the sounds of the portly man's snoring, he was suddenly alerted by a faint noise from outside the tent, footsteps crunching upon the sand. Instantly, he became vigilant, flipping onto his side and swiftly covering the portly man's mouth with his hand. What is happening? The portly man was startled by this sudden action, struggling to catch his breath as he jolted awake from his dreams. Brother, what is wrong? At that moment, Raymond and Ali opened their eyes, directing their gaze towards Jiang Bai. Hush! Jiang Bai gestured for silence and subtly indicated they should look outside the tent. Beyond the canvas, under the faint glow of the fire, several dark silhouettes were slowly approaching, casting elongated shadows upon the tent. What could this be? A glint of ferocity flashed in the plump man's eyes as he discreetly reached for his waist. Raymond tightened his grip on his firearm, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the shadows outside. Jiang Bai shook his head, signaling them to remain still. The shadows arrived at the entrance of the tent, opting not to unzip it, but instead wielding torches as they circled around. Meanwhile, within another tent, 4 women had also caught sight of the dark figures outside. Just as Zhao Yunying was about to rush out with her gun, Han Xiaoying intercepted her, shaking her head in warning. The 8 individuals remained transfixed on the ominous shapes lurking beyond the tent. A gust of yellow sand swept through, and the shadows seemed unaware of anything amiss, gradually retreating and vanishing into the boundless desert. Exhaling deeply as the figures disappeared, the plump man finally relaxed, about to turn and inquire of Jiang Bai, when he noticed Jiang Bai unzipping the tent and stepping outside. The scene beyond the tent remained unchanged, save for the multitude of footprints now etched into the sand. Jiang Bai crouched beside one of the prints, measuring it with his hand. The impression was merely half the size of an adult's foot, akin to that of a child. Brother, what exactly were those shadows? They nearly frightened me to death, the plump man remarked, stepping out of the tent, still shaken. Jiang Bai remained silent, standing tall and surveying the surroundings. Have you discovered something? Han Xiaoying led by Lu and the other 2 women out of the tent and approached. Jiang Bai nodded. You all saw the shadows of those dark figures, didn't you? What do you think they resemble? What do they resemble? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow. From the shadows on the tent, I noticed their bodies were quite peculiar, with small heads and large bodies. Moreover, their movements were strange, as if they were being manipulated from behind, somewhat akin to shadow puppetry. At this moment, Bai Lu interjected, shadow puppetry. Jiang Bai, are you suggesting that those dark figures were, in fact, the paper figures mentioned by Ali? Han Xiaoying immediately grasped the implication, gasping in shock. Jiang Bai silently nodded. Paper figures. Goodness, I thought they were something dreadful. Turns out they were merely paper figures. They startled me just now. I thought the ancestral master had come to find me, the plump man exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. But why are these paper figures in front of our tent? What do they intend to do? Han Xiaoying inquired, somewhat puzzled. To scout, Jiang Bai replied succinctly. To scout? The Yu men pass, the Gui men pass. Blood flows dry. The eerie song filled the air, causing the plump man and others to grow increasingly vigilant. Brother, in this desolate desert, where could the song be coming from? What is it singing about? Ali scanned the surroundings, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You all stay in the tent and wait for me. I will go take a look. Jiang Bai uttered a brief remark and swiftly darted towards the source of the melodic sounds. In just a few agile movements, he vanished from sight. His speed was astonishing. It did not take long for him to reach the vicinity of the human pass. Concealed behind a sand dune, he peered out, gazing intently at the human pass. Once deserted, the area was now populated by a troop of white paper figures. Their expressions were exceedingly terrifying, their movements bizarre, as if they awaited the arrival of some significant individual. A small, ethereal sphere hovered above Jiang Bai, emanating a faint glow. He glanced at the sphere, then suddenly reached out and grasped it firmly in his hand. Thus, the pair, one man and one sphere, remained quietly crouched behind the dune, silently observing the peculiar paper figures. The human past the eerie gate. The song grew increasingly uncanny, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Within Jiang Bai's line of sight, a red paper figure, distinct from the white ones, emerged, carrying a crimson bridal sedan chair, gradually appearing before the human pass. The two groups resembled a shadow puppet show, and after an indistinct exchange, the procession of red paper figures bore the sedan chair into the human pass, disappearing amidst a gust of yellow sand. Meanwhile, the white paper figures emerged from the gate, carrying a black coffin as they proceeded into the distance. Their path led directly towards the camp where Jiang Bai and his companions were situated. Casting a glance at the white paper figures, Jiang Bai discreetly vanished from the dune and hastened towards the camp. What on earth is happening? Can anyone explain how these paper figures are animated? Where is that biologist? Come forth and elucidate. It is truly astonishing. Is this not the embodiment of a paper figure version of the red and white collision? Even the paper figures have companions. Yet I remain solitary. I have heard from the older generation that paper figures must not be given eyes. Once they are bestowed with sight, they attract wandering souls and restless spirits, who, enamored by the pleasures of the mortal realm, refuse to descend into the underworld, transforming instead into malevolent specters that consume souls. Upstairs, could you refrain from speaking? I am alone at home tonight, and coincidentally, I have purchased some paper figures for the grave offerings. Seeking favorable reviews, requesting for updates. I implore you all. Chapter 61, The Passage of Paper Figures. Brother, have you discovered the source of the singing? Jiang Bai nodded. Our previous conjectures were indeed correct. These melodies are all produced by the paper figures. They appear to be conducting a red and white ceremony, and a procession of paper figures is approaching us. A red and white ceremony? The chubby man exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Just as Raymond was about to inquire further, he noticed Ali tugging at his sleeve. Terror etched on his face as he pointed ahead and shouted, You all look! Jiang Bai and the others turned their gazes to see a group of white paper figures advancing toward them, carrying a coffin. Goodness, they are indeed paper figures. Do they dare to provoke us? The chubby man's eyes gleamed with menace as he drew a combat shovel from his back, ready to confront the paper figures. Jiang Bai swiftly restrained him, stating it is futile. They cannot see us, nor can we strike them. We exist in different dimensions of time and space. Different dimensions of time and space? The chubby man turned his head, utterly bewildered. Jiang Bai gently nodded, affirming, indeed, we do not occupy the same temporal realm as the paper figures. What we are witnessing is, in fact, a phenomenon that transpired long ago, merely recorded by the forces of nature. One might liken it to a mirage, perceiving nature as a natural recording device. Under certain unique conditions, it captures extraordinary events. Much like the spectral soldiers spoken of by the elders, who has truly laid eyes upon a genuine spectral soldier? Is this the essence of the matter? The portly man felt his mind fogging. It seemed to diverge from the teachings of his venerable ancestor. I am a scientific expert, and I concur with Brother Zhang's perspective. Our extensive research has revealed that nature indeed captures particular scenes, which at certain moments are projected through the refraction of light, akin to the mirages we observe. I am your uncle from the Southern School in a more honest version. We encountered similar situations in our time. This is merely a projection. The memories of yesteryears. Southern School uncle, you are to report to the Kyoto enforcement team tomorrow. We would like to invite you for a simple home-cooked meal. The banter continued, and it seemed inevitable that the uncle would find himself behind bars. Goodness, it turns out to be a mirage. I was just about to contact Bureau 749. The comments in the live stream flowed incessantly. Outside the encampment, Jiang Bai and his 8 companions stood silently, motionless. They were drawing ever closer to the paper figure brigade, now able to discern the ink marks and the terrifying visages upon the figures. A deep gulp echoed in the air. Ali nervously swallowed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and he instinctively attempted to shift his body. Everyone, remain still, Jiang Bai admonished in a low voice. The procession of paper figures drew ever closer. Just as Ali's anxiety surged, the paper figures glided through them as if they were mere phantoms, carrying a black coffin and striding towards the horizon. Only when the last of the paper figures had departed did they all exhale in relief. Goodness, it truly was an illusion, Ali exclaimed. Brother, how did you know? Jiang Bai replied with a slight smile. It was merely a conjecture. After all, some phenomena can still be elucidated through scientific reasoning. He refrained from disclosing to Fatty that his awareness of the illusory nature of the paper figures stemmed from the absence of a warning from the tattoo on his chest. Whenever he encountered malevolent entities or supernatural beings, the tattoo would emit a surge of warmth as a warning. Since these paper figures are mere illusions, we should rest and endeavor to reach the sea of death within a day, Raymond suggested. Agreed. A night passed in silence. The following morning, the group of 8 packed their belongings and continued their journey. As they passed through the human pass, Jiang Bai took a moment to observe, realizing that this world was becoming increasingly intriguing. The landscape became more desolate, devoid of any signs of life. By 3 in the afternoon, the group finally arrived at Lop Nur. We've arrived, Fatty brother. We're here, Ali shouted into the walkie-talkie. Click, click. Let's get out of the car. We have arrived at the Lop Nur, where the magnetic field is unstable, rendering most electronic devices inoperative. Raymond parked the vehicle on the side, retrieved his backpack, and exited the car. Subsequently, Jiang Bai and the others followed suit, each carrying their own backpacks. Ali, since you have previously ventured into the sea of death, you shall guide us on our forthcoming journey, he declared. Does anyone have any questions? None, came the unanimous response. Very well, since there are no queries, let us gather our belongings and ensure we have all necessary provisions, Raymond instructed decisively. The portly man patted his backpack and large pot, signaling his readiness. He approached Ali, slinging an arm around his shoulder with a grin, and inquired, Brother Ali, enlighten me about the Sea of Death. It appears quite barren here, much like an ordinary desert. Ali chuckled softly, discreetly removing the portly man's arm. Brother Fat, the reason you perceive this place as akin to a mundane desert is that we have yet to reach the Sea of Death. To arrive there, we must locate the flowing sea. Only upon finding it can we truly access the authentic Sea of Death. However, discovering the flowing sea is no easy task. I assure you, when the moment comes, you will be utterly astonished. Is that so? I find it hard to believe, the portly man mused, fiddling with his fingers. As soon as we arrived at Lop Nur, our electronic devices were affected. I wonder if the little magical orb will still be able to broadcast once we venture inside. Bai Lu furrowed her brows, clutching a walkie-talkie as she persistently attempted to establish a connection, yet to no avail. Never mind it. If live streaming proves impossible, we shall resort to recording, she concluded. Jiang Bai slung the Longu Tianren across his back, then donned his backpack in preparation for their departure. Bai Lu Yen, come over here, Raymond called from atop the pickup's bed. Upon hearing his voice, the two approached. Raymond opened a box and retrieved 2 handguns, tossing them to the pair. These firearms are specially chosen for you. This journey to the Sea of Death is unlike our previous expedition to the Bottle Mountain. We may very well encounter white elephants or other smugglers from foreign lands. With these weapons, you can defend yourselves. Remember, the muzzle must never be pointed at a teammate. We understand, the two replied in unison, their excitement evident as they caressed the handguns in their grasp. Good. Then we shall set off. Raymond leaped down from the vehicle, leading the way into the Lop Nur, with Jiang Bai and the others following closely behind, the little sprite bringing up the rear. Chapter 62. The Queen Mother of the West and Longevity. At last, the expedition team has arrived at Lop Nur. I am eager to witness just how terrifying the 6th-ranked Sea of Death truly is, capable of claiming so many lives. Honestly, I don't think Lop Nur is that frightening. Did you not see how effortlessly the brothers arrived? I believe I can manage it as well. Are you a ghost, floating so carelessly? The brothers reached Lop Nur with ease because they were well-equipped and had Ali, a seasoned guide, leading the way, which ensured their smooth arrival at Lop Nur. Were an ordinary person in such a situation, they would likely find themselves lost in the desert within a day. Indeed, without Ali's assistance, that formidable level 8 Tempest could easily rend you to shreds. Moreover, do you possess the means to venture into the Sea of Death? Perhaps it is wiser to focus on earning that modest salary of 3,000. The comments above are truly heart-wrenching. Silence, please. My 8K high-definition livestream has encountered buffering issues. Despite my connection being 6G, I too am experiencing lag. In an office within a military camp in Kyoto, Long Yun observed the stuttering display before him and, with unwavering authority, picked up the intercom. Team 3, we are experiencing disruptions in the live stream. The magnetic field of Lop Nur has interfered with the Beidou signal. Activate the heavenly eye and connect with the spirit orb immediately. Understood, came the response from a male voice over the intercom. In accordance with Long Yun's command, a white spherical entity resembling an eye turned its gaze towards the Lop Nur region from outer space, emitting an invisible beam of white light. Instantly, the live stream regained its fluidity. If I am not mistaken, the higher-ups have indeed activated the heavenly eye. Goodness, they are taking quite a significant risk this time. To provide us with a direct perception of the dangers in the Forbidden Zone, they have resorted to the heavenly eye, a national treasure, akin to the floor-sweeping monk of Shaolin Temple. Do you believe the heavenly eye is merely a singular eye? When it opens, it does not merely illuminate monsters. It reveals the mischief of various nations. Even the nuclear submarines of Eagle Sauce cannot evade its scrutiny. I am an overseas netizen. Is your heavenly eye truly impressive? Not particularly. We are merely engaging in bravado. Indeed, we are merely boasting. At most, we could incapacitate your network, and perhaps even obliterate your ancestors' graves. I remarked to Brother Ali, we have traversed this desolate desert for 2 hours now. Are you certain we have not strayed from our path? Amidst the arid expanse, the portly companion could not restrain his inquiries. Ali, leading the way, responded with a smile, rest assured, my plump friend, we are on the correct course. Though I have only visited the Sea of Death once, do you know why I have the audacity to return? Why? The portly fellow inquired with curiosity. Because I navigate solely by intuition, never by compass. Ali grinned with a toothy smile. You? I? The corners of the portly man's mouth twitched as he grew anxious. Are you not leading us to our doom? Enough, my friend. Ali is merely jesting, Jiang Bai interjected, patting the portly man's shoulder. A wind is rising. Suddenly, Ali, who was at the forefront, announced. He bent down, scooped up a handful of sand, and cast it into the air. Indeed, the wind was picking up. Quickly, follow me, Ali urged, hastening ahead. Jiang Bai and the others promptly followed suit. The might of nature is not to be underestimated. None dared to be careless. Even the portly man closed his mouth and closely trailed behind Ali. The group of 8 hurried onward. Approximately an hour later, under Ali's guidance, they arrived at a small earthen cave, no larger than 20 square meters. Within the cave lay a statue of Buddha and a skeleton. At that moment, the external sky mirrored the chaos described by Ali, with fierce winds rising and dark clouds enveloping the heavens. If the previous storm was a violent gale of level 8, this tempest could be likened to a level 10 dragon storm. The entire sky was shrouded in darkness. Raymond donned a pair of gloves and approached the corpse, crouching down to examine it. After a moment of exploration, he noted, the skeleton bore no signs of blade or knife wounds. Instead, it was riddled with numerous tiny bite marks, indicating it had been devoured by some type of insect until nothing but bones remained. Furthermore, its skeletal structure differed from that of our compatriots from Xia. It likely belonged to a foreign mercenary, deceased for only a few years. Raymond rose and glanced toward Ali, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he perished from insect bites. He was one of our companions from the last expedition to the Sea of Death, named Jakili. Jakili? What an odd name, interjected the stout man. Stay on topic, Raymond shot back at him. Ali, please continue. Regrettably, We were not as fortunate as to find refuge in this cave today. During our escape from the sandstorm, my mentor, Xiao Zhu, and 2 other members became separated from the main group and took shelter in this very cave. At that time, the Buddha statue was already present. Initially, we were preoccupied with evading the storm and paid little attention to the statue. But once the tempest abated, calamity struck. Countless black insects emerged from the base of the statue, biting at us with their sharp teeth. In the end, my mentor and I managed to escape, but alas, Jikili was a moment too late and was ultimately reduced to a mere skeleton. A black insect? The corpulent man instinctively recoiled a step away from the statue of the Buddha, the flashlight illuminating the figure. Are you suggesting that there are black insects beneath it? Ali nodded affirmatively. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, approached the statue for a closer inspection, and was about to shift it aside. Wait, Jiang Bai. There seems to be something here, Han Xiaoying interjected, picking up a notebook from the sand beside Jijili. This was a notebook encased in sheepskin, its color indicating it had been around for some time. Fatty, could you hold the flashlight for me? Sure. The corpulent man positioned himself next to Han Xiaoying, holding the flashlight. She opened the notebook, finding it densely filled with English text. After scanning the contents, she remarked, "This is Gigi Li's travel journal. It details their purpose for coming to the Sea of Death, as well as his longing for his wife and children." He recorded that their visit to the Sea of Death was prompted by the retrieval of a sheepskin scroll from a Northern Wei general's tomb in our country. This scroll contained a monumental secret. After years of research, their organization finally unraveled this secret, which pertains to immortality. To attain this so-called immortality, one must locate a tomb of a woman over 4,000 years old in the Sea of Death. This woman holds the key to the secret of eternal life. It is said that she made a significant mark in the history of the Xia Kingdom, referring to herself as the Western Queen. Mother, she possesses the secret to immortality, eternal life yet again. How is it that these foreigners are also pursuing immortality? Can they truly comprehend the depth of our history and culture? The rotund man muttered as he plopped down onto the sandy ground. Jiang Bai, what is your perspective? Han Xiaoying inquired, turning her gaze toward Jiang Bai. The ancient texts of the Thieves Sect have indeed chronicled the tales of the Queen Mother of the West. But whether she genuinely possesses the secret to immortality remains unclear. Our knowledge is regrettably scant. Continue to peruse, and see if there are any other clues in the notes. Very well. Han Xiaoying opened the second page of her notebook, scrutinizing the lines of English text, and remarked, "There are indeed other clues." Jikili's notes indicate that not only did they uncover the secret of the Queen Mother of the West's longevity within that parchment, but they also discovered a critical piece of information, a green stone. This stone appears to possess some form of extraordinary power. As Han Xiaoying read on, her brow furrowed suddenly. She flipped back several pages in the notebook and lifted her head. That is all there is, Jikili's notes conclude here, and he seems equally in the dark regarding the nature of that stone. A stone? A contemplative expression flashed across Jiang Bai's face. It must be a meteorite. Ali interjected suddenly, his demeanor calm. I once heard the elder say that their purpose for venturing into the Sea of Death was to seek this meteorite. It is said that this meteorite harbors wondrous powers, and it is precisely because of its existence that the Queen Mother of the West is able to attain immortality. Regrettably, the Master and his companions ultimately met with failure, all succumbing to the depths of the Sea of Death. Ali, have you ever seen that meteorite? Jiang Bai inquired. Ali shook his head. No, we did not locate the meteorite last time. We failed midway. The stout man spoke nonchalantly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. I think it's feasible. Jiang Bai was the first to nod in agreement. I have no objections either, Han Xiaoying remarked as she closed her notebook and stowed it in her backpack. All right, then we shall venture to the tomb of the West Queen Mother, Raymond decisively proclaimed. Outside, the yellow sand continued to howl, while silence enveloped the cave. The group seized the opportunity amidst the sandstorm to recuperate their strength. Jiang Bai retrieved a facial mask from his backpack and applied it directly to his face in front of everyone. Raymond and the others looked at Jiang Bai in astonishment. I must say, young man, it was one thing to bring cling film to Bottle Mountain last time, but why a facial mask this time? Are you here for an adventure or a vacation? The stout man exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Bai cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to ignore the comment. The facial mask was merely an afterthought, as his backpack was filled to capacity, leaving just a minuscule space for it. He was determined not to allow any gaps in his pack. What does it feel like to wear a facial mask in the desert? Jiang Bai only felt a refreshing coolness on his face. As time progressed, the sandstorm outside gradually diminished, eventually vanishing entirely. Let us continue our journey. Raymond stood up, preparing to pack his belongings. A group of individuals set forth on their journey. The rotund fellow had scarcely taken a few steps when he suddenly sensed that the statue of Buddha beside him seemed to stir. He halted, fixating his gaze intently upon the statue. Thud, thud, thud. The statue began to sway gradually, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds from below, as if something were striving to break free from the earth. Hey Xiaogu, Lei team, look quickly. This statue is moving, he exclaimed. Could it be that the black insects mentioned by Ali are about to emerge? A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to hasten to Jiang Bai's side before fleeing towards the cave's entrance. Thud, thud. The statue's movements grew increasingly vigorous. Quickly, let us go, Jiang Bai urged, beckoning everyone to exit the cave. Just as they stepped out, a thunderous sound erupted. The statue, deeply embedded in the sand, was forcefully thrust upwards, and an overwhelming tide of countless black beetles surged forth from the ground. These beetles were relatively small, approximately the size of an adult's thumbnail, yet their numbers were staggering. They were entirely black, their backs encased in hard shells, with a pair of delicate wings adorning each side, resembling an evolved version of a dung beetle. As they emerged from the depths, they unfurled their wings and descended upon Jiang Bai and his companions in a dark, overwhelming cloud. Goodness! Where did all these insects come from? And they can fly, the rotund fellow lamented, bringing up the rear of the group. While he swung his entrenching tool to fend off the oncoming swarm, 2 black beetles unexpectedly landed on his posterior and bit down fiercely. How dare they? They lack honor. Biting my exquisite dairy re. The stout man brandished a spade in one hand while hastily slapping his backside with the other. Hurry up! A spray of blood surged forth, driving away the swarm of insects surrounding him. Jiang Bai pulled the stout man away from the encroaching tide of bugs. The creatures recoiled in fear from Jiang Bai's blood, halting their advance in its presence. Yet some clever insects maneuvered around the blood, heading straight for the 8 individuals. Quick, smear my blood on yourselves, Jiang Bai instructed, applying the crimson liquid to the faces of his companions one by one. Buzzing filled the air as the insects surged forward, only to cease their approach a meter away from the group, flapping their wings restlessly before retreating like a receding tide. Phew! I can finally breathe easy. That was excruciating, the stout man panted, rubbing his rear. The others shared his lingering trepidation. Look! Ali marveled at the insect's reluctance to approach them, incredulous as he touched his own bloodied face. Isn't it astounding? The stout man wrapped an arm around Ali's shoulder, swelling with pride. Brother Ali, let me enlighten you. Our little brother's blood is no ordinary fluid. With his blood in play, not only mere insects but even the most malevolent fiends dare not draw near. Now, considering your role as our guide, I shall not demand an extravagant sum for the blood he applied to your face. A mere 100 or 80,000 will suffice. Ali regarded the stout man with a perplexed expression. I say, stout brother, while I have guided you, your failure to compensate me is one matter, but how is it that you now seek to extract money from me? You are truly a contrarian, Ali remarked as he brushed aside the portly man's arm and strode forward. Hey you! The stout fellow exclaimed, pointing at Ali, his mouth agape. Ali, I am curious. How did you all manage to escape from so many insects 5 years ago? Han Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In our previous encounter, it was the mentor who facilitated our escape. He applied a certain powder onto us, much like what the young man did today, and those insects ceased their assault.
Ali replia earnestly.
Is that so? Han Xiaoying's gaze flickered with skepticism, but she chose not to press further. Instead, she hoisted her backpack and trailed behind Ali. The group pressed onward, undeterred by the encroaching dusk, with no intention of pausing for rest. Although the night air was brisk, it was conducive to conserving their stamina and hydration. By the light of the moon, They traversed the vast expanse of shifting sands. After a day and a night of arduous travel, under Ali's guidance, they arrived at a desert abundant with white sand. Unlike the earthy tones of the previous desert, this expanse gleamed like snowflakes, akin to a vast salt flat. Behold the white sand! I would have thought I had stumbled upon a salt field had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, the stout man exclaimed, his face alight with wonder. It is merely a stretch of white sand. There is no need for such astonishment, Ali retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the portly man, as though observing a naive simpleton. The existence of a white desert is not surprising. I once perused an article in a global magazine that detailed the formation of such landscapes. These deserts emerge from the evaporation of lakes, leaving behind vast deposits of gypsum. Within our nation and beyond, there are several deserts composed of white sand, each having transformed into renowned tourist destinations. Han Xiaoying began to elucidate. Bai Lu gazed into the distance, perplexed, and inquired, Brother Ali, you previously mentioned that to reach the Dead Sea we must locate the flowing sea. Yet, upon surveying our surroundings, I see no sign of a sea. Without a sea, how shall we arrive at the Dead Sea? Ali furrowed his brow, expressing uncertainty. I am at a loss as well. When we arrived here 5 years ago, there existed a substantial lake. The master said that lake was the flowing sea. We followed the lake to reach the Dead Sea. As for the lake's disappearance, I cannot say. It may have evaporated. Evaporated? The portly man exclaimed in astonishment. Surely we cannot be that unfortunate. If the lake has evaporated, does that not mean we cannot reach the Dead Sea? If we cannot reach the Dead Sea, it signifies we cannot reach the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. Surely we cannot be that unlucky. What do you think, little brother? Raymond turned to Jiang Bai. Wait. Jiang Bai uttered a single word before seating himself upon a sand mound. Wait. The portly man was bewildered. After all, there are only misnamed individuals, not misnamed nicknames. Jiang Bai spoke with a calm demeanor, retrieving his water flask for a sip. Jiang Bai spoke the truth. Our only course of action now is to wait. Han Xiaoying settled down beside him. Then let us wait, said Raymond, taking a seat as well. Soon after, Zhao Yuning, Bai Lu, and the other 2 women joined them on the sand. Time drifted by, and before they knew it, the moon hung high in the sky. Bai Lu, the chubby man, and the others had long since succumbed to slumber. Ali and Raymond stood guard through the night when, suddenly, they heard the sound of flowing water coming from afar. Rising to investigate, they beheld a shimmering lake, rushing towards them with astonishing speed. It is coming. At that moment, Jiang Bai, still in a daze, abruptly opened his eyes and kicked the chubby man. Huh? What happened? Is there a monster? The chubby man, groggy, reached for his weapon. No monster. The lake is approaching. Everyone wake up. The lake is coming. Jiang Bai called out to rouse them. What? The lake is coming? Upon hearing this, the chubby man instantly awoke, all remnants of sleep vanishing, and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Bai Lu and the others followed suit. The 8 of them stood upon the sand dune, gazing at the lake advancing towards them. Ali, the lake is here. What should we do next to reach the true sea of death? Raymond inquired. Jump! Jiang Bai interjected, fixing his gaze on the nearby lake before diving headlong into its depths. Then let us jump, the chubby man followed suit. Next was Han Xiaoying, then Zhao Yuning, Bai Lu, Lu Yen, and finally Ali. Raymond opened his backpack and waved at the ethereal orb floating in the air, which promptly soared into his bag. Without hesitation, he dove into the lake. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, a plethora of viewers were left bewildered. Is there any expert here who can elucidate this situation? Why is the lake moving on its own? Mastering mathematics and chemistry, one fearlessly traverses the world. Darling, if lakes can move autonomously, why can't you stir yourself into action? I am a geographer, and based on my observations, the mobility of the lake is likely attributable to the geographical characteristics of the Dead Sea. Hypothetically, if we consider the terrain of the Dead Sea as a spinning top, when it tilts to one side, the lake will inevitably flow downward. I am a geographical expert. In simpler terms, this is a result of the movement of the Earth's core. You may liken it to a 4-person seesaw. When one side bears more weight than the other 3, the lake will gravitate toward the heavier side. Damn it, compared to Bottle Mountain, Why does the Dead Sea seem so much more chaotic and mentally taxing? I still prefer the monster hunting mode of Bottle Mountain. What a bunch of clueless men, unable to grasp even this fundamental principle. Your wives. The comments in the live stream continued to flood in. Amidst the discussions among the viewers, the night passed in a flash. With the sun shining brightly, a gentle breeze swept across the white sandy beach, bringing with it the refreshing coolness of the lake water. Raymond awoke on the shore, rubbed his head, and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay the same lake from the previous night, while his companions remained sprawled on the beach, unconscious. Wake up, everyone. Raymond was the first to shake Ali's shoulder. Then he stood up and approached the others, gently rousing them one by one. Where are we? The plump fellow awoke in a daze, surveying his surroundings. They were lying on a pristine white beach, with a valley behind them, filled with crumbling ruins and overgrown with weeds. The Sea of Death. This is indeed the true Sea of Death. At last, we have arrived at the Sea of Death. Ali exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the valley before him. Is this really the Sea of Death? Han Xiaoying scrutinized the scene, a frown creasing her brow, but when she turned to look, she could not find Jiang Bai. Panicking, she asked, "Where is Jiang Bai? What happened to him? Where is the little brother?" The plump fellow scanned the area, equally troubled by Jiang Bai's absence. Could it be that he didn't come up from the lake? Ali inquired timidly. Impossible. We all managed to surface. There is no reason Jiang Bai wouldn't have made it. Han Xiaoying firmly denied it, though worry flickered in her eyes. Her gaze shifted to the valley ahead, rustling sounds echoing in the air. Just as everyone was engulfed in uncertainty, a figure gradually emerged from the valley. It was Jiang Bai. Upon seeing him, Han Xiaoying felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her, as if she had found her anchor amidst the chaos. Are you all awake? With a smile, Jiang Bai approached the group of 7. Goodness, brother. You nearly frightened us to death. We thought you hadn't emerged from the lake. The chubby man exclaimed in a state of alarm. Jiang Bai chuckled lightly. I woke up long ago, but seeing you all sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bring myself to wake you. I went ahead to scout the path. Brother, what's the situation ahead? Is there? The chubby man hesitated, giving Jiang Bai a knowing wink. Follow me and you shall see. I assure you, you will be utterly astonished. Jiang Bai replied with a mysterious smile, shouldering his backpack and leading the way. Raymond and the others trailed behind him. As they journeyed, traversing the valley for over half an hour, they arrived at the edge of a sheer cliff. Peering down, they beheld an expansive and lush forest below. The forest was verdant, with towering trees densely clustered together, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and suffusing the air with the essence of nature. In the distance, rolling mountains complemented the forest, creating a magnificent tableau. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, and the occasional calls of birds and roars of wild beasts could be heard. How is this possible? We were clearly in the desert. How could we possibly be above a forest? The chubby man exclaimed in disbelief. He was not alone in his astonishment. Even Raymond and the 4 women, including Han Xiaoying, stood frozen in place. It was well known that they were in the Death Sea of Lop Nur, an area universally acknowledged as a zone devoid of life. How could there be a forest here? The stout man, in disbelief, delivered a sharp slap to his own face, feeling the stinging pain as he incredulously exclaimed, I cannot be dreaming. Have I truly witnessed a forest? This is simply astonishing, utterly beyond comprehension. Despite my years of wandering through various lands, I have never encountered a situation like this. The crowd fell silent. Raymond was the first to react. He swiftly opened his backpack and released the Pokeball. Instantly, the scene before Jiang Bai and the others was broadcasted live. The viewers in the streaming room, upon seeing the forest on their screens, were equally bewildered. Impossible. If there had been a change in the map, the officials would have issued a statement. The absence of such a statement implies that they have not changed the map. They remain in the Sea of Death. What on earth is happening? I missed just one night of the live stream, and the scenery has transformed entirely. The viewers were perplexed, as were the stout man and his companions. This was too fantastical. Brother Ali, are you certain this is the Sea of Death? Wasn't the Sea of Death supposed to be a desert? How has it turned into a forest? Bai Lu looked at Ali in shock. Ali nodded affirmatively. This is indeed the Sea of Death, the very site of the Western Queen Mother's tomb. The black desert you speak of is merely the outskirts of this forest, the areas we traversed before our arrival. 5 years ago, when I first laid eyes on this forest, I was just as astonished as you are now. I had always believed that the Sea of Death was an uninhabited desert, a vast expanse of sand, a black desert. Indeed, the reality is that the true Sea of Death is not a desert, but this dense forest. Since no one has ever ventured here, this place remains shrouded in mystery. The Sea of Death is a forest?
Yes, this is.
But that cannot be right. Brother Ali, Bai Lu inquired once more. The area we traversed earlier is the Sea of Death you seek. You have successfully cleared the challenge. Cleared? Bai Lu covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. What have they accomplished? They did nothing, yet they have cleared the challenge? What about the reputedly perilous forbidden lands ranking among the top 6 in the nation? What about the boundless desert? What about the blinding, all-encompassing sandstorms? The difficulties classified as extreme? How is it that they merely strolled a few rounds in the desert and emerged victorious? This sentiment was not solely Bai Lu's. It resonated with everyone present. Han Xiaoying stood behind the crowd, gazing at Ali's silhouette, the glimmer in her eyes growing increasingly frigid. Brother, what is your take on this? She asked. Every field has its specialists. Lei Meng directed his question at Jiang Bai. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Bai responded, Since Ali claims this forest is the true Sea of Death, we shall descend to investigate. Having come this far, it would be unsatisfactory not to explore further. With that, Jiang Bai seized a vine at the cliff's edge and leapt down. Just as the stout fellow was about to follow suit, he felt someone slip a note into his hand from behind. His eyes darted, and he took a step back, smiling at Lei Meng. Captain Lei, please go ahead. I am rather heavy, and I fear the vine may not withstand my weight. Very well, I shall go first. Raymond emulated Jiang Bai's movements, grasping a vine and leaping downwards. Following him were Ali, Zhao Yunying, Bai Lu, and Lu Yen. Han Xiaoying cast a glance at the hefty figure beside her, locating a slightly thinner vine and jumping down as well. Once everyone had departed, the heavy-set man unfurled the note in his hand, revealing a terse message. Beware of Ali. He poses a threat. If he exhibits any unusual behavior, eliminate him. A fleeting glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he swallowed the note, grasped a vine, and leaped down. Chapter 66. The Neck of a Wild Chicken. Below the cliff lay an expansive flatland, strewn with small, fragmented stones resembling a coarse carpet, with knee-high weeds flourishing in the foreground. Towering trees, sturdy and lush, boasted straight trunks and broad canopies, their branches laden with foliage, creating dense patches of shade. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that evoked the enchanting beauty of nature. As Jiang Bai descended to the ground, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The scenery and climate here bore a striking resemblance to the forest outside, making it difficult to fathom that such a woodland could exist within a desert. However, as he glanced up at Ali perched on the cliff, an unusual expression crossed his face. Had he not read a certain book, he might have been entirely deceived by Ali. Could this truly be the Sea of Death? The Serpent Marsh Ghost City. Thud. Thud. As time elapsed, Raymond and the others continued to descend to the base of the cliff. Their curiosity piqued as they examined their environment. Only the hefty man and Han Xiaoying remained on the precipice. The mysterious little forest beckoned, and the hefty man declared, I have arrived. The stout fellow exclaimed with excitement, raising his head to witness the vine he clutched gradually fracturing. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to urgently call out to Jiang Bai, Brother, the vine is about to snap. Catch me. Be careful. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai dashed forward. Indeed, you are the most loyal of friends, the stout fellow thought, his face illuminating with a grateful smile as he relinquished his grip on the vine, gracefully descending towards the ground. Just as he anticipated that Jiang Bai would catch him, Jiang Bai deftly sidestepped him, instead embracing Han Xiaoying, who was also plummeting. With a thud, the stout fellow landed hard on his backside. Are you all right? Jiang Bai inquired, gazing at Han Xiaoying in his arms. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head and gazing affectionately at Jiang Bai. I said, "Brother, you didn't catch me." The stout fellow grumbled, rubbing his backside as he rose from the ground. Turning his head, he beheld Jiang Bai cradling Han Xiaoying. Well, it seems that even heroes falter when faced with beauty. Ultimately, I, the stout fellow, have been forsaken. Alas, here I am, charming and handsome, yet still a solitary bachelor. The stout fellow lamented. Jiang Bai set Han Xiaoying down and shot a disapproving glance at the stout fellow, retorting, "What were you shouting about from over 2 meters high?" The stout fellow glanced back at the spot where he had released the vine, realizing it indeed was not as high as he had thought.
I miscalculated.
He chuckled awkwardly, instinctively reaching to scratch the back of his head. At that moment, he noticed that his gloves were sticky. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that an unknown green liquid had somehow splattered onto them. The viscous substance, reminiscent of melted ice cream, exuded a foul, fishy odor. "What on earth is this?" the rotund man lamented, bringing his palm close to his nose, only to reveal a grimace of disgust. "Fatty, there is a considerable amount of that green liquid on your backside as well," Bai Lu remarked, retrieving several tissues with the intention of assisting him in wiping it away. "Is that so?" Just as the rotund man turned to take a look, he heard Jiang Bai shout urgently, "Fatty, don't move!" "Huh? Hiss, hiss." A faint sound emerged, prompting everyone to glance over. They beheld a black, feathered snake, adorned with a comb-like crest on its head, slithering up the rotund man's right leg. The snake, entirely obsidian in hue, was covered in minuscule scales that shimmered with an eerie glow, presenting an unsettling sight. Its head resembled a rooster's comb, vibrant red and seemingly ready to drip blood at any moment. "Fatty, for heaven's sake, remain still." Jiang Bai's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, preparing to assist the rotund man in capturing the snake. Before he could spring into action, Zhao Yunying had already taken the initiative. Aiming her right hand at the black snake, she pressed lightly, causing a silver needle to shoot forth from her wrist. The needle sliced through the air, glinting like silver, narrowly missing the rotund man's trousers before striking the snake squarely on its head, pinning it against a nearby tree and rendering it immobile. A chill of cold sweat washed over me. Just moments ago, it had been a near miss. The Wang family was on the brink of disaster. I could sense the icy dread brought forth by the silver needle. What sort of serpent is this? It appears to be a newly discovered species. Han Xiaoying donned a pair of gloves and curiously approached the black-haired serpent, scrutinizing it closely. As both an apothecary and a poison specialist, she instantly recognized the lethal nature of the black-haired snake. It is a variant of the black-haired serpent, colloquially known as the wild chicken neck, with the scientific name of coxcomb snake. Highly venomous, it is said that this serpent emits a sound akin to that of a hen and can even articulate human speech. Jiang Bai interjected. "Coxcomb snake?" Han Xiaoying pondered with a furrowed brow. Is this the same coxcomb snake from the Tales of the Republic era? Legends claim that this snake is the king among serpents, gliding close to the ground as if in flight, parting the very flora in its path. Moreover, this serpent cannot be struck. Should it be killed, it will seek vengeance through its kin, relentless until the end. This creature is said to inhabit forests and graveyards throughout China, yet it has never been sighted by man. I had believed it to be mere folklore. As she spoke, Han Xiaoying retrieved a plastic bag and carefully placed the coxcomb snake's carcass inside. "May I move now?" I asked, still hesitant to stir. "I dare not make a move." "You are free to proceed." With a sigh of relief, I prepared to wipe the sweat from my brow, only to be reminded by the green liquid on my gloves. Leaning closer to examine it, I remarked, "This appears to be some form of biological egg. Yet the scent of this liquid does not resemble that of a snake's egg." Jiang Bai arrived at the spot where the rotund man had recently fallen, picking up several shattered eggshells from the ground. "These are indeed not the eggs of a wild chicken. They appear to be from some parasitic fungus," he remarked. "Quickly, you must cleanse yourself of all that liquid." Without hesitation, the portly fellow produced a pack of wet wipes and, with the assistance of Bai Lu and others, swiftly removed the green fluid from his body. Once he had completed this task, Jiang Bai's expression turned grave as he surveyed the assembled group. Moreover, the toxicity of the wild chicken's neck rivals, if not surpasses, that of the venomous centipede. "Before we embark," Ensure that you apply the blood I provided to your bodies as a precaution. We understand, came the simultaneous response from 6 individuals, including Raymond, as they retrieved vials containing Jiang Bai's blood from their backpacks and smeared a few drops upon themselves. This blood had been pre-prepared by Jiang Bai specifically to counteract toxins. Ali also took out a packet of powder from his backpack and quickly applied it to himself. Observing this, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes but refrained from further inquiry. After the application of the blood, the group continued their journey. Jiang Bai and Ali led the way, followed by the portly man and Zhao Yunying, with Bai Lu, Lu Yan, Raymond, and Han Xiaoying trailing behind. As the 8 of them advanced, having taken only a few steps, Raymond, who was positioned at the rear, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing his body to lean toward the ground. Raymond, what's wrong? Han Xiaoying hurriedly supported Raymond and called out to Jiang Bai and the others, come quickly, team leader has fainted. What happened? How did this occur? The plump man asked anxiously. It seems he was poisoned earlier. Please help me lay him down. I will take care of it, Han Xiaoying said as she entrusted Raymond to the plump man and Jiang Bai. She swiftly opened the medical kit at her waist and retrieved a syringe filled with serum. As the serum entered his system, Raymond's lips and complexion gradually improved. Jiang Bai and the plump man worked in unison to turn Raymond over, revealing a large lump on the back of his neck. This lump was unlike the others. It resembled a mushroom, with surrounding skin appearing somewhat discolored. Please hold him down, Han Xiaoying instructed, glancing at the large lump on Raymond's neck. She took out a scalpel and delicately incised the lump. Raymond, still unconscious, emitted a pained cry and instinctively attempted to struggle, but Jiang Bai and the plump man firmly restrained his limbs. Hang in there, team leader. It will be over soon, Han Xiaoying said, her focus unwavering as she cut into the lump, applying pressure with both hands. Before the gaze of Jiang Bai and the others, numerous white spheres, resembling glass marbles, were expelled from the lump. As these spheres were extricated, the lump on Raymond's neck gradually diminished, and the surrounding skin began to return to its normal hue. After a few tense moments, when the last sphere was expelled, Han Xiaoying bandaged Raymond's wound, took an anti-inflammatory pill and placed it in his mouth. She nodded to Jiang Bai and the plump man, saying, all done. I have treated his wounds. You may release him now. As Jiang Bai and the stout man simultaneously released their grip, the 7 companions sat silently, awaiting Raymond's awakening. Approximately 10 minutes later, the unconscious Raymond suddenly emitted a soft groan and gradually opened his eyes, sitting up from the ground. What has happened to me? I merely felt a darkness before losing consciousness. And why does the back of my neck ache so? Raymond inquired, his expression filled with confusion. Upon noticing Raymond's return to consciousness, the stout man rushed forward, grinning mischievously. Raymond, congratulations. Do you have any idea how many little white eggs you just birthed? Little white eggs. Raymond turned to Jiang Bai for clarification. Jiang Bai nodded and explained, you were infested by parasitic spores, which is why you suddenly fell into a coma. However, there is no need for concern. Sister Ying has already removed the parasites from your body. Infestation? Raymond's brows furrowed, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. But I do not remember encountering those parasitic eggs. How did they attach themselves to me? Jiang Bai cast a glance at the cliff and continued, these parasitic eggs are particularly insidious. They can latch onto the skin and induce infestation within a short period, rendering one defenseless. You must have inadvertently come into contact with them while descending the cliff. Raymond, how do you feel now? Are you able to continue? Raymond nodded and stood up from the ground, stating, I am fine. We can proceed. As a seasoned Special Forces soldier, the slight wound on his neck was inconsequential, akin to a mere mosquito bite. A group of travelers continued their journey. Within the depths of the forest, towering trees obscured the direct rays of sunlight, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Occasionally, slender beams of light would filter through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating small patches of the forest floor. In this tranquil atmosphere, the occasional calls of wild beasts and birds could be heard. Although these sounds were loud, it was exceedingly difficult to catch sight of their sources. After approximately 2 hours, they arrived before 2 colossal stone walls. These walls, constructed from white rock, bore numerous signs of human carvings, indicating they had been erected by human hands. Between the two massive stones, there once lay a passageway, now obstructed by countless fragments of rubble. Ali, was this passage the one you blew up 5 years ago? Jiang Bai inquired. Ali shook his head. No, Jiang, we didn't collapse this passage. Is that so? Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. Raymond approached the collapsed passage, scooped up a handful of debris, and brought it to his nose for a sniff, then stood upright and declared, this passage was recently blasted. There still lingers a scent of gunpowder. It appears that before our arrival, another group had come here. Let us tread carefully, for this group is likely not friendly. Another group? The rotund man questioned, perplexed. This is the Sea of Death, a no-man's land. Who else would venture into this forsaken place? Could it be that the companions of that group from 5 years ago have returned in search of their fallen comrades? Raymond shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. In any case, we must tread carefully on the path ahead. Those who dare to venture into such places are often individuals who thrive on danger, acting without regard for consequences. When the time comes to fire, we must do so without hesitation. His final words were directed at Bai Lu and Lu Yen. As a major, he possessed an astute ability to discern character. Through their prolonged interaction, he had gleaned insights into the personalities of Jiang Bai and his companions. It is no exaggeration to say that among the entire team, apart from Bai Lu and Lu Yen, who retained a semblance of kindness, the remaining 5, including himself, were not particularly virtuous. Although they often appeared jovial and harmless in front of the camera, this demeanor was merely a facade. He would guarantee that if the cameras were turned off in the presence of adversaries, Jiang Bai and his companions would not hesitate to unleash their lethal intent. Ali, the passage has collapsed. How shall we proceed?
Han sier Yinning inkured.
Ali shook his head. There are no other routes. This is the only path that leads swiftly to the tomb of the West Queen Mother. All other avenues are impassable. Then what are we waiting for? Let us clear this path. The plump man, hearing Ali's words, grew anxious and was eager to take action. At that moment, a figure leaped over the crowd, nimbly maneuvering to find a foothold on the protruding rocks, ascending to the top of the wall. Chapter 68. The giant python and Asan I will pull you up. Jiang Bai stood against the wall, addressing the crowd as he casually produced a rope and tossed it down. Allow me, I shall go first. The stout fellow eagerly rubbed his hands together and rushed to grasp the rope. His weight was considerable, at least over 200 pounds. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Bai's strength, he resembled a mere chick, effortlessly pulled up by Jiang Bai with a single hand. Following him were Bai Lu, Lu Yen, Ali, Han Xiaoying, and Lei Meng, all of whom ascended the wall. Once everyone had reached the top, Jiang Bai retracted the rope and glanced downward. Beneath them stood numerous human-faced bird statues, meticulously arranged along the sides of the path, resembling a silent army. Faintly, one could discern several corpses scattered on the ground, some human, others beasts. I shall descend to investigate. With that, Jiang Bai leaped gracefully from the wall, landing lightly on the ground. Let us descend as well. Lei Meng secured the rope to a sturdy rock and led the others down, gliding slowly to the earth. Upon their arrival, the grotesque visages of the human-faced bird statues became starkly visible. Their features were twisted and menacing, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell, staring blankly ahead. Moreover, each statue bore a fist-sized hole where its mouth should have been. What are these creatures? Why do they have such gaping mouths? The stout fellow was perplexed, and the others shared his confusion. Just as their bewilderment deepened, a bird swooped down from the sky, passing in front of the human-faced bird statues.
Mere meters later.
It fell to the ground, lifeless and motionless. The group, including Raymond, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a bird plummet from the sky, which indicated that it bore no injuries. Otherwise, it would not have soared so high. Yet, this seemingly unscathed creature had suddenly fallen lifeless to the ground without any forewarning as it passed by the statue of the bird with a human face. The atmosphere was undeniably abnormal. The portly man turned to Jiang Bai and inquired. All eyes shifted towards him. Jiang Bai gestured towards the holes in the human-faced bird statue, saying, "Do you see these apertures? They emit infrasound waves, imperceptible to the human ear, yet capable of inducing visceral tremors that can lead to spontaneous organ failure in living beings. With that, Jiang Bai approached the statue. Han Xiaoying, following closely behind, seized his arm with concern etched across her face, urging him, "Be cautious, don't overexert yourself." "Rest assured," Jiang Bai replied with a faint smile, patting her hand before boldly advancing toward the statue. Surely, such trivial infrasound could not pose a threat to him. After all, he was of the bloodline of the ancient deities. Despite his regular bloodletting to expel parasites, it was merely due to a lack of formidable adversaries. Upon reaching the statue, Jiang Bai could faintly discern some sounds, yet they bore no consequence for him. He picked up a handful of leaves from the ground and stuffed them into the holes of the statue, effectively sealing them. He proceeded with this method until all openings were blocked. Once completed, he waved to the others. Raymond and his companions approached, scrutinizing the human-faced bird statue with keen interest. The craftsmanship was impressive. It seemed that these statues would fetch a considerable sum. The stout man scrutinized the bird statue for a moment before turning to Jiang Bai. "They hold little value. Among the corpses, some had begun to decay, while others had transformed into stark white bones. Yet, amidst all the remains, there were two bodies that had only recently succumbed to death. Their features diverged from those of the Xia countrymen, resembling instead those of individuals from the Middle East. Clad in tactical jackets, they lay on the ground, their eyes wide open, unblinking in death. No supplies remained on them, presumably taken by their companions. These individuals must belong to the neighboring country of Asan. Raymond stepped forward and spoke. "Asan's people?" Jiang Bai turned to Raymond, "Captain Lei. Can you discern their nationality?" He himself found it difficult, as he always thought foreigners appeared quite similar. Raymond nodded. "During a previous mission, I interacted with individuals from Asan, and I am familiar with some of their facial features. However, how did they end up in our country? Moreover, they have ventured into our forbidden territory. Could it be that they too are drawn to the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West?" Raymond furrowed his brow. Jiang Bai shook his head and rose to his feet. "I cannot say for certain. However, I am convinced that their intentions are far from benign. As for their identities, let the authorities investigate." Indeed, Raymond waved at the sprite orb, which swiftly darted forward to capture a close-up of the deceased individuals from Asan. "Let us proceed onward." Just as Jiang Bai was about to move ahead, he suddenly noticed a flock of birds taking flight from the distant woods, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. Bang! 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 The gunfire was rapid and dense. It was them. "Stay where you are and wait for me," Jiang Bai said in a calm tone, glancing at Raymond before dashing toward the distant woods. The vast expanse of the forest loomed ahead. Upon Jiang Bai's hurried arrival, he beheld a group of several individuals, armed and tense, confronting the ferocious assault of a colossal python. This magnificent serpent, robust and immense, boasted a girth comparable to that of a large water barrel and stretched an astonishing length of several meters. Its body shimmered with a thick layer of scales that glinted in the sunlight. Each movement sent shivers through the surrounding underbrush. The bullets fired by the armed group fell like rain upon the python, yet upon striking its formidable scales, they merely produced a crisp ringing sound, failing to penetrate its impenetrable defense. The python hissed menacingly, seemingly indifferent to the onslaught, deftly weaving through the trees and launching fierce attacks that left the assailants severely injured. Jiang Bai concealed himself, silently observing the fierce battle between the armed group and the python. Suddenly, the python lifted its head and, in a swift motion, devoured one of the attackers whole.
No. No.
"Mamma mia! Don't eat me!" the unfortunate victim cried out, struggling in vain within the serpent's jaws, before being effortlessly swallowed. "Please, Almighty Brahma. This is no mere snake. It is a monster, the embodiment of Naga, come to punish us. No, I cannot face it. I must escape this place." Once there was one and then there were two. An increasing number of the adversaries relinquished their resistance, discarding their weapons in sheer terror and fleeing in haste. They even abandoned their injured comrades on the ground. Soon, only one adversary remained. This individual trembled uncontrollably, his face a canvas of fear as he stared at the enormous serpent, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Hiss! Hiss! The serpent slithered before him, raising its head high, looking down upon the trembling figure. I, The adversary stammered, a stream of yellow liquid trickling down his pant leg. Hiss! The serpent flicked its tongue, suddenly lunging forward, cleaving the adversary's body in two, blood splattering in vivid red. Chapter 69. Capturing the adversary. After devouring the upper half of the adversary's body, the serpent chose not to pursue the others. Instead, it turned its gaze towards the direction of Jiang Bai, sensing a palpable threat, a lethal danger, akin to facing a natural enemy. Has it noticed me? Upon seeing the serpent fix its gaze upon him, Jiang Bai ceased his concealment and emerged with deliberate calmness. Hiss! The serpent's tongue flicked with increasing rapidity, its pupils reflecting a hint of unease. Danger. Immense danger. The limited intellect it possessed warned it that this seemingly insignificant creature harbored a deadly threat. What to do? Should it flee? In the serpent's state of agitation, Jiang Bai made his move. He drew the dragon-bone celestial blade from his back, propelling himself toward the serpent with the speed of an arrow released from its bow, the blade shimmering with a chilling light. The enormous python sensed a looming threat, instinctively opening its gaping maw in an attempt to strike at Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai's reflexes proved swifter. He deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the python's assault. In a fluid motion, he leaped into the air, wielding the dragon bone heavenly blade with fierce momentum, plunging it forcefully into the creature's head. The scales, impervious to bullets, were as fragile as tofu before the blade, which pierced through with ease. The python writhed in agony, its massive form thrashing as it sought to escape Jiang Bai's relentless onslaught. Yet Jiang Bai held firmly to the blade, making a swift incision that carved a deep wound into the python's flesh. Seizing the moment, he struck again and again, each blow landing with precision upon the creature's vital points, a torrent of blood spilling forth. The python struggled, but as time wore on, its movements grew sluggish, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground, its colossal body lifeless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 300-year-old celestial python, earning 300 exploration points, echoed a voice from the system as Jiang Bai alighted from the serpent's corpse. The python had long since ceased to draw breath, its body marred by gruesome scars. The sprite orb flitted to the python's head, capturing a close-up, particularly emphasizing its cold, lifeless eyes. Oh no, sprite orb, please don't cause a scene. Move the camera away from me. I was bitten by a snake when I was young. They terrify me more than anything else, Jiang Bai exclaimed. Even through the screen, I can feel the terror of the giant serpent. I can only imagine the courage required to face it. I might just faint from fear. I wish to report this live broadcast. It is excessively gruesome and may adversely affect the mental and physical well-being of children. I demand its removal. To the individual above, this broadcast is intended for adults. Is it conceivable that your child could venture into such a forbidden realm alone? In my view, you are not nurturing a child but instead cultivating a fragile being sheltered from reality. It is no wonder that effeminacy has become prevalent. It is likely a product of your parenting. Jiang Bai, do not merely stand there. Extract the snake gall. It is a valuable commodity. The barrage of comments in the live room continued unabated. After dealing with the massive python, Jiang Bai approached the lifeless forms of the individuals on the ground, extending his hand towards their noses. They were deceased, each one of them. Their expressions were filled with terror, their gazes shattered, clearly victims of the python's frightful presence. Once he confirmed the demise of all, Jiang Bai turned to retrace his steps. Not long after, he encountered a group led by the stout man approaching him. Brother, are you all right? We heard the gunfire cease and feared you might have been caught off guard without a firearm, so we hurried over to assist you. It is a relief to see you unharmed. The stout man exclaimed, stepping forward with an air of bravado. I am fine, Jiang Bai assured, patting the stout man's shoulder. Only then did the stout man notice the massive python sprawled on the ground. My goodness, what a colossal serpent. It would surely make a delicious snake stew. The stout man approached the python and kicked its body. This python's flesh is not edible. It has consumed human flesh. Consumed human flesh? The stout man pondered, casting his gaze towards the corpses of the individuals on the ground. Are they all dead? Raymond inquired, and Jiang Bai discerned his intention, nodding in acknowledgement. They are all dead. However, several dozen companions managed to escape. Once captured, they should yield some information. Very well. Raymond gently nodded, surveying the surroundings. It appeared that due to the presence of the giant python, the foliage around them was devoid of any living creature, not even a solitary bird. The rotund man, armed with a dagger, intended to slice the python's flesh. As the dagger descended, a cacophony of clanging sounds ensued. "Brother Fat, you can't possibly be considering eating it, can you?" Bai Lu remarked, casting a wary glance at the python, her body involuntarily shuddering. The ancestors had once proclaimed that all things could be presented as a dish. This massive python, having grown to such a size, must possess exquisite meat. Perhaps, as the young man suggested, consuming it might enhance our physical prowess. Back at Bottleneck Mountain, I yearned to sample the flesh of the six-winged centipede and the white ape, but opportunity eluded me. Now, we must not squander the meat of this python. The rotund man continued, expertly carving a substantial chunk of flesh from the python's wound with his dagger. Are we really going to eat it? Bai Lu still found it hard to accept. She believed that consuming excrement would be preferable to python flesh. After all, pythons feast on human flesh. Fear not, my dear friends. I assure you I will prepare a grand feast. The rotund man puffed out his chest, setting down the large pot behind him. He ignited the stove, adding ginger, garlic, and scallions. Raymond glanced at the time, noting it was just past noon, and refrained from suggesting they resume their journey. The sun shone brightly. The midday forest exuded a stifling heat, and a tantalizing aroma wafted from the large pot before the rotund man. Soon, a pot of snake meat was ready to be served. As the crowd was about to share the delectable dishes, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Their expressions were fraught with distress, and their supplies and equipment seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving them reduced from dozens to fewer than 10. They appeared alarmed, as if they had encountered some monstrous entity ahead, fleeing in sheer panic. When Jiang Bai and his companions caught sight of Asan, the latter also noticed them, along with the colossal python lying on the ground. That creature has actually been slain, Asan exclaimed in horror. All of Asan's companions stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. By the heavens, is this not an unexpected opportunity for a third-class merit? The fat man thought gleefully, this time, I shall certainly earn the little red flag. With a swift motion, he drew 2 submachine guns from the sides of his backpack, aiming them at all of Asan's group, and commanded, people from the Asan nation, do not move. You all better clasp your heads with both hands and squat down obediently. No tricks. Otherwise, the bullets in my guns are merciless. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck the ground at the feet of the leading Asan. Chapter 70. The Demise of Asan. Do not shoot! Do not shoot! We surrender, we surrender! Under the leadership of their captain, all of Asan's group complied, crouching with their heads clasped and gazing fearfully at the fat man. The fat man exchanged a glance with Raymond, who promptly produced a length of rope and approached to bind the hands of all the Asan members. Once this was accomplished, the fat man finally lowered his guns and stepped forward to confront Asan and his companions. Treat the captives well, treat the captives well. The leading Asan pleaded loudly. Slap! The hefty man swiftly delivered a powerful slap, dismissing any notion of leniency for captives, asserting, I am not a soldier. Subsequently, we posed questions and he provided answers. His gaze fixated on the groin of the third man, the implication unmistakable. The third man felt a sudden chill in his nether region, causing an involuntary shiver. Faced with the hefty man's intimidating demeanor, he dared not resist and quickly nodded. All right. The hefty man appeared satisfied with the third man's compliance and stepped back, allowing the stage for Raymond. Raymond pondered for a moment before inquiring, I ask you, why have you trespassed into our forbidden territory? What is your purpose for being here? How many individuals accompany you? Furthermore, from where did you acquire your firearms? He unleashed a barrage of 4 questions. We came with a total of 30 individuals under the guise of tourism to your country, and arrived here in batches. Our objective is... The third man began to speak but faltered. Speak quickly. The hefty man interjected, glaring as he aimed his weapon at the third man's groin. I will tell you. The third man stammered, quickly continuing. Our purpose for being here is that an elderly man promised us a substantial sum of money to assist him in locating a particular stone. He said that if we could help him find it, he would provide us with additional compensation. He paused. As for the firearms, they were also provided by that elderly man. What did this elderly man look like? How old is he, and what means did you use to establish contact with him? Additionally, you mentioned that 30 individuals arrived. Where are the others? Raymond asked, his expression grave. Hassan shook his head, expressing uncertainty. We do not know what the old man looks like. He always wears a mask during our encounters. We have no means of contact. He only reaches out to us unilaterally. As for our other companions, they have perished, lost to the horrors ahead. There are monsters ahead, creatures that can speak human language. Hassan's face betrayed a look of terror as he recalled the events that transpired. You mean to say that you are unaware of the old man's identity? Raymond's brow furrowed with concern. Hassan nodded vigorously. The stones he instructed you to seek, are they referred to as meteorites? Jiang Bai stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Hassan affirmed, indeed, they are called meteorites. He told us that if we could locate the meteorite, he would reward us with 5 million. Who is this old man, and why does he desire the meteorite? Could he possibly be allied with the master from 5 years ago? Bai Lu pondered, her confusion evident. That seems unlikely. The master died 5 years ago. I witnessed his demise with my own eyes. Ali countered, shaking his head in denial. Regardless of who this old man is, this matter does not concern us. I trust that the higher authorities will dispatch someone to investigate. What shall we do with these individuals, Captain Lei? Should we lead them further down or find someone to escort them to safety? Jiang Bai inquired, casting a glance at Raymond. After a moment of contemplation, Raymond replied, let us first secure a safe place for them. This issue pertains to diplomatic matters. Let those above grapple with it. Agreed, Jiang Bai conceded, exchanging a knowing look with the portly fellow before turning to Ali. Brother Ali. The rotund man chuckled as he approached Ali, placing a hand around his neck. Brother Ali, you are the most familiar with this forest. Why don't you lead them to a safe place while we await your return? Ali hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall find a secure location for them. Much obliged, Brother Ali, the rotund man said, clapping Ali on the shoulder. No need for thanks, Ali replied with a grin, moving towards the leader of the group, Hassan, as he grasped the ropes binding them and headed in the direction they had come from. A procession of nearly 10 individuals gradually vanished from the sight of Jiang Bai and his companions. Let us proceed. It is time to eat. The rotund man approached the pot, lifting the lid, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted into the overgrown forest. As Ali led Hassan and his group deeper into the woods, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. It was only when they reached a particularly dark area, where sunlight scarcely penetrated, that Ali finally halted. This is not the path we took. The leader of the group demanded loudly. What are you doing? Why have you brought us here? Ali laughed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Of course, this is not the route you came by. Did you truly believe I would lead you to safety? What do you mean by this? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Your actions could jeopardize diplomatic relations between our nations. The group of Hassan panicked, cursing loudly and struggling violently against their bonds. Ali turned around, his gaze coldly sweeping across the group of Hassan, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips, emanating disdain. Stay here, accompany your companions, he taunted. With a swift motion, Ali's dagger sliced through the throat of the leading Hassan. You! The Hassan attempted to cover his wound, but his hands were bound by ropes, helplessly watching his lifeblood soak through his garments, the light in his eyes gradually fading.
No.
You cannot kill us. We are Hassan. You cannot kill us. The remaining Hassan, now cowed, quickly knelt and bowed their heads before Ali. Go to hell, you worthless lot. Ali showed no mercy, his dagger swiftly gliding across the necks of each Hassan, ensuring their reluctant demise. Once he confirmed that all Hassan were dead, he wiped the blood from his dagger with a piece of paper, feigning nonchalance as he stepped out of the forest, heading towards Jiang Bai and the others. Chapter 71, The Disappearing Corpse. Beside the carcass of the giant python, Jiang Bai and his companions quietly savored the snake soup. It must be said that aside from his unreliability in matters of treasure hunting, the hefty man was indeed a skilled cook. Even Bai Lu, who had previously been quite resistant, finished 2 large bowls in one go. Not far away, Ali emerged from the thicket, wearing an innocent expression that belied any hint of ferocity. "Have you secured them in a safe place?" Raymond inquired, looking up. Ali smiled innocently. "Rest assured, Captain Raymond, the place I found for them is absolutely secure." "That's good to hear." With Ali's assurance, Raymond felt a sense of relief. "Ali, would you like a bowl of snake soup?" Han Xiaoying handed a bowl of snake soup to Ali, a glimmer of peculiar light flickering in her eyes. "Thank you," Ali said without suspicion, devouring the soup ravenously. Smack! It must have been the neck of a wild chicken. Jiang Bai remarked nonchalantly. The neck of a wild chicken? The plump man frowned. They had just mentioned encountering a talking monster. Coincidentally, the neck of a wild chicken mimics human speech. Everyone tread carefully ahead. Understood. The group responded in unison, silently savoring the snake soup. After their meal, the party resumed their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous disordered footprints, which clearly indicated the panic-stricken steps of a San. The 8 of them followed the footprints for only a few minutes before they vanished, replaced by a pungent stench that permeated the air. "What on earth smells so foul?" The plump man grumbled, pinching his nose. "It's the stench of decay," Jiang Bai said, following the odor a few steps until he crouched before a clearing. He brushed aside the withered leaves, revealing the carcass of a black python. This python was not smaller than the previous giant snake. In fact, it was even larger. His body had decayed, and the internal flesh had long been consumed by unidentified creatures, leaving behind only a hollow shell and scales. Jiang Bai extended his right hand, delving into the python's interior, and retrieved a string of copper coins tied with red thread. "This is the Great 5 Emperor's copper coins." Upon seeing the coins, the plump man's eyes sparkled with avarice. "Indeed, it is the Great 5 Emperor's copper coins." Jiang Bai casually tossed a copper coin to the stout man and once again delved into the belly of the black python. This time, however, he found nothing. "Brother, what exactly is the Great 5 Emperor's copper coin?" Bai Lu inquired with curiosity. The Great 5 Emperor's copper coin refers to 5 ancient coins: the Banliang from the Qin dynasty, the Wuzhu from the Han dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao, the Song Yuan Tongbao, and the Yongle Tongbao. These coins represent the 5 great dynasties of the Xia Kingdom, symbolizing the convergence of their fortunes. It is said that possessing such a coin can invoke blessings, ward off evil, attract wealth, and protect against malevolent individuals. In addition to the Great 5 Emperor's copper coin, there exists the notion of the Small 5 Emperor's copper coin, which is composed of coins from the Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing periods, symbolizing happiness, auspiciousness, harmony, and wealth. However, in comparison to the Small 5 Emperor's copper coin, the Great 5 Emperor's copper coin is significantly more precious. Many individuals spend their entire lives attempting to assemble a complete set of the Great 5 Emperor's copper coins. As Jiang Bai explained to Bai Lu, he gradually rose to his feet and took out a wet wipe to clean his hands. "Oh, I see," Bai Lu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Wait a moment. Why is there a coin missing from the string of Great 5 Emperor's copper coins? Moreover, judging by the red string, this should be worn by a girl." The stout man, fiddling with the Great 5 Emperor's copper coins, expressed his confusion. "Really? Let me try it on." Bai Lu took the Great 5 Emperor's copper coins and slipped them onto her wrist. The bracelet fit her perfectly in terms of tightness. It was clear that not only the stout man but even Jiang Bai would struggle to wear it. "Take it off," she said. "A Great 5 Emperor's copper coin missing a piece serves no purpose." Jiang Bai spoke with a serene demeanor, his gaze fixed upon a small stream ahead, where a few wild chickens wandered about. He was well aware of the origin of the string of large 5 Emperor coins. Bai Lu obediently removed the coins and returned them to the rotund man. Han Xiaoying stepped forward, approaching the stream not far away. She glanced at the water before turning her head and inquiring, "Ladies and gentlemen, have you not encountered a singular question throughout this journey? Where are the corpses? What has become of those bodies?" At this, the rotund man and Raymond simultaneously furrowed their brows. Indeed, where had the bodies of those individuals gone? Not a single corpse had been sighted during their travels. Lu Yen also came to this realization. Follow me. I may have an inkling of their whereabouts. Jiang Bai proceeded along the banks of the stream, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. After winding their way for approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a particular location. Before them stood a massive rock, its imposing form jutting outward. The group ascended the rock and peered downward. Below lay an expanse of open ground, encircled by trees. As Raymond and the others discerned the scene on the ground, they could not suppress a gasp of shock. The earth was strewn with numerous corpses. Some had long since decayed to mere skeletons, others had only recently succumbed to death, and a few were in the throes of decomposition. Among these were the bodies of the individuals they referred to. The corpses were arranged in a chaotic manner, as though carelessly discarded in this spot. More eerily, countless wild chicken necks slithered between the corpses, gathering to form undulating spheres. Some of these necks approached from a distance, moving in groups and transporting the bodies to the ground as if they were laborers. Each time a wild chicken neck passed a corpse, it left behind a trail of blood. Occasionally, snake eggs could be seen rolling off the bodies, scattered across the ground. These eggs varied in size, densely packed, numbering in the thousands at a glance. The wild chicken necks were indeed transporting the corpses, utilizing them to lay their eggs and propagate their offspring. The stout man gasped in astonishment. His eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Bai nodded silently. We should leave here promptly. With so many wild chicken necks around, if they discover us, we may find it impossible to escape. A gleam of unusual light flickered in Ali's eyes. What are you anxious about? Now that we're here, we must let the viewers in the live stream experience what it truly means to witness a dance of serpents. Such a splendid scene should not be reserved for our eyes alone. Jiang Bai grinned mischievously and waved at the sprite ball. The sprite ball, with a touch of humanity, descended from the rocks and flew in front of the wild chicken necks, providing a close-up of the scattered corpses and the writhing necks. For heaven's sake, get that away! Sprite ball, you're being utterly ridiculous. I'm trying to eat here, and you show me corpses. It's over. Zhang Lao Lu is online again. To this day, I have not forgotten what Zhang Lao Lu did to the white ape. It is quite repulsive. I can see the maggots crawling over those corpses, densely packed, truly nauseating. I cannot bear it any longer. I feel like I might vomit. Where are the moderators? Surely you could blur the bodies. For the first time, I find myself wishing for the existence of censorship. Please, I beg you, can we shift the camera away? I suffer from trypophobia. I am on the verge of retching. In an instant, countless netizens were unable to suppress their own nausea. If the centipedes of Bottle Mountain evoke a sense of trypophobia, then these necks of wild chickens can only be described as disgusting. The combination of maggots and snake eggs is truly a repulsive juxtaposition. Let's leave. I cannot endure this any longer. Ugh! Bai Lu gagged several times consecutively. Chapter 72. The Onslaught of Wild Chicken Necks. Let us depart. Having reached their destination, Jiang Bai did not linger, leading the way down the rocks. Time passed as the group journeyed, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The forest at midnight was imbued with an eerie stillness. The boundless darkness loomed like a primordial beast, instilling a sense of dread. On a flat expanse, Jiang Bai and his companions swiftly erected 2 tents. Though termed tents, they were merely a few sheets of plastic and wooden poles, with insect-repellent powder scattered across the ground, brought by Han Xiaoying. Good night, brother. Good night, Makabaka. Inside the tent, the others gradually succumbed to slumber, leaving only Raymond and Lu Yen to keep watch through the night. The campfire warded off the chill of the darkness. The moon hung high among the branches, and the sounds of cicadas echoed through the jungle. Uncertain of how long it had been, just as Lu Yen could no longer resist the pull of slumber, a faint rustling sound emerged from the surrounding grass. The sound resembled numerous creatures crawling upon the ground. Raymond, seizing his flashlight, illuminated the area and was instantly taken aback. Countless necks of wild chickens were approaching them from all directions, creating an invisible encirclement that ensnared them. Without hesitation, Raymond shouted towards Lu Yen and hurried into the tent where Jiang Bai and the other men were, rousing them from their slumber. Wake up, everyone. There's trouble. The wild chickens are coming. At the urgency of their voices, All were stirred from sleep. The wild chickens are coming. A glint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the stout man as he retrieved his entrenching tool and dashed out of the tent. He secured the exit with his backpack and turned back, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Jiang Bai and the others. What should we do? Outside, it's teeming with wild chickens, densely packed, stretching beyond sight. There must be thousands of them. They are here for revenge. So many? Ali exclaimed, his face betraying a hint of fear. Jiang Bai remained silently seated, uttering not a word. Through the shadows cast upon the tent, he too discerned that the number of wild chickens was indeed substantial. Stout man, come out for a moment. I need to speak with you. Ali, Captain Lei, it's Lu Yen. Come out. I have something to discuss. A series of chilling voices echoed from outside the tent, their intonations nearly identical to those of Lu Yen and the others. Had Jiang Bai and his companions not recognized that it was the wild chickens mimicking their speech, they might have fallen prey to the ruse. Lu Yen, please come out. It is I, your admirer. In truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. A cacophony of unsettling sounds ensued as serpentine creatures encircled the tent, flicking their tongues in a menacing manner. Some of these creatures had even slithered atop the tents of Jiang Bai and his companions. Sister Ing, they truly can speak. What are we to do now? In the female tent, Bai Lu suppressed her rising fear as she inquired. It is terrifying. Utterly terrifying. She felt that the Zongzi were far less frightening than these serpentine beings. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream still connected were far from composed. Good heavens, these snakes can actually speak. I thought it was merely a folktale, but here it is, a reality. How terrifying, truly terrifying. Who can fathom the horror of witnessing this while lying alone in bed at night? No wonder the elders advise against spending the night outdoors. Who would dare to do so with such creatures lurking? It would frighten one to death. Oh! Bai Lu! It is I, the chubby one. I have liked you for so long. I wish to have children with you. Ali, it is me, Han Xiaoying, your admirer. The serpentine beings outside the tent continued their unsettling chatter. Gulp. Inside the tent, Ali gripped his dagger, anxiously swallowing as he gazed at the creatures atop the tent. He forced himself to maintain composure, speaking softly. Brother, why do you think they can mimic our speech so accurately, mirroring our very tones? Jiang Bai drew the dragonbone heaven blade from behind him, his gaze sweeping over the necks of the wild fowl outside the tent. With a serious expression, he remarked, these serpentine creatures are remarkably intelligent. They can mimic our tones as soon as they hear us speak, which is hardly surprising. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed within the tent as something broke. The four of them turned towards the sound. Above their heads, the beam that supported the tent had fractured under the weight of the wild fowl, causing the entire structure to sag on the verge of collapse. Time was of the essence. I will use my blood to drive the nearby wildfowl away. After you smear my blood on yourselves, make haste to follow me out. No one must lag behind. Is that clear? Jiang Bai shouted. Understood. Came the chorus of voices from Han Xiaoying and the others. All right. I will count to 3, and everyone charge with me. 3, 2, 1. As the last word left his lips, Jiang Bai burst forth, the dragonbone heaven blade swiftly slicing through the palm of his left hand, blood splattering before the two tents. As the blood fell, the wild fowl recoiled in fear, retreating as if confronted by something terrifying. Quickly, Jiang Bai urged, leading the way with his backpack. Han Xiaoying and the others hurried to follow closely behind him. The wild fowl, terrified of Jiang Bai's blood, seemed relentless, trailing closely behind their group. Brother, is your blood no longer effective? Why are these wild chicken necks still following us? You all go ahead. I will stay back. With that, Jiang Bai sprinted from the front of the group to the rear, positioning himself before the wild chicken necks. Hiss. The wild chicken necks, trembling in fear, raised their heads high and flicked their tongues, hesitant to advance. Get lost. Jiang Bai glared at the wild chicken necks, his voice laced with fury. In an instant, his pupils elongated like those of a giant python, shimmering with a blue light. Hiss. The wild chicken necks, suddenly panicked, lowered their bodies and fled with greater speed than before, scattering towards the distance. Only after they had completely vanished did Jiang Bai turn to catch up with the others. In a vast, open field several hundred meters away, Fatty and his companions finally dared to pause, taking deep breaths as they realized the wild chicken necks had not pursued them. Damn, that was truly terrifying, Fatty exclaimed, his hands resting on his knees as he gasped for air. So many wild chicken necks, thank goodness for you, brother. Otherwise, I would not see the sun tomorrow. Ali chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head. It was just luck, pure luck. 5 years ago, we had not encountered such a multitude of wild chicken necks. It seems that foolish individuals often find themselves fortunate. The rotund man mumbled, wiping the sweat from his brow, and casually settled down in a chosen spot. Raymond and Zhao Yunying remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Han Xiaoying cast a worried glance towards the direction from whence they had come. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the grass. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Jiang Bai emerged with an unhurried demeanor. The instant Jiang Bai appeared, an invisible sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present, including Raymond. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Bai had come to occupy a significant place in their hearts. With Jiang Bai's presence, they felt anchored and secure. Are you all right? Han Xiaoying inquired, her lips parting to voice her concern. I am fine, Jiang Bai replied, his expression calm. The wound on his left hand had begun to heal, and it was likely that by the morrow, it would be completely restored. That's good to hear. Han Xiaoying hugged her legs, settling onto the ground. A day of travel, coupled with the evening's frights, had left her feeling weary. A gust of night wind swept by, bringing with it a chill, causing several women to instinctively shiver. Fatty, Ali, gather some wood to start a fire, Raymond declared, momentarily dismissing the terror brought on by the wild chicken necks. He slung his assault rifle around his neck and began to collect wood from the ground. Raymond, we shall assist you, Bai Lu and Lu Yen volunteered eagerly. They were well aware of their status within the group, often perceived as mere helpers, akin to burdens. A campfire was ignited through the efforts of the group, and the 8 of them huddled around the flames to ward off the chill. Who goes there? Suddenly, Zhao Yunying's expression grew cold as she turned to glance at the thicket behind her. Is someone there? The stout man, upon hearing her, changed color and swiftly drew a compact submachine gun from his waist, shouting towards the underbrush, I give you 3 breaths to show yourself. If not, I shall be forced to fire. 1. Whoosh! As the stout man's voice echoed, a shadow darted forth from the thicket with astonishing speed, vanishing into the distance like a wraith. The shadow moved swiftly, but Zhao Yunying was equally remarkable. Nearly simultaneously with the shadow's emergence, she pursued with lightning swiftness. With deft footfalls, she nimbly navigated through the underbrush and, in the blink of an eye, blocked the shadow's path. A cold spear was firmly pressed against the shadow's throat, preventing any further advance. Do not move, Zhao Yunying commanded icily. The shadow halted and glanced at her, then turned to see the stout man approaching, gun in hand. Move forward. Zhao Yunying gestured with her spear, indicating the direction towards the assembled group. The shadow remained silent, turning to comply. Yet, in an instant, she abruptly dashed in another direction. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out suddenly, a bullet whizzing past the shadow, compelling her to stop in her tracks. The stout man, advancing with his submachine gun, called out, I told you not to move. Why did you insist on doing so? Are you challenging my marksmanship with your head? He continued, let me assure you, if you dare to move again, the next bullet will undoubtedly shatter your skull, bidding farewell to you and this world. Now, raise your hands immediately. Under the threat of the firearm, the shadow ceased its flight. She stood her ground, allowing the rotund man to escort her before Jiang Bai and his companions. As they drew near, illuminated by the flickering flames, the group discerned the figure of the shadow. It was a woman, clad in a long black robe, her body and face smeared with mud, obscuring her features. Speak, who are you? Why, on this late evening, are you not at home resting, but instead trailing us? The hefty man questioned, brandishing his firearm. The shadow remained silent, casting a glance at Ali, as she slowly wiped the mud from her face, revealing a youthful visage imbued with exotic charm. Her eyes, a striking blue, mirrored the depths of the ocean, akin to wearing enchanting contact lenses. Though remnants of mud lingered on her face, they could scarcely diminish her beauty. Xiaozhu, it's you. Upon recognizing the woman, Ali's heart surged with excitement. He eagerly rose to his feet and hurried towards her. Ali, it has been so long. Xiaozhu smiled warmly at him. Her voice was melodious, akin to the sweet and clear song of a lark. Xiaozhu, it truly is you. I thought you had perished. Ali's emotions swelled, tears brimming in his eyes as he embraced Xiaozhu tightly, relishing the reality of her presence. Xiaozhu hesitated for a moment, raising her hands, but ultimately surrendered to the embrace, the two of them resembling lovers reunited. I initially mistook you for someone else, but it turns out you are Ali's companion. It is quite amusing that even on an adventure, one can encounter such romantic entanglements. The rotund man curled his lip, yet the barrel of his gun remained steadfastly aimed at Xiaozhu. Brother Fat, he remarked, you ought to consider finding a girlfriend as well. How about after this expedition concludes, I introduce you to my close friend and agent? At this moment, Bai Lu interjected. From our initial acquaintance to love, we cherished one another. We have shared both joy and hardship. However, her husband is not in agreement. Jiang Bai continued, why is it that love is always fraught with obstacles? Can lovers truly not become partners for life? The rotund man mused, what I do is merely emulating the revered ancestor. Could it be that the ancestor was mistaken? He spoke to himself. Very well, let us disregard my words. The corners of Bai Lu's mouth twitched involuntarily. She was not naive. The revered ancestor of tomb raiders was none other than Cao Cao, was it not? Xiaozhu, I thought you had perished? How is it that you are here? Moreover, how have you fared all these years? After their embrace, Ali grasped Xiaozhu's hands, eagerly inquiring. Xiaozhu instinctively glanced at Jiang Bai and the others, seemingly harboring unspoken concerns. Ali, perceiving Xiaozhu's apprehension, smiled warmly. There is no need to worry. Xiaozhu, they are all my friends, you can speak freely. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaozhu finally nodded. Very well. I shall begin by explaining why I am still alive. Chapter 74. The Enormous Serpent Sculpture. 5 years ago, after being bitten on the leg by a rooster-headed snake, I believed my demise was imminent. As I closed my eyes in resignation, preparing to meet my fate, I beheld a figure. This person was shrouded in a dark robe, obscuring their features and rendering it impossible to discern their gender. They placed a pill into my mouth, and I subsequently lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, I found myself lying within a coffin, the venom of the snake entirely purged from my body. So, it was that person who saved you, Ali inquired, his voice brimming with delight. Yet his expression suddenly shifted. But if that person rescued you, why are you here? What reason did they have to save you? Xiaozhu shook her head. I do not know why they chose to save me. All I am aware of is that when I emerged from the coffin, I was within this forest. For the past 5 years, I have been searching for a way to escape, but to no avail. Are you saying you have been trapped in this forest for 5 years? Ali asked, astonished. Xiaozhu gently nodded. With a sudden clap to his chest, Ali declared, Xiaozhu, I assure you, this time I will certainly lead you out. I will not abandon you here again. Xiaozhu nestled closer to Ali. Such a pair, akin to the legendary couple of the divine eagle and the hero. It truly evokes envy, the portly man remarked, shaking his head and making peculiar sounds. Ali disregarded the plump man, taking Xiaozhu's hand and leading her before Jiang Bai, introducing Xiaozhu, allow me to present to you, Brother Jiang. His prowess is formidable. Even a swarm of coxcomb snakes cannot best him. Greetings, Xiaozhu extended her hand. Hello, Jiang Bai responded, gently clasping her hand, catching a faint whiff of a subtle odor reminiscent of decay. This scent was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. For an ordinary person, it would be challenging to detect. Yet he was no ordinary man. This is Captain Lei, the leader of our expedition team, Ali continued, guiding Xiaozhu to face Raymond. This is Miss Han. And this is Zhao Yunying. And this is... As Ali introduced each member, Xiaozhu exchanged warm smiles and handshakes with the team. Hey, what about me? Fat Master? Why am I not introduced? The plump man grumbled, feeling slighted by Ali's omission. "Oh, this is the plump fellow," Ali casually remarked. "Hello, fat brother." Xiao Zhu smiled sweetly, reaching out her right hand. "Now that's more like it." With Ali's introductions, Xiao Zhu was momentarily welcomed into Jiang Bai's entourage. Under the dark, windy night, the 9 of them gathered around a fire for warmth. The ambush by the wild chickens had robbed them of any desire to sleep, despite their exhaustion. Ali and Xiao Zhu sat together, occasionally whispering sweet nothings, seemingly recounting the longing of the past 5 years. "Jiang Bai, come with me." Han Xiaoying suddenly stood, addressing Jiang Bai. "All right." Jiang Bai rose and followed Han Xiaoying, the 2 of them making their way towards a nearby thicket. "What are Fatty and Xiao Gu up to?" Ali inquired, casting a glance at their retreating figures. Fatty rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of annoyance. "Why are you so curious? Is it only you who can indulge in romance with your girlfriend? Can't Xiao Gu and the others share some whispers as well? With this time, you might as well take the opportunity to rest a bit, lest you lack the energy to flee tomorrow." "I am feeling a bit drowsy," Ali chuckled foolishly. In the depths of the jungle, after distancing themselves from Ali, Han Xiaoying turned to Jiang Bai, her expression grave. "Jiang Bai, have you sensed that Ali and Xiao Zhu are acting particularly strange? It seems they are deliberately leading us towards the tomb of the West Queen Mother." Jiang Bai smiled, gently tucking a strand of hair behind Han Xiaoying's ear. "I had long noticed their odd behavior. In fact, I am aware of their intentions. All I can tell you is that Xiao Zhu is not human." "Not human?" Han Xiaoying furrowed her brows. Jiang Bai nodded, about to elaborate when a faint rustling sound caught his attention from afar. He gestured for silence and swiftly embraced Han Xiaoying. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him, her gaze darting towards the thicket. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The grass parted, revealing Xiao Zhu. Upon seeing the 2 in an embrace, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Jiang Go. I intended to go to the restroom. I didn't know you were here." "It's quite all right," Jiang Bai reassured her. Han Xiaoying graciously released Jiang Bai and stepped out of the thicket. Jiang Bai cast a smile towards Xiao Zhu before following her out. The night passed in silence. At dawn the next day, as the first light broke, the 9 travelers set forth once more. The weather that day was considerably worse than in previous days, with the sky shrouded in dense clouds, signaling an impending downpour. The air within the forest grew humid with the arrival of the clouds, enveloping them in a stifling warmth. Ali and Xiao Zhu led the way, followed closely by Jiang Bai and the others. "Ali, how much longer until we reach the Western Queen Mother's tomb?" "We have already traversed this forest for 2 days." The chubby one, burdened with a backpack, inquired. Ali glanced around and replied, "Fat brother, we should be nearing our destination. If memory serves me right, we should arrive at the Western Queen Mother's tomb by tonight." "That's good to hear." The chubby one wiped the sweat from his forehead. The group of 9 continued their journey. Around noon, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. "A temple? There's actually a temple here?" The chubby one surveyed the structure with curiosity. The temple appeared to have stood for quite some time. Its walls and roof were in a state of severe disrepair, with the carvings on the walls flaking away, exposing the yellow mud beneath. Bai Lu approached the stele, clearing away the branches that obscured it, and gazed upon the engravings above. There, 3 types of serpents were depicted, one of which resembled the neck of a wild chicken, while another was the colossal python that Jiang Bai had slain. As for the 3rd type, Bai Lu gazed upward along the carving, and upon sighting the 3rd serpent, she was instantly taken aback, clasping her mouth in astonishment. It was enormous, truly immense. The size of this 3rd serpent far surpassed that of the giant python Jiang Bai had slain, being dozens of times larger. If one were to liken the neck of a wild chicken to that of a child's toy car, then the giant python would resemble a small electric vehicle, while this 3rd serpent was akin to an elongated semi-trailer. "My heavens! Hey brother, Lei, come quickly. There's a colossal python carved here, far larger than the one from yesterday," Bai Lu exclaimed. "Step aside. Let me take a look." The plump man moved closer to Bai Lu, peering at the monument. Upon observing the gigantic serpent, he nervously swallowed and involuntarily remarked, "Goodness, this must be a dragon. The size is simply staggering." Standing before it, The neck of the wild chicken appeared as an ant next to an elephant. Even the giant python slain by brother yesterday seemed but a mere infant snake in comparison. Given my own stature, I feel I would barely fit between its teeth. Calm down, that serpent is known as the mother snake. Jiang Bai approached. Mother snake? Bai Lu and the plump man turned their gazes toward Jiang Bai in unison. Chapter 75. Is the plump man unloading the ridge? Jiang Bai nodded. The mother snake, also known as the mother of all serpents. It is said to be a pet of the West Queen Mother. According to ancient records of the Thieves Guild, the West Queen Mother was once the leader of a tribe, ruling over the entire western region 4,000 years ago, establishing the kingdom of the West Queen Mother. To prevent the overthrow of her kingdom, the Queen Mother of the West purposefully nurtured 3 types of serpents: the wild chicken neck, the dual-scaled serpent, and the serpent matron. The dual-scaled was tasked with aiding the serpent matron in procreation, yet their sizes were incompatible. How could they possibly reproduce? The stout man scrutinized the carving of the serpent matron and inquired. As soon as he spoke, a realization dawned upon him. He quickly covered his mouth and cautiously glanced at the women present. A large truck could not traverse the small cave, but could a smaller truck not navigate the larger cavern? Alas! Jiang Bai patted the stout man's shoulder with a sigh. For 1,000 years have elapsed. Could there truly be such colossal serpents in this world? Even if they once existed, they must have long since turned to fossils, remarked Ali dismissively. With a creak, the grand doors of the temple slowly swung open. Upon entering, the ground was strewn with dust and cobwebs, while the walls bore numerous cracks. The deities within had lost their former luster, now appearing dim and lifeless. The entire temple exuded an eerie, desolate aura, as if long forsaken by time, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Due to the inadequate light within the temple, the group had no choice but to retrieve their flashlights, illuminating the surroundings. At the very center of the temple stood a colossal statue of a goddess, her features obscured by the passage of time. One could only discern her identity as a warrior goddess from the rough outline. "Hey everyone, look, there's someone over there," Bai Lu suddenly exclaimed, as her flashlight beam fell upon one of the walls. Jiang Bai and the others followed the light with their gaze. Before them stood an elderly man, approximately in his 60s or 70s, with a severely balding head, partially concealed behind a few branches. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any semblance of color. An eerie smile graced his face, and his gaze was fixated intently on Jiang Bai and the others. It was uncanny, indeed. The old man's smile sent chills down their spines, a sensation so profound it defied description, as if he were mocking their audacity. What on earth is this? Bai Lu, emboldened by her previous encounters at Bottle Mountain, dared to inquire. Had it not been for the myriad of bizarre incidents she had previously endured, this sight alone would have surely rendered her legs weak, collapsing to the ground in terror. However, fortified by her earlier experiences, though she still felt fear at the sight before her, it no longer instilled a paralyzing dread that compelled her to scream. Moreover, as long as Jiang Bai was present, no matter how strange the occurrence, it merely became material for their live stream. By heavens, what dares to frighten you, my rotund friend? The stout man, brimming with confidence and boldness, wielded a flashlight in one hand and extracted a shovel from his back with the other, striding boldly towards the old man. He illuminated the old man's face with the flashlight, then, on tiptoe, directed the beam towards the lower half of his body, before seizing the old man's form from the branches and casting it to the ground. What a shock! It is merely a half-corpse, he exclaimed with a look of disdain. The group turned their attention to the remains. Indeed, the old man's body was severed at the waist, with only the upper half intact. Previously suspended from the branches, it had misled them into believing it was a living person. Ali, is that not the master? Xiao Zhu suddenly spoke up. Ali took a closer look. It was indeed the master, the same one who had brought us here last time. However, hadn't he fallen off a cliff to his demise? How could he possibly be here? Ali was perplexed. None of the others, including Raymond, uttered a word. The portly man cast a glance at Jiang Bai, retrieved a pair of gloves, and began to search the master's lifeless body. Soon, he unearthed a parchment made of sheepskin. Instead of opening it immediately, he placed it into his backpack. The group of 9 continued to scrutinize the temple. As Jiang Bai approached the statue of the female warrior, a faint clicking sound reached his ears. With a sudden snap, the floor beneath him revealed a gaping chasm. Before he could react, he lost his footing and plummeted into the abyss. Thud! The floor swiftly sealed shut. Brother! Brother! Jiang Bai! The portly man and the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Alas, they were a moment too late. The floor had already closed. Brother! Can you hear me? The portly man pressed his ear against the ground, pounding on it with fervor. Brother! Can you hear me? Unyielding, he continued to strike the tiles. Yet, no sound emerged from below. He looked up at Raymond, who was surveying Han Xiaoying and the other 3 women. Explode! The 4 women exclaimed in unison. All right. Without hesitation, Raymond retrieved a bundle of explosives from his backpack and placed it on the floor, preparing to activate the timer. Seeing this, Ali hurried forward to intervene, exclaiming, Captain Raymond, Fat brother, we cannot detonate it. This is the Zhuangmu temple, we cannot detonate it. Should we ignite the explosives, not only would the entire temple collapse, but we would also attract the attention of wild beasts and serpents. In such a scenario, our demise would be inevitable. I suggest we search for hidden mechanisms. Since the young man has fallen, it implies that there are indeed contraptions to be discovered here. With a click, the stout man drew his submachine gun and aimed it at Ali, menacingly stating, What are you searching for? What is there to find? Upon hearing his words, everyone, including Raymond, momentarily fell silent, recalling that the stout man was a tomb raider. Aren't you a tomb raider, fatty? Lu Yen timidly inquired. The stout man slightly raised his head, asserting, Indeed, I am a tomb raider, and the only one of my kind in this world. However, my great-grandfather was a member of the Unloading Ridge clan, inheriting a legacy that ceased with my grandfather. Nonetheless, it is a tradition passed down through generations, and it is now my turn to uphold it. Thus I am also a formidable Unloading Ridge warrior. Ray, detonate it. I have faith that the ancestors of Unloading Ridge will bless us from below. Chapter 76. Beneath the temple, the Master S notes. Very well. Raymond placed the explosives on the floor tiles and pressed the timer, subsequently fleeing the temple alongside the stout man and the others. Ali and Xiao Zhu exchanged a glance filled with reluctance before ultimately following suit out of the temple. The damned. I initially believed the plump fellow to be an expert in wilderness survival, only to discover that he is, in fact, a treasure hunter. Now he boldly claims to be. How many identities does he possess? Is it truly the case that while out and about, he can fabricate any identity he desires? Alas, this glutton has already swindled the ancestors of treasure hunters and now seeks to deceive our ancestors as well. Take heed, my friend. Our forefather may not fare well against the Queen Mother of the West. It is the end for our ancestor. Encountering such a deceitful descendant as this rotund individual, the merits he has accumulated in this lifetime may not suffice, and he might even owe a debt of virtue to the King of Hell. Fortunately, this plump fellow hails from the Northern Sect. We in the South are not burdened with so many ancestors for him to exploit. Speaking of the Southern Sect, where has Uncle San been lately? It has been quite some time since we have heard from him. Uncle San, Uncle San, Uncle San. Concurrently, the viewers in the live stream call out for Uncle San. Beneath the temple, Jiang Bai's body descended gracefully to the ground like a feather. He lifted his gaze upward, noting the considerable distance between himself and the point from which he fell. Ascending once more would not be an easy feat. Even he could not guarantee success, at most possessing a confidence of 99. His eyes slowly scanned the surrounding environment. On either side of him were steep rock walls, while behind him loomed a massive circular stone towering several meters high. Ahead lay a precipice approximately 10 meters deep and equally wide, its base littered with sharp spikes and swarming with countless necks of wild chickens. At a glance, the multitude of knife tips and the number of game bird necks were undoubtedly in the thousands. Any creature that fell into this perilous trap would stand no chance of survival. Even if one were fortunate enough to evade the sharpness of the blades, escape from the ferocious onslaught of the myriad game bird necks would be nearly impossible. Directly before him, suspended several meters above the ground, was a large opening approximately 3 to 5 meters in diameter, through which sunlight cascaded, illuminating the entire space. On the ground lay a half-decayed corpse and a notebook bound in black leather. The structure of the corpse suggested it belonged to the scribe. Jiang Bai picked up the notebook and began to peruse its contents. The name and surname of the scribe were not inscribed within, yet it detailed his purpose for visiting the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. In 2024, during an excavation, I fortuitously discovered a scroll regarding King Mu of Zhou, dating back over 2,800 years, within the tomb of a general from the Northern Wei dynasty. The scroll spoke of King Mu's quest for immortality. According to its contents, King Mu encountered the Queen Mother of the West atop Kunlun Mountain. Timeless and eternally youthful, she received King Mu with peaches of immortality and bestowed upon him the secret of everlasting life, granting him the ability to transcend mortality. Now, at the age of 65, afflicted by a grave illness with only a few years left to live, I have, through extensive research, finally deduced the location of the Queen Mother's palace. Thus, in pursuit of this so-called elixir of life, I have squandered my entire fortune and brought others to this purported tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. Here, I encountered a talking coxcomb snake and uncovered the alleged secret to immortality. Simultaneously, I stumbled upon an even greater enigma: meteorites. It is said that within meteorites lies a tremendous energy. Whoever can harness this celestial stone not only gains the gift of immortality but also acquires formidable power. This force is as mighty as the gods, sufficient to obliterate an entire nation. As I approach death, I realize that the world offers no true means of eternal life. Should any descendants stumble upon this journal, they must remember, meteorites are malevolent entities that must be destroyed, never to be left unchecked. Remember, the notes of the scribe are fragmented, seemingly penned in the final moments of life. A flicker of contemplation crosses Jiang Bai's eyes as he retrieves a lighter and ignites the entire journal. Flames leap forth, gradually consuming the notebook. Under the devouring fire, it slowly reduces to a pile of ashes. Immortality. Once again, the notion of immortality. Countless lives have been sacrificed in pursuit of this so-called eternal life. If one were to sum their lifespans, it could allow some to live from antiquity to the present day. Alas, Jiang Bai sighs, just as he seeks a path forward. With a thunderous roar, a massive stone behind him suddenly stirs to life, rolling towards the cliff with alarming speed. Should he be crushed beneath it, he would undoubtedly become a mere pancake. Even if he attempts to flee forward, he risks being hurled into the abyss, becoming prey for wildfowl or a victim of the blade. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai races to a rock face, leaping several meters high. Drawing forth his dragon bone blade, he plunges it into the wall with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, he grasped the protruding stones on the rock face with his other hand and ascended with remarkable speed towards the summit. Although the boulder was massive, it did not occupy the entire space. Jiang Bai's body moved with the agility of a monkey. No, even swifter than that, as he scaled the rock wall, surpassing the height of the enormous stone. With a sigh of relief, he watched the boulder roll past beneath him. Turning his head, he noticed a pitch-black cave behind the boulder. A breeze wafted through the cave, and even suspended high above, Jiang Bai felt a refreshing gust brush against his face. It formed a seamless connection with the large opening ahead, suggesting a possible passage to the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. He recalled that the entrance to the Queen Mother's tomb was not supposed to be accessed from here. Just as he pondered this, a resounding explosion echoed above him, sending a cascade of debris crashing down. He looked up to see that the floor where he had been standing had been blasted open, creating a gaping hole. "Little brother, are you all right?" came the voice of the plump fellow from above, his large face appearing at the mouth of the hole. "I'm fine. I see a large opening below," Jiang Bai called out to him. "Wait for us, little brother. We will come down to find you," the plump man replied excitedly. Before long, a rope several dozen meters long was tossed down from above, dangling down to the ground. The plump fellow and the others slid down the rope. First came the plump man, followed by Ali, Little Zhu, Zhao Yunying, Raymond, and finally Han Xiaoying. Once everyone had descended, Jiang Bai made his way down the steep rock face. "Brother, it's wonderful to see you well," Ali exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward to embrace Jiang Bai. However, Jiang Bai raised a hand to halt him, saying, "Let's refrain from such displays between men." "Oh, very well," Ali replied with a silly grin, scratching the back of his head. In a place unseen by him and Xiao Zhu, a glint of coldness flickered in Han Xiaoying and the chubby man's eyes simultaneously. "Brother, have you ventured into this cave before?" Raymond queried, directing his flashlight into the darkness. The cave entrance was modest in height, roughly 1.5 meters, requiring Jiang Bai and the others to lower their heads and bend their waists to pass through. Recently, the data had been consistently declining, leaving everyone feeling rather indifferent. The author too found it somewhat mundane. In an effort to captivate the audience, the author vowed to exert maximum effort to infuse some mystery into the narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard of Judao, the soul-concealing altar, the great earthworm, the hairy ghost, the witch, or the fungus people? The soul-concealing altar, Chapter 77, The Fear of the Crowd. Not yet. However, I speculate that this might be the entrance to the tomb of the West Queen Mother. The tomb of the West Queen Mother? At the mention of Jiang Bai's words, the chubby man's eyes brightened as he hastily directed his flashlight into the cave. "Since it is a passage to the tomb of the West Queen Mother, let us prepare and proceed," Raymond decisively proclaimed. Just as the chubby man was about to step into the cave, a thought struck him and he turned to Ali, saying, "Ali, you have been to the tomb of the West Queen Mother before and are quite familiar with it. Why not lead the way?" "Very well," Ali agreed without hesitation. He carefully entered the cave, hunched over with a flashlight in hand. Jiang Bai and the others followed closely behind. The darkness within the cave was profound. Without the beam of the flashlight, one could truly describe it as a realm where one's hand could not be seen. As they ventured deeper, the passageway gradually descended, compelling everyone to stoop low and navigate cautiously, occasionally stumbling over protruding stones beneath their feet. As Han Xiaoying walked, she scrutinized the walls on either side of the cave, noting the marks of human excavation. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, "This passage increasingly resembles a thief's tunnel." "A thief's tunnel?" The stout fellow turned at the sound, directing his gaze towards Han Xiaoying. She nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is a thief's tunnel. It appears to have existed for quite some time." "Then does that mean?" The stout man began but halted as he lifted his gaze to the ethereal orbs ahead, promptly closing his mouth. "Indeed, this is a thief's tunnel." At that moment, Jiang Bai interjected, "Do you all recall Jakili's notes? He mentioned that 5 years ago, they ventured to the tomb of the Western Queen Mother because someone had extracted a sheepskin scroll from a general's tomb of the Northern Wei, which contained secrets of immortality. If I am not mistaken, this passage was excavated by that general during the Northern Wei period. After all, there was a specialized army responsible for such undertakings during that time. Are you suggesting it was the Northern Wei's silent riders?
Han Xiaoying interjected.
What do you mean by Northern Wei's silent riders? Bai Lu, walking in the middle of the group, inquired with confusion. Lu Yan also perked up her ears, intrigued. Han Xiaoying observed that Jiang Bai remained silent, and began to recount. The Northern Wei's silent cavalry refers to a specialized military unit during the Northern Wei dynasty, responsible for tomb raiding. Unlike ordinary raiding forces, upon discovering a grand tomb, they would not excavate it immediately. Instead, they meticulously documented its location on a map for future reference. Engaged in their clandestine activities, they would conceal themselves within the tombs by day and emerge under the cover of night. Moreover, all soldiers in this unit were mute, marching in utter silence, earning them the moniker Ghostly Soldiers. It is said that the map in the possession of the Northern Wei's silent cavalry holds the locations of numerous ancient grand tombs across our nation. Whoever manages to obtain this map would possess wealth beyond measure. Numerous grand tombs? The plump man at the forefront suddenly exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. However, this is merely a legend. The existence of the Northern Wei's silent cavalry was fleeting, vanishing from the annals of history amid the turmoil of the Northern Wei, leaving the reality of the map's existence uncertain. After Han Xiaoying finished speaking, she fell silent. The plump man glanced at Jiang Bai, eagerly blinking, but found Jiang Bai indifferent to his gestures. The group continued for approximately 20 minutes before finally emerging from the passage into an expansive clearing. This open area was nestled within a mountain's embrace, surrounded by walls and rock formations. At the center stood a white structure resembling a large greenhouse. What is this? A greenhouse? The plump man, intrigued, approached the structure and touched the plastic covering, finding it soft and remarkably elastic. "Goodness, is this truly a greenhouse?" exclaimed the plump man, astonished. The Queen Mother of the West was consuming greenhouse vegetables over 4,000 years ago. His surprise ignited curiosity among the crowd. "Let me take a look." Bai Lu stepped forward to touch it, and even the usually taciturn Zhao Yunying could not resist the urge to feel the greenhouse. It really resembles a greenhouse. Does this imply that our nation had already implemented greenhouse cultivation plans over 4,000 years ago? Jiang Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Observing the object before him, he spoke up. "This is not a greenhouse. It is the shed skin of the mother snake." "Shed skin of a snake?" The expressions of the crowd momentarily froze. The plump man leaned closer to Jiang Bai, asking, "Are you saying this is the shed skin of the mother snake?" Jiang Bai nodded solemnly. "This." The plump man gazed at the snake skin, his face a mask of disbelief. "Brother, please do not deceive us. Is this truly the shed skin of the mother snake? Is there really a snake of such magnitude in this world?" Bai Lu, staring at the snake skin that resembled a greenhouse, recalled the terrifying size of the mother snake, her expression instantly transforming into one of dread. She understood that Jiang Bai would not deceive them, yet this greenhouse was alarmingly vast. Those familiar with actual greenhouses comprehend their dimensions. If this greenhouse is indeed the shed skin of the mother snake, then the size of the mother snake herself. Gulping, all present except for Jiang Bai could not suppress their anxiety. The enormity of the snake skin suggested that collectively, they would not even suffice to fill the gaps between the mother snake's teeth.
No.
It cannot be true. It is inconceivable that such a colossal serpent could exist in this world. Even if it did, after 4 millennia, it should have long since perished, Ali remarked, suppressing his growing dread. "It has not succumbed. It thrives," Jiang Bai replied with a light chuckle, as he ventured into the confines of the serpent's skin, gently caressing its surface. It is still alive?" The crowd grew increasingly apprehensive, their spines chilling at the sight of the immense serpent skin. None among them feared snakes. Even Bai Lu and Lu Yen, after enduring considerable trials, had become unperturbed by most serpents and insects. Yet, the mere thought of such a gargantuan serpent was beyond their comprehension. They were untroubled by small insects, but the enormity of this creature instilled profound fear. "This is beyond anything one could imagine, far more terrifying than a disaster involving monstrous pythons. If this mother serpent were placed in a basin, even Ultraman might stand no chance against it," the stout man exclaimed. Han Xiaoying, her expression grave, stated, "If this mother serpent still lives after all these years, it is likely no longer an ordinary snake. Folklore suggests that a serpent transforms into a python after 500 years, a python into a jiao after another 500, and a jiao can become a dragon after an additional 1,000 years, totaling 2,500 years. This mother serpent has existed for 4,000 years. Its power must be." She refrained from voicing the conclusion, but all present comprehended her implication. This mother serpent had likely transcended the realm of ordinary dragons, potentially embodying the legendary Yinglong or the Dragon King. The young man, the plump individual, nervously swallowed, and the gazes of everyone present simultaneously turned towards Jiang Bai. "Do not fear. Remain calm. I can handle this," Jiang Bai replied with an unwavering demeanor. Deep within, he felt a faint thrill. A serpent mother over 4,000 years old. That was merely a trifling matter. Chapter 78. Encountering a San again. This. Not only were the plump man and others in a state of terror, but even the viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing the colossal serpent skin, could not help but flood the screen with comments. "My family cultivates in greenhouses, yet even our greenhouses do not compare in size. Is this still the world I once knew? Have I awakened in a different realm? Python calamity. Do not approach me with your nonsense. We are merely pythons. This has transcended the realm of serpents, do you not agree? Who possesses a snake of this magnitude?" To the netizens of Jiaopen Island, "Are you trembling in fear by now? There truly exist monstrous beings in our country. May you indeed have Ultraman to rely upon." Han Xiaoying is correct. After more than 4,000 years, if this serpent has survived, it must have transformed into a dragon. Goodness, my worldview has shattered. Could it be that my method of crossing over was flawed? Can anyone explain how such a gigantic serpent has managed to live this long? My heart aches for Brother Jiang for a moment. While others embark on adventures merely to explore an island, he faces peril greater than the last. There is only stronger danger, never lesser peril. Why, young man? Are you truly all right? The plump man asked with concern. After the inquiry, he suddenly realized that he had misspoken, and with a swift motion, he slapped himself, hastily clarifying, "Brother, please do not misunderstand. I meant no offense. It is not a matter of doubting your capabilities, but this serpent matriarch is simply colossal." Jiang Bai, aware of the portly man's concerns, laid a reassuring hand upon his shoulder and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, a mere serpent matriarch is within my capacity to vanquish. Even if it has transformed into a dragon, the outcome would remain unchanged." Upon hearing Jiang Bai's casual banter, the stout man found himself at a loss for words. In such a critical moment, Jiang Bai still retained the spirit to jest. It dawned upon him that this man before him possessed a heart far grander than his own. While he appeared to be a sunny, cheerful giant, there was an underlying edge of roguishness in his demeanor. "Hey, hurry up. Everyone, move quickly." Just as the onlookers were taken aback by the serpent's skin, they were met with a sudden barrage of English from behind them. Jiang Bai and his 9 companions were momentarily stunned, 3 question marks hovering above their heads. Another squad of mercenaries from India? This marks the second we have encountered. Ali was even more bewildered. He distinctly remembered hiring only one Indian squad. To be frank, had the mercenaries from other nations not demanded exorbitant fees, he would have preferred not to engage with the Indian squad at all. Fuck, there are more of them. The Indian squad, upon spotting Jiang Bai and his companions, appeared equally perplexed, swiftly drawing their daggers and adopting a defensive stance, fully alert. Indians? Where did they come from? Jiang Bai and Raymond exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared confusion. However, upon seeing the daggers in the hands of the adversaries, the rotund man chuckled. He drew 2 compact firearms from his waist, aimed them at all the foes, and boisterously declared, "Brothers, times have changed. Lay down your weapons and come here, kneel and cover your heads." Bang! A bullet struck the ground near one assailant's feet. Instantly, they quailed, hastily discarding their arms and crouching with their heads clasped. Though they complied, their eyes darted towards the 4 women. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The portly man, brandishing his firearm, warned, "Do not gaze indiscriminately, or beware for your heads." After intimidating the adversaries, he approached Jiang Bai and inquired, "Young man, what shall we do with this group?" Jiang Bai pondered for a moment and replied, "Let them go. Judging by their demeanor, they too seem to be here for the tomb of the West Queen Mother. We might as well allow." Jiang Bai whispered something in the portly man's ear. "Ray, I believe we should continue our journey." Jiang Bai nodded towards Raymond. "All right, then we shall press on." Despite the fear of the serpent mother gnawing at him, Raymond, a soldier by trade, suppressed his trepidation and shouted. Soldiers, in theory, ought to be devoid of fear. Yet, being human, they inevitably experience fear and apprehension. The group of 9 resumed their advance. "Wait a moment, friends. Wait." One adversary suddenly called out to the group. "What do you want?" The assailant, recalling the earlier gunfire, shivered slightly and pointed at the serpent mother's skin, asking, "This friend from the Summer Kingdom, I wish to inquire what this white substance is?" The greenhouse, a product of over 4 millennia of research in our nation, was exclaimed by the plump individual. "Ah, so this is a greenhouse. I initially thought it resembled a snake skin," he continued. "I wondered how it was possible for such a massive serpent to exist, larger than even that of the mythical Naga." Upon hearing his words, Asan felt an immediate sense of relief. The plump man disregarded Asan and proceeded to walk ahead with the group. After a moment of contemplation, Asan decided to follow, leading the team behind Jiang Bai and his companions. They continued onward. After traversing several winding tunnels, they arrived at a spacious hall adorned with oil lamps. As the group entered, the previously dim chamber was suddenly illuminated. All the oil lamps ignited in an instant, flooding the entire space with light. Only then did they discern the hall's layout. It appeared to be a grand stage, with a wide clearing at its center, featuring an exquisite jade table meticulously carved from jade stone. Surrounding the jade table were orderly rows of stone tables, each attended by several lifelike jade figurines, all wielding long swords fashioned from bronze. At the heart of the hall, suspended from the lofty ceiling, hung a cerulean alchemical furnace, secured tightly by 4 robust iron chains. What is this place? Could it be the divine realm of the main deity? Asan's team gasped in astonishment as they stepped into the hall. Han Xiaoying glanced back at Asan, her gaze sweeping across the hall, and remarked, given the arrangement here, this must be the alchemical chamber of the West Queen Mother, a place dedicated to the art of potion making. Surrounding them, the jade figurines likely served as the attendants of the Queen Mother of the West, safeguarding her during the alchemical processes. An alchemy chamber? Suddenly, a man named Asan let out a light chuckle, stepping towards the jade table to seize a pill. Chapter 79. The first creature to be struck by Zhang Zhao. Do not touch it. Upon noticing Asan's intention to grasp the pill, a stout man urgently shouted to stop him. Regrettably, his warning came too late. Asan clutched the pill, scrutinizing it closely before promptly tossing it into his mouth. Indeed, he consumed it, even going so far as to chew vigorously. You actually ingested the pill? The stout man gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had only witnessed 2 individuals consuming pills directly. One was Jiang Bai, and the other was the very Asan before him. The former possessed the blood of a unicorn, rendering him immune to toxins, but what about the latter? Could it be that Asan also possessed a unique means of toxin avoidance from his homeland? Not only the stout man, but everyone present gazed in astonishment at Asan, including Jiang Bai. The last time Jiang Bai had consumed a pill, he had relied on his Lei Zhe bloodline's immunity to poison. Yet, even so, he had experienced abdominal discomfort for several days. What power did Asan wield? Was it possible that he too had divine blood from his nation? Indeed, he had underestimated the world's inhabitants. In an instant, Jiang Bai's gaze towards Asan shifted. Xinggu, who permitted you to recklessly ingest the pill? What if it is toxic? A booming voice of reprimand emanated from a burly man in Asan's group, resembling a fitness instructor with his dark complexion. The individual who consumed the elixir, referred to as Asan, remained unimpressed. He flexed the muscles on his arm, proudly displaying his physique to Jiang Bai and his entourage of 9. Murdy, my body is robust. I fear not a mere pill. The prowess of us Asan is unparalleled by those from Xia. Were it not for their firearms, I could single-handedly take down 2 of them. As he spoke, this Asan struck a series of martial arts poses, provocatively beckoning Raymond with a flick of his fingers. He discerned that among Jiang Bai's group, Raymond possessed the greatest strength, evidenced by his muscular build. The others seemed inconsequential, particularly Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying, who appeared slender and lacking in power. Brother, he claims he can take on both of you, the rotund figure said with a mischievous grin, nudging Jiang Bai's arm. Jiang Bai chose to ignore the rotund man. While he might have held a modicum of respect for Singer earlier, he now deemed him blind to reality. Singer's unrefined stances revealed his inadequacy. Raymond too disregarded Singer's taunts, primarily due to the paltry number of Asan's men, merely a dozen. Were there 100, he might have entertained a duel with Singer. The opponents not only refused to surrender but had the audacity to fire upon them. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, Singer's face flushed crimson as he bellowed. Xia's fellows, are you afraid of us? Why do you hesitate to engage? He continued, rest assured I, Singer, am a man of my word. A 1-on-2 challenge is indeed a 1-on-2. You may send anyone you wish. That was your declaration, the rotund man retorted, subsequently stepping back alongside Raymond, leaving Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying at the forefront.
Come.
Singer flaunted his muscles. Are you joining? Jiang Bai glanced at Zhao Yunying. Too weak, Zhao Yunying replied coldly. Then shall we go together? Zhao Yunying nodded. The 2 of them simultaneously approached Singer.
Come urri.
Singer beckoned the 2 with a dismissive gesture, entirely underestimating them. Jiang Bai smiled. A flicker of a smile also graced Zhao Yunying's icy countenance. The onlookers, including the chubby one, cast sympathetic glances at Singer, who was bouncing around in the arena. I shall begin now, Jiang Bai remarked with a grin, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood before Singer. Without allowing Singer any chance to react, Jiang Bai seized his collar with one hand and effortlessly hurled him into the air. Then, like a juggler, he spun Singer rapidly in the air with one hand. This scene resembled a magnificent performance, as Singer was twirled through the air by Jiang Bai, akin to a mere toy. Here you go. While spinning Singer, Jiang Bai smiled at Zhao Yuning across from him. Upon reaching a certain momentum, he unhesitatingly tossed Singer toward Zhao Yuning. With a slight bend of her waist, Zhao Yuning accurately reached out to grasp Singer's foot at the precise moment he flew past her, continuing the spin. Here's your turn. Jiang Bai leaped into the air, delivering a kick to Singer, sending him flying once more. Your turn. The two exchanged Singer back and forth like a game of kickball, never allowing him to touch the ground. Throughout the entire process, Singer was utterly bereft of any capacity to resist, akin to a great rubber ball. The eyes of the onlookers, including the rotund fellow, followed Singer's form as it spun about, almost unable to keep pace, silently mourning for him for a few seconds. Enduring a combined assault from Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning was a fate even the Prince of Lulan had not encountered. Singer could be deemed the foremost individual in this world. He was the first to compel both Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning to engage simultaneously and to endure against them for such an extended duration, arguably matching their prowess. After all, Singer soared to a height where he remained at parity with their joined efforts. A true stalemate. Impressive, my third brother, who managed to force both the young master and Yuning to act in unison. Even the great generals of the Yuan dynasty did not receive such treatment. It appears my third brother possesses considerable strength. I always said we ought not to underestimate third brother. After being spun around for so long, he has neither vomited nor surrendered. Were I in his position, I would have capitulated long ago. This is undoubtedly the most audacious moment in third brother's history. He dared to provoke both the young master and Yuning simultaneously. Last time. Oh, there was no last time. Finally, I have witnessed the alliance between the young master and Yuning. Yet this is not the sort of partnership I had envisioned. I wished to see them collaborate to vanquish monsters, to slay the serpent matriarch. What? You upstairs desire for the young master and Yuning to eliminate third sister-in-law? Are you not aware that third brother is targeting her? Just as Zhao Yuning prepared to kick Singer away, she noticed his visage contorted in pain, on the verge of expulsion. Hastily, she propelled him toward Jiang Bai and retreated swiftly. Good heavens! Jiang Bai was taken aback upon witnessing Singer's imminent vomiting, swiftly darting aside in trepidation, unwilling to confront the situation. Who knew what peculiar delicacies those individuals from Asan might indulge in? With a resounding thud, Singer collided with others from Asan, causing several in the front to be knocked to the ground. Ugh! At the moment of impact, Singer could no longer contain himself and expelled a mixture of red, yellow, and green vomit, accompanied by a repugnant odor, within the confines of the alchemy chamber. The onlookers hastily covered their noses, recoiling from the stench. Chapter 80. The cold-blooded Jiang Bai. Ugh! The retching from Singer persisted. Under the gazes of the spectators, a black beetle was expelled from his belly. Goodness, this fellow even consumed live insects? Truly a testament to my brother. The plump individual exclaimed, his eyes fixated on Singer's regurgitation without a hint of disgust. However, that did not appear to be an ordinary insect. That's a corpse bug, Han Xiaoying remarked, glancing at the creature. A corpse bug? The rotund one also studied the insect, seemingly in agreement with her assessment. Buzzing. After being expelled, the corpse bug unfurled its wings amidst the vomit and began to flutter towards Jiang Bai. Watch out, young sir! Bang! A gunshot rang out. The body of the corpse bug was obliterated by a bullet. It was peculiar. How could a corpse bug reside within Singer's abdomen? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow, casting her gaze towards the several pills on the jade table, deep in thought. Simultaneously, Xiao Zhu also glanced at the pills, her pupils contracting slightly in surprise. If I am not mistaken, the elixir on the jade table should be the legendary corpse toad pill, Jiang Bai stated with a calm demeanor. Corpse toad pill? Han Xiaoying and the others furrowed their brows simultaneously. Little Zhu's pupils constricted sharply. Brother, what is the corpse toad pill? Bai Lu, ever the curious one, chimed in again. Jiang Bai smiled and shook his head, offering no explanation. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed through the alchemy chamber, causing the entire room to shake violently. With a resounding crash, the passageway through which they had arrived was sealed by a massive door. Crack, crack. The jade statues that were supposed to stand before the stone table suddenly animated, brandishing weapons and charging at everyone. The hefty man drew his engineer shovel and shouted, "It's a mechanism!" Xia had taken the pill from the table, triggering the mechanism in this alchemy chamber, which brought the jade statues to life. Everyone, quickly search for an exit. I fear there may be more mechanisms at play here, Han Xiaoying urged. Hurry. Everyone search for an exit. The others sprang into action, scouring the vicinity for a way out, while Jiang Bai remained motionless, standing still. He cast a glance at the alchemical furnace above, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Crack, crack. The jade statues drew closer to the group, their heavy armor presenting a formidable visual impact. Despite being thousands of years old, the weapons in their hands still glimmered with a chilling light. Gulp. Asan and the others watched the menacing jade statues, each one nervously swallowing hard, some trembling in fear. This is all your fault. Had it not been for your meddling with that pill, we would never have triggered the mechanism. In a state of sheer terror, one of the Asan seized Sing and hurled his body towards the nearest jade statue. With a sickening thud, the statue showed no mercy. It swung its long sword and cleaved Sing in two at the waist, blood spraying forth. Well, what are you doing? Upon witnessing this horror, the remaining Asan understood that passivity would lead to their demise, and they steeled themselves to charge at the statue. Clang! Their daggers struck the statue's armor, failing to pierce even its defenses and merely producing a shower of sparks. With a swift motion, the statue retaliated, eviscerating one of the Asan, intestines spilling from the gaping wound. This is futile, Murdy. We cannot breach their armor. Murdy, you must devise a plan. I truly do not wish to perish here. The death of their comrade only heightened the fear among the survivors, some already whispering silent prayers for divine intervention. Alas, due to their geographical origins, the Asan's deities could not reach them in the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. The jade statues advanced upon them, forming an invisible encirclement. What to do? What can we do? Beads of sweat dripped from Murdy's brow as he frantically scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted Jiang Bai and others crouched before a sealed door, encircled by an absence of jade statues. Indeed, none of the statues were pursuing Jiang Bai and his companions. All were focused on attacking them. It was as if these statues could discern nationality. Run! Let us flee towards them. Moody shouted, kicking the jade statue aside, and sprinted towards the location of Jiang Bai and the others. The remaining members of his group quickly followed suit. However, not all were fortunate. A few were caught off guard and met a gruesome fate at the hands of the jade statue. The air in the alchemy chamber was thick with the scent of blood, accompanied by the continuous screams of the unfortunate. Suddenly, as Moody had barely taken a few steps towards Jiang Bai and his companions, the alchemy chamber shook violently once more. With a thunderous crash, the alchemical furnace above, swayed by the tremor, had its 4 iron chains snap, causing it to plummet down and shatter the jade table beneath. Another resounding boom echoed through the chamber. The stone door behind Jiang Bai and the others began to ascend slowly, revealing a straight staircase leading to an escape. Let us go. Raymond, the chubby one, and the others dashed into the passage. Jiang Bai cast a glance at Moody and his beleaguered group, then followed suit into the passage. Unlike protagonists in other tales who might bravely step forward to assist Moody's team against the jade statue, allowing them to escape first, he had a different philosophy. One must look after oneself, lest divine retribution befall them. After all, everyone was raised by their parents, whose life is not precious. If anyone deemed him selfish, they should demonstrate their benevolence by offering him $500. Anyone can preach morality. Fuck. Fuck. Moody cursed, glancing back at his teammates before hastily entering the passage. With a deafening rumble, the stone door that had just risen began to descend once more. Hurry, everyone, quickly, Moody urged from within the passage. Soon, 5 individuals hastily entered the passage, while the remaining ones perished within the alchemy chamber as the stone door descended. Simultaneously, due to the actions of Jiang Bai and his companions, the viewers in the livestream erupted in uproar. Why did Brother Jiang and the others flee? They should have saved them. They possessed the strength to rescue more individuals. Why not assist the group of foreigners? If they had chosen to intervene, so many lives could have been spared. Indeed, they treat lives as mere trifles, devoid of compassion. I cannot fathom why anyone would admire them. If it were me, I would undoubtedly opt to save the foreigners. Do their lives not hold value? The previous commenter has truly amused me. The foreigners initiated the peril. Why should Brother Jiang be compelled to rescue them? Did Brother Jiang solicit their presence at the tomb of the West Queen Mother? Are their lives not as significant as anyone else's? Why should they risk their own safety to rescue unrelated foreigners? Is this an issue solely between foreigners and citizens of Xia? First and foremost, we are all human beings. Only then do we distinguish between citizens of Xia and those from other nations. This is a matter of mutual aid among individuals, a matter of life itself. If we do not raise our voices for the foreigners today, who will champion our cause when we find ourselves in peril? Absolutely. Would you wish to witness those around you facing danger without anyone extending a helping hand? Men from Xia truly disappoint. They are but a pack of cold-blooded creatures. All right. So you wish to fight, do you? I truly wonder if the foreigners are your fathers or grandfathers, bringing others' graves to your own home to mourn, while questioning why your own kin do not weep. Not even Thanos would dare to kneel before such a punch. Chapter 81. Ghost blows out the light unbeknownst to Jiang Bai. The barrage of comments from online viewers filled the air. He ascended the steps and traversed a dark passage, ultimately arriving at a tomb chamber even more spacious than the alchemy room. The chamber was illuminated by numerous longevity lamps, and at its center lay a black, enigmatic coffin, adorned with writhing red long worms. These worms resembled slender strips of spiced meat, elongated and indistinguishable at either end. Surrounding the coffin was a pool of murky water, obscuring the scene beneath its surface. At last, the coffin was before him. Could it be that the remains of the Queen Mother of the West were entombed within? The portly companion, his face alight with excitement, eagerly prepared to wade through the pool towards the coffin. Jiang Bai quickly restrained him, cautioning, "Do not approach. It is perilous." Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the staircase behind them. Modi, accompanied by the remaining 5 Asan, hurried into the chamber. The coffin loomed large and imposing. Surely, treasures lay within its depths. The glint of avarice shone in the eyes of the 5 Asan. Instantly, one of them succumbed to greed, disregarding Modi's admonition. He unsheathed a dagger and stepped into the pool, advancing towards the coffin. Jiang Bai and his companions observed the Asan in silence. The sound of splashing filled the air as the murky water surged with the Asan's movements, sending droplets flying. He drew ever closer to the coffin. Just as he was about to reach it, a sudden crack echoed. He seemed to be tripped by an unseen force and plunged into the water. "Save me! Save me!" The figure struggled in the pool, entwined by strands of crimson spicy strips. In mere moments, the unfortunate soul was drained of all vitality, succumbing to an irrevocable demise. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the coffin in the chamber began to sink, and the sound of mechanisms activating echoed throughout the tomb. With a thunderous crash, the steps that Jiang Bai and his companions had traversed were obstructed by a massive door. Crack! Small apertures appeared atop the tomb, from which a multitude of tiny arrows shot forth. "Be cautious." Jiang Bai drew the dragon bone blade, shielding his companions behind him as he braced against the onslaught of projectiles. Zhao Yuning wielded a spear, skillfully parrying the barrage. The hefty companion raised a large pot in defense. "Quick, take cover." Moody led 4 others to hide behind a lamppost. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within mere seconds, the assault ceased. Just as everyone prepared to exhale in relief, a dozen small winged fowl emerged from the apertures, their beaks agape as they swooped toward the group. As they neared within 3 meters of Jiang Bai and his companions, they abruptly veered toward Moody and his crew. In an instant, 2 of the companions were caught off guard, falling victim to the savage beaks that pierced their necks. Witnessing this, Jiang Bai sheathed the dragon bone blade, leaped onto the platform where the coffin rested, drew a dagger, and sliced open his left hand, pressing it against the coffin lid. As his blood flowed, the spicy strips upon the coffin recoiled as if confronted by a formidable dread, retreating like a receding tide. The strips in the pool and the fowl also began to vanish. With a thunderous rumble, the coffin slowly ascended, seemingly relieved of its burden. While the mechanism above was securely closed, the onlookers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Morty gazed upon the lifeless forms of his three companions, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, a blend of sorrow and melancholy. In less than a day, their numbers had dwindled from a dozen to just 3. Who activated the mechanism? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brows. It was this very coffin. Those spicy strips were blood-sucking insects. After feasting on blood, they increased in size and weight, thereby pressing down the entire coffin and triggering the mechanism below. Jiang Bai stated with a calm demeanor, "Alas, let us not dwell on the mechanism. We should hasten to open the coffin and take a look." The stout man eagerly rushed to the coffin, retrieving the tools necessary for opening it. "I'll go light the candles," Lu Yen said, starting to head towards the southeast corner. "Wait. Wait." The stout man called out to Lu Yen. Turning to Jiang Bai, "Brother, you mentioned that the West Queen Mother was a figure from over 4,000 years ago, correct?" Jiang Bai nodded in affirmation. "In that case, we cannot use ordinary candles. We must light a candle of significance for the West Queen Mother. Lu Yen, take this, go light it over there." The stout man tossed a candle lamp to Lu Yen, casually gesturing towards the southeast corner. "Is it necessary to light the candle lamp immediately? Did you not say that we should first offer respect before resorting to force, and that we can only use the candle lamp on the 3rd attempt? Moreover," Lu Yen took the candle lamp, hesitating to continue. Upon hearing this, the corpulent man slightly raised his head and remarked, "Lu Di, what do you understand? The principle of courtesy before conflict applies to mere minor figures. The Queen Mother of the West holds a prestigious status. She is a legendary figure. If we were to use an ordinary candle, would that not be a slight against her esteemed self? Allow me to elucidate. The candles for lighting must be categorized into various grades. For insignificant figures, one may utilize a standard candle. For noble lineage, one should employ a finer candle. However, for someone of the stature of the Queen Mother, we must commence with a splendid candle. Just consider the implications. An emperor and his ministers using the same candle, wouldn't that be a blatant affront to the emperor? Would he willingly allow you to unseal his coffin? Oh, I believe I comprehend now." Lu Yen suddenly felt a tingling at the back of her head, as if she were gaining insight. "Go light the candle," she urged. The corpulent man waved his hand with a hint of pride. Jiang Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So even the candles for minor figures are ranked? Truly, the meticulousness of the Tomb Raider is commendable. "Fat brother, allow me to assist you." Bai Lu eagerly approached, holding a rope, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Very well." The corpulent man did not decline. The two awaited Lu Yan's candle to ignite. With a sharp clap, the candle flared to life. The corpulent man and Bai Lu exchanged nods and simultaneously began to pry open the coffin. With a creak, the coffin was opened just a crack. Lu Yen instinctively glanced towards the candle, and her heart raced as she exclaimed, "Fat brother, Bai, Lu, look at the candle. Something has happened. What has happened? Has the candle extinguished? It is certain that it cannot be extinguished. Last time at Banshan, the candlelight was snuffed out because it had not been lit for a long time. He had forgotten to recharge it. This time is different. Not only has he fully charged the candlelight, but he has also installed 2 non-fu batteries. Even if the King of Hell were to arrive, could not be blown out." A sharp sound echoed. The coffin was pulled open a crack. No. The candle remains lit, yet a far more terrifying occurrence unfolds. Lu Yen trembles as she speaks. At that moment, the stout man finally turned his gaze towards the candlelight in the southeast corner. The candlelight still shone brightly. However, on the wall behind it, a large black shadow emerged. The expression of the shadow was indiscernible, yet its shape revealed that it was a woman. She was forcefully blowing towards the candlelight. Chapter 82. Red light stops. Green light goes. It was a striking scene, as if determined to extinguish the candlelight without relent. This, Raymond, Han Xiaoying, Bai Lu, and the others were also dumbfounded. They had thought that the saying, "Humans light the candle, ghosts blow out the light," was merely an old tradition. Little did they expect that ghosts truly do blow. "Brother Fat, are we still going to open the coffin?" Bai Lu's voice trembled slightly. She had indeed encountered a ghost. The stout man looked up at Jiang Bai, who appeared unfazed, and gritted his teeth. "Proceed, regardless of whether it is a human or a ghost. As long as the light remains unextinguished, we have not broken the rules and shall continue to open the coffin." "Very well." Bai Lu gripped the rope tightly. 1, 2, 3, go!" the stout man shouted, exerting all his strength alongside Bai Lu, and the coffin was abruptly pulled open 2/3 of the way, revealing a partially visible corpse clad in a long dress. The fabric of the dress indicated that the deceased was indeed a woman. As the coffin creaked open, a chilling breeze swept through the tomb chamber. Apart from the candlelight, all the longevity lamps in the chamber instantly transformed into an eerie green hue. This bizarre green glow cast a terrifying aura reminiscent of the underworld throughout the tomb. Despite the sweltering heat outside, exceeding 40 degrees, an icy chill enveloped them, as if they were ensconced in a frost-laden cellar, sending shivers down their spines. "Pang. Brother Pang. Should we still proceed?" Bai Lu's expression grew increasingly fearful, her voice trembling. The stout man was also drenched in sweat, nervously swallowing as he glanced at Jiang Bai. Meanwhile, the three companions, MOD and the others, were utterly paralyzed by fright, collapsing onto the ground. It was all too uncanny. An atmosphere thick with the inexplicable engulfed the entire tomb. Shadows on the walls seemed to laboriously flicker the candlelight. Goodness. Goodness. A living person lights the candles while a ghost blows them out. Could there truly be ghosts in this world? I fear ghosts more than anything. I am a 38-year-old maiden, home alone. Is there a billionaire CEO who could keep me company? I am truly terrified. The lights. They are green. Perhaps we should refrain from opening the coffin. I am Bei Pai Xiao Fong Fong. If it were me, I would immediately close the coffin and flee. All the lights have turned green. This is an ominous sign. The owner of this tomb is certainly not benign. It is futile. Even if we were to close the coffin, the tomb's master would not spare Brother Xiao and his companions. The lights within the entire tomb turned a vivid green, signifying that the tomb's master was intent on a relentless confrontation with the young men. Now, it remained to be seen who would outmaneuver the other. The viewers in the live stream expressed their deep concerns. An eerie atmosphere lingered within the tomb. Suddenly, a sinister chuckle escaped from Jiang Bai's lips. With one hand resting upon the coffin lid, he surveyed the surrounding longevity lamps before addressing the two portly men. As the saying goes, red means stop, green means go, and yellow means wait a moment. Now that all the lights in this tomb have turned green, does this not signify the tomb's master has granted us permission to open the coffin? Moreover, do you truly believe that even if we refrain from opening it, the occupant within would allow us to leave unscathed? With a resounding thud, Jiang Bai flung the entire coffin lid aside, sending it crashing into the pool below, revealing the lifeless form of a woman within. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as pale as snow, lying in the coffin as if she were merely sleeping, exuding an enchanting grace. A cold breeze swept through the tomb, seemingly triggered by Jiang Bai's actions. As the chill passed, all the longevity lamps returned to their normal hue, and even the dark shadows on the walls vanished with the gust. The tomb regained its former state. Raymond and his companions remained vigilant, and upon witnessing the restoration of the lights without any apparent danger, they exhaled in relief and stepped closer to the coffin. The three from Morty exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon seeing the female corpse within, the two men, entranced as if bewitched, could no longer restrain their baser instincts. They hastily discarded their trousers and lunged toward the lifeless figure in the coffin. Alas! Even the lifeless female corpse is not spared. Do not touch her. Jiang Bai had not anticipated such a turn of events. Just as he raised his voice in anger, attempting to intervene with the two intruders, it was already too late. They had entered the coffin. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the tomb, resonating ominously in everyone's ears. This laughter, laced with a sinister and murderous intent, caused the flickering lights of the eternal lamp in the tomb to sway erratically. Those who trespass upon the queen's tomb shall perish. Those who trespass upon the queen's tomb shall perish. The laughter grew increasingly frigid. Just as the two intruders intended to desecrate the corpse within the coffin, they were taken aback as the corpse's eyes suddenly opened, unleashing two blood-sucking leeches that pierced their necks. No, no. The expressions of the two intruders contorted into extreme agony, their hands clutching their necks as they succumbed, collapsing into the coffin. In an instant, their bodies were drained of blood, leaving behind two pallid corpses. A spark of sentient awareness flickered in the corpse's eyes as she slowly sat up from the coffin. Retreat! Jiang Bai urgently called out to the others. But as he turned, he found that the rotund fellow and the others had already distanced themselves from the coffin, leaving him alone beside it. Damn it, no loyalty! Jiang Bai muttered, yet internally he fully acknowledged the wisdom of their actions. If one cannot fight, it is prudent to retreat far away, avoiding the temptation to show off and become a burden. Those who trespass upon the queen's tomb shall perish. The corpse drew forth a bronze sword from the coffin and leapt toward Jiang Bai with ferocity. Jiang Bai swiftly drew the dragonbone blade to block the impending attack. A shower of sparks erupted upon impact. Both he and the lifeless body staggered back 5 paces, peering over the coffin. Such immense strength! Jiang Bai felt the tremors reverberating through his hands, and he dared not let his guard down for a moment. This was the most formidable zombie he had encountered since entering the tomb. The female corpse lunged at him once more. Her scant intelligence seemed solely devoted to protecting the tomb of the West Queen Mother, seeking to eliminate any living beings that dared approach. In the face of her relentless assault, Jiang Bai remained vigilant, deftly evading her strike and aiming a slash at her neck. The most effective way to vanquish a zombie was to sever its head, and her neck was undoubtedly her Achilles heel. The female corpse perceived his intention and raised her sword to shield her throat. Clang! The dragonbone blade clashed with the bronze sword. Had she successfully blocked it? Jiang Bai's pupils constricted slightly. Just as he prepared to change tactics, he felt the female corpse's arms surge with a formidable force, propelling him several meters away. Once more, Jiang Bai executed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully on the ground, a thrill coursing through him as he licked his lips. A true powerhouse. He had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Jiang Bai charged again, his blade in hand, his eyes alight with excitement and bloodlust. The female corpse, wielding her bronze sword, met his advance without hesitation. Her movements were agile and precise, each strike imbued with lethal intent. In the depths of the pool, a fierce battle raged between a living soul and a corpse. Their figures intertwined, the glint of blades and the clash of weapons resonating with a harsh clang. The intensity of the confrontation escalated, with neither side willing to yield an inch. Amidst the flickering of knife light and sword tips, each move was imbued with lethal intent. Jiang Bai wielded his blade with formidable strength, each strike a testament to his power and skill. Conversely, the swordsmanship of the female corpse was enigmatic and unpredictable, making her difficult to anticipate. In this life-and-death duel, both combatants remained vigilant, sparing no effort. During the skirmish, Jiang Bai found himself at a disadvantage several times, nearly sustaining injury. This astonishing scene left Lei Meng and the others, who were watching from the sidelines, utterly astounded. Incredible! This West Queen Mother not only retains her youthful appearance after a millennium but also nearly injures our young master. This is truly unbelievable. She surpasses that Prince of Lulan by far, the rotund man exclaimed. Han Xiaoying, with a serious expression, interjected, "This female corpse is not the West Queen Mother. She is the guardian spirit Xian Nu. The eyes of the group, including the hidden Modi, turned toward Han Xiaoying. She nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is Xian Nu. Ancient texts recount that the West Queen Mother had a female general named Xian Nu. Her prowess was formidable, her strategies divine, and she remained fiercely loyal to the West Queen Mother. She once commanded armies to assist the West Queen Mother in unifying the Western territories. It appears that even after the demise of the Queen Mother of the West, the Xian Nu remained steadfast in her duties, willingly transforming herself into a corpse to guard the tomb of the Queen Mother, preventing any intrusions by outsiders. Transforming into a corpse? Raymond could not help but furrow his brow. Are you implying that this Xian Nu voluntarily turned herself into a corpse? Han Xiaoying nodded once more. Indeed, the Xian Nu did not become a corpse posthumously. Rather, she actively chose to transform herself into one during her lifetime. Furthermore, she did not become an ordinary corpse, but rather one of the legendary type known as the unmelting bone. Unmelting bone? Are you suggesting that this Xian Nu is an unmelting bone? The portly man exclaimed, his gaze towards the Xian Nu tinged with a hint of trepidation. Unmelting bone? What exactly is an unmelting bone? Bai Lu, the curious one, interjected once again. The portly man took a deep breath, his expression grave. An unmelting bone is a type of zombie, representing the pinnacle achievable by a postnatal zombie, second only to the 4 primordial zombie ancestors. Should it evolve further, it could transform into a Han Ba, a being from which even gods and demons would shy away. No wonder it could contend with Brother Xiao for such an extended period. It turns out to be an unmelting bone. Fortunately, it is merely an unmelting bone. Had it been a Han Ba, it is likely that none of us would emerge alive. Is it truly that formidable? Bai Lu, upon hearing the portly man's words, cast a worried glance towards Jiang Bai, who was locked in battle with the Xian Nu. It is not as fantastical as the portly man describes. In mythological tales and folklore, both unmelting bones and Han Ba indeed possess the power to rival deities. However, in certain authoritative Taoist records, the unfading bone is merely a corpse that possesses slightly greater power than an ordinary zombie. Moreover, even if the mysterious maiden were indeed an unfading bone, her cultivation would only amount to 4,000 years, and we ought to trust Jiang Bai. Han Xiaoying remarked lightly, yet the gravity etched upon her face remained unabated. The legends surrounding the unfading bone are numerous in folklore, with diverse opinions and interpretations abounding. Few have encountered a true unfading bone. Even those Taoist masters who have witnessed one tend to remain reticent. The genuine strength of the unfading bone has always been shrouded in mystery. Even in her grandfather's notes, there exists only scant mention of the unfading bone, with more references to various other mutated corpses. As for the unfading bone, is there a sage who could elucidate its true prowess? How does it compare in strength to Sun Wukong? Allow me to share. Whether it be the drought demon or the unfading bone, they are not as mystical as the tales suggest. I have personally witnessed the drought demon. During my childhood, droughts were frequent in our region, and whenever such conditions prevailed, the villagers, both young and old, would confront the drought demon in hopes of coaxing rain from the heavens. I am known as the purple-robed celestial master. Indeed, within our sect, there is a saying, 10 years for a zombie, 100 years for an unfading bone. The formidable aspect of the unfading bone lies in its impervious body, resistant to blades and fire, far from the fantastical portrayals of mythology. I am your third uncle from the southern sect, having been summoned long ago. I too encountered an unfading bone with my companions, yet we did not exhibit the same reckless enthusiasm as Zhang Xiaoge and his cohort. However, I can unequivocally inform everyone that the incorruptible bones are indeed formidable, yet not to the extent of the legendary tales that circulate among the populace. After all, many of these folklores are mere fabrications. Within the tomb, the clash between Jiang Bai and the Xian Nu raged on. The combatants, one human and one corpse, moved with increasing velocity so swift that they could execute several techniques in the blink of an eye. Their movements became nearly imperceptible to the onlookers, culminating in a resounding crash that sent sparks flying. With a forceful impact, they separated momentarily. Jiang Bai, gripping the dragon bone blade, gazed at the Xian Nu and broke into an unrestrained, jubilant laugh. He had overheard the conversation among the onlookers and discerned her identity, only to be astounded by the revelation that the Xian Nu was, in fact, an incorruptible bone. How intriguing, truly fascinating. System I wish to upgrade, he mused internally. No, I meant to exchange for double my physical attributes. Exchanging for double physical attributes requires 10,000 exploration points. 10,000 exploration points have been deducted. Current remaining exploration points, 1,280. A surge of warmth coursed through Jiang Bai's body, rapidly enhancing his physical prowess and intensifying his imposing aura. The smile upon his lips grew ever more radiant. What's the young man chuckling about? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to that female corpse? The portly individual remarked in confusion. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. He swiftly turned to find Han Xiaoying glaring at him with palpable hostility. Alas, my loose tongue, he muttered. The warm current surged even more rapidly, and in the briefest of moments, Jiang Bai's physical capabilities had doubled. He cast his gaze towards the system marketplace. What once required merely 10,000 exploration points to double his physical attributes had now escalated to 20,000. Death. The Xian Nu lunged at him with her long sword once more. This time, fortune was not on her side. Chapter 84. 8 steeds travel 30,000 miles. What matter does King Mu not revisit? Death. The Xian Nu, sword in hand, dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, her blade glinting ominously as it aimed for Jiang Bai's vital points. In the face of such a fierce assault, Jiang Bai remained remarkably composed, showing neither inclination to evade nor retreat. Firmly planted in place, he gripped the dragonbone blade with unwavering resolve. Just as her long sword was poised to pierce him, Jiang Bai suddenly swung the dragonbone blade with great force, carving a brilliant arc through the air, infused with boundless power and majesty, to meet the Xian Nu's weapon. Bam! In an instant, their weapons collided violently, producing a deafening sound and scattering sparks. It must come to an end. Jiang Bai's arm surged with immense strength, propelling the Xian Nu back several paces. He then surged forward, leaping into the air, executing a 360-degree rotation, and struck down towards the Xian Nu. She raised her sword to parry. With a sharp crack, the bronze blade was cleaved in two by the dragonbone blade. Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai pressed the attack, delivering another slicing blow that grazed the Xian Nu's neck. Just as he prepared to sever her head, a hand intervened. It was the Xian Nu. The left hand of the Xian Nu was tightly grasping the blade of the dragonbone heavenly blade. Her murky gaze regained a semblance of intelligence as she looked at Jiang Bai and uttered, May I have a moment to speak with the Empress before I meet my end? Certainly. Thank you.
Arigiți mile emerge don suan nus face.
Her gaze slowly swept across everything in the tomb, and facing one direction, she knelt down with a thud. In a hoarse voice, she cried out, Empress, I can no longer protect you. I retreat. Empress. King Mu of Zhou did not keep his promise. He did not come. You always said he was delayed by affairs. But all he cares about is immortality. With a swift motion, the dragon bone heavenly blade swept through. Thank you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Xian Nu and earning 4,000 exploration points. Everything had come to an end. Loyal and righteous individuals always deserve the admiration of others. Xian Nu devoted 4,000 years to serving the Queen Mother of the West. Can she be deemed a paragon of loyalty? It was finally over. The stout man and others emerged from their hiding place and hurried to Jiang Bai's side. Even the stalwart Raymond could not help but feel a pang of sorrow at the sight of Xian Nu's lifeless body. In life, she was devoted. In death, she remained steadfast. Xian Nu's heart of loyalty is a lesson for us all. She dedicated all her tenderness to the Queen Mother of the West. Raymond, deeply moved, bowed slightly toward Xian Nu's corpse. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Han Xiaoying looked at Jiang Bai with great concern, having witnessed firsthand the numerous times Xian Nu's sword nearly struck him. I am fine. Jiang Bai embraced her tightly. You have grown stronger again. Zhao Yuning's expression was cold, her eyes filled with a fierce desire for battle. Yes, I just leveled up. Oh, enough with the idle chatter. Let us see what's inside the coffin, the chubby man eagerly exclaimed. Jiang Bai led Han Xiaoying to the coffin, casting his gaze inside. Within the coffin, there was nothing but a sealed parchment made of sheepskin. He retrieved the parchment, opened it, and casually handed it to Han Xiaoying beside him. I cannot decipher the text. Han Xiaoying took the parchment and examined it closely, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she looked at Jiang Bai. This parchment was written by Xian Nu for you. For me? Jiang Bai was bewildered, his expression one of astonishment. Written for my brother? Could it be that Xian Nu, like the sculptor from Pingshan, dreamt that my brother would come? The chubby man approached with a face full of curiosity. That seems improbable. How could that be so extraordinary? Lu Yan's face was etched with skepticism. To be precise, it is addressed to Jiang Bai, yet not specifically meant for him. It detailed the entire encounter between the Queen Mother of the West and King Mu of Zhou, mirroring what they had previously learned. They met atop Kunlun Mountain and spent 3 days together, during which they composed poetry and sang songs, akin to lovers. After 3 days, King Mu of Zhou expressed his farewells and, before departing, composed a poem titled Song of Huangzhu as a gift to the Queen Mother of the West, establishing a pact to return in 3 years to seek her out. The scroll also contained Xian Nu's requests for future generations. She said, "Should any descendants come across the scroll, I beseech those future generations to inquire of Zhou Mu Wang. Did he ever genuinely love Shi Wangmu?" After Han Xiaoying spoke, she raised her gaze towards Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai tightened his embrace around Han Xiaoying, his eyes fixed on the corpse of Xian Nu. Mother of Yaoqi leans by the window. The mournful song of Huangzhu reverberates through the land. The 8 steeds traverse 30,000 miles daily. Why does Mu Wang not return? Perhaps it is merely that he chooses not to. Shi Wangmu awaited Zhou Mu Wang for a lifetime, and you too have guarded her throughout her existence. Ah, very well. With a thunderous sound, the coffin lid was placed atop. Everything reverted to its original state, yet the occupant within the coffin could no longer awaken. Let us continue onward. Jiang Bai released Han Xiaoying, his gaze directed towards the place where Xian Nu had previously knelt. He knew where Zhou Mu Wang resided. Yet at this moment, Zhou Mu Wang may have long forgotten the promise made. The group of 9 advanced further. A rumble echoed. Perhaps it was the spirit of Xian Nu. The wall ahead gradually parted, revealing a dark passageway. "Do not leave, do not leave. Take me with you. I do not wish to perish here." Moody, seeing that Jiang Bai and the others were about to depart, hurriedly pursued them. Upon hearing there was a chance to escape, Moody nodded frantically. "It is too terrifying here. It is truly too terrifying. The bizarre mechanisms, the venomous little snakes, and this corpse that has spoken after thousands of years. It is all too horrifying." Jiang Bai discerned Moody's thoughts, a subtle, imperceptible smirk gracing his lips. There is no door. He recalled that within the tomb lay a serpent mother. Chapter 85, Coexistence of Man and Serpent. Moody stood at the entrance of the passage, watching as Jiang Bai and his companions ventured inside, indecision clouding his mind. He longed to follow them, yet the specter of fear gripped him. Uncertain of what lay beyond the threshold, he pondered the potential dangers that might await him. All those he had brought along were now lost, leaving him without anyone to forge ahead and brave the unknown. However, the thought of not pursuing them gnawed at him. He glanced at the coffin of Xian Nu, recalling the earlier encounter with the wild chicken neck, gritted his teeth, and ultimately resolved to remain where he was. He could not believe that Jiang Bai and his group would not return. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai and his companions wielded flashlights, their radiant beams illuminating the surroundings. The passage stretched straight ahead, with walls that were smooth and immaculate, clearly the result of meticulous craftsmanship. Adorned with exquisite murals, the walls depicted various scenes of people, events, and objects all rendered with lifelike precision. These murals seemed to chronicle the life of the Western Queen Mother, showcasing her conquests across the Western realms and her lavish banquets for esteemed guests from afar. Han Xiaoying examined the murals closely and spoke softly. "Wait, what is this?" Suddenly, Alalai, who had been leading the way, halted, directing his flashlight towards a particular mural, gasping in astonishment. The group hurried to join him. The mural illustrated a woman, yet unlike any ordinary woman, her upper body was human while her lower half transformed into that of a serpent. She was depicted in a state of undress, her graceful form exuding an enchanting allure. A human head and a serpent's body. "This must be Nuwa," exclaimed the portly one without hesitation, prompting eye rolls from the others. Bai Lu corrected him, saying, "Fatty, while it is true that the goddess Nuwa has a human head and a serpent's body, we are at the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. How could an image of Nuwa possibly appear here? Moreover, observe the aura emanating from this woman. It is imbued with an alluring charm, unmistakably suggesting she is no ordinary person. How could she possibly be Nuwa?" Han Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Bai Lu is indeed correct. This is certainly not Nuwa, but rather resembles a specimen, an experimental subject. At that moment, Xiao Zhu unexpectedly spoke up, drawing everyone's gaze towards her. Holding a flashlight that illuminated the woman, She spoke with a serious expression. This is an experimental subject developed by the Queen Mother of the West. 5 years ago, I heard from my mentor that the Queen Mother possesses the means to achieve immortality. However, this method has significant drawbacks. It requires symbiosis with a serpent, which means the merging of human and serpent bodies to fulfill the desire for eternal life. Symbiosis can lead to immortality? The group examined the woman depicted in the mural, their astonishment growing. They found it hard to fathom how a human body could coexist with a serpent. It seemed to defy logic and exceeded their comprehension. Would their blood types be compatible? Could their organs match? Even if such compatibility were possible, would the individual speak the language of serpents or that of humanity? Nevertheless, despite the absurdity of the idea of human-serpent symbiosis, Fatty and the others did not voice any objections. With rice dumplings already emerging, what was one more human-serpent amalgamation? So, does this mean the Queen Mother of the West is now a being with a human head and a serpent's body? Fatty inquired curiously. Jiang Bai scoffed lightly, shaking his head. No, while symbiosis may prolong human life, its drawbacks are far too significant. It would cause the body to subconsciously transform into that of a serpent. At that point, the distinction between human and snake would blur, leaving one uncertain of their true nature. Even more frightening is the gradual erosion of human characteristics over time, ultimately culminating in a complete metamorphosis into a genuine snake. Fatty, I presume you do not wish to envision yourself as a serpent? Jiang Bai suddenly inquired of Fatty. The mere thought of himself as a large snake, slithering on the ground, sent a shiver down Fatty's spine, prompting him to exclaim, "No way! I might entertain the idea of playing with a snake, but transforming into one is utterly out of the question. Let us proceed and see what lies ahead." Jiang Bai patted Fatty on the shoulder, and the group of 9 continued onward. As Jiang Bai had predicted, the murals that adorned the walls began to depict the experimental process. First, the woman transitioned from standing to crawling, her pupils morphing into slits akin to those of serpents. Next, her tongue started to bifurcate. Ultimately, her entire body became adorned with scales. By the end, aside from the distinction of her head from that of a serpent, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a true snake. As the group moved forward, the walls revealed the entirety of the gruesome experiment. It illustrated a merciless method. A young girl in the throes of development was bound at the legs, and through arcane means, her lower half was fused with that of a serpent. Over time, the girl's legs would become utterly incapacitated, leaving her to traverse the ground in a manner reminiscent of a snake. The genes of serpents infiltrate the bodies and minds of young maidens through a certain arcane method, leading them to subconsciously perceive themselves as serpents. At this moment, Raymond and his companions, upon observing the mural depicting the experimental process, found themselves at a loss for words. The cruelty of the experiments was overwhelming. Each subject represented a life, bound from a tender age with their legs restrained, merged with serpents. The most favorable outcome was to transform into a snake, thus becoming a qualified subject for observation. Those who could not endure the trials faced but one fate: death. Who goes there? Just as the group scrutinized the mural, Raymond suddenly sensed a shadow darting above. He swiftly directed his flashlight upwards. The space above was devoid of any presence. Nothing at all. "Brother, did you see anything just now?" Raymond remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. "Follow me." Without further ado, he took a step forward in pursuit of the shadow, prompting the others to hastily follow. The shadow moved with remarkable speed. By the time Jiang Bai arrived at the passage ahead, it had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a simple tomb chamber. The tomb chamber was unadorned, its floor laid with stone slabs, and at its center stood a massive raised platform, with 4 steps constructed in the cardinal directions. Each step was further divided into 49 segments, intricately inscribed with a multitude of runes corresponding to the 4 grand doors. The walls of the chamber were similarly etched with an array of peculiar symbols and patterns. Some resembled ancient script, while others were abstract lines and shapes. In the corners of the chamber lay an assortment of strange artifacts, reminiscent of ancient musical instruments or perhaps items intended for ritualistic purposes. The entire tomb exuded a sinister aura, sending chills down one's spine. For steps aligned with the doors facing the cardinal directions, each step consisting of 49 tiers, corresponding to the celestial hierarchy. The Western Queen Mother designed her tomb in this manner, indicating her considerable ambition, remarked Han Xiaoying as she surveyed the chamber. Chapter 86. Jiang Bai is to visit the neighboring chamber. What does this mean? Raymond inquired, furrowing his brow, his hands firmly gripping his firearm, his gaze as keen as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Han Xiaoying extended her index finger towards the steps ahead. Captain Lei, observe the orientation of these 4 steps. They precisely correspond to the east, south, west, and north. Moreover, before each step, there lies a passage leading to this place. If my memory serves me right, this arrangement is known as the 4 Directions Gathering. It symbolizes the Western Queen Mother's dominion over the 4 corners, representing her sovereignty over the nations and her supreme status. Furthermore, have you all noticed that each step comprises 49 tiers? According to ancient texts, the Great Way consists of 50, the Heavenly Way 49, and removing 1 yields vitality. The Western Queen Mother deliberately designed the steps to consist of 49 tiers, and the intention is unmistakable. She aligns herself with the heavens. Aligning with the heavens. The attendees gasped in unison. The heavens, whether in mythological tales or folklore, are regarded as the ultimate authority, often referred to colloquially as the Old Heavenly Lord. In mythological narratives, numerous figures represent the heavens. Interpretations vary across stories. Some perceive it as the vast heaven, others as the Jade Emperor, while some regard it as the universal laws. Do not worry about the weather. Let us hasten to the platform, the rotund fellow declared, shouldering his backpack as he ascended the steps. Be cautious, Jiang Bai earnestly advised. Rest assured, the stout man replied confidently, patting his chest and striding up the stairs. Upon reaching the steps, he paused momentarily to ensure the surroundings were devoid of danger before proceeding upward. The tomb chamber was eerily silent, save for the sound of the stout man's footsteps against the stairs. Everyone remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Just as he ascended a dozen steps, Ali suddenly turned pale and pointed tremblingly towards the platform above, exclaiming, "Fat brother, do not ascend any further. You must look at the platform. There is someone there." Someone? The group exchanged puzzled glances, following Ali's pointed finger. Indeed, they discerned a vague figure seated upon the platform. Due to the distance and dim lighting, the silhouette appeared remarkably indistinct, seemingly blending with the surroundings. Only with careful observation could one detect its presence. In an instant, Zhao Yuning's eyes flickered with caution upon spotting the figure, and without hesitation, she brandished her spear and rushed towards the steps like a gust of wind. Yet, there was one whose movements were swifter. Jiang Bai, with a flash of his form akin to a specter, leapt up the stairs in a few swift strides, arriving before the figure in the blink of an eye. As he approached the silhouette, he finally discerned its true appearance. A middle-aged woman adorned in resplendent golden brocade, her head crowned with an ornate headdress. She sat gracefully in the center of the platform, her eyes tightly shut, her expression serene, resembling one in slumber. Who could this be? Is it the Queen Mother of the West? The stout man hurriedly approached, his gaze scrutinizing the Queen Mother before settling on a piece of white jade pendant lying before her, which sparkled brightly in his sight. Jiang Bai nodded lightly, directing his attention to the stele behind the Queen Mother. The stele was devoid of any inscription, leaving no trace of information. Goodness! It truly is the Queen Mother of the West, the stout man exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to swiftly pocket the jade pendant while the little spirit orb was distracted. And in a bold move, he pinched the Queen Mother's cheek with his right hand. It was soft, bouncy, and still warm. My word, she is still warm. Huh? Zhao Yuning regarded the stout man with a peculiar expression, and Jiang Bai was no exception. Who dares to pinch the face of the Queen Mother? Throughout history and into the future, perhaps only the stout man would possess such audacity. Indeed, he is as bold as a tiger, aptly nicknamed Fat Tiger. The stout man paid no heed to their gazes, pointing at the Queen Mother's face and calling out, "Hey, come and pinch this. The Queen Mother is still alive." Is that so? Jiang Bai felt a surge of curiosity as he crouched down, reaching out to pinch the Queen Mother's face when suddenly, rumble, a deep, Thunderous sound resonated as the entire platform began to shake violently. Before anyone could react, numerous human-headed serpent-bodied experiments crawled out from the corresponding passageways of the 4 steps. These monsters were armed with long spears, their pupils resembling those of snakes, glimmering with a chilling light. Hiss! Hiss! A series of spine-chilling hisses echoed, as one by one, the specimens extended their long, forked tongues. Their numbers continued to swell, with a rough estimate suggesting at least 100. Upon sighting Jiang Bai and his companions, they surged forth like a relentless tide. Quick! Hurry to the platform, Raymond shouted, leading Han Xiaoying and the others swiftly towards the platform to join Jiang Bai and his 2 companions. Hiss! Hiss! The specimens emerged from all directions, agilely writhing as they ascended the platform. Come forth, my little darlings, the stout man said, his expression fierce as he drew a miniature submachine gun from behind, aiming at the foremost specimen, decisively pulling the trigger. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of specimens, the stout man showed no sign of retreat. Bai Lu and Lu Yen also brandished their pistols. Bang! Bang! With 2 crisp gunshots, the first 2 specimens were struck in the head, blood splattering as they collapsed to the ground. However, the remaining specimens did not falter in the face of their comrades' demise. Instead, they charged at Jiang Bai and the others with even greater fervor. With a sharp scrape, Zhao Yuning's spear ignited sparks against the ground as she lunged forward like a cheetah towards the specimens, her weapon yearning for action. Jiang Bai was not slow either. In a flash, he found himself before a specimen. The blade flashed, severing both the specimen's spear and its head in one swift motion. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground, crimson blood flowing along the patterned surface of the platform. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the human-snake symbiote. You have gained 100 exploration points. 100 exploration points. A surge of joy filled Jiang Bai's heart as he gazed upon Zhao Yunying, who was wreaking havoc among their foes. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the throng of experimental subjects. Look at that man, he is desperate. All of this belongs to me. With each stroke of his blade, no experimental subject could withstand his might. He moved through the crowd like a relentless machine of slaughter. Amidst the carnage, he cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yunying, who was equally swift in her assault. Wherever her spear passed, lifeless bodies followed. Dear Ms. Zhao, might you leave some for me to slay? Would it be too much to ask you to take a moment to rest? Perhaps enjoy a sip of water? Jiang Bai inquired with a tone of negotiation. Each experimental subject Zhao Yunying dispatched meant 100 exploration points lost to him. At that moment, he earnestly wished she were a burden, cowering behind the others in fear, who, in the name of heaven, had the audacity to recruit Zhao Yunying into their expedition team. Chapter 87. How about marrying the West Queen Mother? Zhao Yunying paid no heed to Jiang Bai. Her spear danced like lightning, each thrust imbued with lethal intent, claiming yet another experimental subject. Her speed was astonishing, as shadows of her spear sliced through the air, leaving the fallen in pools of blood. Though her prowess paled in comparison to Jiang Bai's, it was more than sufficient against these experimental subjects. In that moment, Zhao Yunying seemed to liberate the long-suppressed desire for battle that had dwelled within her heart. She relished the exhilaration that slaughter bestowed upon her, who, in the heavens, had invited Zhao Yunying into their ranks. As Zhao Yunying executed her strikes with increasing swiftness, Jiang Bai's heart grew increasingly bitter, akin to the anguish of losing a fortune. This compelled him to hasten the elimination of the experimental subjects. The two plunged into the throng of subjects, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Maimed limbs and blood painted the platform, gradually accumulating into a grotesque mountain of corpses. Blood cascaded down the platform, forming crimson rivers. The air in the crypt thickened with a nauseating stench of blood. Initially, the portly man and Raymond, armed and on high alert, exchanged a glance filled with shock and dread as they beheld the two engaged in their merciless massacre. They had previously witnessed a similar scene in the city of Bottleneck, yet this instance was far more harrowing. It was not merely the act of killing, it was a blatant slaughter. To Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying, the experimental subjects resembled nothing more than mere chickens awaiting their fate. Bai Lu and Lu Yen were left speechless, overwhelmed by shock. Goodness, am I truly witnessing this? I feel faint at the sight of such carnage. Is this ghastly display of blood and flesh truly something I can endure? I must report this. Such a gruesome spectacle is utterly unsuitable for children and could severely impact their mental and physical well-being. I strongly urge for this live stream to be abruptly terminated. It is a request from us, the concerned parents. To the parent upstairs, while our lives may seem stable, it does not imply that this world is free from chaos. If your child cannot even tolerate a hint of bloodshed, how will they navigate society as they mature? Will they rely solely on tears and seek solace from their mother? I find the previous speaker's argument quite compelling, though I too perceive the scene as somewhat gruesome. Yet, inexplicably, I now feel an exhilarating surge of adrenaline, an uncontrollable urge to step in for the young man and engage in a fierce battle. Among the nobility, is there not a sense of valor? I can no longer contain myself. It feels as though certain genetic locks within me have been unleashed. What should I do? I feel an overwhelming compulsion taking hold. This is the exhilarating spectacle we ought to witness. What joy is there in merely observing dance performances? Why should a man not wield his sword and reclaim 50 states across the mountains and rivers? Brothers from the 4 provinces, rally with me. As Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning engaged in their bloody rampage, the live stream erupted with fervor. Observing their wild slaughter, the portly figure sighed deeply and, in boredom, decided to plop down on the ground for a rest. Behind them, Ali gazed intently at the backs of Jiang Bai and Zhao Yuning, his apprehension growing ever more palpable. Time ticked away, and moments later, as the final test subject fell, the duo finally ceased their onslaught. At that moment, Jiang Bai was drenched in blood, a testament to the lives he had claimed. He paid no heed to the blood staining his body and eagerly checked the exploration points he had accumulated. A staggering 7,300 points. What does this signify? It means he had vanquished a total of 73 test subjects. With a chuckle, Jiang Bai beheld the astonishing figure before him, a smile of satisfaction and accomplishment spreading across his face. The bloodstains on his visage rendered his grin unsettling, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling a sense of dread. Brother, do you think he's gone mad? Why is he smiling so joyfully? The plump man tugged at Han Xiaoying's sleeve, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing that his words might draw Jiang Bai's attention. Han Xiaoying ignored him, producing 2 wet wipes as she approached Zhao Yuning and Jiang Bai. You should clean the blood off. Thank you, Zhao Yuning replied, accepting the wipes. No need for thanks. Han Xiaoying smiled, then turned to Jiang Bai, offering him a wipe. Here, clean your face. It's covered in blood. As she spoke, she took the initiative to wipe his face. Jiang Bai did not refuse. After the cleaning, he led Han Xiaoying back to the serene figure of the Queen Mother of the West. Observing her peaceful slumber, he couldn't help but acknowledge the quality of her rest. Even the earlier commotion had failed to disturb her. Though she presented the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she still exuded an alluring charm. Suddenly, the plump man had an epiphany. The onlookers were taken aback, casting peculiar glances at him. What a thought! Marrying the Queen Mother of the West? The plump man certainly had audacity. Could it be that he fancied himself the ancestor of many? This notion inadvertently flickered through the minds of the crowd.
Imagine.
If you will, the Queen Mother of the West marrying a rotund gentleman. During the wedding ceremony, hundreds of elderly men, their hair as white as snow, kneel upon the ground, collectively exclaiming, "We have seen the esteemed matriarch. We wish the esteemed matriarch a joyous union." At the mere thought of this, the onlookers cast increasingly nuanced glances towards the corpulent figure. An unexpected silence envelopes the air. I was merely jesting. The rotund gentleman perceives the peculiar gazes directed at him, offering an awkward smile, instinctively scratching the back of his head. I suppose it could be feasible. Perhaps you should inquire if the Queen Mother of the West consents? Jiang Bai claps the rotund gentleman on the shoulder, casually pinching the Queen Mother's cheek, thus becoming the second individual to do so. As the rotund gentleman stated, the Queen Mother's visage is soft and still warm to the touch. By heaven, what a reversal of fate. The rotund gentleman truly embodies wildness. He dares to pursue even the Queen Mother of the West. Indeed, for him, the moment he steps beyond his threshold, he enters the wild. King Mu of Zhou must be weeping. Who could have imagined that, over 2,800 years after his demise, someone would contemplate placing a green hat upon him? Where did this green hat come from, suddenly assaulting me? I was merely jesting. Just jesting. The rotund gentleman chuckles awkwardly. Now let us return to the matter at hand. Have you all noticed that the direction of the blood flow from these specimens is awry? Han Xiaoying gazes intently at the blood upon the platform, her brow furrowing in concern. Is something amiss? Upon hearing Han Xiaoying's words, everyone follows her gaze. The platform is drenched in crimson, and regardless of where the droplets land, they all flow towards a singular direction. As the blood flowed, intricate lines gradually emerged on the platform. These lines intertwined and densely covered the entire surface, resembling a mysterious pattern. What could this pattern signify? Do any of you recognize it? Raymond looked at Jiang Bai, Han Xiaoying, and the plump man with a puzzled expression. Jiang Bai was the first to shake his head, indicating his ignorance. As a martial arts student, he possessed scant knowledge of the cultures of the Western regions. I can't discern it either, the plump man admitted, equally bewildered. After a moment of silence, Han Xiaoying spoke up. This platform is simply too vast. We cannot fully perceive the entire pattern from our position, unless... She lifted her gaze towards the ceiling of the tomb. The others followed her line of sight, observing that the tomb was carved from the belly of a mountain, with the ceiling towering several dozen meters above. Are you suggesting we view it from a higher vantage point? Jiang Bai deduced Han Xiaoying's intention. She nodded affirmatively. All right, wait for me. Jiang Bai scanned the walls and sprinted towards one of them. Upon reaching the wall, he leaped several meters high, deftly grasping a protruding rock, and swiftly ascended toward the upper reaches of the tomb. Chapter 88. The Disappearance of the Queen Mother of the West. Jiang Bai climbed nimbly, akin to a sprightly monkey. He firmly grasped the jutting rocks on the wall, rapidly ascending to a height of several dozen meters above the tomb. With one hand securely holding onto a rock, he peered downwards, witnessing the pattern on the platform gradually coalesce into the form of a colossal bird. The direction of the flowing blood coincides with the location of the great bird's eyes. A bird? Eyes? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, then called out below, Team Lei. The pattern on the platform resembles a magnificent bird, perhaps a Qinghuan. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Bai sensed something unusual. The eyes of the Qinghuan seemed to come alive with the infusion of blood. Moreover, an intense warmth surged from the tattoo on his chest, a heat more searing than any he had previously experienced. This indicated that an extraordinarily formidable entity was about to emerge. Team Lei, Fatty, run. Immediately vacate that platform. Jiang Bai shouted, simultaneously scaling down the wall with remarkable speed. Leave. Quickly depart from the platform, he urged, his voice growing louder. On the platform, Fatty scanned his surroundings and saw Jiang Bai descending rapidly. He inquired loudly, Brother, what did you see up there? What have you discovered? Brother, what did you uncover? Ignoring me? Fatty scratched his head in frustration and turned to tap his companion, Raymond, on the shoulder. Team Lei, could you please ask him what he saw up there? What did you say? Raymond asked, opening his mouth. I said, could you help me inquire what he saw? Fatty shouted. Ah, what did you say? Speak louder. Raymond yelled back. No, what is happening with both of you? The stout man gazed at Raymond, his mouth agape yet silent, feeling an inexplicable perplexity wash over him. Han Xiaoying tugged at his sleeve, gesturing towards her ear and then to her mouth. Are you implying that we can no longer hear one another? The stout man inquired, attempting to comprehend. Han Xiaoying nodded in affirmation. That cannot be right. If we are all unable to hear, then how do you discern what I am saying? He questioned, bewildered. Han Xiaoying communicated through gestures. I can read lips. Let us depart from this platform before we converse further. Oh, understood. This time, the stout man grasped her meaning. He cast a glance toward Jiang Bai, who was also waving at them. Let us go. Han Xiaoying signaled to Raymond and the others. The group of 8 hastily descended the platform. Suddenly, an ear-splitting bird call erupted within the crypt, catching them entirely off guard. The sound detonated in their ears like a bomb, the intense sonic waves assaulting their minds and leaving them disoriented. Instinctively, They raised their hands to shield their ears, yet the piercing noise still penetrated through the gaps between their fingers. Crack, crack. At that moment, the entire platform began to rotate swiftly, emitting a shrill sound. As the platform turned, a colossal crimson phoenix gradually materialized above them. This magnificent creature appeared so lifelike, its feathers resplendent and its wings stretching several meters in length. More astonishingly, its gaze was frigid and imposing, casting a condescending glance upon Raymond and his companions. Ali, clutching his ears, shouted loudly, his face a canvas of confusion and dread. Amidst the sonic boom and the platform's violent rotation, a powerful wave of nausea surged within them. Their bodies swayed unsteadily, as they endeavored to maintain their balance to avoid collapsing onto the ground. Clang! The Qingluan let out a piercing cry that echoed through the air. The immense figure of the Qingluan glanced at Raymond and the others, and in an instant, it transformed into a cloud of crimson powder, dispersing throughout the tomb chamber. The platform gradually ceased its rotation, and wisps of white smoke began to seep through the crevices. The group fought to suppress their nausea and steadied themselves. I think I can hear it," the stout man exclaimed joyfully, as he detected faint sounds whispering by his ear. I think I can hear it too." Bai Lu shared his excitement, though she simultaneously felt a wave of queasiness rising within her. Xiao Zhu, still rattled, inquired anxiously. Shaking her head to dispel the discomfort, she cast her gaze towards the platform, which was now exuding white smoke, and urgently shouted, "This is bad. The smoke is toxic. Everyone, put on your gas masks quickly." Toxic? The group gasped in alarm. They swiftly rummaged through their backpacks, retrieving gas masks to shield their faces. Hiss! The white smoke emanating from the platform increased in volume, swiftly enveloping it and drifting outward into the tomb chamber. At that moment, a beam of light descended from above, illuminating the unmarked stone tablet. Ali cast a glance towards the stone tablet, and in an instant, he appeared as though he had encountered a specter, his face reflecting sheer terror as he stammered, You all must see. The Queen Mother of the West has vanished." The crowd followed Ali's gaze, only to discover that the spot where the Queen Mother of the West had been seated was now devoid of any presence. The Queen Mother had disappeared. In a state of heightened alertness, they gazed at the empty stone tablet. She cannot truly be gone, can she?" Lu Yen uttered, her voice trembling as her fearful eyes scanned the surroundings. An unsettling sensation washed over her, as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon her from behind.
No.
It cannot be. The passage of over 4 millennia should render the Queen Mother beyond existence. Could it be that she has transformed into a mere rice dumpling? Bai Lu interjected, the beam of her flashlight illuminating the stone tablet and casting a glimmer of light. Impossible. The Queen Mother would never become a rice dumpling. She is still alive. She must be. Xiao Zhu quivered, her tone laced with determination. But is she truly alive? A chill ran down the spines of Lu Yen and Bai Lu. What is visible is not frightening, but what remains unseen is the true terror. If the Queen Mother is indeed alive and has quietly departed while they were distracted. Lu Yen and Bai Lu dared not ponder further. As the corpulent man pinched the face of the Queen Mother of the West, he was certain that her body still radiated warmth. Raymond's expression was gravely serious. Without hesitation, the corpulent man nodded, affirming, "Indeed, her body possesses warmth. Even her skin is akin to that of an ordinary person." A chill ran down the spines of those present. Could it be that she was truly alive? Han Xiaoying's brow furrowed in an instant. What had transpired? Jiang Bai approached, wielding a flashlight, emerging from the haze. "Yes, sir. The Queen Mother. She has vanished," Bai Lu stammered in fear. Jiang Bai swiftly turned his gaze toward the steel. Indeed, the corpse of the Queen Mother was nowhere to be found. He scanned the surroundings. The entire platform was enveloped in white smoke, rendering visibility almost non-existent, barely exceeding a meter. "Never mind, you all must evacuate this place," Jiang Bai stated gravely, feeling the increasing heat emanating from the tattoo on his chest. Understood. The group nodded and began to flee from the platform. However, just a few steps out, a shadow darted past, and a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was none other than the Queen Mother herself. What the hell? The corpulent man, leading the charge, was startled, nearly dropping his flashlight. "It's the Queen Mother," Xiao Zhu said, her voice trembling with terror. "Damn it, you gave me quite a fright." The corpulent man, his expression darkening, unsheathed the entrenching tool from his back, advancing step by deliberate step toward the Queen Mother. His movements were slow, his gaze fixed firmly upon her. Gulp. As he neared within 3 steps of the Queen Mother, he nervously swallowed hard. Feigning supernatural powers, Zhao Yuning's expression turned frigid as she hurled her spear directly at the Queen Mother of the West. A wisp of white smoke ascended. Just as the spear was about to pierce the Queen Mother's form, she vanished once more, dissolving into the mist. She has disappeared. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, forming a wide circle as they cautiously guarded against their surroundings. Even Bai Lu and Lu Yen were no exceptions, aiming their guns ahead with trepidation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the tomb chamber. As Bai Lu remained on high alert, a swirl of white smoke enveloped her. Out of nowhere, a figure materialized before her. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the Queen Mother of the West. "Ah, she is here." Bai Lu was struck with terror, instinctively closing her eyes while simultaneously pulling the trigger of her gun. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots erupted, with several bullets swiftly launched through the haze, aimed directly at the Queen Mother's form. A horrifying scene unfolded as the bullets effortlessly penetrated the Queen Mother's body, causing her no harm whatsoever. A ghost. The Queen Mother is not human. She is a specter. This is the spirit of the Queen Mother of the West. Sover, we are doomed. We have disturbed her spirit, and she will surely not spare us. Xiao Zhu screamed, her composure shattering completely, her legs trembling uncontrollably. A ghost? Is this truly a ghost? Raymond, too, was engulfed in anxiety. Having served in the military for over 20 years and participated in countless battles, he had never encountered a scene quite like this. "Brother, what shall we do now?" The stout man grasped a spade and turned to Jiang Bai, inquiring loudly. "Ha ha ha." Amid the anxious gazes of those around, the Queen Mother of the West emitted unsettling laughter. "Brother, what should we do now? Speak up," the stout man urged. Han Xiaoying interjected, "Indeed, Jiang Bai. The ancient texts of the Mogu Jin mention, red-clad is ominous, the grinning corpse. A ghost's laughter is but a prelude to its wailing. If the specter weeps, it signifies a grievance it wishes to share. However, if it laughs, it indicates a vengeful spirit intent on taking our lives. The Queen Mother has been dead for over 4 millennia. If she has truly transformed into a vengeful spirit, we may be facing dire consequences today. Damn it, shall we confront her?" The stout man gritted his teeth, removing his backpack and preparing to hurl a cup of black dog blood at the Queen Mother. "Do not move." Jiang Bai grasped the stout man's wrist, his gaze fixed on the Queen Mother as he cautiously approached her. His steps were steady, echoing ominously in the eerily silent tomb. All eyes were riveted on Jiang Bai. When he was less than a meter from the Queen Mother, he halted, slowly raising a hand toward her face. "Seriously, brother? At a time like this, you still wish to touch the Queen Mother's face?" The stout man attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere with a jest. Jiang Bai paid him no heed, his hand passing directly through the form of the Queen Mother, swaying from side to side. After completing these tasks, he turned around, his expression grave, and stated, "It's false. This is not a ghost, merely a projection created by light refraction." Projection? Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that this Queen Mother of the West is merely an illusion?" The rotund man wore a befuddled expression. He strode towards the Queen Mother, mimicking Jiang Bai's gesture, and reached out to touch her. Unsurprisingly, his hand passed straight through her form. "Ah, it truly is just a projection. Damn it, we were deceived by a mere projection. This Queen Mother is something." Upon hearing his words, the tension among the group dissipated, and they collectively exhaled in relief. They had all believed the Queen Mother to be a ghost, which was why she seemed impervious to bullets. It turns out she was merely an illusion. What a false alarm, indeed, an unnecessary scare. Chapter 90. I command you to kneel. They had heard of light refraction, which involves projecting certain objects to a specific location through the bending of light. The principle is akin to that of a projector. It was just a projection. I nearly had a heart attack. Bai Lu exclaimed, her heart still racing as she patted her chest. Her words resonated with everyone present, prompting a chorus of nods in agreement. Since this is merely a projection, let us hasten our departure from this place, Raymond declared, brandishing his assault rifle. Just as he prepared to take a step, a thunderous roar echoed through the tomb, reverberating like the wrath of the heavens, sending a shiver down their spines. In the gaze of the multitude, the white mist before the monument gradually receded to the sides, as if being parted by an invisible hand. As the mist dissipated, a broad pathway emerged before the onlookers, stretching straight and wide towards the monument. Concurrently, colossal statues began to rise slowly from beneath the platform. Towering and majestic, each statue loomed several meters high, resembling giants. Their forms were diverse, with appearances varying greatly. Some bore fierce, green faces with menacing tusks, while others exuded elegance and grace. There were even peculiar animal sculptures among them. These statues appeared vividly lifelike, as if they might spring to life at any moment. Clutching an array of weapons, long swords, shields, bows, and arrows, they all cast their gazes toward the direction of the monument, as if guarding something of great significance. The entire scene exuded a solemn and austere atmosphere, further amplified by the ethereal mist, which added an air of mystery and grandeur. These are... The plump man and Bai Lu surveyed the statues with curiosity. These are the deities of the heavenly palace. Jiang Bai suddenly interjected, his gaze unwavering from the stone tablet. The deities of the heavenly palace? The plump man and Bai Lu exchanged puzzled glances. Jiang Bai, are you suggesting that the Queen Mother of the West has transformed her tomb into a heavenly palace? Han Xiaoying's previously furrowed brow deepened further. With a crisp sound of mechanisms clicking, a throne radiating golden light slowly ascended from beneath the monument. Upon the throne sat a figure, the Queen Mother of the West. Almost simultaneously with the ascent of the throne, a brilliant beam of golden light cascaded from above the tomb's apex, landing squarely upon the figure of the West Queen Mother, draping her in an aura of mystery and solemnity, further enhancing her majesty and grandeur, as if a deity had manifested. Why do you not kneel before me? Kneel. At that moment, all the statues on the platform seemed to be infused with life, erupting in a chorus of furious roars. It was the West Queen Mother. She was not dead. She was alive. Little Pearl cried out in terror, her hands clutching her head tightly, and as the demands to kneel echoed around her, her knees buckled involuntarily to the ground. Forgive me, West Queen Mother. I did not intend to intrude upon your tomb. I beg for your mercy. Grant me this one reprieve. I am willing to serve you as a slave or maid, to be at your side. I implore you to show mercy. Mercy. Little Pearl trembled as she spoke, her forehead forcefully striking the ground in supplication. Kneel. I command you to kneel. The West Queen Mother's authoritative voice resonated once more, and all the stone figures simultaneously turned to face Jiang Bai and his companions. Ali glanced at Jiang Bai and the others, then at the West Queen Mother, and with a thud, he followed Little Pearl to the ground. Team Lei, brother, what should we do now? Should we kneel or not? Bai Lu asked, her voice trembling as she looked at the West Queen Mother, who, illuminated by the golden light, appeared almost divine. She did not wish to kneel. As the voice of the Queen Mother of the West reverberated, a profound pressure enveloped her mind, and a persistent inner voice incessantly urged her, kneel, for only by kneeling can you survive and earn the Queen Mother's forgiveness. This voice clung to her spirit like a haunting specter, rendering her unable to escape its grasp. Even more terrifying was the realization that the scene before her had transformed. The tomb chamber had vanished, replaced by a magnificent celestial palace, surrounded by imposing heavenly soldiers who scrutinized her with vigilant gazes. No, I cannot endure this any longer. Lu Yen shook her head, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, her legs weakening, on the brink of collapsing to the ground. Bai Lu, quick-witted, swiftly supported her. They were not alone. Even Lei Meng and Han Xiaoying, under the enchantment of the Queen Mother's voice, experienced a disorienting spell, perceiving illusions in their gazes directed towards her. However, their resolve was far stronger than Lu Yan's, allowing them to persevere against the overwhelming force. The only individual unmoved was Jiang Bai, who intently scrutinized the Queen Mother for any sign of vulnerability. Kneel. Why do you not kneel before this palace? The Queen Mother's voice resonated with even greater authority, as the surrounding statues emitted furious roars. Thud. At last, Lu Yen and Bai Lu could no longer withstand the pressure, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Unlike Ali and the others who knelt, they merely slumped down. Kneel. Kneel. The command of the Queen Mother grew ever louder. The four of them, Raymond and his companions, were on the verge of succumbing. They clasped their hands over their ears, gritted their teeth, and struggled against the overwhelming impulse to kneel. Kneel? Jiang Bai scoffed disdainfully, his gaze icy as he unsheathed the dragonbone heavenly blade, advancing step by step towards the Queen Mother of the West, and coldly declared, "Do not presume that you are the true Queen Mother of the West. Even if you were, you would still need to bow your head in my presence. What right do you have to demand my submission? Now I command you to kneel." With a sharp sound, the dragonbone heavenly blade sliced through Jiang Bai's left index finger, sending a drop of crimson blood flying towards the Queen Mother's forehead. "I command you to kneel." Jiang Bai bellowed like thunder, his voice overpowering all other sounds within the tomb. Under the astonished gazes of Raymond and the online viewers, the Queen Mother of the West tumbled from her throne, landing with a thud before Jiang Bai, kneeling before him. At that moment, silence enveloped the tomb and the live stream, a rare stillness settling over the scene. Raymond and the others gazed at Jiang Bai in disbelief. Forcing the Queen Mother to kneel, Jiang Bai was likely the first in 1,000 years to achieve such a feat. The young man is impressive. I almost couldn't restrain myself from kneeling to the Queen Mother in the live stream just now. He actually made her kneel. Incredible. From now on, let us not call him the young man anymore. He should be renamed Brother Nyo. He is the only one daring enough to make the Queen Mother kneel. Third Uncle. Third Uncle. Chapter 91. The End. Inside the tomb, the Queen Mother of the West knelt before Jiang Bai, her head bowed like a schoolchild who had erred. "Little Zhao, have you not always wished to learn the art of the blade from me? Pay close attention to this next strike. I shall name it Divine Decapitation." With a swift motion, a chilling gleam sliced through the air, propelling the head of the West Queen Mother skyward, while her lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Throughout the entire act of execution, the West Queen Mother neither resisted nor dared to fight back. Her severed head rolled upon the earth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 4,000-year-old corpse puppet, earning 4,000 exploration points. The system's voice resonated precisely on cue. Jiang Bai sheathed his blade, standing tall. The West Queen Mother lay dead, and it was astonishingly simple. The sheer shock of it was overwhelming. How could the formidable West Queen Mother perish so easily? Was she truly that inept? Certainly not. Just moments prior, Fatty and the others had profoundly felt the oppressive aura emanating from her every word and action, to the extent that even Raymond, the warrior king, nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel. One can only imagine the depth of her power. Yet, this immensely powerful figure was effortlessly felled by Jiang Bai's blade, without so much as a hint of resistance. It could only be said that Jiang Bai's prowess was overwhelmingly superior. At that moment, Fatty and the others, engulfed in astonishment, found themselves at a loss for words. They stared blankly at Jiang Bai, their mouths agape, yet unable to articulate their thoughts. "What are you all staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before?" Jiang Bai smiled gently as he approached the throne, examining it closely. It was crafted entirely of pure gold, adorned with exquisite gemstones. Alas, the throne was far too grand for him to carry away. Suddenly, Fatty, akin to Teacher Luo, delivered a resounding slap to his own face, jolting himself back to reality. "Incredible. You are truly remarkable." The stout man gave a thumbs up to Jiang Bai and Raymond Zhao Yunying, and the others nodded in agreement. Bai Lu, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, "Ascend to immortality?" Jiang Bai scoffed dismissively. She did not achieve immortality. It is merely an illusion she has left behind. If I am not mistaken, the blood we shed from those experimental subjects contained a unique substance. Once released, this substance would flow in a singular direction, transforming into white smoke that would trigger mechanisms on the platform, causing the statues to rise. Coupled with the sudden golden light descending from the tomb's apex, These elements combine to create a hallucinogenic effect, misleading one into believing that the Queen Mother of the West had returned to life. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's explanation, everyone was struck with sudden clarity. Is that so? Can any experts confirm if the young man is correct? I feel as though I've lost my mind. Did a reader steal my intellect? I am an archaeology expert. I cannot elucidate this. Perhaps we should let the archaeology graduates provide an explanation. Regardless of its accuracy, the young man is impressive indeed. He is our eternal hero. Although ancient people lacked advanced technology, they excelled in many other areas. We must not underestimate their ingenuity. For instance, ancient towers stand for thousands of years without collapsing. Yet after just 3 years of maintenance by experts, they fall. I would sooner trust the ancients than the experts. That makes sense. Is it truly so? Han Xiaoying gazed thoughtfully at the corpse of the Queen Mother of the West. She always felt that Jiang Bai was deceiving people. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed. At that moment, a tremendous noise drew everyone's attention. A passage. It must lead there. This is my destination, the place I have been searching for. Xiaozhu gazed at the passage that had appeared out of thin air, her body trembling violently. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, as if she had laid eyes upon her heart's deepest desire. With great determination, she scrambled to her feet, without uttering a word, and dashed straight towards the passage. Hey, where are you going? The portly man was startled by Xiaozhu's sudden sprint towards the passage and hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, his speed paled in comparison to hers. Just a few paces behind her, he saw her already beneath the entrance of the passage. Planning to escape, Jiang Bai, like a cheetah, chased after Xiaozhu into the passage. Zhao Yuning also wished to follow. As she reached the threshold, her heart began to race violently, a sense of dire peril swelling within her. It felt as though something terrifying lurked within the passage. This was her instinct as a warrior. Xiao, what are you waiting for? Hurry in and pursue. The portly man mumbled as he approached the entrance, bending down to rush inside, only to be halted by Zhao Yuning's hand. You cannot go in. It will lead to your demise. Zhao Yuning said coldly, her gaze fixed on the passage, the gravity of her expression unmistakable. What do you mean by that? The portly man asked, bewildered. Lei, look at this. He turned to glance at Lei Meng and the others behind him. Raymond stepped forward, surveying the passageway, and turned to Zhao Yuning. Do you mean there is significant danger inside? Zhao Yuning nodded. Wait. No, how can we wait? Is our young master still inside? If there truly is peril within, what will happen to him? The plump man grew anxious. Zhao Yuning cast a cold glance at him and retorted. A burden. You. The plump man stuttered, pointing at Zhao Yuning, rendered speechless by her scathing words. Such a venomous way of insulting. All right, my friend. Since Yuning has suggested we wait, let us do so. We must have faith in Jiang Bai. Han Xiaoying interjected, gently patting the plump man's shoulder. Fine, he conceded reluctantly, acknowledging that if there was indeed danger in the passage, his presence would be a hindrance. The group of 8 found a clear spot to sit and silently awaited Jiang Bai. An hour passed, and no one emerged from the passage. 2 hours elapsed, and still, no one appeared. 3 hours. 4 hours. The silence within the passage was profound. Ali glanced at the time, worry etched on his face. So much time has passed without a sound from within. Do you think something has happened to our young master? Impossible.
Yassure-you.
Silence your ominous words. How could anything happen to him? The plump man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 92. The Death of Little Pearl. Drip, drip. Water fell within the tomb chamber. Time ticked away, and before long, another 4 hours had slipped by, yet Jiang Bai had still not emerged from the passage. 8 individuals sat in silence upon the barren ground, the atmosphere heavy with an unspoken tension. Even Han Xiaoying's heart brimmed with apprehension. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded, breaking the stillness and jolting everyone awake from their drowsiness. They hurriedly opened their eyes and turned towards the source of the noise. It was Xiaozhu, who appeared to have been unceremoniously cast down, her pallid face pressed against the earth. Xiaozhu, are you all right? Where is the young master? Did he come out with you? The chubby fellow rushed forward to inquire, as others quickly gathered around them. Xiao Zhu seemed to recall something, a flicker of resentment crossing her features as her gaze turned fiercely towards the entrance of the passage. Following her line of sight, the group beheld a solitary, stern figure emerging from the shadows. Jiang Bai. Young master, it's the young master. I knew he would be unharmed, the chubby man exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to envelop Jiang Bai in a hearty embrace. Just as Han Xiaoying was about to step closer, she caught sight of the two locked in an embrace, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Whose husband is he, after all? Young master, I'm so relieved you're safe. The chubby man, oblivious to Han Xiaoying's discomfort, clung to Jiang Bai, nearly bouncing with glee. Personal space, please. Could you kindly let me go? Jiang Bai remarked with a hint of exasperation, as onlookers might mistakenly question the nature of their relationship. Oh, all right. The stout man released Jiang Bai, his gaze scrutinizing the latter to ensure he bore no injuries, before he finally exhaled in relief. Jiang Bai stepped towards Xiao Zhu, glancing at Han Xiaoying as he passed by. Han Xiaoying merely nodded slightly. Why do you seek to impede me? Xiao Zhu's eyes were filled with animosity towards Jiang Bai, a hatred so intense it seemed she wished for his demise. Because you are already dead, Jiang Bai replied coldly. Since you have perished, why do you cling to your obsessions, yearning to prolong your existence? Am I dead? The stout man and his companions expressed their astonishment. I cannot be dead. How could I possibly be dead? I am clearly still alive. It is you who wish to see me perish, is it not? It is you. No, it cannot be. I am alive. I am undeniably alive. Xiao Zhu screamed, her voice frenzied. She straightened her posture, incredulously examining her own hands. Am I dead? I cannot possibly be dead. I am alive, I must be alive. You are deceiving me, you are all deceiving me. Xiao Zhu shouted, reaching out to touch her own face. As her fingers grazed her skin, it began to flake away like moss, revealing the raw flesh beneath. No. I am not dead. I am not dead. I am alive. I must be alive. Xiao Zhu seemed oblivious to the pain, frantically grasping at the human skin on the ground, desperately attempting to press it against her own face. Soon, her entire visage was grotesquely distorted, resembling a fearsome monster, bloodied and mangled. Do not waste your efforts. It is mere self-deception. In truth, you have long since perished, and your body has already begun to decay. The sensation of being alive is merely the consequence of the corpse toxins within you, Jiang Bai stated, unfazed. No. I am not dead. I am very much alive. You are all deceiving me, Xiao Zhu insisted, disbelief clouding her judgment. She seized the piece of skin from the ground and haphazardly affixed it to her face. Her body began to rot in tandem. Her hair, scalp, and facial features gradually fell away, even a single eyeball plummeting to the ground. Before long, her entire appearance underwent a complete transformation. Not a single strand of hair remained atop her head, leaving only a barren scalp. Her eyes sank deeply into their sockets, two gaping black voids that sent shivers down one's spine. Her lips cracked, exposing her teeth in a grotesque grimace. Her body was riddled with black spots and festering wounds, emanating a foul stench. At that moment, she resembled a zombie, even more horrifying than the undead. The onlookers, including the portly man, collectively swallowed hard, instinctively recoiling at the sight of Xiao Zhu's transformation. I am not dead. It is impossible for me to die, Xiao Zhu rasped, her voice hoarse. Witnessing her unwavering denial of death, Jiang Bai produced a mirror and handed it to her. As Xiao Zhu accepted the mirror and beheld her reflection, she was utterly bewildered. No, it cannot be. This is not me. This is absolutely not me. It is you. It is you who do not wish for my continued existence. I shall kill you all. I shall kill you all. Xiao Zhu struggled to rise, her body resembling that of a ghoul, exuding a foul stench as she lunged towards Jiang Bai. At this moment, she was nothing short of a monster, utterly oblivious to her own plight. Jiang Bai showed no mercy. With a swift stroke of his dragon-bone blade, he severed her head from her neck. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a corpse creature and earned 100 exploration points. With a thud, Xiao Zhu's decaying body collapsed to the ground, one eye wide open, staring into eternity. And why had she transformed in such a manner? Upon witnessing Xiao Zhu's demise, the rotund man hurriedly approached, examining her lifeless form, and inquired. Jiang Bai sheathed his sword and replied coolly. In truth, she perished 5 years ago. Yet in her final moments, she could not accept her fate. Thus she ingested the corpse toad pill, opting for a symbiotic existence with the corpse toad. While this allowed her to cling to life, it ultimately condemned her to become a corpse creature, half human and half corpse, under the control of the corpse toad. Brother, are you saying she died 5 years ago? Bai Lu asked in astonishment, her recent interactions with Xiao Zhu flashing through her mind, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Jiang Bai nodded. Indeed, she died 5 years prior. However, the corpse toad has been manipulating her body, enabling this corpse creature to appear indistinguishable from a living person. Yet, such a facade cannot be maintained for long. Even if I had not intervened, she would not have endured for more than half an hour before transforming into a decayed corpse, subsequently morphing into a monster. The portly man gazed at the lifeless body of Xiao Zhu, increasingly astounded. Today he had truly witnessed a revelation. Stop staring, fatty, Jiang Bai remarked. Oh right, fatty replied without hesitation, swiftly retrieving gasoline to douse Xiao Zhu's remains. He then produced a lighter and tossed it onto the body. Boom! A roaring blaze erupted, engulfing Xiao Zhu's corpse. As the flames consumed the remains, a foul stench of decay wafted through the air.
BZZZ.
At that moment, as the fire blazed, a winged crimson corpse beetle burst forth from the severed neck of Xiao Zhu, hurtling directly towards Fatty. Preoccupied with organizing his backpack, Fatty remained oblivious to the approaching danger. Just as the beetle was about to reach him, a large hand swiftly grasped it. Fatty, be more cautious next time, Jiang Bai admonished, applying pressure to crush the beetle in his palm before revealing it to Fatty. Wow, that was close. I owe you one, buddy, Fatty exclaimed, his heart racing with trepidation as he patted his chest. That creature was highly venomous. Had it not been for Jiang Bai, he might have met a grim fate at the hands of the beetle. Rest assured, I will not let you perish, Jiang Bai assured him, patting Fatty's shoulder while casually tossing the beetle into the flames. Crackle, crackle. The fire continued to blaze. The ignited corpse oil emitted a series of sounds. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Zhu's lifeless body, their thoughts divergent and varied. Who could have imagined that a person who had been so vivacious and full of life just moments ago had actually perished 5 years prior? Ali stood not far from Xiao Zhu's remains, his expression a complex tapestry of reluctance and indifference. Time ticked away, each second slipping by unnoticed. Eventually, Xiao Zhu's body was completely reduced to ashes by the consuming flames. Jiang Bai cast a glance at the passage behind him and addressed the Fatty, saying, Fatty, hand me one of the grenades you brought. Here, Fatty replied, retrieving a grenade and passing it to Jiang Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai pulled the pin and tossed it directly into the passage. A resounding explosion echoed moments later, collapsing the entire corridor. Brother, what are you doing? Fatty and the others were bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Bai's reasoning for obliterating the passage. Jiang Bai simply smiled, offering no explanation. All right, everyone, let us take a breather. At this juncture, Raymond spoke, casting a sweeping glance over Jiang Bai. His remark was primarily directed at Jiang Bai, as they had already rested sufficiently during their wait. Given what Jiang Bai must have endured in the passage, he likely needed some respite now. Very well, let us rest for a while. I must admit, I am rather fatigued, Jiang Bai said, stretching lazily and finding a spot to lie down. Indeed, he felt quite exhausted. Fatty observed the group and quietly approached Jiang Bai, leaning in to whisper, Brother, could you possibly tell me what lies within that passage? Is there? The portly man blinked, conveying a knowing look. Jiang Bai chuckled and shook his head. No, there's none of that inside. However, I can tell you that there lies an ultimate secret. Ultimate? What do you mean by ultimate? The portly man scratched the back of his head, perplexed. Turning his gaze, he noticed Han Xiaoying standing expressionless behind him. You two carry on. I shall not intrude. With a foolish grin, the portly man hurriedly got up and left. Han Xiaoying took the opportunity to sit beside Jiang Bai, resting his head on her lap. Have a little nap. All right, Jiang Bai quietly closed his eyes. Drip. Drip. The sound of water dripping within the tomb chamber persisted. When Jiang Bai awoke once more, several hours had elapsed. At that moment, the portly man and the others had already prepared a meal, noodles with cured meat. Jiang Bai looked up and noticed that Han Xiaoying was no longer beside him. Instead, his head was resting on a backpack. Awake, come over for dinner, Han Xiaoying smiled and gestured to him. Okay. Jiang Bai rose, tidied his attire, and walked over to join the group, settling next to Han Xiaoying. Come, come. Delicious noodles await. Here, brother, do try some. The portly man served Jiang Bai a bowl, adding several pieces of meat. Thanks. Jiang Bai accepted the noodles without hesitation, devouring them ravenously. It must be said, the portly man's culinary skills were indeed commendable. He could certainly earn a fortune running a restaurant. Captain Lei, what should we do next? Han Xiaoying inquired of Lei Meng. Raymond glanced around. This should be the main burial chamber of the Queen Mother of the West. Now that we have reached the main chamber, it indicates that we have thoroughly explored this space. After we finish our meal, we can depart from here. That sounds agreeable. Han Xiaoying nodded and silently began to eat her noodles. Just as she picked up a handful of noodles, a piece of beef appeared in her bowl. Turning her head, she noticed that the beef in Jiang Bai's bowl had vanished. I don't eat beef, Jiang Bai said with a grin. Very well, if there are no objections, we shall leave after our meal, Raymond declared decisively. Upon hearing the news of leaving the burial chamber, Bai Lu and Lu Yen both sighed in relief. The chubby man seemed reluctant, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the throne. Are we really leaving? But we haven't found the meteorite yet. Ali suddenly interjected. Smack! The chubby man slapped his forehead. I believe Ali is correct. We should continue to search the chamber and locate that meteorite. What do you think, brother? I agree. Jiang Bai replied with a slight nod. Raymond pondered for a moment, then ultimately nodded. Very well. Let us finish our meal and quickly search the chamber. Regardless of whether we find the meteorite or not, we will depart at the earliest opportunity. Everyone present nodded in agreement. After the meal, the group of 8 divided into 4 teams to search for the meteorite within the burial chamber. Raymond, accompanied by Ali, the plump man with Lu Yen, Zhao Yuning with Bai Lu, and Jiang Bai alongside Han Xiaoying, formed 4 groups, each positioned against a wall as they searched for clues regarding the meteorite along the walls of the main tomb chamber. Where could this meteorite be concealed? The plump man illuminated the southeastern corner with his flashlight, probing for any hidden mechanisms. Ali, when you served as a guide for the master, did he ever mention the potential locations where the meteorite might be hidden? Raymond inquired. Ali, trailing behind Raymond, shook his head. He did not specify the exact location. However, he did mention that the meteorite lies within the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. Indeed. I seem to recall the master mentioning that a general from the Northern Wei dynasty once discovered the meteorite, subsequently hiding it alongside another treasure within this tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. If we can unearth the traces left by the Northern Wei general, we will undoubtedly find both the meteorite and the other treasure. Yet this tomb chamber is so vast, and we cannot afford to search aimlessly. When will we uncover the signs left by the Northern Wei general? If only we had a map, it would be just like playing a game, Bai Lu remarked, somewhat wistfully. A map? The plump man's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled something, hastily retrieving the parchment he had found in the temple. He called out to the group, Ray, little brother, come quickly. This parchment might contain a clue. Chapter 94. The injured Lu Yen. Upon hearing the plump man's call, everyone hurried over. He gradually unfolded the parchment. The parchment is only half the size of an A4 sheet, adorned with a pattern and a line of traditional Chinese characters. The plump man hands the parchment to Han Xiaoying. After a brief glance, Han Xiaoying remarks, Indeed, it records the descent of the meteorite. Come on, tell us more. The plump man eagerly urges. Han Xiaoying reads aloud the traditional characters inscribed on the parchment. To seek the divine stone, one must encounter the divine bird, enter the heavenly palace, worship the Queen Mother, breach the heavenly gate, and slay the celestial generals. Only then can it be found. What does that mean? The plump man asks, his face awash with confusion. The others present also express their bewilderment. Han Xiaoying shakes her head. indicating her uncertainty regarding its meaning. Yet she suspects it pertains to the Queen Mother of the West. A profound silence envelopes the group as they ponder the implications of this revelation. Ride the divine bird. Worship the Queen Mother? Jiang Bai murmurs, suddenly recalling the crimson phoenix he had glimpsed atop the tomb chamber. As for the Queen Mother, Jiang Bai instinctively looks towards the Queen Mother of the West, deep in thought. Jiang Bai, have you come to a realization? Han Xiaoying, noticing the change in his expression, inquires with curiosity. Jiang Bai nods, pointing towards the ceiling of the tomb chamber. When I was atop the tomb chamber, I looked down at the platform, and the pattern I saw was indeed that of the phoenix. The phoenix is also the pet of the Queen Mother of the West, referred to as the divine bird in the classic of mountains and seas. I saw it atop the tomb chamber. Does that not count as encountering the divine bird? As for entering the heavenly palace, do you remember the demeanor of the Queen Mother of the West earlier, as well as the scene when the statue ascended? As Han Xiaoying's eyes brightened, she instantly grasped the meaning behind Jiang Bai's words and continued. If the divine bird refers to the emblem on the platform, then entering the heavenly palace signifies the moment when the white smoke rose and the statue ascended. That scene is infinitely close to the heavenly palace. As for paying homage to the Queen Mother, Han Xiaoying paused, casting her gaze upon the decapitated corpse of the Western Queen Mother, and continued, to pay homage to the Queen Mother means kneeling before her. In other words, the mechanism that houses the meteorite is not located on the wall, but rather on this platform, or more precisely on the ground before the Western Queen Mother. Fatty, assist me in placing the Queen Mother's body upon the throne. All right, he replied cheerfully. Seeing Fatty complete the task, Han Xiaoying stepped onto the platform and crouched before the Western Queen Mother, her right hand probing the ground. After a thorough search, her fingers brushed against a peculiar button that differed from the surrounding area. Click, click. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the mechanism activated. A wave of tension swept through the crowd as they heightened their vigilance, their eyes scanning the environment, wary of any potential danger. Click, click. The sound of the mechanism grew increasingly pronounced. Just as everyone was fully engrossed and on high alert, numerous tiny holes suddenly appeared in the surrounding walls, from which sharp arrows emerged, glinting ominously. This is bad. Run. It's a trap. The group hurriedly fled from the platform. Jiang Bai shouted loudly, then swiftly delivered a kick to the chubby man's backside, sending him forcefully towards the steps. Following this, he dashed like lightning to Han Xiaoying, grasping her arm tightly as they raced towards the nearest staircase. Hurry down! Raymond bellowed at Bai Lu and Lu Yen, simultaneously retreating rapidly. Bai Lu and Lu Yen reacted with remarkable speed. The moment Jiang Bai alerted them, they had already unhesitatingly sprinted towards the steps, without a trace of doubt. Whoosh! Whoosh! A torrential downpour of arrows shot forth mercilessly, raining down from every direction. Instantly, the entire platform resembled a living target. Just as Lu Yen was about to descend the stairs, she suddenly noticed an arrow soaring towards Bai Lu's waist from a distance. The arrow was moving with astonishing speed. If it struck, it would likely pierce Bai Lu's kidneys. Without a moment's thought, she instinctively pushed Bai Lu aside and shouted, "Bai Lu, watch out!" Whoosh! The arrow, relentless and whistling through the air, was meant for Bai Lu's waist, but due to Lu Yan's shove, it plunged deeply into Lu Yan's right shoulder, the entire arrowhead embedded within. Sister Lu Yan. Bai Lu gasped in horror, hurriedly pulling Lu Yan onto the steps and reaching for her shoulder. Blood stained her hands. Blood. So much blood. Brother Jiang, Captain Raymond, come quickly. Sister Lu Yan is bleeding profusely. She has been shot. Bai Lu cried out in panic, feeling utterly helpless. Make way, let me see. Raymond and Bai Lu took refuge on the same step, with him closest to them, hastening to Lu Yan's side. Right. Team. Am I going to die? Lu Yan weakly inquired, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, as though she were on the brink of unconsciousness. Do not speak. Let me take a look. Without regard for propriety, Raymond tore the fabric of Lu Yan's right shoulder, revealing a stark expanse of skin beneath. The special operations uniform crafted by the military, while equipped with bulletproof capabilities, left the shoulders unprotected, designed thus to ensure the soldier's upper body mobility. Unfortunately, The arrow had struck precisely at this vulnerable point, and had it veered just a few centimeters to the left, Lu Yen would have escaped injury. Ray, am I going to die? My eyelids feel heavier, Lu Yen murmured, her strength waning as her eyes slowly began to close. Sister Lu Yen, please don't sleep. Bai Lu cried out, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She had seen on television that once a person closes their eyes after injury, they may never awaken. Lu Yan's pallor terrified her. She feared that Lu Yen might not survive. She could not bear the thought of Lu Yen sacrificing herself to save her, a debt far too immense for her to repay. Observing Bai Lu's distress, Raymond offered her a tissue and reassured her, "It's all right. Let her rest." She had suddenly lost a considerable amount of blood, compounded by her anemia, yet she would not succumb to death. Is that truly the case? Lay team? Bai Lu remained profoundly anxious. Chapter 95. In search of the divine stone, one must seek the divine bird. Layman nodded, retrieving a medical first aid kit from his backpack. Each of them carried such supplies, intended to provide life-saving assistance should they become separated in critical moments. Naturally, the contents of their first aid kits were not as comprehensive as those of Han Xiaoying, who was a genuine physician. Layman extracted a serum from the medical kit and administered it into Lu Yan's body, followed by a local anesthetic. He then addressed Bai Lu, "Come, help me hold her down." "Oh, all right." Bai Lu restrained Lu Yen. Layman donned a pair of disposable gloves, one hand pressing firmly on Lu Yan's shoulder while the other forcefully withdrew the arrow embedded in her shoulder. Ah! The extraction of the arrow elicited an involuntary cry from Lu Yen, causing her to open her eyes momentarily. "Do not move. It will be over soon." Layman took out some gauze, disinfected Lu Yan's wound, and swiftly bandaged it. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Yen once again fainted honorably. "All done. She will be fine once she awakens," Layman concluded as he stowed away the medical kit. Bai Lu finally exhaled in relief, her inner turmoil easing slightly. She was truly fearful that something might happen to Lu Yen, that she might not awaken. Should such a tragedy occur, she would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Swish, swish, arrows continued to rain down from all directions. "How is Lei and Lu Yen? Is she all right?" Jiang Bai's voice echoed from another staircase. "She is fine. I have already bandaged her wounds, so you can rest assured," came the reply. "That's good to hear." Not only Jiang Bai, but even the chubby one and Han Xiaoying, hiding together, simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Lu Yen was not one to act recklessly. She understood the gravity of the situation, distinguishing right from wrong with clarity. Moreover, she had sustained her injuries while rescuing Bai Lu, and Jiang Bai, deep down, truly hoped she would not perish within the tomb. After Jiang Bai inquired about Lu Yan's condition, the tomb fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of arrows slicing through the air above. The group of 8 took refuge under different steps. As several minutes passed, the barrage of arrows from all directions gradually diminished, and the mechanisms on the platform slowly began to close. Jiang Bai and the chubby man swiftly made their way to the staircase where Raymond and the others were hiding, their anxious gazes fixed upon Lu Yen. At that moment, Lu Yen lay in a state of slumber. Although her complexion was somewhat pale, her breathing remained steady and even. Han Xiaoying carefully checked her pulse and gently touched her shoulder, nodding to the others, "Her pulse is stable. Aside from significant blood loss and slight hypoglycemia, she is not in serious trouble. Just give her some glucose and let her rest." A collective sigh of relief swept through those present upon hearing Han Xiaoying's words. Particularly, Bai Lu, sitting on the ground with her legs hugged close, bore an expression filled with remorse. She understood what this official expedition meant for Lu Yen, an opportunity for boundless potential. It was precisely because of her attempt to save her that Lu Yen was compelled to withdraw from the expedition team, a decision that left her heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. Jiang Bai and the others sensed Bai Lu's remorse, yet they found themselves at a loss on how to console her. After all, Bai Lu and Lu Yen relied on their popularity and fanbase for their livelihoods. Once Lu Yen departed from the expedition team, it was likely that her number of fans would dwindle significantly. Raymond stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Bai Lu's shoulder. "Thank you, Captain Ray." However, Bai Lu's inner turmoil and guilt remained unabated despite his reassurance. Moments later, Lu Yen stirred from her unconscious state, a sharp pain in her right shoulder awakening her to the grim reality of her situation. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, her face etched with sorrow. Sister Lu Yen, you're awake. It's all my fault. I brought this upon you. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have been injured. Bai Lu's tears flowed freely, her face a canvas of regret. Lu Yen, her complexion pale, managed a faint smile. Bai Lu, you mustn't blame yourself. This was my choice. In truth, the moment we signed the life and death agreement, I had already prepared myself for the worst. Given the circumstances, this is a favorable outcome for me. At least, I haven't met my end like Hai Tao did on this treacherous journey. Furthermore, there's no need for you to feel guilty. I believe that had our roles been reversed, you would have undoubtedly saved me. Bai Lu felt a surge of emotion at Lu Yan's words. The harsh reality of the entertainment industry, where friendships are scarce, was a well-acknowledged truth. Though she and Lu Yan shared little camaraderie, Lu Yan still chose to forsake her own path to stardom in order to come to her aid. This left her momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to convey her gratitude and remorse to Lu Yan. Ultimately, she could only nod solemnly and declare, I will. Lu Yan smiled, her gaze sweeping across Jiang Bai and the others, as if committing their faces to memory. Here, drink this, Han Xiaoying said, presenting a bag of glucose to Lu Yan with utmost sincerity. I will personally engage with the company to secure your entry into the entertainment industry, granting you a chance at stardom. Thank you. Lu Yan accepted the glucose without hesitation, consuming it in one gulp. The atmosphere within the tomb grew heavy with silence. Even the usually boisterous fell into a quietude. Lei Xiaogu, Lu Yan has been injured, Ali suddenly spoke, breaking the stillness of the tomb. Should we not pursue the meteorite? Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on the platform, his expression resolute. Of course we should search for it. I am eager to see what the meteorite looks like. If we do not find it, then Lu Yan's injury would be in vain. Indeed, I concur with Xiao Ji's sentiment, nodded earnestly. However, Ali hesitated, his expression betraying reluctance to continue the search. But where is the mechanism for the meteorite? As you all witnessed earlier, it is merely. A palpable tension filled the air as the gathered individuals furrowed their brows. To seek the divine stone, one must encounter the divine bird, ascend to the heavenly palace, pay homage to the Queen Mother, breach the heavenly gate, and vanquish the celestial generals. The divine bird. The divine bird. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Jiang Bai's mind as he recalled the eyes of the divine bird he had seen atop the tomb. With a single stride, he charged directly onto the platform. Chapter 96. The Arrival at the Stone Gate. At the sight of the divine bird's eyes, Jiang Bai crouched down, carefully extending his hand to explore slowly. Indeed, as he suspected, he discovered an unusual spot. It was a button identical to the one before the throne. Just as he thought, Jiang Bai murmured to himself, nodding towards Raymond and the others behind him. They immediately became vigilant, swiftly preparing to counter any potential traps. With a click, the button was pressed by Jiang Bai. Click, click, boom, boom, boom. As the mechanism activated, the platform underwent a rapid transformation. Gleaming steel blades, shimmering with a cold light, erupted from beneath the platform like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, densely covering the entire area. These blades were extraordinarily sharp, radiating an aura that sent chills down one's spine, instilling a sense of dread. Should anyone be pierced by them, survival would be utterly impossible. Gulp. Everyone present watched the steel blades on the platform with bated breath. In that moment, they felt a surge of relief, grateful that the projectiles that had just been launched were arrows rather than these lethal blades. Otherwise, they likely would not have survived. The Queen Mother of the West is indeed merciless. She seeks our very lives, remarked the hefty man, still shaken. Jiang Bai shook his head. This is not the handiwork of the Queen Mother of the West, but rather the creation of that great general of Northern Wei. Northern Wei general? Han Xiaoying furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, why would the great general of Northern Wei design a mechanism in the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West? Is it to prevent a meteorite from being taken? No, he intended to prevent the Queen Mother of the West from acquiring the meteorite, Jiang Bai replied solemnly. To prevent the Queen Mother of the West from obtaining the meteorite? The group was left in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Bai nodded, offering no further explanation, and turned his gaze toward Zhao Yunying. I have begun to discern the method to activate the mechanism, which involves pressing 2 buttons simultaneously. However, I possess only a 50% assurance of success. The other 50% may inadvertently trigger both mechanisms. You may wish to consider whether to assist me. All right, Zhao Yunying replied without a moment's hesitation. Her response was rather indifferent. A few minutes later, accompanied by the sound of machinery whirring, the mechanism gradually closed. Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying ascended the platform side by side, each approaching one of the buttons. Once everything was in place, Jiang Bai nodded at Zhao Yunying and softly said, I will count to 3, and we will press the button together. Zhao Yunying nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3. As the final word left his lips, Jiang Bai and Zhao Yunying pressed their respective buttons with determination. They quickly turned and sprinted toward the steps. With a crackle, snap, thud, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire tomb chamber. The anticipated mechanism did not materialize. Instead, the entire platform split in 2, revealing a fissure in the middle. We succeeded. We have triumphed. Everyone present wore expressions of delight, including Lu Yen. The crevice widened, quickly reaching several meters across. Jiang Bai stood on the platform, peering down into the abyss, a dark cavern that obscured any sense of depth. He retrieved a glow stick and tossed it into the chasm. Moments later, the sound of it striking the ground echoed back. Hey brother, what's down there? Could it be a meteorite? The stout man jogged over. Jiang Bai shook his head and turned to Raymond. Ray, you, Bai Lu, and classmate Zhao stay above to look after Lu Yen. Ali, the stout man, Ying Jie, and I will descend to investigate. All right, Raymond agreed without hesitation. This was a different situation. Lu Yen was injured and could no longer join the exploration. He felt uneasy leaving Bai Lu alone to watch over her. Stout man, I'll lead the way down with Ali. You and Ying Jie follow behind, Jiang Bai instructed. Without allowing Ali a chance to speak, he seized Ali by the collar and leapt from the platform. Based on his earlier observations, the cavern below was merely 10 meters high. With his agility, he would not sustain injury from the fall. Thud.
Moments later.
Jiang Bai and Ali landed safely on the ground. They switched on their flashlights, illuminating the surrounding environment. The cavern was relatively small, approximately 100 to 180 square meters. At the forefront of the cave stood a magnificent stone door nearly 10 meters tall, exuding grandeur. Before the door hung 2 ancient oil lamps, flickering softly. Embedded in the door were 2 lifelike bronze bells shaped like animal heads. Heaven's Gate. Could this truly be Heaven's Gate? Ali, clutching a flashlight, directed its beam upon the gate, his eyes brimming with exhilaration as he eagerly approached the stone portal. Jiang Bai deliberately lagged behind Ali, casting a discreet glance at the latter before raising his gaze towards the cave's entrance. The rotund figure and Han Xiaoying were gradually descending along the rope, the ethereal little sphere trailing closely behind them. Once they safely reached the ground, they exchanged knowing glances with Jiang Bai, and the 3 of them, in perfect harmony, nodded before advancing to join Ali. Heaven's Gate, this must unequivocally be Heaven's Gate. Ali's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement as he grasped the 2 beast-headed bronze bells affixed to the door and struck them with vigor. Ding! 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 Following the resonant chimes, the colossal stone doors gradually creaked open. A refreshing breeze wafted through the gap. A breeze? How could there be a breeze here? The stout fellow stepped forward, aligning his shoulder with Ali's and casually draping an arm around him. I have no idea either, Ali replied with a hearty grin. The door had opened. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai strode inside. The world beyond the door was engulfed in darkness, an abyss that seemed poised to consume all. For beams of brilliant flashlight illumination swiftly sliced through the gloom, revealing the surroundings. It became apparent that they stood within the heart of a mountain, perched on a protruding rock. As they surveyed their environment, they observed steep cliffs rising around them. Gazing ahead, across a chasm several dozen meters wide, lay an expansive platform spanning over 100 square meters, where rows of bronze figurines stood in formation, each wielding a massive spear. They stood as if guarding something, poised and ready. A robust iron chain spanned the chasm between 2 cliffs, serving as the soul passage. A meteorite. Look, that's a meteorite, Ali exclaimed, his flashlight illuminating a raised stone table at the center of a bronze figurine. Jiang Bai and the others followed Ali's beam, revealing two objects upon the stone table. One was a stone pulsating with an unusual green light, while the other was an ancient square seal. Chapter 97. The Seal of the Tomb Raiders. The Seal of the Tomb Raiders. If I am not mistaken, this should belong to the lineage of the Tomb Raiders. It is astonishing that it lies hidden here, Han Xiaoying remarked, her expression tinged with surprise. The stout man suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, his gaze igniting with fervor, akin to the sight of a beautiful neighbor. With armor to unearth the tombs, methods to move mountains, symbols for treasure-seeking, and seals for the Tomb Raiders. It is said that during the Hangul era Zhu Yuanzhang, to prevent the plundering of his family's tomb, specifically suppressed the four major sects and destroyed the symbols of treasure-seeking and the seals of the Tomb Raiders. Since then, only 3 symbols and 1 seal have remained in the world. I never anticipated that another seal would be hidden within the tomb of the Queen Mother of the West. If I am correct, this seal was likely placed here by a general from the Northern Wei period, Han Xiaoying elaborated. Jiang Bai remained silent, stepping forward to firmly test the strength of the stout iron chain. After ensuring its solidity, he boldly stepped onto the chain, leaping swiftly towards the platform on the other side. Wait, brother, do not be so reckless. The stout man could not contain himself and exclaimed. Just as he attempted to mimic Jiang Bai's actions and step onto the iron chain, he caught sight of the unfathomable abyss below the cliff, which instantly sent shivers down his spine, stammering, I have a bit of a fear of heights. We must place our trust in him. On the iron chain, Jiang Bai moved with the grace of a dancer, swiftly and steadily advancing towards the platform. In but a few hurried strides, he successfully reached the opposite platform. His arrival appeared to trigger some hidden mechanism, awakening over 100 bronze figurines simultaneously. Armed with massive halberds, they charged toward Jiang Bai with ferocity. Faced with the onslaught of these bronze figures, Jiang Bai maintained his composure, unfazed. In a flash, he darted into the midst of the encircling bronze figures, his dragonbone blade unsheathing behind him at that moment. Thud, thud. The bronze figures marched heavily, their footsteps resonating with dull thuds against the ground. In no time, over 100 bronze figures had surrounded Jiang Bai, brandishing their halberds with menacing intent. With a steely gaze, Jiang Bai executed a swift kick against the nearest bronze figure, forcing it back several steps. He then swung his dragonbone blade, severing the head of the bronze figure with precision. Nevertheless, the remaining bronze figures did not relent. They surged wildly towards Jiang Bai. Dozens of halberds descended upon him from all directions simultaneously. Jiang Bai leapt several meters into the air, evading all the attacks, and landed behind several bronze figures, his dragonbone blade slicing towards their midsections. With a piercing edge, the bronze figures' formidable armor succumbed before Jiang Bai, as easily as tofu, cleaving their bodies in two. After defeating the bronze figurines, Jiang Bai did not cease his onslaught. Like a fish in water, his figure darted swiftly and nimbly through the encircling horde, wielding the dragon bone celestial blade with precision. Each strike rendered several bronze figurines incapacitated. In that moment, Jiang Bai resembled a general on the battlefield, fiercely battling within the confines of the bronze figurine circle. Although numerous, the clumsy bodies of the figurines could inflict no substantial harm upon him, allowing him to charge through the throng unhindered. Within mere minutes, dozens of bronze figurines lay in ruin. This spectacle was broadcast live by the ethereal orbs in the sky, inciting a stir among the online viewers. The general has fought countless battles and yet remains undefeated. Zhang Xiao has truly become unparalleled in prowess. Whose subordinate is this, exhibiting such valor? Bring me my telescope. I, Chao Mengda of Xingtai, wish to behold his visage. Let them be strong. Our brother supports the mountain ridge. I had always believed the bronze figurines to be formidable, yet I did not anticipate the existence of a man even more valiant. Fine, I concede. The bronze figurines are worthless. Bronze figurines worthless? Are you the charming fellow above? Have you forgotten the scene when those 10 or so from A3 encountered the bronze figurines? They were utterly defeated, not even managing to breach the figurine's defenses. Oh dear, Jiang Shao truly deserves the title of the mightiest warrior among our Korean populace. We have ascertained his lineage. Noble blood flows through his veins. Is there a little Western presence? I particularly admire the audacity of the little Westerners, daring to establish a nation upon the military base of the Eagle. How exhilarating! This is the live broadcast worthy of a true man. If Zhang Xiaoge were to exist in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a valiant general. Should he choose to establish a martial arts academy now, I would certainly enroll my child. Enough of the chatter. The stone door is about to close. On the rocky surface, Han Xiaoying and her companions were fixated on Jiang Bai's figure when suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from behind them. If the door were to shut, they would be irrevocably trapped inside. The plump fellow could no longer contain himself. He shouted and rushed to the stone door, using his body to prevent its closure. Han Xiaoying, equally anxious, yelled out and ran to the other stone door in a bid to halt its descent. "Fatty, I'll assist you," Ali declared, unwilling to be outdone. The trio exerted every ounce of their strength to thwart the door's closure. Hearing their cries, Jiang Bai felt a surge of urgency. He glanced back at the encroaching bronze figurines, then at the meteorite and the fake U seal within arm's reach. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Fatty, Ingjie, buy me a minute. Find a way to delay for just a minute, and I shall be there shortly." With that, he kicked a bronze figurine away, grasping the meteorite and fake U seal tightly as he sprinted back towards the iron chain. The bronze figurines obstructed his path. "Get out of my way." Jiang Bai's strikes increased in intensity. The stone door continued its relentless descent. Despite the trio's desperate efforts, their strength paled in comparison to the immense stone barrier. "Hurry up, Xiaoge." The plump fellow, witnessing Jiang Bai still ensnared on the platform, exerted every last ounce of his power. Boom! As each second ticked away, the gap of the stone door diminished, shrinking from several meters to less than 2, and now to a mere meter. At this moment, Jiang Bai was still several meters away from the iron chain, surrounded by a throng of bronze figurines. "Hurry up, brother. I can barely hold on. I'm about to be crushed into a meat pie," the stout fellow exclaimed, gritting his teeth, veins bulging, and beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 98. The meteorite is in hand. Faster. Faster. Jiang Bai was equally frantic, unleashing his full might as he sent the bronze